Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. Don't interrupt me while I'm reading Bible. And they had brick for stone and slime, and they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Amazingly, Satan was already telling these people, make sure you guys get all your stuff together because you might be spread across the plane of existence. What a coincidence. And the Lord came down to the city of the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and they are confound their language, and they may not listen. This is the end of the point. You're interrupting me, so it's going to take me longer. See, that's the problem. It's not evolution. We're not going faster. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So 3 times it has to tell us this, because that's why we don't listen to God. So 3 times he told us this. Thanks.
Okay. So that's great. But unfortunately, that does not answer the question that I'm asking you, Exo. I've read that from the Bible. I've read it loud and clear.
I already answered your question.
Exo, please just let me just get this out. Let me get this out in response to what you just said. So you believe, just to clarify then,
Elijah, the problem is that you still believe the evolution theory.
No, I don't.
Finish, Elijah.
I don't believe the evolution theory. Please,
Elijah,
please don't confuse
go ahead and finish. Don't.
Thank you. Let me finish, please. Sorry, guys. I definitely don't believe the evolution theory, which is why all the more I'm puzzled as to what's going on. And the most respect that I can get to one of your answers so far is what Exo just said, when he said that God already created the different races. But when I asked him for proof of such a claim, he then read me the passage that he read, which only talks about God confusing people's languages. That doesn't talk about any different races. So okay, now wait. Sorry, I've been trying to get this out for a while, especially when you asked me what my hypothesis is, and I told you what I used to believe, but I can't tell you what I currently believe. My only possible answer for this at the moment, in terms of where do different races come from, where can I see in the Bible that different races have occurred?
There are no different races. Right. It's Genesis 10, right before 11. Thanks.
Okay, you know what I mean when I say different races. Okay, let's
explain why do you believe the theory of evolution?
But let me finish.
Shut up and let him talk, for flip's sake. Elijah, just keep talking. Don't stop.
Thank you. The only other time in Scripture where I can see a different race or a different phenotype coming from, you know, when we say the antecedent, you can't get something different than what's, you word it a lot better than I do. But with Jacob and Esau and what's his name? Jacob and Esau. Yeah. Their dad was Isaac. Yeah, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. Okay, so it says Jacob I love, but Esau I have hated. But it also says that Esau was red and hairy. And I don't. They clearly described that as him being phenotypically different.
Yeah.
From his.
So that's my point from the Puerto Rican culture or whatever. In one family, you can have different types of colors. I mean, in one father mother, it could be really, really bright to really, 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 really dark, like black dark. And let's say what happens. Let me continue. No, I let you speak. Let me continue. So let's say same thing happens with Adam and Eve. They have babies, yada yada. Some come out whiter, some come out darker, some come out even darker, some come out with whatever. What happens is, let's say the 2 of the darker ones decided to procreate, and they have their genes are dark. You have that phenotype that is probably have that stronger in pigmentation. What happens? That's that pigmentation that those genes get stronger with the next occurring baby. Meaning, like, let's say, how do you get the bully dog? Right? We've seen this happen just not too long ago. They get a pit bull and a bulldog. They keep mixing it until they have a nice, practically breed, right? And what do? They keep mixing, they keep inbreeding that breed, and those genes get stronger and stronger. That's exactly probably what happened, dude. I mean, there's that whatever we know they're inbreeding, right?
With Adam
because
and
there
Eve,
were no other, right? So if they two of the same, go ahead.
I was going to say, with Adam and Eve's offspring, it always did mention that their offspring looked like their parents, some more than the others, and the variations in complexion from light to dark. I don't really think that's what I'm referring to here, because
well, I mean, what I'm saying is that
you can see the variations between all of complexion between all races. Not all Indians
I
have the same
understand that.
complexion. Some are lighter, some are darker. But you don't see an Indian giving birth to a white person.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, though.
Also, just a clarification.
I understand that.
I wouldn't want
But this is what I'm saying. Inbreeding of that particular color or whatever pigmentation if you continue to inbreed that same pigmentation, what's going to happen? That pigmentation is going to get a stronger gene.
But when it's noteworthy, like with that Jacob being hairy and red, it's mentioned because it stands out. So the same way that when God separated the people by language, that is what occurred. And if something greater had happened, it would probably have been mentioned. So the fact that it states that the languages were changed, and if you think about how hard it's been for man to go and find translators so that we can speak to these new tribes that we discover in rainforests and every time we've gone somewhere, we've needed a translator. And only recently with the building the United Nations, the Babylon story, the Tower of Babel, effectively talks about that we shouldn't have United Nations. God decided that wasn't a good idea. And the United Nations is now put in place to unite the nations, get all the languages back so that we can start to talk to any person.
I just don't see how different language itself equates to different race.
So think about it. Think about it.
Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead, Exo.
Let me just show you. So Genesis 10. So Genesis 10, which is before 11. So 10 shows all the different cultures. Would you like me to read them? They already exist, like the Hivite and the Archite and the Jesuite and the Amorite and the Canaan and the Casulan and the Persuan and the Philistine and the Capharin. Wow, look at that. And the Ludim and the Ananim and the Lebanon and the Nephitim and the Nibahai and the Kala. These are all different peoples. Babel, Iraq, Akkad, Kana. All these different names are different cultures. These are all the different people that exist before the Tower of Babel. There you go. All the same language.
Culture is not the same as race. There are many different cultures.
You don't. No. These are all different children. They're not robots. God doesn't make clones. They all looked very different. That's the point. That's why they were all separated. They were different cultures and different people. There is no exactly. You keep asking about race when there's no such thing, and that's why you're stuck in this paradigm and you're not getting it. That's the point.
No.
When it talks about what will happen if you can't understand the somebody else? You will go to the person that you understand, right? So and let's say they had the same pigmentation or the same, and then like I said, that's the whole thing about what I was trying to make clear, that those genes will get stronger, that they'll pass it on, and it'll get stronger and even stronger. So whatever changes they had, it's already in them. It's not that something new came out. There's no what do you want to? You say you don't believe in evolution, but it's just something that's already inside of them, and they just made the gene stronger.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm still struggling to marry that fact with the production of a phenotypically, and not just phenotype. It's not just phenotype. There is a clear genetic difference. Okay, and if we're gonna try and avoid that, then I think we're just being.
The Genesis 10 definitely tells you, man. Yeah. The Isle of Gentiles, the Cush, they all have already
it doesn't answer the question. That's a supposition. Those ites, we don't have a description of how they looked like, right? It's not complete. The best we can do is say that we don't have the complete picture, and that's why the Elijah guy is trying to build up.
And that's what I'm looking for.
Standing.
Can I ask Elijah 4 questions?
One second. What's interesting is when you actually carry on reading the Tower of Babel account, they were split from among families. The languages were dividing families. So if these people are already these certain ways, how is it they were these certain ways, but the families were split? So families were spreading off into different directions. So father and brother. If you go and read it on, it says that within families. So the question that this Elijah guy is asking is a legitimate question.
Valid.
And anything else that we try and add to it, that's supposition and eisegesis. You're adding onto the text. We don't have the complete answer. And
so you're saying if family
incorrect.
This is what confuses me about you lot. Is he's been trying to get his point out for a while, and I know people don't speak the same language in this room clearly, but you have to actually pay attention, because I heard it all and I understand what the issue is. I'm not saying you're wrong, but when you just take a bunch of things from chapter and then suppose that answers the whole question, when his question is very specific and very, very interesting, because we don't have the answer, you have to at least acknowledge that and not just assume that you know what you're talking about.
That's incorrect.
So put it like this. Put it like this. What did Noah do to their families? What did he say to Noah, to Shem, Ham, and Japheth? He divided the land, didn't he?
Yeah, by lot.
Right. So everybody in that, let's say Noah, went to, Shem went to wherever Shem was given to him. And what did they do? Did they not inbreed?
That depends what your definition of inbreeding is.
Meaning they had kids, meaning their cousin married her cousin, yada yada, blah 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 blah. You know, like inbreeding, because they had the gene pool was pretty much low.
What do you think Adam and Eve did?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Did they not do that, right?
This is what I'm saying. It's an incomplete thing. You can't claim that you can't understand it.
Oh my gosh!
You have all the information.
How do you keep a bulldog a bulldog?
What?
How do you keep a bulldog to say as a bulldog?
Get another bulldog, I think.
Exactly.
You breed it with another
let me
bulldog.
address. I want to address
I get your question with that. Just a quick one on that, because he keeps mentioning that selective breeding example. I get what you're saying there, but it's not the correct analogy. When you say how do you keep a bulldog, because we only had bulldogs to begin with.
Think about this. Let's say this. And this is just an example.
We only had the one type to begin with.
Wait, do you believe in bulldog? Wait, do you believe in bulldogs? Yeah, they came from dogs. There it is.
Okay, no, maybe not bulldogs. Let's just say you've got the one dog. Okay, the one dog, the one initial dog.
And then he's saying, how do you got to give actual examples, not fictitious ones. You got to get, just like El Bariqua gave you a real example. That's what we're trying to give you.
I'm sorry, my dog knowledge is not extensive to the least of measures, but I think what I'm saying still applies. Okay, he's saying, how do you keep a bulldog a bulldog? You breed it with other bulldogs and it stays a bulldog. My point exactly, because and all those bulldogs, some of them might be light, some of them might be darker. Yeah, sure, that's granted, but we don't. He's now trying to say that bulldogs can be breeded with something else, and then whilst you keep mixing those different selective breeding, basically, you end up with a different type of dog, and that's how we've ended up with different types of races. That's what you're trying to say, but that's not the right analogy, because we only had what we had. We didn't have the bulldog and something else to mix it with to then produce, ergo different races. So I like what Elisha said, because that's the exact answer that I'm looking for. It's just to say that don't really know, and the passages that you've read me from Scripture do not claim what you're claiming. It's a supposition. You're assuming something.
You still don't understand my point, dude.
El Barico real quick, just to El Barico because I want hold on, get I want since El Barico was getting this, the true answer is literally 10:32. The last part of 10 literally says what? It says these are the generations. It says these are the generations of the sons of Noah after their generations and their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. The answer is right there after it gives all the different names of the thanks.
Once again, you've done it again.
What about the division? What about the division that happens after the Tower of Babel?
That's the point.
You have to pay XO. You have to pay close attention to.
No, you're not getting this, Elijah. I'm sorry, you're not getting this either.
You're interrupting.
You're not getting it.
See, you're proving my point as I speak.
Because you keep accusing.
No, you are proving my point as I speak it. I've tried to help the room by bringing the communication to coalescence or whatever the word is, because people are speaking over each other, either intentionally or just because of the language barrier or the cultural barrier. The guy has a very legitimate question, because then the other thing is, what do you talk about with what he's talking about? From you just go back to Adam and Eve. There was just two of them, right? And then you input what Elbow was saying about the inbreeding. I mean, the way he was saying was a bit funny. But he's got a good point. There's something in biology, there's something in creation that we don't have the full answer for. Because how is it that right now we know if we start, let me not say we, if people start doing...
You prefer to say we don't have the answer, but I told you from the beginning this guy believes in evolution.
I don't believe in evolution.
I will continue. So there's things that we don't have a full explanation from in biology, because if people now start inbreeding within their own family, they're going to screw themselves up, and we can see this and we know this. But yet we go back to Adam and Eve. Clearly, the sons were marrying their sisters. You go and read Jubilees, that's what happened. So at some stage, the law was introduced by the Most High that was no longer to be done. You stay away from that, and you marry within the tribe, but you stay away from your father's offspring and your mother's offspring.
There you go, though. Elijah, you answered your own question.
It's not. I hadn't asked the question.
No. But you answered your own.
But
you're right. Go ahead. Continue.
Because I haven't posed the question. I'm just putting it there that there's stuff that we don't have the full answer for. Because clearly, just by observing that history and taking those things into account scripturally, now we can ignore the people who ignore that. That's their business, right? There's a change. There has to have been a change in the way the biology works, or there has to have been something in the mechanism that was triggered after a certain stage. But we don't have the full answer for that. And by the way, I'm not asking a question. I'm just putting it all out there so you can actually.
But your statement kind of answers his question.
And understand why this guy's asking these questions.
I understand.
And it's interesting. But the answers you lot were given weren't full. Because there was a division after the flood, and then there was a division after the flood with the tower, and then the fact that the families internally were split. So one brother can't talk to his brother anymore because of the language split that was out of their hand.
But it wasn't. There was already multiple generations after that already. They tell you, Shem.
Multiple elements in this is a multiple element situation, and I don't know why people are confused about this. And the guy's questions, just because you don't like his terminology of using race, phenotype, expression, physical, it doesn't matter. His questions are legitimate, and if you entertain it and actually use your craniums, you could actually progress. But it just seems to be people just reverting back to type and just trying to make the point again, without actually trying to progress. And I'll leave it there because I can't lead you lot all and make you drink.
I appreciate that, Elisha, a lot.
XO, please check your DMs.
But Elijah, that you kind of answer your own thing. So because they got, I guess we don't know the whole entire thing. You're right.
We've been going in circles. We've been going in circles for an hour, and my claim hasn't changed. It's called normal reproduction. I don't have to give an extrapolation to how God's genetics work. I'm not even making a claim how I know how genes work, but I do know there's something called a gene pool, and it never goes outside of itself. And then all I had to do is go to Genesis 10, and it gives literally 20 different cultures, and then says at the very end of it, these are all the generations. I bet it's before the Tower of Babel. That's it.
But once again, that answer is not full, XO, because 20 different cultures does not equate to 20 different fundamental fundamentally different races. You can have a continent. You can have a continent, and they're all the same race. Let's take Africa, for example. There are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, different cultures.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're all black. Okay?
Elijah.
So
but this is
also,
what I mean about the inbreeding.
So let me just finish this point. Let me just finish this point. Cultures does not equate to a different race. You can have different cultures within the same city, within the same country. Okay, within the same race, you can have different cultures, and likewise, language does not equate to different race.
Elijah, all right. So this is where I mean about the inbreeding part. So let's say the people that got together were darker of pigmentation. If you breed that long enough, inbreed that long enough, and let's say that be generations after generations of generations of dark pigmentation, that dark pigmentation will get stronger with that gene and that family becomes a nation. That nation becomes all that will get different variations of the stronger, darker gene, which will make that a generation of dark genes, which becomes a race in a long period of time.
All right, let me get something out real fast. Blobio, you were asking about Adam and Eve and the inbreeding. Dude, you would have the same exact issue in evolution. It gets a lot worse, but anyways, you'd have the same issue, right? You're the first man, first woman. So, and if the first man or the first woman evolved before their partner did, we would have not been here. So it's kind of weird that they both evolved at the same time. However, go ahead.
What am I walking on? What am I coming in on?
It's ending.
Races.
Thank God, it's ending.
Races and how did all the races became a race?
Well, mitochondrial Eve already proves that we all came from the same.
But what about inbreeding? How you see the human race will not be able to go further if it all started with Adam and Eve because of inbreeding. People will die before they would be able to mature and have more children because of inbreeding.
Okay,
Isn't that a straw man?
Yeah, you may be misunderstanding that if and when the original humans were created, they had all the genetic information available.
Well, too, there was no issue until the human population got cut back down to 8 people from a larger population. You went through a bottleneck. So you started off with.
Anyone verify anything that they're saying right now?
Verify who? What?
Can anyone verify any of their claims right now?
Which claim? That there was a genetic bottleneck?
Like everything.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard mitochondrial Eve. Mitochondrial Eve. Maybe you should go Google it.
I don't think that's what the person is asking. They want an explanation because they're not understanding. But we can't help you understand.
No, it's not so much that. I think people are quoting other people's knowledge without any real evidence for.
Well, let's see. There's 242 cultures that all agree that about 4,500 years ago, everything was destroyed. And we all came from humans. So I think there's plenty of validation. I think we're all human, right? Okay, so there's validation that we all had to come from original humans. So we all agree on that. And every culture agrees that the world got destroyed by a flood. I don't know how much more validation do we need?
So, I mean, are you
Genesis 10 meme?
Are you saying that Noah's sons, they all were different races? Is that what you're saying? Because even if it came back down to a bottleneck gene pool after the Great Deluge, which is what I believe you're referring to when you say over 200 different cultures confirm that the world got destroyed, I believe you're referring to the flood. Okay, right, granted. I believe in the exact same thing. So now let's take Noah's family and his sons, and when they.
Do you know where the word Chinese comes from?
No, but I'm not I'm not asking that right now.
Bear with me for a second. Bear with me for a second. Comes from the word Shin, because Shin was the first man. was the first man after the Shin was the first man after the deluge. That's actually Shem. It comes from Shem, who we get the word Shemite from. Those were the Shemites. That's where we get Job, who was the greatest of the Orientals.
Right,
now that fits in exactly.
To answer my question,
the father of the Eastern peoples.
So to answer my question,
Japheth's sons moved north. That was Gog and that was Magog. Those were his sons. And then you had Ham, who moved south. So ostensibly, they diverged into 3 different phenotypes, not races, but phenotypes. There's not races of men. We're one race. Why are we calling each races?
Exactly.
What are y'all, dumb? We're phenotypes. Why are y'all calling us races? We're phenotypes and genotypes.
You're just avoiding the obvious. If you're going to bring it down to that, you are avoiding the absolute obvious.
What obvious?
That there is differences in mankind.
I know there are differences, but they're phenotypes and genotypes. We're still part of the same race. Hold on. There's phenotypes and genotypes within the same race. There's phenotypes and genotypes within the same race. Are you dumb?
No, I'm not. I'm not dumb.
Are you saying that black people and white people and Asian people cannot intermingle genetically?
Oh my God, this is going to be the perfect time that I can ask my
You're not listening to what I'm saying. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that black people are genetically adapted to live in Africa and the Chinese in Asia. I never ever said anything about that.
Stop asking me questions and state a claim then. Stop making me define what you're saying.
Okay, please listen, and then I can do so, because every time I try to say one sentence, I get cut off. But just to clarify, I've only just gone into the voice text. I have never at any single point said that people are genetically adapted to live in one place or the other.
Answer first to me,
Okay, but wait, let me finish, and I'll answer all your questions, and hopefully you can answer mine as well.
No, just in
fact, I actually refuted the case of adaptation. I don't believe in that. If you can adapt to something, that means that you already had the ability to do something. So there is no adaptation. You're just responding. It's just a simple response.
Who's saying the Bible is racist? Who's saying that?
I don't say the Bible is racist. I don't know
who said that in here. Who's retarded in here?
I don't know who said that. It wasn't me.
Hold on. This is the same book that said it's a book for all people, for all nations and peoples and tongues. How is that racist? Who am I slapping the cocks out of their mouth with? Come on, seriously, people.
Are you talking to me? Or
no, I'm not talking to you. I'm reading the chat now. Do we have a bunch? Hold on. I think we have a bunch of commentators in here who are the people who have never read it who are commentating on it. Is that the case in here, y'all? Is that the case in here, y'all?
Thank you,
Do we have a bunch of people in chat commentating on a book they've never read?
If you can look at Rekonor's comment, he said there are way more differences between races than color or pigmentation. I agree.
I agree. It's phenotype and genotypes. Yes, they're different. There's different. It's not just pigmentation. It's skeletal structure. It's muscular structure. Sometimes
there's lots of differences. It's a whole different race.
I totally understand that that's true. Hold on,
it's a whole different race. There's lots of things. So many things.
Elijah, did you read what I asked you in a DM? I've been trying to ask you. I've been trying to ask, but I just get cut off.
No, look, is that SQD?
Look, yeah, Pure Man.
This is my problem.
I didn't have a chance just because I was actually engaged in conversation.
There are variations. There are variations of mankind. I am not calling them a different race.
Okay, I respect
that. There are variations. There are, and they are different. But we all have a common ancestor. We all come from the same human family.
Okay, well, we need an explanation for that. We need an explanation as to how.
We're very.
As far as I'm concerned,
I'll tell you what the explanation is. When I wake up, do I eat Fruit Loops every single morning, or do sometimes I like Wheaties?
Where is this going?
Sometimes I like oatmeal, sometimes I like Fruit Loops, and sometimes I like Wheaties. Do you like the same damn thing every single day? Do you like the same thing every single day?
No.
Okay, so you are what you do are what you are doing.
To be honest,
you're inferring. Stop.
But I'm just saying.
Hold on, Elijah. Hold on. Let him get to his point.
You're asking me why a creator would not have everyone exactly the same?
Okay, so that's
no. What a creator would do is he would make things with variation because he's intelligent and he likes variation. Yeah. That proves a creator.
Okay.
There.
I can take that answer. I can take that answer because I thought of that. I thought, okay, maybe it's not mentioned in the Bible, but maybe, just maybe, there were different races.
It's because that's not what
the fuck about races, my friend.
I've had enough. Wait a minute.
Okay, wait a minute.
First
what
of all,
the fuck
hold
is
on.
race?
Hey, man, this dude's being dumb
right now. No one is talking but me right now. The Bible is not a book about the races. The Bible is a contract, and it is filled with contract case laws. It has nothing to do with any of that. Why are you mongoloids always trying to fit this book into things that it's not meant for? Would you go to the library and get out a book about, real estate law and say, why doesn't it explain how a Ferrari engine works? What are you, stupid?
The father of racism is Darwin.
I
don't understand why you're doing this.
Why I agree with where you're coming from there, but actually,
why do you secularist monks always do this?
Mimis, I believe where you're coming from there, but actually at the same time,
where I'm coming from, it's not where I'm coming from. It's where common sense is coming from.
Okay, yeah, I get it. You wouldn't open a mechanic engineering book to learn how to cook. I get that.
Right.
I get that. Right. Okay. But at the same time,
it's a contract between man and God, and then it gives all the case laws where man either did the right thing under the contract or did the wrong thing under the contract. It has nothing to do with the races. It has actually nothing to do with science or anything like that.
Well, Mimius, I would beg to differ in a slight respect. I agree with you. I completely agree with you, but I'd beg to differ in a slight respect, only because of the case in point that the Bible starts with creation. It's about the creation, God's creation, what He created.
That's not what it's about.
What He created, who He created, and what He created
about. I'm going to tell you why. What that's doing is that's establishing the authority of the person making the contract. That is what that is doing. That establishes here is the sovereign authority, and where's where the authority of the contract derives from, the creator. Bam. That's all it's doing. I don't see how hard. You know what it is? It's people's judgment is clouded by what they want to be true and the morals that they want to adopt in their life. And so they'll cloud their judgment and look at the Bible through that lens instead of just looking at it for what it is.
I don't want anything to be true. I want the truth to be truth. I want to know what the truth is
true, regardless of what you believe.
Thank you. I completely agree. I'm not looking for anything to be true one way or the other. I just want to find out what.
Well, that's why the races aren't mentioned in the Bible.
That baffles me. It's something that really, for the life of me, baffles me.
What I'm saying is,
you shouldn't.
That's why the races aren't mentioned. That's why the races are not mentioned in the Bible, because it's irrelevant.
But me, to address what I think he really wants, he wants the code book mechanism for how quote unquote biology works. And it's good to be baffled about that, because that's not really our prerogative, because we didn't make ourselves. So some things will just have to remain a mystery.
Yeah, the computer can't figure out how the book was made by looking at itself.
What I would suggest, if you're actually interested, not to get the full answers, but to get the details, is just go and study all these specialist things like epigenetics and that. That will at least satisfy some level of your curiosity. Because that's all you're after, right? You just want to understand more. But the problem is, I think, is with most people in here, is that it was connected to too many different topics and people weren't understanding properly. But Meme has a good point, and that's why I said what I said earlier. We don't have all the answers, because like he said, that's not the point.
So Meme, let me ask you a question, right?
You could always pray, see what he'll tell you.
So Meme, let me ask you a question. So let's say you have, because this is what I've been trying to kind of clarify, that let's say the Canaanites became, Syria and
Canadians,
right? Right. So let's say they have a certain gene trait. If they continue to inbreed, would that gene trait get stronger in that?
It doesn't get stronger. It just gets expressed more often.
Well, let's say if I get now I'm gonna bring it back to a pit bull and a bulldog, and their trait becoming a shorter dog.
Let me put it to you like this.
Dog,
Let me cut you off at the pass. Let's say you have a trait that has been expressed too often and is damaging to like say a tribe. If you reintegrate into a larger genetic pool within 3 generations, the bad traits are gone.
Oh, yes, exactly. I definitely understand that. Right.
Right.
But
the terminology becomes.
Well, this is where I was going. So let's say the trait will be darker, and they get a dark, mixed with another darker person, right? Would that trait get stronger?
Not necessarily, because steady on here, people. Don't get triggered. But you could pick up any one of the different nations within the African continent, and none of them are ever going to be as pitch black as the Ghanaians, right?
You're right. I would go look up.
They could breed within themselves. Pick whichever one that isn't Ghanaian, and I hope somebody gets triggered, to be honest, because it's funny. But they could inbreed forever and ever, and they will never become jet black like those ones.
Right.
And the same thing for any other expression within humanity. So there is something of the mechanism that, again, we don't have.
If you go look up the Ethiopian phenotypes, if you go look up Ethiopian phenotypes, they're set apart from the rest of Africa. It's it's strange mix too, because some of them have Indo-European features. It's really weird.
I mean, and I go back to the inbreeding of like the breeds of dogs. What I'm trying to say, because the only way you have a bulldog is by inbreeding it with another bulldog. When it's of course, I mean it is an inbreed.
Well, not breeding in, breeding out.
Right, but it still has to be a bulldog. Right now, if you have a bulldog, you still have to have a bulldog, and that's why they have a lot of their issues, because the big line of inbreeding has it's amongst itself is right. So what I mean, a pit bull and a bulldog becomes a bully dog, which now they have a breed of bulldog. Once they have the trait that they want, they'll keep breeding that same breed until it actually has its own breed now.
Yeah, but if they keep doing that, it becomes unhealthy and starts expressing. It gets more unhealthy expressions,
and that's what I was trying to see about the say about let's say when the Chem whatever they were practically inbreeding in a way, because I mean they had that short gene pool.
Well, they were when it came to back then, you had a geological separation. So you had the Caucasus Mountains, the plateau of Iran, and the Mediterranean Sea, and this separated the 3 peoples essentially to the east, to the north, and to the south.
Right.
So you had geographical separation, post-apocalyptic, which was 4,500 years ago.
So that, let's say those people to the east, to the west, and to the south, or whatever, they continue to breed in between their own families, which whatever trait they had or passed on would continue to spread and actually get into.
Right. So we don't exactly know like what those antediluvian people looked like. We wouldn't know. So what Noah and his sons looked like, we wouldn't know. We don't know what the original gene expression probably looked like.
Right. Well, what you mentioned before is that's where the Chinese people come from. Is that correct?
No, I will say that
Chinese people come from.
That's the point. All people.
Yeah. All people. What I'm saying is that those traits, like you will create a bully dog from pit bull to with a bulldog, will continue to, I would say will continue to get stronger until the point where through generations and generations.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've heard expressed, sorry guys, I got a bit carried away with myself, to be honest. I couldn't really conduct myself calmly because I felt like my simple point was not being understood, and therefore my question was not being answered. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you guys correctly, because as I understand the answers that you're giving me, I'm still finding ways to try and make it answer the question I am asking. So one of the things that you mentioned is that the gene expression with inbreeding, it will make traits become more and more dominant, more and more dominant, more and more dominant as that inbreeding continues to occur generation after generation. Okay, granted. Let's run with that for the time being then. So let's say, well, first of all, I don't know. First of all, it seems like you're saying that Noah's sons had 3 different races to begin with, and Noah's sons did not look like Noah, or Noah's sons just didn't look like their parents. They were all 3 of them are phenotypically different, like significantly different, not just variation in color.
I wouldn't agree with that.
No,
I wouldn't agree with that.
Thank you. I wouldn't agree with that as well. So I just wanted to get that out of the way with.
No.
There were
I'm
8
not
people on Noah's Ark.
magically. Like, Noah had a black son, a white son, and a Chinese son. No. That is definitely not what I'm
that's
saying.
what you were saying at that.
I'm saying 3 sons had families, and those families eventually became geographically separated.
Yep. Okay. So
down
that's
the
where
line.
I'm going. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
We're on
That
the same
is
page
all
then.
I mean by that. Yes.
So those 3
There were 8
sons.
people on Noah's Ark.
The what?
Yeah.
The what?
Don't forget
There
the
was 8
wives.
people on Noah's Ark.
What, the daughters too?
Just 8
The
people on
wives.
Noah's Ark, as far as I understand. So it could
Yeah.
be different
Noah,
races.
his wife, his 3 sons. That makes 5.
His wife and his wife. I mean, their
his
wives.
daughters too?
His wives.
4 men, 4 wives. Very simple.
Look, it was 4 men and 4 thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't say it like that.
Wahala.
All right. Okay, guys, let's bring this back because I'm glad we established that. Okay, so Noah's 3 sons, they went to 3 different geographical places, but we've already agreed that despite the differences in geographical locations, they were actually not completely the same. Sorry, it's a bit of an overstatement, but they were alike and similar to that of their father and their mother. They weren't just 3 different races, all from the same womb of Noah and his wife. Okay, so we can say, let's say me and my 2 brothers, I don't have 2 brothers, but me and my 2 brothers went to a different land, okay, and my 3 sisters, we all look alike, okay. Now you're also saying that as they inbreed, their traits, their dominant traits, become more pronounced and more pronounced and more pronounced, more stronger and more stronger and more stronger. Okay, granted. I still don't see how that would lead to a difference in race.
You're not accounting. You're not.
Oh my God! I'm gonna take a shot every time you say race.
Yeah.
Seriously. There's no such thing as race. I don't know why you're hooked on this thing. It's
not
a
race.
construct. I don't know why you keep bringing it up like as a biological
There's
mechanism.
phenotype.
It doesn't.
Hold on.
What's the race gene?
And India, hold on. Let me answer this. Miss India, there's one specific issue
Weird
you're not
shit.
accounting for, and it's not about race. This
No
is
such thing as race.
I understand. I know that, India.
Yeah, I'm
if you're
just
not
saying. I mean,
accounting
you're becoming. That's the problem, though. The false
I
premise.
know.
Okay, what's the word? What's the word?
Hold on, Elijah, hold on. You're one thing. The only one thing you're not accounting for. Oh my gosh!
Ridiculous.
Oh my gosh! The one thing you're not accounting for.
Ridiculous.
You have some background. The one thing you're not accounting for is the 3 wives. They were different. We're not from Noah.
Excuse me. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Elijah, do you know the I'm going to ask you fucking questions now. God damn it, I've been trying all fucking night. Elijah, do you know who the Khoisan are?
No.
Okay, they're native to Southern Africa. I'm from South Africa. They the like a brown black native to South Africa. Do you know who the Afrikaners are? I'll answer it quickly because I need to get this out quickly. It's the Dutch who settled in South Africa. They just Dutch people. Then they settled here in South Africa. Did you know that 98% of the Afrikaners have Khoisan DNA in them? If you didn't know that, you can Google it. Otherwise, I can send you the links with the scientific DNA analysis citing, whatever you guys want to call it. But yes, there's 98% of Afrikaners, that's white Afrikaners, Dutch people, that have Khoisan DNA in them. Now, why don't they make Khoisan babies?
What does that mean? That's not a point to anything.
What I'm trying to get at is what I'm trying to say. This explains Exo's statement of stronger genetics come out. So some people with those genetics went on that side of the world, and the stronger genetics came out. For instance, the Chinese people, they went east. So that genetic came out, and they just made more babies, and that's why that side is more Chinese. The ones with the genetics that went down south, they became more black. They're darker. That genetic just stood out. But just showing that the Afrikaners.
Where do white people come from?
So that's what I'm saying. Now Noah's Ark had 8 people on it. There could have been a black, white, Chinese person on Noah's Ark, more or less.
Japheth had sons. Japheth had sons that moved north. Those were Gog and Magog. They settled in the region between the Caspian and Black Sea. That is where we come from, us European people.
It's double speak.
And to tell you something, and this is just according to the Book of Enoch. Nobody takes, but
that's just hold on. When I mentioned
hold on, wait. According to the Book of Enoch, Noah was albino. But like I said, I think you skip over the part that I was telling you. You didn't count. You didn't account for the 3 thoughts that came in with their wives. Who knows what?
Why are you calling them thoughts?
Because you don't know what was their. You think that what does the sons of Adam gonna have babies by themselves, or do they need a wife? Who was their wife, and what was their characteristics traits? Nobody knows, right? So, I mean, you say, they're not gonna all look like Noah and Adam. I mean, Noah. They're gonna have different traits.
Are you saying that we had different races before Noah now?
They have different traits, not races. Oh my gosh.
Right, but how does different? Okay, sorry. I know we don't want to use the word race. But you keep talking about how traits makes more dominant traits and makes more dominant traits and more pronounced, and those that are recessive will die out. Okay, so I don't really want to say it like this, but it doesn't really. No one really gives a fuck what the differences in traits are, because you're still the same race. And whatever the differences in traits are, you're still gonna have the same race. You might have Shem. They all have big noses. You might have Ham. They all have tall people. You might have Japheth. They all have big eyes.
Just said that
or
the
long
Shemites have
chins.
big noses.
Huh? These are traits. These are traits I'm talking about. These are traits. They're not differences in race. Okay, but at least those traits, they all belong within the same race. You're still not answering the question as to how the
There's no such thing as race. I don't know how many times you got to say this shit.
One thing. Sorry, just let me just quickly get this out. Sorry, guys, because I've been itching to get it out. Because you keep double speaking.
Go on, then.
You keep mentioning about how.
No, you keep straw manning, dude. There's no such thing as race.
Okay,
There's
right.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you this.
All right. Well,
what's the biological mechanism?
Let me just get this out.
Pillbox told you that an hour and a half ago. You've been asking the same fucking question for an hour and a half.
Been using the same straw man
Where do the races come from? Right?
What's the race?
How long are we going to do this, man?
To your questions, and I just don't feel like you're able to give me valid answers.
No.
But anyways, you keep
listen. We are giving you a valid.
Let me get this out. Let me get this out, and you can say whatever you want, please, guys. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, let's get out your straw man. You just keep repeating it forever and ever for infinity. Dude, just get this out. It's called a straw man. Yeah. Okay. Race. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
I didn't believe I was making a straw man argument, but I'll
it is because race doesn't exist.
All right. Okay. You're talking about race, right? Fair enough.
Okay. So let's talk about the international zoological nomenclature for race. Where's race in there?
The nomenclature for race.
Yeah. Where's that in the nomenclature for race? There isn't one. Okay.
Right.
Race doesn't exist. It's a social construct that we put on censuses, and that's its only existence. It's a complete social fucking artifice. Has nothing to do with biology, ecology, or anything.
What?
But you keep trying to intermingle genetics and traits and biology with this social construct, this abstract idea in our minds, dude. They don't mix. That's why you can't have your mixed oil and water, dude.
You guys keep mentioning that the geological differences that Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the geological differences that they went to when they spread from after the Great Deluge. You keep mentioning that as the result as to why we now have the, I don't want to say the trigger word race, but why we
It's
now
not a
have
trigger word, dude.
Okay. Well, let's just get on with it, then. Let's get on with it. It's right in front of our eyes.
Listen,
so,
you have a fundamental misunderstanding of genetics,
but when I
epigenetics,
mentioned
haplogroups, phenotypes. You don't know anything about any of this. That's why you're fucked up, because you don't know anything about any of this, and you have like this 8th grade understanding or something. I don't get it. Like, you read a census form, and that's what you think humanity is.
Okay, I would like to learn. And I would like to learn. Maybe it's because of my 8th grade understanding that I'm not learning.
Well, what you know, epigenetics are.
But I also feel like I'm understanding what you guys are saying, and I just don't feel like it's answering the questions. Okay,
because you have a false premise that you need to let go of.
Apparently, my false premise is race. You guys don't believe that there's any such thing existing as race. You know what? I
not biologically.
It's called human race.
I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. You know, guys, I completely agree. We are all the human race.
Don't agree.
No, wait. We are all the human race. I completely agree with you on that.
But how about the
listen?
Question what you are
an argument.
You will.
Hold
on. Let me say one thing. Okay, you can look in social science like textbooks and all that, and you're gonna find race. But if you look in biology books, you're not gonna find race. You get it?
Okay. Maybe we need a new
one
word.
is a social construct. No, because listen, a black person and a white person can intermingle and have a black baby or have a white baby. It has nothing to do with anything.
How did we get the difference? How did we get?
It's called epigenetics, dude.
What do you call? What do you call the difference between a black person and a white person?
Are you asking why sky is blue?
Huh?
Are you asking why sky is blue 1 hour from 2 hours?
No, I'm not asking why the sky is blue.
Are you sure that you are not asking that question?
No, that would mean that I'm asking why are black people black and why are white people white. No, I'm not asking that, and I believe that
because of their environment.
You invoke race.
That is kind of what you've been asking.
I'm gonna smash my head against the wall. Like, serious.
Question. Whoever just asked that question, I don't know who it is, but you clearly haven't been listening attentively.
Listen.
That is a completely straw question.
I'm gonna ask you one question. Epigenetics. What is it?
Okay. Huh?
What is epigenetics?
Epigenesis. I don't know exactly what it is.
Epigenetics, right? So when you're exposed to certain environmental factors, the way your genes are expressed changes, right?
Right.
And this is multi-generational, right? It's multi-generational. And you're wondering why there's black people where it's fucking hot is because they're in an environment where it's hot and their genes express themselves to create more melanin. Right.
Okay.
So that this is really simple. There's no difference in the people themselves. It's just their environment changes the way their genes are expressed.
You
know that.
Hold on. I'm glad you said that because you've shot your whole
DNA,
server in the foot because that's what everyone has said that it's not due to. Okay. You've shot everyone in the server who has been against what I've been saying. Okay. All right. They have said that it's not due to epigenesis. Okay. When we mentioned,
said geography, right?
Wait. Yep.
I said geography.
Wait. Listen, Indio. Slow down. Geography, in terms of geological differences, has different climates, and our genes will therefore respond to those different climates. And you are therefore saying that our response to those different climates has resulted in a difference of pigmentation of melanin, and therefore resulted in different of race or complexion. However, I believe our complexion is not the only factor that constitutes towards race. Okay, But anyways, you've shot your whole argument in the foot there.
Yeah, I don't really think so because you have no idea what you're talking about. That's the problem, is you have no idea what you're talking about.
You actually kind of shot yourself in the foot when you've been asking for an hour and a half. Where do the different races come from? But then 5 minutes ago you said, "Oh, all humans is just one race. It's just the human race." So
can I ask you
this whole time?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some common ground with you guys. I don't want to establish
Elijah, can I ask a question, please?
Elijah, twice now you've been told, right?
Prove that race exists.
Wait, I can't. Who's? Just one person ask a question.
Can I finish what I was talking about epigenetics? Can I really just like finish?
Mate,
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. They already said, but it's not due to epigenetics. They already said.
I'm ringing some bells, but I'm gonna shut up. Dude, can Indio finish his point?
Yeah,
Please.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Thank you.
You know,
Good,
the
man.
DNA, like the chromosomes in your cells, are only 20% of the DNA in your body. They used to think that the other 80% was just junk and didn't do anything. But apparently it does do anything. It tells your genes how to express themselves, right? So when you're exposed to different like chemicals, like cyanide or whatever, your genes will, it's called methylation of the DNA, right? So how it expresses itself, how strongly it's expressed, it can be a good expression or a bad expression. So if you take somebody and you stick them in a different environment over multiple generations, the way their genes are expressed is going to change maybe their appearance, maybe something internally. You know, it's unclear exactly how it works. It's still because for 60 years they knew about it, but they didn't research because they thought it was quote unquote junk. But apparently it does everything, right? So it's like having computer code. You have the hard code, but then you have like almost like a malleable code which tells the code how to run. Okay, so you don't understand that you think that DNA is like fixed. It's some fixed thing, right? That like it only changes when you interbreed and then there's a baby, right? And then somehow there's a change in the way the way that gene is expressed. No, it changes your entire life. It's constantly changing. It never stops. You just don't. I'm not being rude, but you have a fundamental misunderstanding of like how the humans, how this shit works.
That was my initial answer as to how we got the different races. What you just said was my initial answer as to how we got the different races. Because
But when you say race,
sorry guys, let me just reply to him. Let me just reply to him. He said something, guys. Let me just reply to him. All right. He said something. Let me just reply to him, please.
Elijah, can I ask a question?
No.
Yeah, wait. Hold on.
Normal.
Indio said something. Let me just reply to what Indio said, and then we can go from there. Okay, we'll go from there. Right. Indio, I completely agree. Okay, and that was actually one of the answers that because someone asked me, okay, where do I don't want to say race again because I know you guys have got a problem with the word race, but I believe we all know what I'm referring to when I mention the word race. Okay, so when someone asked me, okay, where do I think the difference in races comes from then, Elijah? And I said, right, okay, well, I used to think that it was because when we all got scattered from the Tower of Babel, we must have all been one race, and then we got scattered into our own different geological areas, concentrated into our gene pools, concentrated into those different climates, and due to epigenesis or epigenetics, our body, our DNA had to react and express other genes or other parts of our DNA that weren't currently being expressed in our initial place within Babylon. They now had to react to the different climates and now start being expressed, and that's where the different races come from. But someone, I think it was XO specifically, XO already said no, that's not the case because that would be evolution, and that's my point entirely. That's my point entirely, because if that was the reason as to where the different races come from, then that means evolution is real, and I don't believe in evolution. So that's why he came back. XO then regressed, and then actually said, "No, we already had the different races to begin with." And that's why Indio.
Can I respond to this,
just
please?
Last bit, and that's why we then this conversation then got stirred back to Noah, because we went from the Tower of Babel being the cause of different races to then XO then saying, no, we already had different races at the Tower of Babel. And then I asked the question, well, if we already had the different races at the Tower of Babel, where did the different races come from? And then we went back to the Great Deluge. And that's when the conversation now steered in that direction.
People.
So,
yeah, the answer
so
stands,
if you're saying that it's due to the different geological differences, then we've already counteracted that.
No, Indio, real quick. This was an hour and a half ago. I told him about 35 times. You can ask Chocolate, saying that no, you cannot go to different geological locations and start magically changing. Yes, 1,000% of the genetics already existed from the family of 8 that survived off the boat. If that's what he's going by, that's why it's called normal reproduction. I'm not identical to my parents, and so on and so forth. It's that simple.
So that agrees with everything
gene
I just
expression
said.
is not
I agree
evolution.
with everything I just said, XO.
Gene expression is not evolution, dude. It's not evolution. So it's not that. The DNA itself stays the same, but it can express itself in more than one way. I think that's what you're not understanding. It can express itself in multiple ways, the same genetic code. Look,
what you just said,
you have one genetic code.
Exactly.
Indio, what you need to understand that what you're saying, Indio,
Elijah,
is
sorry,
1 second.
He's gonna lie
Sasha.
about
Sorry,
me. He's
1
gonna
second,
say
Sasha.
I'm saying something that Indio isn't saying. Indio is 1000% agreeing with me. We're saying the exact same thing.
Okay, Exo, you just said that people don't magically move to a different area and start becoming and expressing different stuff in their genes and becoming a different race.
No, I said they don't gain new genes. They already have the genes, just as Indio and many other people have told you. The genes.
Okay, they already had the genes, but
you got to let me answer the question. Listen, no, here's the point. Listen, maybe Indio can help you out. Maybe he can make this a little bit more detailed. But if the genes don't already exist, then they don't exist at all. Thanks.
Right. Okay. So that's when Exo went and said they already had different races at the Tower of Babel, and in his defense, in
Genesis 10 before the Tower.
In Exo's defense,
there is another room called
I just need to clarify this because these guys are going away from their own claims.
Elijah, jump down into
even Exo. Sorry, just give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds because it's starting to get a bit annoying.
Yeah, but
because
jump down
they're
into
changing their answers.
Listen to what
You're
Elijah's
talking to
telling
different
you, my
people,
friend.
dude. You're talking to different people. This is an open forum. Not everyone's going to respond to you in the same way. Go down into the FE beginners room.
And everybody speaks for themselves here. I hate to tell you. Like we don't have like a little club where we all like agree and reach consensus and have a freaking talking points to talk about. Everybody speaks for themselves.
Yeah. So Elijah,
but listen, I want to explain something to him. If I have a jigsaw, right, I can cut multiple patterns with the jigsaw, but it's the same jigsaw, right? Right?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So the genetic code is static, but how that gets expressed changes due to your environment. It's not evolution.
Let me tell you why that's the wrong analogy. Let me tell you why that's
not the wrong analogy.
Okay, let me tell you why that's the wrong
analogy.
You guys you keep using the wrong analogy. Let me say, I'm going to use your same analogy to prove you wrong, to make you realize how you're visualizing this whole thing wrong. Okay.
Can I later?
Let's say we've got no. 1 second, India. 1 second, India.
Can I
I'm trying to explain this to you to make it a little bit clearer for you. Let's say we've got a jigsaw, and that jigsaw, every single piece in that jigsaw, I don't care how many pieces you want. Let's say it's just 5 million. Just so you've got as much diversity in this jigsaw as you would ever possibly wish for the sake of your argument.
Hold on. I was talking about a literal jigsaw. Do you know what a jigsaw is? I'm not talking about a jigsaw puzzle. Jigsaw puzzles are cut with a jigsaw.
Right. So
I'm talking about a literal jigsaw. Okay. How about a magic marker? I can draw all kinds of different stuff with the magic marker, right? But it's still the same magic marker. That's the point. Is that the DNA, the DNA, a literal jigsaw? You've never seen a jigsaw? Jesus Christ! It's a saw that so you can cut curves and shit, dude. Like,
right, cool. Right, okay, cool. The analogy is still the same. The analogy is still the same, my guy. Okay, so let's say, in fact, just for ease, you should be able to see how it still works with the literal jigsaw. But just for ease, so for your visualization, I'm going to use the puzzle jigsaw, right? Because it still works. It's the same analogy. Okay, let's say we've got 1 million pieces in this jigsaw. And this jigsaw, every single piece is red. Likewise, your jigsaw, every single piece of wood is the same wood. It's not going from gopher wood to acacia wood just because you're cutting different pieces into the wood. The wood itself doesn't change. Yeah, you might get different shapes of wood and you'll be able to carve out different shapes in the wood, and that would be your epigenesis. Fair enough. Okay? Fair enough. But the wood itself does not change. It remains the same. It doesn't go from one piece of wood to another piece of wood simply by the virtue that you're using a jigsaw to cut it. Does it? No. Likewise, in a jigsaw puzzle, let's say every single piece in that jigsaw was red. It's a red. Every single color is the same color, red. Okay? Yeah? And now we're cutting different pieces of jigsaws into that jigsaw. Yeah, we might have different pieces that don't fit with the same pieces anymore. They now fit with different pieces, and pieces that were made from the original piece now only go together with a certain other piece that they were made. Right, fair enough, but they're still all red.
To be honest, that's a cool story, but you don't have a biological mechanism.
Your analogy works.
That's the point.
Surely,
You don't.
surely you can see. Surely you can see how
keep
just
dancing
because you've got
around
a
all you
jigsaw.
want.
Surely you can see how it just angers me how you can't see it. It just angers me. Surely
Dude,
you
because
can
you.
maybe
I'm gonna say this one more time. You don't have a biological mechanism for race, so your red jigsaw doesn't exist in the first place because you can't connect the two. Okay.
Yeah,
so
but
your
you're saying
analogy
that
is
one word can
there is
go
no
into another
biological.
word.
Tell me the race gene. It's real simple. Tell me the race chromosome. Tell me any biological mechanism for race, dude. Anything. Is it proteins? Is it amino acids? Is it freaking chromosomes? Like, what is it? What's the biological mechanism for race? See, that's what you're getting this idea that there's somewhere in your genetic code that determines your race. That's not how it works.
Okay,
it's
so
not
how
how it
does
works.
it
You
work?
have a fundamental misunderstanding of biology, of human
How does it
biology.
no, you tell me how does it work? Because you just
It
said
doesn't work that way.
by using a jigsaw,
I've
you
told
can
you
make
how it
one
works.
piece of wood. You can make a gopher wood go into acacia wood. That's the analogy you're trying to use for me right now. Like because you can get a
No,
jigsaw.
that is not what I said. That's why you had to reword what I said. That is nothing.
You had to
That's
reword it because you
you
realize
didn't
it
use
didn't make
one
sense.
word that I said. You didn't use one word I said.
Give me your jigsaw analogy again, please, sir.
I told you.
Sir, give me
If you have a
me your
jigsaw,
jigsaw analogy again.
a physical jigsaw, that is your DNA, right? But how that DNA gets expressed, like how it gets used, depends on the environment, right? In this case, the hand of a user of the jigsaw can cut any pattern he wants.
Okay.
In a DNA example, you have this static DNA, but the environment affects how that DNA expresses itself into the world.
Okay. Likewise, I believe that wood would react differently to different environments. Am I correct in thinking that?
Also equivocation. You're not listening.
Okay. No, I said likewise, I would believe.
Elijah, you're not listening properly.
So, like, you think that this DNA, this static DNA, has some inherent race thing inside of it. And I keep asking you, where is it? You think that there's a foundation here, and there's a foundation that there was a race that started a long time ago. And how did that one race become all these other races? No, you don't have that. There is no one fundamental race in which everything spread. That is wrong, dude. It's all wrong.
Of the same genes. I mean,
It's
everything
all.
is. You're saying that everything is just a different expression of the same DNA. That's what you're saying. That's what your argument is. My argument is that yeah, we are all made from DNA, but there is something within our DNA that makes us. I don't want to say the word.
But
that
you
makes
can
us
say
different races.
Yes, you do. Stop lying.
Yeah, you can listen. You can say that all you want, and you can believe it all you want, but you don't have a biological mechanism for which that's true.
I don't think you have a biological mechanism for which it isn't true.
Wait, that's
So
called
are you
a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No, because if you're using the epigenetic factor as to why we have
surely
different
that has to be enough. Put him into the other room. This is
That's enough. Yeah.
I told you.
I'm sorry,
I told
guys.
you before. I told you before Indio
I
came in. I told you
just
before
wanna know
Indio
who
came
stole my
in to
bike.
go and study epigenetics, and then Indio told you the same thing. Just go and do that for a year and then come back,
Yeah,
please.
but it doesn't answer.
But don't talk.
The
Don't talk.
question.
Study doesn't require talking.
It doesn't answer the question. I know what
It doesn't matter.
You don't know anything about
Question
epigenetics
has
and
a
it doesn't answer your
false
question?
premise. No one
Holy
can answer
shit.
your question.
Elijah, can I ask you a question that 10 minutes ago what I wanted to ask you?
No,
Say to
none
me,
of it is about the
why
same
does
thing. You go
grandma
to a different
have a
India.
penis? That's
Go
basically what you're
for
asking.
it.
Why does grandma have a penis? And you're not answering my question. You have a false premise. It can't be grandma if it has a penis. Okay? So
I didn't catch that.
it
says here. It says here. Epigenetic. The meaning. It says here. The
Don't just
meaning of
read the
epigenetic.
title. Go and study the subject.
Can I ask Indio real quick? I gotta ask Indio a question.
I will study it.
Indio.
Granted, guys, I will
Indio,
study
real
it,
quick.
but I
Can
feel
I
like
just
there
ask
should
Indio
be.
a question? Can I talk to the moderator, please, real quick?
Yep, sure.
Indio,
Yeah,
are you
go
still
for
there? Indio, I just want you to answer this question. Do you know what his claim is?
No.
Exactly. Okay, we've been waiting an hour and a half. Thank you. Okay. I don't either. I've been waiting an hour and a half for a claim, and the only claim that I can get is that is not an
He doesn't
answer.
have a claim. He has a misdirected curiosity.
I make a motion that the people who are ignorant and remain ignorant of epigenetics, genetics, gene expression, and available gene pool, those who are ignorant of that, to please leave and go to another room to discuss it, or go and further their own studies, and we close this discussion and get on to a different topic.
Here's my claim.
Where's the
I'm going to make a claim before we close out. I'm going to make a claim before we close out. Asians do my math, white people oppress me, and black people steal my bike.
Hey.
We can all make babies together.
Wait, you missed one. Hispanic people mow your lawn.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, not before they crawl under your fence.
White people are racist.
Yeah, I don't see what's so complicated. We're all one kind, humans, and we're all, a bit different here and there, depending on what day of the week it is. End of story.
I think this was just like a sophistic tactic to like poo-poo the Bible and backdoor promote evolution. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
Guys, I do not believe. I would rather kill myself than believe in evolution. It goes against my God.
Race. Confusing, isn't it?
It goes against my God, and I know you guys don't believe in race because
you believe in race.
I understand why you don't believe in race because
Come
you
on,
believe race.
It's not a word. What I wanted to ask you 15 minutes
who
ago.
put 3 coins in the machine again? You guys put 3 coins in the machine again. Here we go. Hold.
There's no belief about it.
Yeah. What happened to the bendy water? Just jump into the other room, or Sasha, jump into the other room, and he can follow you, please.
I think we should do what World D said. Close the topic.
No, it's not benefits. It's the same question what he asked us.
Okay,
Yeah,
Sasha.
but
Sasha.
Move.
Sasha.
There are other venues.
Hey,
but I will be short.
everybody
I will
shut
be short.
up. Listen, Sasha. Sasha's gonna go next. He's gonna be ask his question, and then this topic is done.
Cool.
Go,
I just
Sasha.
have one last thing to say to you guys.
That wasn't an option.
I'll leave this as well.
You don't need even to answer.
Can we let Sasha ask his question? Thank you.
Yeah. My question was the same what he asked. But he don't need to answer. I will answer because he don't know that, and nobody knows that answer because we cannot know that. That's the answer. And if you know that means that you know how Creator made us, and good job, man. Well done. That's my point. Nobody knows how we have that race, what you are saying, different race on the world. Nobody knows that. That's it.
That's it. All right. So what happened to the curve? Anyone found it yet?
Is there a connection between curve and race?
Instigator.
Guys, hi there everyone. Jin CBR1.
No,
yeah?
what happened? We've been going on this long? Sugar.
I believe it was somewhat a healthy conversation in some respect. I got an answer. My answer possibly wasn't what I would think it would be, but I can see that apparently I just have a misconception of what race is. That's my answer, and that is funnily annoying.
Are you outwardly speaking? You're in a reflection right now.
No, I'm just commentating on the conversation we just had.
You're in a reflection. Keep it to yourself.
Listen.
What
you should do is go back and look up the history of race, that concept, and look up its history. It's a relatively new concept, right? 1400s. And rumor has it was foisted because in Virginia Colony way back when you had some white indentured servants and some black slaves getting together, so they had to be like, oh, those black people, they're a different race. You're not supposed to be on their side. Be on our side because they were overthrowing the rich white landowners. So, I'm not
about
race. Just a little history. So just look up the history of the word. I mean, that's all you have to do. It's not based in science.
Wait, I'm black from the waist down. Does that mean I'm a mixed race?
No, you're just false advertising. That's all.
Oh, I know it.
Means you need a shower.
Filthy bastard.
My
Well, that
nephew's
escalated
black.
quickly.
My nephew's black. Does that count?
Jeez,
No, now you have to explain
that
how
means you're black.
You have to explain how that happened or it didn't happen.
I'm a pinky creamy
You
color.
burn
I
him
don't
to
know.
a crisp. That's kind of
I
rude.
stepped in late. My bad.
I have a Maine Coon cat that just gave birth to 3 black cats. Thanks.
I evolve in the summer to like a darker color person, especially when I sit in the sun.
Maybe your cat is racist, bro.
He is a racist. Yeah, he's got a black face and white paws.
Guys, can I just understand then from what you said today? Because I do want to take something away from what you guys have said. So where I think that there's different races, it's not that there are different races.
Drink.
Are you
or
getting
distinct
paid by the
races.
word?
What? Sorry.
Are you getting paid by the word?
If you're gonna
All right,
take
yeah,
something away,
funny jokes aside. So this is what I'm saying. So where I think that there's different
Yeah, but
races.
you are the joke. What's going on here? You keep talking when people have already told you they want to stop the conversation.
if you want to take away something from this conversation, take away that you need to go and research and learn about epigenetics, gene expression, genetics in general, available gene pool, all of that. Just go, take a few days and research it, and then use your critical thinking and discernment, and maybe you'll figure it out. Take that away from this.
What world? You're too kind. You should have said take himself away.
And then come back and speak about radius and rotation and vacuum of space.
Go on now.
Early on when we were chatting about the amoeba, what I was trying to get at with that whole amoeba thing is he has an issue with the whole race thing. So I'm trying to say is that the evolutionists believe that everything came from an amoeba. All these living trees and fucking ants, dogs, cats, humans, everything comes from an amoeba. But he has an issue with a little bit of color. That's what I was trying to get at.
I want to ask a question. Why is someone who is admittedly ignorant on epigenetics and genetics in general asking questions looking for answers that are available? And when given, they say, my question hasn't been answered. Like, why are you even in the discussion if you have no idea what you're talking about?
That's what
Because
I'm
he's getting
saying.
paid by the word.
That's an hour and a half ago.
So is this the answer that I'm looking for, guys? Is this the answer that I'm looking for? But there isn't such a thing as race. The way that I've defined it, I've incorrectly conceived the idea of race. It's not what I think it is, but simply that there is only one race and many different expressions of that race. That's what I understand from what you guys are saying, and that the different expressions of the one race, that is humankind or mankind, the different expressions have arose due to non-genetic influences, thereby being weather or any other factor or stimulus that would cause a reaction in the expression of certain genes within all the same DNA code that we have. That you're saying that there is no other race, that we are all the same race, we all have the same DNA, just different expressions of it. And those expressions are due to geological differences.
I think you guys are being racist against this.
In part, there's multiple things that can affect it. That's why you have to go and look up the
There's
word that we.
There's multiple stimuli. There's multiple stimuli.
Go and read. Go and read. Stop talking. You can't learn if you keep talking.
I've been reading on it this whole time.
If you keep talking.
I haven't been talking. I've just been reading on it this whole time.
What are you doing right now?
I'm reading. I'm
No,
literally reading.
If you're trying to study and talk to us at the same time, then you're taking the mick out of both of us.
No, mate.
That's
You're missing it. You're missing. Elisha, calm down. Calm down. I'm not taking a mick out of anyone. I'm trying to understand whether the answer I've got from you guys is the answer I believe it is.
Let me ask you this.
Foolishness to try and hold a conversation and study a topic you know nothing about at the same time.
Let me ask you this.
Are you two
You're
people?
still not
Are
listening
you
to me.
schizophrenic?
I was simply clarifying if the answer that I believe I've got from you guys is the answer. Is there any harm in that?
One question, okay? from what you just relayed back to all of us about your understanding of the answer you perceive that we gave you, is there anything about that that is unsatisfactory in your opinion? And if so, what and why?
Okay. Yes, I would believe there are some things that are unsatisfactory because I believe that I don't know what other word to use. So please don't think that I'm still misconceiving the idea of this word. Purely for lack of a better word, let me use the word race.
Gene
Okay, gene
expression
expression.
is just fine.
Okay, I believe that gene expression has. Okay, first of all, I believe it's not just down to gene expression, because that would denote that we all have the exact same genes, and that the only difference between all of us is the expression from those genes. I do not believe that we all have the exact same set of genes, genetic code. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that to begin with. Secondly, even if I did believe that, I do not believe that the expressions that we see are the only things that differentiates our race. I just don't.
Boy, I'm about to just mute you. You mentioned race one more time.
It's a good thing.
No
It's
difference
a good
because
thing
any
that
of the
facts
visual
don't care about your feelings, and
Right.
it's irrelevant what you believe.
We've got
your beliefs. It's clear that your beliefs are going to overwhelm any amount of truth or facts that we present you. So you continually asking your question and us giving you answers and you not believing it is just going to be up to you. So
not really.
This topic is
we
now
can
closed.
understand the same thing and have different beliefs of what that thing means. You guys believe that the expression of our genes.
You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand it if your
You don't
beliefs are
understand it.
different. That doesn't even compute within language.
Guys,
but just listen.
Guys,
any
we all
of
have
these,
we all have
any of
different
the
beliefs.
things
A
that
lot
you
of things in this
visually
group.
see that denote differences, or that separate in your mind, are meaningless because you can still get those two together and they can bump uglies and make children. So the differences are only in your mind, and they're only expressional differences.
It's all your
get
beliefs.
Over it.
Yeah, why are we
Get
still
over
on
your
about this?
beliefs.
I
I don't
left for
believe
like
it's just
15 minutes. I
don't
came
believe
back
it's
and
just
we're still
visual
talking.
expressions.
Oh my
the
god, I'm just gonna
admins
mute you, Elijah.
the admins have taken a break because we were supposed to have dismissed already.
Well, I can cut through this in like 3 sentences. Is race a subjective or objective measure? What's the objective measure for race?
Nothing. All right, where's the curve?
Exactly, it's completely subjective. You could pick any quality, penis size, and we could call that race. If you're under 12 inches, then you're this race, and if you're over 12 inches, you're that race. It's just completely subjective, arbitrary characteristics that we're picking out of, just choosing out of nowhere. It's arbitrary. It's not based in biology. Okay,
So
then give us the
explain to
objective
us then
measure.
how it works.
Then
Explain
give us
to
the
us how
objective
we get our
measures.
different colors.
Well, that's actually my question.
Just give us the
No,
objective measures. That's it.
But we've answered
How do
your
we
question, so
objectively
explain
measure
to us.
race? I just want to know how to objectively measure race. If I see somebody, how do I I got a corpse, right? I got a corpse. I want to know what race they are. I'm a blind man. How do I objectively measure to figure out what race they are?
Okay, well, I've heard. I don't know if it was you that said it. Honestly, guys, I'm coming from all humility here, so take it as you can. But this is all in good faith, all in good heart and good faith. And I've had a lot of intellectual conversations about this, and this is the first time I've been able to hear it from this perspective. I've never had this given it to me like this. So I'm glad to hear it, and that's why I want to make sure and validate that what I've heard from you guys
Get on with
is
it.
the answer that you've heard.
Answer
Just give me the objective measure,
the
man.
answer, the answer would be that you said there isn't any single specific thing within our gene code that says, "Oh, you're black. Oh, you're white. Oh, you're Asian." That's what you have said. That there is no actual objective science within our genealogy. There's no objective science within our genealogy, within our genetic code that determines, trigger word, race. Okay,
You're right. Exactly. There's no evidence. There is.
at least that hopefully you can see that I am listening to you guys, and I am trying to take everything I can from this. I'm like a sponge, honestly. So if you think I'm just putting my beliefs in front of everything, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have got here not because of my beliefs, but because of my ability to take in information, value it, and just put it on the table and see how it lies, see how it falls. That's it. I'm not looking to influence the truth from my own biased perspective. What's the point in doing that? What do I achieve with that? I don't get anything with that. So I'm here for the truth and nothing but.
Well, an hour ago, I mean, you brought up the Bible, but you didn't believe it, so that's why we started there. So Genesis 10 already has the answers, but you said that wasn't good enough.
Well, you brought up Genesis 10 as the differences in speech being the answer for differences in what I call.
No, that's incorrect. That's a lie. You're not listening to me. It doesn't say differences in speech. It says the different generations of people, all the different names of the different cultures is what it describes. It doesn't say difference. It says they were all of one. No, stop. It says they were all of one speech. So you clearly didn't listen to anything I said. It says they were all of one speech in different cultures and different generations.
Okay, EXO, honestly, I listened to everything you had to say. And likewise, I don't believe that a difference in culture directly implies the difference in what I am calling race.
That's the problem. You're not getting it. Exactly. That's the point. You don't understand.
I could provide an example.
People, different colors, different customs, different heights, different looks, different lips, different eyes. Just like one cat can make different colored kittens. That's how these people work. That's why it says the different generations, and it gives like 30 different names of all the different people and cultures. Yeah.
All right, the EXO, Elijah, and the EXO. If you want to continue this conversation, you can move to another.
Pointless.
The admin already said that's it. Let's move on to something else. I've left for like 15 to 20 minutes and you're still about the same thing. Let's move on.
Thank you. Exactly. Thank you.
They were asking me questions. I wasn't trying.
Elijah, I said move on.
Okay, we're done with this. I think we've beat this
definitely
horse.
Exhausted whatever
nothing else to kill.
Has to say.
We've beaten it and turned it into glue.
And then made a paper mache horse out of it.
That's right.
I was gone for an hour, and I came back, and we're exactly where we were.
That's evolution.
That's
No, we're
shocking.
just ending. We're just ending.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Groundhog Minute.
Dude, I played Plants vs. Zombies and Peggle in between. Yeah.
I was playing Plants vs. Zombies too here in the chat.
Oh.
I had 2 games of chess and had to resign.
Dude, I've had so many beers as well. Fucking hell. And I got to play golf in the morning. Oh my god. But yeah, that hurt my brain a bit.
Ooh, yeah. Go back to an hour and a half ago and watch what happened.
Dude, I've been here the whole time.
Just wake up to another beer.
Oh, okay, but where's the curve?
Where's the rotation?
Well, actually, no. You have to explain why there's no curve, Indio. You have to explain why there's no curve. That's the new argument.
You let him get away with that without giving him a your mom joke.
You just need to get high enough, and then you can start to measure the curve.
No, you're not giving me an answer. You're not telling me why there's no curve. I'm going to play this game too.
Just find a tree.
No, you're just not getting high enough to see the curve.
You're not answering my question.
Level.
You're not answering my question. Why is there no curve? This is a small demonstration of what we've gone through for the past hour and a half. Thanks.
But the only way that you can discern something is usually get much further away from it, not get closer to it. It's normally get further away from something and then it becomes crystal clear.
Right. If you go long enough and far enough away from it and you have to imagine it, then you can know what it is. Correct.
And close one eye, and turn around 180 degrees, and then.
Or watch TV. That's the other way you can prove it.
Don't do that.
I think the inventor of the guy who made the television doesn't let his own kids watch television.
Yeah, it's
he's
true.
Still alive?
Didn't let his own kids watch television.
There we go. English, mate. Give it a try.
I'm actually a poet, mate. I'm sure you wouldn't mind reading a couple of mine.
I'm sure I would.
Did pretty well. Did pretty well in English.
Has
I
your
know it
poem
doesn't
got
sound.
anything to do with race?
You what? Sorry.
Has your poem got anything to do with race?
You guys are really getting me wrong. You're getting me so wrong. Honestly, I can't believe it.
No. Don't generalize here, dude. Don't generalize. That came from Beer
Okay,
Man.
some of you are getting me
Yeah,
wrong.
that came from Beer Man. That didn't come from the rest of the guys. I'm still new here as well.
Okay. Nah, I could not be anything. I'm a
You got any
revolutionary.
flat Earth poetry?
Flat Earth poetry? No, I haven't actually.
Yeah, let's. How about some globe Earth poetry?
Gosh.
Once
Come on,
upon a
man.
time, in a land far, far away.
Spherical poetry.
Abracadabra.
That was clever. That is spherical poetry. Well, it's circular poetry.
I don't know what Get Baguette's trying to say. I don't know what.
You can't poeticize something that doesn't exist anyway. So you can't have globe poetry.
Oh, you can ridicule it with globe poetry.
Great point,
No, you
Elisha.
can ridicule it with flat poetry.
Like, have you ever heard of unicorn poetry? No, because it doesn't exist. So no one's going to go waste their time.
Guys, can I just make it clear? I'm not racist.
Wait a minute. Where did you measure the whole Earth that there's no unicorns? You have to show us the measurement.
He has to state that, dude. There is no race. Get over it. Oh, pardon me, Exos. Try that again. I cut you off.
No, it's just that.
No,
I don't
you
know
can't.
What about
sorry.
fairy
Yeah,
poetry?
You can't claim there's no unicorns unless you measure all the Earth to tell me there's no unicorns.
There were unicorns, but they no longer exist.
What about fairies?
There are still fairies. They come into the chat all the time. What are you talking about?
Oh man,
Yeah, go to Providence.
A lot of fairies come out of my asshole.
I love that answer. That was a great answer.
I mean, Juice is in the chat right now listening. The guy Juice, what's his name? Yeah, he's a fairy.
Yeah, so we have a new guy here named Alex. Or new person.
Oh no.
Have you spoken to Alex yet?
Oh, my bad. There's someone else with a similar name.
Are you talking to somebody else? I mean, I thought you were talking amongst yourself.
Go ahead, Alex. Speak up if you wish.
Oh, I'm just listening.
Hey, how you doing? You're new to the server?
I think I've been in here for like a week or two.
Ah, nice. What brought you here, if I may ask?
I just like listening to everyone talk.
Cool. What do you think of the shape of the Earth is?
What?
What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Just want to know. You think it's a ball, or you think it's flat? What do you think it is?
I think it's flat.
Cool. What makes you think that?
I mean, where's the actual proof that it's not?
Cool.
Ooh, mic drop.
That's what we want to know.
I can't say anything else about the
Dude, check the profile.
Them.
Check the profile. It says, ask me why NASA is fake. So, yeah, why is NASA fake?
Oh, I made that my status to trigger my friends.
But yeah, you did a fantastic mic drop right there.
Sorry.
Yeah. Slapped me in the face. Oh, shit. I couldn't even answer that.
So does it
I'm
trigger
away
your
from the
world?
bottles. I'm on the tins at the moment. Listen here. Oh, that is decent. And it's a big boy as well.
The way to telling you as the way you perceive the Earth now showed me otherwise.
You know who I was thinking it was? There was a dude in here the other day called Alex something or other. comparing Earth to a cup with water in it.
That was yesterday, last night. It spins so fast and it brings in the gravity in the center.
So
That was
broken.
funny as fuck.
Oh no, that was the one I posted yesterday. That was the one that they some in TikTok posted saying that this is the way. I actually posted it again, letting Remus and Indio see it.
Yeah,
Solar brought that guy in yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't you bring the guy in Solar? That guy yesterday.
I think it was Arian. But yeah, that
Yeah.
guy. Hell.
Yeah, I jumped into VC check-in yesterday because there was like 30 people in there. And they were all Globers,
There are
all
some
giving it a
people
go.
who just fell down too many stairs.
Well, this
There are
Alex guy was just so persistent with that cup bullshit.
Oh, that was funny.
So in some
And then
cases, it's that they
a
fell
cup
down
is
too
like a
many
ball.
stairs. In his case, I think it's that he hadn't fallen down enough stairs.
Sheesh. No, it's just this. You either get this youth that think they know it all at 14, or you get someone at 14 who's kind of still an open book, willing to learn. And he was one of the former ones.
Oh, by that point, it's pretty much too late.
So, Solar, do you know many more South Africans that are into this at all or not?
Yeah, there's a bunch of this server.
Is it?
The whole crew of them. They're doing like a silent take.
In real
Because
life,
you're getting kicked out of your own land, so you got to go find another place.
in real life, I've got about 5 or 6 personal friends that I get to chat to about this.
Man.
Which is, it's quite phenomenal, actually, to have.
I can imagine, because, yeah, I'm the only guy here in Cape Town that I know of.
Oh, there's blatantly going to be more. Just got to look for them.
But I promise, once I found this server, it made me less keen to go and talk to a random stranger about this than to rather come to a room where there's 30 other people who actually want to discuss this topic.
Yeah,
Rather
my
than
brother's
dragging someone else in the real world into this topic who, just rejects you, fights you, kicks and screams, doesn't understand why you care about the shape. It's not about the shape, it's about the lie, but they can't see it.
Yeah, so my brother and I, we haven't spoken we've obviously spoken, but we never got along I'm 35 years old, he's 39 years old. And the first time 2 years ago is where we reconciled and became real brothers. We haven't fought since. And when I got to know my brother, he was a flat earther. So it was pretty cool. It was one of the few topics that we actually got along with. And yeah, my brother and I are super close now after 35 years or 4 years or whatever.
That's amazing.
So yeah, he's the only Cape Townian I know otherwise.
All right, so now we have somebody else here that's new, called Zong, or Zong, or Zong.
Somebody in my TikTok actually thinks one of you guys have a very nice voice.
Okay. So Zong, how you doing, Zong?
Her name is Panda.
Yeah,
What's up? What was that?
my name's
I couldn't hear him. Could you talk to him?
His mic's a bit dodgy.
His mic has problems. It's my friend.
It's evolving.
I thought he had a trachea thingy.
Well, welcome, Mr. Mike.
Guys, I've got a brilliant. I don't want to bring it into the voice chat for obvious reasons, but I've been thinking about the answer to the previous question as to why we have the different expressions, not the different races, but the different expressions. So I'm gonna put a really good question.
It's already the same answer. I can really fix. It's the same answer already from an hour and 45 minutes ago.
Okay. I think you're going to disagree. Well, not disagree. I think disagree with yourself.
Oh shit!
Can you give it a rest, man?
Wow, this is unbelievable.
It's a got you moment, guys. It's a got you moment. Come,
It
let's
is.
go.
No, it is. It is. I'm really proud of myself, actually.
You're in big trouble.
This is the moment that we all wish Globers came to us with actual verifiable evidence. except for this time.
That's never happened.
Yeah, that will never happen. Will never happen.
This sounds
Yeah,
like
I
an
can't wait for
attempt
the
at comedy.
non-claim. The non-claim that I'm gonna get. Yeah, I can't wait for it.
No, it's going to be an attempt at comedy, and it's going to fail.
To summarize everything, there's genetics and then there's epigenetics. Full stop.
I got my finger on the ban button. You really want to do this?
What, for me? For me?
Yeah,
No,
for
I'm just putting it in the voice text. I'm just putting it in the voice text. It's just a question. Because obviously I'm not getting into it. I'm accepting that the answer as to why we have different phenotypical expressions is because of epigenetics. So I'm asking a question. I'm asking a hypothetical question about epigenetics. I don't think it's conducive to a ban.
Was your question race? What race?
No, I've just mentioned epigenetics.
I just ban him anyway.
Elijah, bit of advice, dude. Probably let's move on from that whole topic, maybe for another day, before it ends sour, you know.
Okay. It's a really good question, though. Like, it's a genuine question. It's actually a really good question. And it's about epigenetics.
Okay, Elijah, are
You know when the bouncer tells
Globe Earth
you
or
that you're not
Flat Earth?
allowed in?
I'm a flat earther.
You are.
When the bouncer says that you're barred, when does the message actually enter your cranium? Is it when you wake up unconscious from an unconscious trip in the hospital?
Well, I mean, I've never been barred, so I don't know. I've seen a lot of people get barred. Sometimes
You don't even know how to listen either, do you?
Elijah, the
Maybe I'll make it simple. Shut up.
moderator's saying to move on completely. That discussion's took about an hour and a half, 2 hours at least, and there's a lot of people probably left feeling a little agitated. So it's good to move on. Let's stick to the flat earth if we can.
Okay. What should I save it for another day or?
Yeah, save.
Just shut up. It's a really good skill that everyone should learn.
You're a young, intelligent guy. Save it for another day, bro. You got your point across, and other people got their point across. Sometimes we have to just leave it, not keep the fire burning.
Okay. I didn't realize it was so agitating. I apologize for that.
You don't even need to apologize, bro. You're only having your opinion and you're talking from what you know, but we're trying to move on because it's going to start again and it'll just probably turn into a blazing fire. Somebody will get banned eventually, probably, So, and listen, I don't want to see you get banned, bro.
Me neither. I get a lot of joy from this server.
Yeah. I don't want to see anybody get banned for this server apart for the trolls, because everybody got something to offer.
Okay. I'm a flat earther. I don't know who it was that asked. I'm a flat earther. As flat as they come.
Bro, you're not in question as to your flat earth beliefs. It's just, listen, you got the flat earth tag. Somebody gave you that tag, and you at the end of the day, it's yours. So you're here. You're just the same as us,
Sure.
It doesn't mean we will tear you up for shit that we don't agree with you, though. Just FYI.
Wait, what did you say? It doesn't mean that you won't tear me up, or you will tear me up.
Yeah. Just because you say you're a flat earther or you are a flat earther, we won't. It doesn't mean that we won't tear you apart or tear your argument apart if we don't agree with it.
Exactly. It's what what the XO pointed out yesterday is that there's a lot of diversity on the server. You know, we're all different people, we all different beliefs. But one thing that unites us on here is that we know that the Earth is flat. You know, so that's why we're all here. Let's try and keep it as a team. You know.
True.
And I'll just point out that this server and maybe a couple other groups, but really because it pertains to the flat Earth, is the only true international organization of any kind besides the powers that be that are at the very top. So it literally is pretty crazy if you think about it, that there can't be an international group unless they understand this. Thanks.
Flat Earth put me into 15,000 Rand less money at the moment because I went to bought myself a P900 camera just to prove it to myself yesterday, day before yesterday. You bastards!
Did we find out? Go ahead.
No, all I said, you bastards, put me into. I went to go spend all that money on a damn camera just to prove it to myself, which I proved. So yeah,
that way,
flat fucking bastards.
When did you hear about this, Bierman?
In 2015, I mentioned it to a friend a few months after I heard about it, started looking at it. When I first saw it for the first time, I was like, wow, this is damn interesting. I never thought it was stupid. I just thought like, wow, this makes a lot of sense. And when I started researching it, when it was still very much available, when you search Flat Earth, for instance, on YouTube, you found things. And I mentioned it to my best friend, and he told me I'm a fucking idiot, moron, this and that. And he said he doesn't want to be friends with me anymore. And I lost that very close friend of mine, and I just dropped the subject. And then something told me a few months ago to look back into this. So I looked into it again. However, I've always been looking into it, but just like properly look into it. So I looked into it. I came across one of David's videos, David Weiss's videos, and I was like, oh my God, wait, I'm not that dumb. I'm not that retarded. I'm real, yeah, dude. I'm educated. I'm the normal human being. And yeah, and so I just went and bought myself a camera the other day just to prove it to myself, to make sure that I am sane. And yes, I am sane.
Have you heard DITRH and Aubrey Masanga? He's one of our local radio hosts.
So I've binge watched all of David's videos. I love his videos.
Then you haven't, because there's a nice one and it's local.
Oh.
And if I play that for someone South African, Aubrey Masanga got it. He understood what Dave was saying. And I take my hat off to any news
That's the one
guy.
where he called him to the radio. Yes, that's the one where he calls him to the radio. I heard that one. I have heard that one. Yeah.
Dave is smashing it.
Oh,
he's
dude,
got
he's
like
fucking
this
amazing.
green screen at the moment, so he can demonstrate what he's saying behind him while he talks.
Yeah.
And I think that this topic is definitely something that needs powerful, because you can actually post what you're saying while you're saying it. I think that's
it makes a
with
big
flat
difference.
Earth. You have to see new things.
Yeah,
like you can't think about flat Earth with your old understanding. It's like when these globers come in and they tell us that they can see the curve, they're talking about the vanishing point. So the curve is straight ahead of them. It's not the curve left to right. So when we say, where's the curve? We're talking left to right. And they're saying, well, there's the vanishing point. There's the curve, you moron. And it's like, we have to understand how we thought before we woke up out of that sleep. To us, curvature was vanishing point.
exactly. But yeah, so I chat to David on email every now and then, and to Rose 777 as well. Just obviously giving them information where I am and that. So yeah, we chat on that level. But he's the one, I would say his videos is what got me back into it. And his damn videos has made me spend a lot of money on a fucking camera.
Have you watched My Perspective? Rory Cooper.
No.
Fantastic South African. My
Perspective. You must send me these links. Send me the links. I was anyways planning on buying a camera though for my business, but I just had to spend a little bit extra so it can benefit the business and my personal level.
So that's about $1,000 camera, right?
Yeah, thereabout. I paid 15,000. Yeah.
How many?
Did you get
How
a
much you want to sell it
tripod?
for?
What's up?
No,
Go
I
ahead,
just
Roger.
said,
Tripod.
Did you get a tripod for it? Because the zoom is so intense that
Yeah,
if
I
you
have
don't
a
have something
tripod.
stable. Okay.
No, I have a tripod. Yeah.
Because once
I thought you were
start
going to
zooming,
sell
man,
it. I thought he wanted to sell it, Solar.
No,
he
no,
just
no,
bought
no.
it like last week.
No. Day before yesterday.
Okay, never mind.
He's
And then
probably,
I went
probably
this
going to
morning to
bed with
go
it around his
to
neck.
test. I went this morning to go test it, and that's where I proved it to myself that the Earth is fucking flat. I proved that there's no curve in the distance that I measured. So yeah, I was pretty. It was overwhelming. I even felt like teary in the sense of like, holy fuck, you know, it's a weird. If you go and do it yourself, it's a weird feeling that you get like, holy shit, this is actually real. I don't know. It's like, it's probably this is what you're getting flat
It's
smacked.
an emotional moment. It's an emotional moment that
100%,
you're
100%.
actually connecting to the creator's creation, and you now fully know that those astronomers and astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, are just talking BS.
Yeah, it was so weird for me because, like, I always like when I just hopped into this Discord about a week or two ago, I was saying, like, guys, I believe the Earth is flat, and I was so
That's right.
excited about just believing it. I just believed it because of all the shit I've been seeing on YouTube, and you know, everyone's like, it's just YouTube, but you go and measure it for yourself, and you see exactly what you guys are doing on YouTube, and it's exactly what you just did yourself. It's like, holy fuck, this is actually real. This is not bullshit. And that's what freaked me out a
That
bit.
was Roger.
And it was very
That
overwhelming.
was Roger telling you, wasn't it? Roger was telling you that you need to go out
Yeah.
there, and various
Very,
others,
very overwhelming.
doing it. Yeah, exactly.
Very strange
You
feeling.
know
I've never
for
felt
sure.
something like that.
So to me, in Cape Town,
You were moved to tears. You were moved to tears.
Yeah,
Almost.
exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
my moment like that was in Strand Beach, looking at the Cape Peninsula. From Strand to the Cape Peninsula is about 50 kilometers, 55 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can see the rocks right at the water level where the peninsula like sort of pierces into the sea. You can see it going all the way down to the sea level, and you can basically follow the coastline. You can see the white sand as it starts to get to that peninsula. So I went down there with a Nikon. I've got like a Coolpix. I think it's a 500 or something.
Yeah, 500-600. I think it's 53 times, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've just got like a little very simple Nikon, and when I zoomed in and took those photos, it was exactly. You think, how many photos do I need to take to convince someone of what I've just seen? It's so like maybe just one more, maybe just one more, maybe just one more.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't help yourself, can you?
So Solo, are you Joburg, right? If I'm not mistaken, we chatted
Yeah.
yesterday. Yeah, you
Yeah,
Joburg.
I'm
Okay.
Joburg.
Were you on holiday? Yeah, in Strand.
Yeah, I've got family down there, so.
Oh, dude, if you ever do come this side again, let me know. I'm in Bloberg Strand. I got an awesome little
Nice.
place. Yeah, dude, we can meet up. I think it'll be pretty cool. So
Sounds
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, so I measured from Eastfontein. I don't know if you know where that is.
No.
So Eastfontein's up the west coast here of Cape Town, and I checked out into the V&A waterfront, and you see the waterfront's floor. Literally, you see where the docks are, and that's 62 kilometers, and you see the bottom of it. And I'm lucky that we had a lot of rain now, so everything was clear. It's cold. There's going to be none of that bullshit refraction crap. It's because it's winter.
Smog.
And yeah, it's just nice, and it's been windy as well, so it's clearing all the shit up. So it's clear. And yeah, and I measured it yesterday, and I was like, holy fuck, this is actually true. So yeah, I was pretty excited, overwhelmed, scared, everything. It's a weird feeling.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. It's a
Yeah.
it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling because connecting with the earth properly now. You're proper connecting with the earth and the creator who created this earth for us, you know?
Yeah, and I did this for myself. I didn't do this to prove to anyone else. So I'm going to
No, that's what I'm
create.
saying. That's why you were moved. That's why you were
So
moved to tears.
I'm gonna create a little YouTube channel. I got my personal YouTube. I'm not gonna put on there. I'm gonna do a thing where I hide my identity. I'm just gonna upload the videos there to share whoever wants to see it. I'm gonna put some videos up there.
Yeah.
Whatever I find. Just for information. Because I know it's so difficult to find.
Yeah. So no one can ever sway you from the truth now. You see what I mean? Yeah.
I'm not doing this for any sort of
No one can ever sway you.
God process with fame or anything like that. I'm going to hide my identity completely. I won't even monetize anything. I just want to put it out there. Because, damn, this is very interesting and scary. That feeling, dude.
Basically, you're putting it out there for humanity to learn from. Let's get it right here. You're putting it out there for the rest of humanity to learn from, yes?
Correct.
Isn't that not?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Because that's what they, you know what they say? They say, what's this expression? Hang on a second. They say, noblesse oblige or something, which means the nobility should be obligated to help those less fortunate. Now, in your case, I'm not saying you're noble, but you're in a financial situation where you bought the camera and you're using the tool to convince yourself. Now you're obligated. You feel obligated to help those who don't have that tool. It's good, isn't it? That's what you're doing. Yeah. So
and
thank
you know,
you
it's so weird. I started this business now in February, which is doing so well. So I got to thank the business as well, my own business, because I literally bought it through the business. So yeah. So everything happens for a reason, eh?
Yes, exactly. So whilst we're on the subject of thanking, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Indio, Helio, Battlemod, and a few of the other women who were involved in creating this server so that we could come on and tell the truth about the flat Earth. Okay, because it's an important job we're doing, and most of us here, all of us here, are giving of our time. I'm sure we enjoy it, but it's just nice to give thanks to those who have actually helped us to be able to do this. So I'd like to hear 3 cheers for the Flat Earth Discord and the creators of the Discord. Hip hip.
Hip hip hooray.
Cheers.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
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 Hip.
Hi.
One more.
Look, man, I'm tired of the hips.
Thank you.
I know I probably
Thanks, everybody.
dislocated mine
Yeah,
going
well
down
done,
the
guys,
stairs
and
like many times.
Carry on.
Every time he said hip, it was like my
yeah.
left hip and my right hip popped out of place. Every time hip hip. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I couldn't get him to stop. He just kept going hip hip, and I was like, "Fuck, stop!"
Yeah, because there's a time delay, isn't there? And I can't tell if anyone's hearing me.
Yeah, we can
But
hear
yeah,
you. I can
you
hear
know.
you.
Yeah. Well done, guys and dolls. Very important to
Jin CBR. How do I say? What's your short name? CBR.
Yeah.
All right. So when I joined the server,
Jin.
all right, Jin. So when I joined the server about 2 weeks ago, I had a question regarding a video that I saw in 2015, which I cannot find anymore. So yes, you can go Google or YouTube a video where you get this encyclopedia about the firmament and stuff. It's out of the same book where that same woman goes through that book and she gets a picture from the first satellite. I'm going to put in inverted commas now. Satellite image of Earth, and it looks totally different to what NASA provides today. And it wasn't the full Earth, but it was multiple images of the Earth in that encyclopedia. And I cannot find that anymore. And it was the same chick that opened up that encyclopedia that shows the firmament in the encyclopedia. And I cannot find that video anymore. And they said, you're the best person to speak to regarding that. I don't know if you ever saw it. It was up for a few days, and yeah, then when I mentioned it to a buddy, I lost.
Oh yeah,
Obviously,
no, I'm
track of
not.
that.
Yeah, I'm not able to. I mean, I remember his name. Brian Mullin showed a picture of Earth, flat Earth, like one, in an atlas. Brian had a picture of the Earth, satellite one, but again, when it was taken, I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
Yeah,
material.
it was quite a reddish brownish image as well, which I found very interesting. But it was from an
On that.
encyclopedia from the 1940s, I think it was, and it was the highest ever multiple image of the Earth taken, and it was put into the atlas. And it was that same atlas that chick does with the dome evidence. But that video is gone. Literally, I cannot find it anymore. If I go to my, because I remember I still used to I liked every video that I want to save. I like the videos that I can find it again, and it's not there anymore.
Yeah, well, it's probably taken down then. If you can't find it, then the person who loaded it up took it down. That's all.
Yeah.
1940s image. Surprisingly, could they have taken an image in the 1940s?
Yeah, definitely. So it was in the encyclopedia. It wasn't a very like high quality image, and it wasn't a full. It wasn't a globe Earth. It was just very high altitude, flat, but multiple images of various areas. So they don't mention that it's a flat Earth. They mention nothing about flat Earth, globe Earth, nothing. It was just very interesting to see this Earth from that distance, and the way it's portrayed, it's like they didn't mention curvature, they don't mention flat, they just mention nothing. But if you look at it, I remember it being like, wow, this is fucking flat.
That's why they took it down. That's why it was taken down. That's why it was taken down, because it was very revealing way back then. You see?
Correct.
That's why you
very,
can't
very
find it. That's why you cannot find it. Yeah, yeah. Because
after that picture,
I mean, would you say? Go on.
After that picture, they made sure to remember to use a fisheye lens on everything.
Correct.
There you go. There you go. So it was delivered. Did they use an aircraft to get the altitude, or what?
I think it must have been. I think it must have been either a balloon or one of those blimps or whatever. But it was really cool to see it.
Right. Well, there we are.
And it was in the encyclopedia.
Just to add to that, guys, I watched an actual NASA piece of footage where they were claiming that they were doing like a sort of outside the spacecraft, low Earth orbit, and they were actually talking about using a fisheye lens. That was exactly what they were using. They were talking about it in the actual footage.
Oh man, when you watch those live streams of NASA and you look at the solar panels, they even curve. It's ridiculous. I mean, come on, how can anyone believe that?
I think NASA was live today. Actually, did anyone get to see some of the footage?
Of?
Yeah, I believe NASA was live today. I was just sat laughing to myself, to be honest.
Oh no, just they got a live stream all the time, but on a lot of the live streams that you look at, if you look at the solar panels, you always see the little solar panel. It's always the same sort of similar angles, but you'll see the equipment also curves, so they're using a fisheye lens. It's just it's absolutely ridiculous.
You've broken up, Jin.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking, where were they? Where were NASA supposedly? Where were they? On the ISS? Mars?
They're doing their little stupid repairs, you know. Maybe their shit
Yeah.
didn't want to flush properly anymore, so they had to go out and do a 9-hour spacewalk to fix their shitter. Oh man, it's absolutely retarded.
Yeah. $23 million crapper.
Yeah.
That was installed last September.
Yeah.
It's got me thinking actually. Has anyone seen the footage where there's a guy going in the background of the of a NASA live stream, and he augmented reality fades out of the shot?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen others. I haven't seen that particular one, but I've seen a few. Yeah, why?
I think that's like the main one I've seen. I've seen that one like quite a few times. Like he's going to the right, offset, whilst there's people in front.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, and he
fades off the screen.
He fades out. Yep.
He fades out.
Yeah.
I've seen the exact same footage. Sorry, just to put this into a different land again. Don't know if this is what I should be doing. But I've seen that exact same type of feature being used on the 9/11 clips of the planes going into the building.
That's right.
Do you get what I mean?
That's right. I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that video. Yeah, augmented reality. Yes, That. But the funny thing is that's recent. That when I say recent, a couple of years ago, roughly. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you go back to when 9/11 happened, that video wasn't available. So can you trust that material? I don't think I can trust it. I'm going to go back to the stuff I saw at the very beginning. You know, the raw stuff and everything that was actually said. You know, things people were saying is what I'm hanging on to. Because as time goes on, the light begins to warp. And they start adding things in and taking things out. You know? Right.
Yeah.
So I'm always whenever I look at 9/11 material, if it's new stuff, I'm still holding on to the stuff that I saw first back then. 2001, 2002, 3, 4. Okay, I've got to hang on to that stuff. But that stuff was people were really pouring out their hearts with full integrity to bring out the truth. You understand? Because it was shocking. Yeah. So and that material is fast being either taken down, deleted, or being lost in the algorithms. Okay, so you really got to work hard. But I've got a good memory, so I'm very good at that. I've got a good memory on that stuff. Definitely, that's what I'm saying. I haven't got a good memory with movies these days because I'm trying to hang on to the stuff that I value, and that is this 9/11 truth and the flat Earth truth, for example, and all the other truths. So I haven't got time for movie stars and that, unless they are actually spilling out truths like us. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Calling out the government and that. Right. Then you can say, yeah, I like that actor / actress. But I don't hear much of that. I do like, what's his name? He was the governor, and he put a book out.
Schwarzenegger?
No, not Schwarzenegger. No,
Jesse Ventura.
No. Yes, Ventura.
Speaking of movies, I happened to catch the last Fast and the Furious that just came out last night or the other day.
I want to watch it. Is it good?
Well, I don't know, man. Like I wanted. It's not really a spoiler alert because they kind of set it up at the beginning of the movie.
Right.
But I mean, if you don't want to hear it, close your ears now.
No, I want to hear it.
Please, man. Doesn't matter.
I enjoyed the franchise.
They do drive cars to space. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, what?
That's fine.
Oh, bloody hell. No wonder. Thank you for telling me. There you go. You see, not only can they can't get the rockets up quick enough into space, they've got to put it in every movie they get a chance.
Yeah, they got to push it, dude. They got to push the reality.
They've got to push the fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The BS fantasy. They got to keep pushing.
Wait, what? They got to push reality or they got to push the fantasy? Which is it? You just confused the fuck out of me.
No. Come on. You don't be sarcastic.
They got to push the reality of the fantasy.
I already think that words are oxymorons, bro.
Yeah.
Man, dude, I'm very sarcastic. So yeah,
I know.
you'll get to know me over time. I'm pretty
Yeah. I'm a bit
sarcastic.
slow anyway myself, so sorry about that.
Did you guys watch that video that there's no forest on Earth? Did you? It's long. It's like 2 or 3 hours
No
long.
trees on Earth. Yeah.
No forest on Earth. Yeah, very
Yeah.
very
No
fucking
brains on
interesting.
Earth.
That
Yeah.
No brains on Earth.
What? No forest as in like there's no authentic trees. All trees are synthetic. Is that what they're saying?
No. So
You saying everything's fake?
yeah,
Yeah, he's saying everything's fake.
I'll DM you, Elijah. Hold up.
Thank you.
So I've had a lot of fucking beers, so I'm a little bit slow
Yeah,
as well,
beer
and I'm
man. Yeah,
older.
I'll save my 6-year answer for you on that one. Okay, we'll talk about
What's
that
up?
later.
All right, cool.
Well, yeah, that's a 7-year-old. That's a 7-year-old internet thing that's been still working in and out of the internet and into other groups like this for a long time.
Yeah, that's right.
So what's the actual story on that? Before I send it to Elijah.
It's whatever you want to believe, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fair enough. I found it okay. So, I didn't agree with everything that's in that video, but I found a lot of that shit interesting. Okay, so if you YouTube it, you cannot find it. So I've got to find out on my history because I was shared this link.
Yeah, 6 years ago, one of the initial claims was that giants carved out the Grand Canyon, and then after I slapped them in the face for that, they don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah. So, yeah. So the whole thing with the Grand Canyon. So I follow Kent Hovind as well, but I don't agree with everything that he says. But his explanation of the Grand Canyon with the Noah's flood makes more sense than it being a fucking mine, if you know what I mean.
He is right. You got that one. Yes, Kent Hovind got
Right.
that one right. An example of something he got wrong is tortoises and turtles have a common ancestor. No, they don't. Kent, stop advocating for evolution.
Yeah.
Tortoises and turtles do not have a common ancestor. So even the anti-evolutionist guy, that's been doing it for 40 years, can make a mistake. So you got to be careful.
Correct. So that's why I'm saying I don't agree with everything, but I think the little bit of things that you get from the video is is interesting enough to say like, okay, well, let's question a few things. Let's check this out. Let's have a look at that. But it does open up your mind to say like, holy fuck, wait, maybe this is something. But yeah, I think I did find the video, so I'll send it to you now, Elijah.
Doesn't Kent Hovind not believe in evolution?
He doesn't believe in evolution, but he's a baller.
No, right. That is correct. And that's my point, is that sometimes people that even don't believe evolution say incorrect things that actually advocate for evolution. And it's actually one of the things that I've been working on for half a decade.
Well, he also, hold on, like sheep and goats have a common ancestor.
Yeah,
they
but
are
see, I think
yes,
it's not proof of evolution. I agree.
Correct.
I was going to say
they just happen to be related.
Because
they're the same kind.
They're
the same kind.
That was the same argument for what you guys were talking about for the previous conversation. That people can have a common ancestor, and then I questioned, well, isn't that evolution? But it's not. It's not
a variation. It's a variation within a kind.
Yeah, it's called normal reproduction, not evolution. Normal reproduction.
It's variation within a kind, right?
Yep, normal.
Normal. You know what I mean, though. I like to use the word variation because it's descriptive.
Right. I'll make it better. Let me help you out, Meme. As it's originally designed is how it works.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Because the creator's smart and says, I'm going to design everything with what it needs. So stuff in cold weather will have stuff programmed into it for cold weather, and stuff in hot weather will have it programmed into it for the hot weather stuff.
Exactly.
All the information's already there. All they have to do is shed all the other information. That's it.
Right. And exactly right. And you can tell that by the first page when God said it was good, not it's going to get good. Thanks.
Yeah, it's not a Dark Souls game. Are there people who still say the Grand Canyon is from mining?
No. So what I was saying, no. So what I was saying, that video, it says that it does say it's from mining, but I disagree that it's from mining. I think it's from the Noah's flood. It just makes way more sense.
It's obviously erosion. It's just your observation, your first observation. It's a giant gully. It's a hole in the ground from erosion.
Exactly.
You can see it.
Yeah, but I think that big ass fucking mountain in the beginning of that, there's no forest on Earth. That big ass mountain, I honestly and truly believe that that is a tree. If you look at it, it's a fucking tree. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Now let me
might
ask you
seem
this:
retarded believing it, but I believe it. I'm
Have
sorry.
you looked closely at the hexagonal basalt?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have.
Now you know about Giant's Causeway, right?
Remind me about that one again. Sorry,
There are these basalt formations are all over the earth,
Oh yeah. So there's
all over
Excel
the
things
place.
on the coast and all that. Yes, I
What
know
it
that. Yeah.
is you know those toys you can buy where you put your hand on the bottom of them. They have all the things, the pins that push up, and it takes the shape
Yes.
of what.
Fuck, I used to love those as
Now,
a kid, dude. In the
here's my
90s.
question: how do you know that's just not what's going on underneath the earth, and you just can't see it?
Oh, dude, you're fucking making me go down another goddamn rabbit hole.
Well, see, to me,
He's
you
still
know,
giving you
it just makes more sense to me because
Yeah.
you know the earth is a machine, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, man.
I
Fuck.
mean, we all
Okay.
came from the
Dude,
ground.
I love it. I love it. That's why I fucking joined this Discord. Just to get, out of the 10 hours I sit here in a day, these little things is what counts for me. Fuck, I love it. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I mean, man is made out of clay, right?
Not. Did he make man from clay or man from earth?
How do you think he made clay?
I was about to say that.
What's the constituent part of man? Iron. Iron, right? Iron
Also,
oxide.
what else? Oxygen.
Well, hold on.
Carbon
Iron
dioxide.
oxide. Hold on. Iron oxide in the blood, right? Why is clay red?
Red clay is due to iron oxide. I think iron oxide 3. Not sure.
Oh my god, wait, hold on. I think this
That's iron.
who's this guy that DM'd me?
Actually,
It is
why do you
iron,
think some natives you can actually eat
Miguel
clay?
might
Some
have
natives
found this.
actually ate clay.
It's red because of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs.
That's right, Solar.
It did what? It what? Repeat that.
Iron on Earth because of the asteroid.
Brought iron with it, right?
So look, guys,
In
sorry.
in the Mesozoic era.
So Miguel's not in the voice chat here. He's in the text chat, and he DM'd me. Miguel, close, but it's the same. I think it's the same encyclopedia range that you just sent me. But there's images of the Earth in that same encyclopedia which have been removed. So thanks for sending me that. But like I said, it's not the firmament proof that I'm looking for. They actually took images of the Earth in that same encyclopedia, and that's what's been removed. But yeah, sorry, I just had to say that. I was too lazy to type all that shit out now to him. Because I know he's listening because he's fucking DMing me. Cool. All right, Miguel. Yeah, but close one. But dude, that's all I'm also finding, and I know that it's the same. I remember it's being the same encyclopedia, and there's a couple that found it as well, and they live off the grid, and those videos are also gone. And this couple became flat earthers in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. I found them in 2015, and they showed the same thing because they refer to the video that I'm referring to now, and they're like, "Holy shit!" And yeah, and that's when they went down the rabbit hole and they went off the grid and they went in and they're living on the coast somewhere in the US. I don't know. So yeah, Miguel, good luck. But that if you do find that video, dude, I'll even give you I'll give you a fucking $1,000 if you fucking find that video, because damn, that thing is valuable.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
All right. Just everyone went quiet at once. What was that?
I just had a thought. I think I'll probably just ponder on it for a while, to be honest.
All right.
So, who of you guys have actually proved it to yourself that the Earth is not a ball and spinning through space, and that, like, literally proved it to yourself, in the sense of where I was in a point where I said, okay, cool. I watched all the videos. Everything made sense to me. I was like, oh my God, that makes way more sense. And I was like, okay, cool. I believe it. But you went to go prove it to yourself.
The most I've done, I don't know if it's definitely counts as proof, but I had a drone. And well, 2 times actually. The first time before I got a drone was about 2 or 3 years ago. And there's this spot that me and my guys go to sometimes, just to when I used to smoke weed a bit. And basically you can see over it's in the cliffs, and you can see over a whole town. And this town, the borough of this whole area, but also this town specifically, it's in a basin within the land. So you can see the whole bold shape of the land. It was when you get up onto this cliff. I don't want to mention the name just for security reasons before I get weird people finding me there. But when you go up into that cliff, you can see the whole town, almost the whole borough. I don't want to say the whole borough. I don't think I'm getting the word right. But it basically sits in a basin. And I figured out we knew the street from one end, which we could see, and we knew the street on the other end, which we could see. We could literally see. I don't know how to put this into perspective, but I could literally see the whole town. Literally, it's such a beautiful sight, especially at night or on a sunset. It's such a beautiful sight because you're just peering over the whole city, because the landscape of it all is in a basin. It's like a big bowl. I think I've said that enough.
Yeah. I don't want to be too much. I don't want to be too much of an asshole, but I don't know if that's enough to prove it to yourself, dude. You need to get to a real, because for instance, that's basically flying in an airplane, saying, "Oh, cool, I see the whole of a whole town." It's yeah. I don't think that's good enough to prove it to yourself. I think when you actually do some sort of observation over water, and even if it's just a laser point with you and your buddies over a lake that's say 10 kilometers or whatever, and you can point that laser pointer from one point to the other without any curve, I think that'll be better. So that's why I'm saying, like, I've seen a lot of shit and I was like, oh dude, it makes sense and blah blah blah. But yesterday when I measured from Azefontein to the waterfront and I saw 0 curve in this, that was like, holy damn, that's a dude, that I'm out of words. I can't even explain the fucking feeling I got.
What was your elevation? What was your elevation?
Mine. So I put it at it's at the just to the tripod height, which is about a foot. It's about 30 centimeters. And then there was too many waves. So what I did is I took the Earth curvature calculator and I put it at 1.5 meters. So Table Mountain, and not just that, the V&A waterfront should have been 200 meters below the horizon.
There you go. There you go.
And I saw the docks, the top of the docks where the people walk on, and that's about 3 or 4. It's about 3 or 4 meters, I would say, above the ocean level. And that was like the big wow moment for me. The fact that I saw that. I didn't give a fuck if there was refraction. I didn't give a shit if I saw half a building, because it should have been 260 meters below that horizon
Yeah.
and 1.5 meters up. So I
Yeah.
was like, oh god, no. The fact I'm fucking seeing the waterfront was already a big like no brainer. So yeah, that's when I got fucking scared.
In my case, I'd proven that the flat Earth had revealed itself to me without me realizing, and that would be from my childhood. So that would be from the 1970s when I first went to Nigeria by plane. This is when NASA had gone to the moon in '69, and there was a few times. Okay, July 1969. Then they went in '70. I went to Nigeria, so saw the horizon. Okay. But I didn't realize that it was flat. You understand? I didn't connect. I was 9 years old, so it just didn't register in my head at all. And then we returned a year and a half later by ship. 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks on a luxury liner called the Oriole, leaving Lagos, coming back into Portsmouth. 2 week cruise, right? Again, nothing but leveled horizon on the ocean. There's another clue. And then I had, from the age, because I did that trip twice during the 70s, and then going to secondary school, I joined the Army Cadets at the age of 13. I did 3 years of Army Cadets. So here we are now, we're in nature, we're climbing mountains, we're looking at the views, the long distances. You understand? I'm experiencing all this, but not connecting. Then I joined the TA in my at the age of 25, 2 years of territorial army life. Again, not picking up on any of the clues. Then it wasn't until I'd done the research on the moon landings, and then fast forward to 2015, I'm looking at Mark Sargent's only 5 minutes. It all just, I had that whoosh moment. Boom! It's flat, just like that. That's how it happened for me. And then I began to feel stupid. But prior to that moment, I'd ignored the flat Earth for about 9 months, totally ignoring, towards 9 months to a year, ignoring the flat Earth videos, thinking that someone was hacking my wife's computer. I thought, who's putting this shit up? I got paranoid a little bit. And then near Boxing Day, I thought, okay, let me click on this. Boxing Day 2015 week, because I'd done all the research on the moon landings. There was no more material to actually research at this point. So I thought, okay, I'll click on the flat Earth video and I said to myself, sitting here where I'm talking to you now from, for a laugh, I said, I'm going to click on this. What have they got to tell me for a laugh? What are they going to tell me? And from the word go, I was not laughing. In fact, I felt like a plonker, a burk, a right idiot, because I'd missed everything that I was listening to made sense, and all my memories came flooding back. That whoosh moment, bang, it's flat. So I ended up pacing up and down here, smacking my head, thinking how stupid I've been. And then I said, well, of course, because they never went to the moon, so how could they have had any pictures? Wow, what an idiot I've been. Man, what's happened here? Sat back down, watched another 10 minutes of Mark Sargent. I thought, this is a bit heavy going. Let me see, let me get some other video references now. Now I'm looking for other, and then I did about 6 hours non-stop. Generism, Eric Dubay, ODD, Dave Murphy, and I'm sure there's a couple others that I'm not mentioning, but yeah.
Jen,
yes.
What year were you born?
1961.
I was just about to ask the same thing.
Got 9 years on you.
Yeah, 1961.
Okay, so I'm 86, so I'm 35 years old now. So
yeah, and I'm 59, going to be 60.
Yeah,
and,
so I think you have more reason to look into things like that. For me, we went to school, we learned it. To be honest, in South Africa, we're a little bit far behind in the sense of Solo can actually agree with me, but in the sense of we're not too bothered about mainstream and stuff like that. We don't have much celebrities. Our celebrities is fucking Kurt Darren and shit like that. It's a little
right.
We call it a poop in the wind, and so we don't have that big vibe. I don't know how to explain it. Like YouTube is nothing major. Yeah, you know, I used to ride a motorbike to work and back to skip traffic, and I used to fucking shit on people. I got videos I'm on Motor Madness where I used to fucking swear and give people shit on their mobiles while driving because they fucking has it on the road.
Yeah.
And I say I'm going to put you on YouTube, and they don't even fucking know what YouTube is. And so in that sense, we are a bit far behind. So with the whole moon landings, I was watching Mythbusters, and they were doing the whole moon landings conspiracy.
I
And I
watched
was like,
it.
yeah, so I was like, oh fuck, is this actually a conspiracy? I was like thinking like, oh, okay, so what is this all about? Because I didn't even know about it. I heard they landed on the moon. I was so not phased about them landing on the moon. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So someone's been to the moon, and now Mythbusters myth is busting it. I was like, okay, cool. So they did the whole thing on that, and I eventually started YouTubing some of it, and what Mythbusters were busting versus what people were showing. They were straw manning the arguments that the conspiracy guys were, or they're going to call it conspiracy theorists. I think is a horrible explanation of what they're actually doing. But let's put it in inverted commas: as conspiracy theorists were saying, they were straw manning their arguments, and that's what got me to look into that. And then I realized, we did not land on the moon, and Mythbusters is just another puppet of the government.
Yeah. So in my case, you know, my lifetime experiences had revealed to me the flat Earth without me actually picking up all those clues. Parachuting, abseiling, rock climbing, canoeing. I love this stuff. Okay, I've introduced my children to this stuff. You know, all this outdoor adventure. So they're quite experienced in climbing, abseiling, canoeing, boating. You know, you name it, they love it. Okay, camping and that. So for me, I just felt a right Burke, complete ass for missing it all. Okay, and then if you want, how did I didn't really have to prove it to myself because my lifetime experiences had already exposed me to the truth, but I didn't pick it up. But for confirmation, just before D Marvel did the spirit level test on the plane, I'd done it about 3 months before 4 months before he did it with a smartphone. I downloaded a spirit level bubble app onto my iPhone 6 Plus. And this would be in 2016. And we were on our way to Hawaii. And I said to the kids, because they knew it was flat, I told them, I said, we know the plane flies level because we don't notice any flying over the curve, do we? The plane doesn't curve at all, does it? And they said, no, it doesn't, does it? Right. So we're going to use this app, we're going to put it on the table, on the floor first, and make sure see if it stays level. And it was level, man. It was level all the way. So we knew that the plane wasn't following any curvature. So there's one proof, if you will. Then we could see from Mount Scuba, there's a mountain called Mount Scuba that I have climbed more than 300 times, okay? And there are times when you can see Mount Fuji about 180 miles away. Or thereabouts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, you know, and again, you know, you shouldn't be able to see that. There should be at least 4 miles, 5 miles of curvature missing. See, yeah, you can see it from Fukushima. Okay? So I've proved it to myself numerous times. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video with David Weiss that's doing the sunset with the drone footage? Where is that me? That's no, it's Solar. Hold on, let me just there we go. Where the sunset goes down, but it's the sun sits for a bit and then it just disappears. Have you seen that footage of David?
Video. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So what I want to do now is I just got to find the time for it. But I want to go up Table Mountain. You guys must know Table Mountain.
Yeah, we know it.
I want to go up there, and I don't know what their times are with the cable car and stuff like that. But I want to film the sunset from Table Mountain with the P900 and see what happens.
Yeah,
I would love to see what happens. So that's what I want to do. That's one of my next goals.
You might have to camp there. So you might be taking your tent and setting up.
Not a fuck, dude. Not in this country, dude. You'll get fucking robbed and stabbed and murdered and killed and shit.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Really?
What a shame.
Yeah, we fucked. Yeah, dude.
It's not
Yeah,
safe?
it's really, really bad.
What a
No, not
shame.
safe
Come
at all.
on, man. I thought
No.
South Africa was like the first world sort of thing, because I'm from Egypt, and that's, third world shit. So it's like,
No,
I
so
wouldn't expect South Africa to be like that.
No, so Cape Town is one of the
No,
better
but Beerman,
ones of South Africa.
but Beerman, just contextualize it, because it's like anywhere in the world you have bad areas and good areas.
Yeah.
Now, our good areas in South Africa, you're buying a house for $5 million, $10 million.
Yeah.
And then the bad
On the
areas,
beach.
like your townships,
Correct.
where if you walk there with anything valuable, you're probably going to lose it.
Yeah, so Table Mountain's a hotspot. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Is I just know about it. I've got friends that have been robbed. I've got hiking friends. I've got work colleagues that have been robbed. And I got a friend that got killed on Table Mountain. So I don't want to risk my life for that. So yeah, he was hiking up on the I would say paid for entrance of Table Mountain, but it goes up a similar route, and he was murdered. Yeah, he was murdered on the mountain. This was in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's a hot spot because there's tourists and there's hikers, and they're in the bush and they get away with it because our fucking country is incompetent. So yeah, so I don't want to. So yeah, long story short, I want to do the sunset on Table Mountain with the P900. I just want to confirm what the cable car hours are. If we can come down the cable car after hours, and then, dude, I will get the footage for all you guys, and I will do it as many times as I need to because it's not expensive to go up Table Mountain. And I know David said you need the perfect conditions, so I'll look for a rainy day before or something just to clear the skies or something. But that's something I want to get to see if I can replicate what David did, because I'm personally skeptical about what David filmed. And that's why I'm saying I'm trying to prove this shit to myself. So I'm skeptical of what David filmed, and I'm going to be honest about that.
The way the sun disappeared like that. But that I'm not skeptical at all, because even though Atmos is an oxymoron expression, but the weather conditions can do that. The medium can do that.
But you respect where I'm coming from.
No day is the same. No day is the same. That is the beauty of the flat Earth. Every day is different in the sense with the weather.
Yeah.
It's never the same.
But I think that's where I think a lot of people can respect where I'm coming from. That I've done what I've needed to do, and I've proved it to myself, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And that's why I am where I am, guys. I'm with you on flat Earth. I question everything now, and it's exactly what all these mainstream flat earthers are saying. Fucking question everything, test everything yourself, go test it yourself, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm telling you, you're a fucking liar, and I'm gonna go prove it myself, and that's why I spent the bucks on the camera, and I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, just to change the subject a little bit here, going back to 9/11, but we're still keeping it in the present time. You've heard of Giuliani, Mayor Giuliani, yeah? Yeah?
No.
Yes,
Never heard of
I know.
the New York Mayor of Giuliani?
New York.
Yeah, New York Mayor Giuliani. He was the mayor during 9/11. Okay.
I gotta go piss and grab another beer though. Give me like a minute.
Yeah, go on.
But you can carry on. Yeah, sorry. All right, cool. Go for it. Cool.
Basically,
Real quick
Giuliani has
before you
lost
go,
his-
Jen. Real quick, if I may, I
Yes,
just wanted
please.
to
Go
really
ahead.
quickly introduce. We just checked in Notorious.
Okay,
Really nice
go
gent.
ahead.
So I wanted to give him the chance to say hi in case you wanted to.
Yes, please. Notorious. What are you notorious for?
Yeah, I can say hi. Notorious, yeah, that was just always a gamer ID. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the sound bites.
Brilliant. Yeah. So, Notorious, welcome to the server.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you? I'm sure for everyone else who's listening, where are you in this Earth? The heliocentric model? Flat Earth truth? Where are you?
No, I'm in the flat Earth truth.
Thank you. Oh well, brilliant.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I wanted to share a little with Creation Bear earlier, but I figured I could tell you guys all here if you want me to.
Yes, please. We will. I'm not going to interrupt you. The floor is yours. Take as long as you need. Please tell us and the listeners how you came to this realization. Thank you.
Yeah. So I actually went. So I live in Los Angeles right now, and I'll be moving soon. Don't worry. But I used to work at the Hollywood Improv, which is a comedy club. And I met a gentleman who you guys may know by the name of Owen Benjamin. And
seriously?
Sorry?
Seriously, he became a flat earther about a year ago.
Yeah, so I knew Owen about 4 or 5 years ago now. And he, when he was coming around the improv, he had just met Amy, who's now his wife, and they were kind of just going through the controversy that ended up getting him kicked out of Hollywood, which I won't go into right now. But I left the improv and forgot about Owen and then for a few years hadn't heard of him. And during that time, I actually came to Christ and became a Christian. And then as I was, kind of continuing that journey, and granted, I've kind of been in the conspiracy, quote unquote, realm since like 9/11, which, I was pretty young at the time, but ever since then, I've kind of had doubts about just mainstream narratives in general. So once I kind of became a Christian and I rediscovered Owen and said, I saw, oh, who's this? Has Owen gone crazy? What is he doing out on this farm? And this was maybe 2 years ago now that I rediscovered Owen. And he was just then starting to get into the flat earth himself. And, so I've pretty much been on a similar trajectory as he was, where at first you're like, I'm not going to be a flat earther. That's ridiculous. And then as soon as you actually start looking into, any of it, frankly, I mean, starting with the moon landing, I guess, and then just going to, the horizon and how the distances that you can see and et cetera, et cetera. I think it all kind of came together, and obviously Owen knows how to make it very humorous, so I think that kind of helps. But yeah, that now I'm pretty much here, and I was telling Creation Bear that I'm mostly in like Christian Discord servers, but this is the first like purely flat Earth server that I have been a part of. So that's the basic gist.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Welcome. Long may you
welcome.
Long may you stay.
Good to have you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Is it ladies'
Hello.
Welcome to 24/7.
Ladies' night.
Before you introduce it, Kai, I was going to give a shout out to Helio. I messaged him, but I don't know. It doesn't look like he's online. So if you're listening, Helio, if you want to restart the stream, now's the time. And then I'll turn it over to Kai.
Oh, it's ladies' night. Oh yeah, I thought yesterday was ladies' night. My bad. I'm thinking of Starlight Diner back in the day. My bad.
How does ladies' night work exactly? I'm
Well,
not
we
sure.
get some ladies.
Okay. And are we like not allowed to speak because we are male?
No.
If you're a new flat Earth man, or if you're a Glober man, you can speak. If you are a OG flat Earth man,
shut the
fuck
up.
Yeah.
Why are you assuming my gender?
I was just talking about myself. I just assumed my own gender.
I identify as a woman.
I identify as a
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know that shit either.
So if
I
you
can find my
identify as a
mute
woman,
button
I
too, right
identify
here.
as a meat popsicle.
Yeah. If you're an
So
OG flat,
do I fall under the new? Do I fall under the new flat Earth category?
yeah, you would. You would. Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
Well, it's like this. If you have any questions or whatever, the ladies will address it.
I've got
so
0 questions. I've just got 100% proof because I proved it yesterday, guys.
No questions and plenty of vagina.
Oh, dude, I'm
No.
married and I've been with my wife for 17 years. I'm good.
It was a joke.
All right.
Yeah. So if you're an OG flat earther, you're promoted to secretary.
Yes. And if some of you guys want to go just mess with people in the lobby or go into YouTube comments and just, troll people so they can come in here, that'd be much appreciated. So should we start, Truth?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's a quarter after. I was kind of waiting on Helio to respond or to restart the stream. He usually does, but I don't suppose he has to. Okay. And so this is a call out
from yesterday.
Exactly. He was lit yesterday.
Nah, he carries the true spirit of the hair of the dog. Trust me.
Now, Helio and I will get along just fine. Because listen here, guys.
The true spirits of the true spirits.
And we have Damsel Medic here and Karma. Hello, guys, and Ariel. So this is a shout out to all the ladies that are listening. If you lost track of time, I should get an award because I actually remembered it a couple hours early today. It's the first time ever. So
yes,
I'll be looking for my reward later.
No, you get points.
You did good way of reminding us. Thank you.
So, ladies, I don't think you guys were here when I confirmed it. So the Earth is flat in Cape Town as well, in Cape Town, South Africa. So yesterday I bought a P900 the day before yesterday to prove it to myself, and I went this morning and measured from a town called Azefontein to the V&A waterfront in the city of Cape Town. And there was no curvature. And that's when I had my moment of like, wow, this is scary. So, yeah. I'm not going to say I always believed in the flat earth, but I did believe flat earth recently. And I proved it to myself. So now I can say I know the earth is flat. So, yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
Well done, sir.
Yeah.
How long had you
Make
been?
sure to post your videos and stuff in the chat.
Yeah, so
We
I'm
can
going to
all
create a
save
YouTube. I'm going to create a YouTube channel. I just want to get a bit more content up that it can get a bit more traction with more content. So as soon as I've got a few different videos up, I will launch the channel and I'll share it with everyone.
Sweet.
So yeah, pretty excited. I was scared. I was a bit emotional yesterday when that all happened, but yeah. Well, sorry, I say yesterday. It's fucking nighttime now. So yeah, this morning. It feels like yesterday. It's been a long day. Very long emotional day.
Beerman, have you shared your revelations with anyone?
So my wife knows I'm into it, and my brother, because I speak to my brother a lot. Now that we got a bit closer, because he's also into flat Earth, and so yeah, I chat to him about it. The first time I ever mentioned flat Earth was in 2015 to a friend, which I lost, and that's why I kept my mouth shut. So it's only recent that I got back into it. So yeah, but now that I can, it's different now that I know the Earth is flat.
Do you think, given the outcome of mentioning it to a friend, do you think that will deter you from talking about flat Earth with other people
Never
in the
again.
future?
Not again, not after this morning, because I know it is. So you can't tell me I'm wrong if I know I'm right. Previously, I just believed it because what I was told or what I found out. So now that I went and did it myself, I went and spent the money. I fucking bought this camera just to prove this shit to myself. And now that I know that it is, it's easier for me, to be honest. And I don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. I'll try convince you, or I'll try help you. But if you're not going to listen, it's only so much that I can do.
Amen, brother. Good job.
So what's your
hypothesis?
What do you mean? Like, why do I not see the curvature? Because I used the Earth curvature calculator and I shouldn't have seen what I saw.
Because there's not one there, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So this spirit of like social engineering of people shunning people, like I can understand if personally you don't want to like deal with that in real life. A lot of people don't, but those who can, I think it's good that they do, because it helps fight it helps fight that stigma. The more that are aware of it, the less that'll happen.
It's just easier for me to argue something that I have done myself, if you know what I mean. So I can at least bring up that argument where I can say, listen, explain to me why I can go to Azefontein and see the docks of the V&A waterfront. If they cannot explain that, I'll say, well, then you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, because I have done it. Where previously, before I did all this, I always used to say, check this YouTube video, check that, and they'll be like, dude, it's doctored, it's nonsense, it's crap. Do you know that person? I can personally say it to myself, like, dude, I've done it, and I'm shivering as I'm saying this because it's so fucking amazing. It's scary and everything at once. It's really, really cool. But yeah.
Just wanted to say hello, Karma. How are you?
Hey, I'm okay.
I haven't seen you in a minute, girl.
Yeah, real life got me busy.
Well, we are so glad to have you back. I see a assume a Glober. Mild Cheddar is in the building. Hello, Mild Cheddar.
Hey.
Are you feeling sharp today? Hee hee. It was a joke. Like sharp cheddar.
Yeah.
I'm so cheesy. Sorry. What brings you here today?
It ain't easy being cheesy.
What brings you here today?
I wanted to say I did appreciate that. Thank you for that.
For now.
What was that? Say that
Just
one more
listening for now.
You're just listening for now? Okay. No worries. If you have any questions, just let us know.
Quaker Oats checked in, but she said she's sitting down to the dinner table. So, but we'd love to have you, Quaker Oats, if you can make it. That'd be cool.
Oh, Bambi's in the building. Hello, Bambi.
Hey, hey.
How's it going?
I'm not dead yet, so it's going good.
Always good to hear you in here, Bambi.
Thanks. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Doing good, keeping it flat,
Not dead
keeping
yet.
it real.
Not dead yet.
They opened up the club, so I might have to be dead in a month.
I see. That's a kind of happy death anyway.
Yes.
Hey, Karma. Hey there. Missed you. I know, I missed you too. I've missed everyone. It's been a while. Oh my god, Grace just told me we still have your Christmas presents. And see, I just realized he's right. We still have them. We haven't shipped them out. It's 6 months till next Christmas. Yeah, I mean, we lost the car, 2 grandmas got sick, and mom in ambulance, and all kinds of shit. But it'll get there eventually. I swear to God. It's the thought. Like, the thought is there. You've made this massive effort. I love it. To be fair, I have been adding to the bag where we put the gifts in, so the longer it's here, it's gonna be more stuff. So, I mean, you get, like, interest. That's like, yeah, I like that, but it'll be cheaper in the long run too, like to have one big shipment rather than like loads of them. Right? Yeah, so this was all tactical. Yeah, this is totally meant to happen.
Hey guys, can I ask a quick
question?
I gotta head off here soon, but I'm curious. So I have the Dave Weiss's app, the clock app. But is there any other kind of interactive model of flat Earth that you could like show somebody who is very skeptical, wants to see scales, distances, all that kind of stuff?
Sorry, I was muted. There's no model per se, but there's lots of bits and bobs that you can get. The best advice that I can give you is go to the bottom of the Discord. There's an A to Z. Anything a skeptical person wants to know, the answer will be in there.
I know. I love those. Are great channels. It's cool to see you guys have all those. I know. I guess that.
So your best bet is to like take it step by step, because we don't have having a model would suggest that we know everything, and we don't. Like, we don't know. We could not give you a model.
Yeah.
Not even the globe has a full model, so.
Right. Well, and their model
that
doesn't.
works.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and rather than giving you one that doesn't work, we just can't give you one at all, really.
You have higher
don't-
standards.
Oh, okay. I can see now. Somebody tagged me in the voice chat.
Yeah,
cool.
So I'm
a
also
lot of
pretty
times
new
when
to
you
it.
a lot of times when you're in here, if you just and listening to the conversation, if you just follow the live stream voice text, there's a ton of good information posted there.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, well done for getting the app, dude. I also got it recently, and that app, David says 2 weeks. After a week, it made me go buy a Nikon P900. So I didn't want to spend the money on a P1000. I just for that extra bucks, I was like, nah, it's not really needed. So I literally went and bought one 2 days ago, and I proved it to myself. So well done on getting
dude,
the app. It's gonna help a
Yeah.
lot.
I'm jealous of you with that camera. I hope you make some good content. That's really
Dude,
cool. And
I I proved it this morning. I'm in Cape Town,
Yeah.
South Africa. It's flat here as well, and dude, the camera does help. So yeah,
Yeah.
but that app is awesome. It is really, really awesome. So yeah,
Yeah.
well done for getting that. It'll help you through your journey. And
Well,
good luck,
guys,
because
yeah,
when
thank
you
you.
prove it to yourself, you're gonna be very, very emotional. Trust me, it's different believing the Earth is flat and then knowing the Earth is flat. Totally different.
That's funny, man. Well, I'm gonna go back to work here, but God bless, guys, and I'll be around.
See you soon, dude.
God
Yep,
bless you.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Welcome to the server.
I'm loving it. I've missed all the ill gifts that folk put in when they see me.
Yeah, so I was reading the live the YouTube the live tube the YouTube chat. It's like, it surprises me how a lot of them will come in there and they just will not come into the server. So I was a bit distracted there for a minute.
No, you're all good. Oh, okay, cool. So she's got an hour where we live. Let me see what type that is. Oh, it's a baby. Holy hell. I can't tell what that is. It's not fully grown, it's head feathers.
Yeah, we also thought it was younger as well. And it's out during the day and stuff and just like swoops around.
Yeah.
We were just standing there checking each other out. That's maybe like 20 feet away from me. It was so cool.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
That's definitely a baby, but not all owls are nocturnal. A lot of them are diurnal. They come out during the day. Some are crepuscular, so they come out at dusk and dawn. But usually their eye color indicates it. Black eyes is usually nocturnal, but I'm not even sure. Whereabouts are you from? Like, you don't have to give me like an exact location. Is it like North
No, it's fine.
America?
We're in Dallas. Yeah, Texas. Texas.
Okay. I'm trying to think what kind of owls you would get in that kind of part of America. I don't know, because it's really strange looking at it. It is a baby. It's not got its full head feathers yet, because they start at their tail and they work their way to their head. Their head's the last bit to go. So yeah,
And
it's
we
not
have been
fully
finding
grown.
feathers too. Our girls love it.
Yeah, because it's molten, it's grown out, it's new feathers. You'll find loads of fuzzy ones. You'll find loads of long ones that are like properly grown at the tip but fuzzy at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, how do
That's
you
amazing.
tell if it's a girl or if it's a female or a male? Do you have to get pretty close to be able to tell that, or
So
is there different
it's actually
patterns?
really, really difficult. Certain owls, like female owls, are larger than the male. So if you've got two that are side by side, you'll be able to tell which one's the female and which one's the male. Without having them DNA tested, it can be really difficult to tell. Some of our owls, we don't know until they lay an egg. Then it's really hard to tell the gender of an owl. For tawny owls, it's different. Females will be a brown colour, the male will be golden. So some have different colorations, but most owls, it's hard to tell, really.
Okay. Wow, I'm so glad you were on today. You could tell me all this information about owls. Thank you. I'm going to tell my
No
children.
problem. Of course. I'll figure out, I'll have a wee look online and see, because I'm pretty sure you guys get barred owls, but it looks a bit big to be a barred owl. In fact, no, it might be.
You guys, did they find owl pellets around in the bottom of the barns or anything?
Oh yeah, you should look out beneath the tree for pellets.
Yeah, look for pellets. It'll tell you what the owl's eating and what owl it is.
Okay, good idea. Yep.
Yeah, they basically
I will look.
they look like little rocks, really. They'll be long and they'll be like a brown colour. And if you have to put them in the freezer, wrap them in tin foil, put them in the freezer to kill off all the bacteria. They need to be in there for 10 days.
Okay.
And then when you bring them out, you'll be able to break it apart and take the bones.
Awesome.
Pretty cool.
They regurgitate all their bones and hair, all the stuff that's not digestible.
Yeah. Yeah, owls have got two stomachs, so they eat their food whole. In the first stomach chamber, all the meat gets taken off and moved to the second one where it gets used. The first stomach keeps the bones, the feathers, the bits that it doesn't want, and it will bring it back up. And a pellet, it can take like 20 minutes. So if you ever see one of them with their mouth open and they're throwing their head back, it's them working the pellet up, and that can take about 25 minutes.
They're actually worth some money too. I've heard of people that actually go out and collect them and sell them to elementary schools for dissection and stuff. They sell them for like $10.
Yeah, the company that I work for, we collect all of our owl pellets and we sell them to education purposes. So we do like £1 a pellet. So it's really cheap for us to do it, and it covers our costs of, as a little donation. But the kids get to learn, and we can tell them what they've ate. So we give the pellets out. The kids are like, we think it had a mouse. We think it had this, and we tell them what they actually ate. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
How great!
We
Yeah,
had
this
them
is
on
gonna
our
be
farm,
such a
so they would
great-
come and collect those off the farm for years when I was a kid.
Oh,
Professors from the
cool.
university, other people that wanted to collect so many male owls living out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. If you do find some, I'll let you know the things you need for dissection. You'll need like hydrogen peroxide to clean the bones and stuff, and it will be potent. But let me know if you collect them, because I'll be able to tell you what animal it eats, which will help me figure out what owl it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be looking out for it, and I'll have my children help me too. So this will be really fun. Thank you.
No problem.
It's like an
Really
Bambi,
adventure
you from
owl mystery.
Bambi, you from Scotland, right?
Yeah, I'm from Scotland, yeah.
Yeah, you got my favorite female golfer from your country. It's Carly Booth.
Yes.
Oh, you know Carly Booth?
Yes, I do. Of course.
Oh,
What?
I love her to bits. She's
Yeah, of course,
adorable.
why not?
She's amazing. She's great. She's an awesome golfer. I love Carly.
Yeah. She is.
Cool. We got any Globers?
I think they becoming extinct, guys.
Mm.
Can someone pretend to be a Glober?
They've all evolved into flat earthers.
Is it ladies' night?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's already started? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were a little bit late too. I was trying to hold off for more people to get in here, and Kaz, she does a real good she done a real good job last week starting it, so I figured she could do it this week. But we were trying to wait for others to get here, and now we don't have any Glovers to ask any questions. So, but it looks like Creation Bear and Quad has someone named Juice. This should be interesting. Ought to be fun. Up in the VC check-in.
Oh, someone named Nate125 popped in.
I'm ready to schmack. I haven't schmacked in a while.
Woo! We going hunting,
I think that's
ladies?
my at work. It's hunting season.
Hunting season.
Welcome, Nate125. So, how long have you been looking into the topic, and what brought you here? Oh, I thought he jumped.
He's not saying anything. It's reminding me of like female lions just like circling like a little zebra. Like that's us right now. Just waiting.
100%.
It's okay, Nate. We don't pounce.
And we're not even that mean. We're not even mean.
I know.
No, they do all the hunting.
Stealth.
So, Bambi, are you married to a South African, or how do you know how to speak it?
No,
or are you using
sadly.
Google Translate?
No, okay, so I dated a guy from Belgium for a while, and Dutch is very close to South African, so I know some Dutch. But I am using a thing that's on my phone that helps translate it for me.
I thought so.
But I can pick up on words. I'm not fluent. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
No, not at all. That's why I said there in my answer, nee, om eerlik te wees, is ek nie, ek hou nie van die taal nie, ek is Engels. So I'm trying to say there's no, to be honest, I don't like the language. I'm English.
You prefer English. Yes. See, I know I can pick up on words like I know ik, and Dutch is ik for ik as I'm or
Yeah.
I. So it's very, very similar to Dutch. So I can pick up on words and like certain phrases, and van is in there too. So, but I'm not fluent.
Do you listen to Little Klein? Little Kleiner?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Wait, I'll DM you some music. Okay, so I'm not into
Yeah.
hip hop. I'm born in the 80s, but I'm a 90s baby. I love pop punk like NoFX, Blink 182,
Me
that sort of
too.
music. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll play you some. He's like a hip hop guy from the Netherlands. Pretty cool music. So I'll send you that now.
That's amazing. Yeah, do that. I know I don't like the way that the band's formed, but Diantwoord, the South African band,
Yeah.
love them. But we actually have the company that I work for, we have an owl that's a southern whiteface owl that comes from South Africa. And I demanded that it was called Spook, which is South African for ghost. So
Yeah,
now we have an owl
Spook.
called Spook. Demanded that this South African owl was going to be called Spook, and I got my way.
Nice. So I sent you one of my favorites of Little Klein. So he's Dutch, Netherlands. A friend of mine sent me or introduced me to this band, so it's pretty cool. Or this guy.
All right. I'll keep that saved. That's pretty cool. That's loud.
I grew up in South Africa and I can't stand the music from there.
No?
Stand it.
It's not. I just love the accent. The Gaz, who's also on the server, that's a gold member. He's got a very lovely South African accent, as well as he lives in New Zealand, so he's got a little twang to it as well. So it's got a little bit of their accent, and Kiwi in there as well as South African. He's got one of the best accents.
Oh wow. My wife is Afrikaans, so yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Ek is ook Afrikaans, Beerman.
Ja, ek weet jy is Afrikaans.
Wasn't there a famous, okay, I watched this documentary about this American singer, and somehow his mixtape ended up in South Africa, and he became so famous.
You're
But
thinking of
everybody,
Rodriguez.
yes, that
That's
was
it.
the trippiest. So for anyone who doesn't know, this
Yeah.
guy, Rodriguez or whatever, like was like a humble musician. His mixtape ended up in South Africa. He became like top 5, like famous singers, but everybody thought he was dead.
We
And
found him.
and the guy back in America, he didn't know he was famous. It's
Mhm.
like the coolest story. I can't believe that's like a real story. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
And then he
That's
came here and
hilarious.
he played live here for us. He's awesome. Rodriguez's music is awesome.
What's his most famous song? I'm trying to remember how it goes.
Sugar Man. Sugar
Yeah,
Man.
I've
Sugar
linked,
Man, yes.
I've linked it.
Oh yeah, you sent it there. Sugar Man. Searching for Sugar Man. Yeah, he became a builder with his sons or some shit. And then we went to go fetch him, some South Africans. And we brought him here. He did a live show and then he became huge.
I think that's just one of the coolest stories of all time. You're like living so poor and in another
Mhm.
country, like you're famous.
It's crazy, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I still got his LP somewhere in the house from back in the day.
Okay, so I just hopped back in. I don't know. What are we talking about?
I think it's a
Guy
good time
named
to.
Sugar Man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, Creation Bear just checked someone in up in VC Chicken. His name's Juice, and I haven't heard anything, purposefully. I haven't heard anything about how he got here and how long he's been looking into it. So, Juice, if you'd like to share that, and yeah, we'd love to discuss some of the things that you have questions about.
All right. Excuse my language if I curse. It's kind of a habit. Yo, what's up? My name Juice. Well, you can call me Juice. My name is Timmy, obviously. So basically, I kind of just wanted to see what the difference is between people who believe in globes and people who believe in flat Earth, because it's good to get both perspectives instead of just being not open minded and not listening to other people. I feel like it's a bad habit and it's kind of shitty that people do that a lot, and I don't agree with it. So I'd rather hear from both sides and then take my deduction from there.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's kind of lazy to just believe what what the consensus believes and what you're told without looking into it. So, how much of it have you looked into so far?
Um,
What makes sense to you and what doesn't? I guess
well,
I could say.
okay, so there's both arguments. Involving No, I personally believe in globes. I'm not even gonna lie, but basically, there's also the flat Earth analogy that kind of, uh,
You
it's
believe
kind,
in?
it's
Did
kind
you
of,
say you believed in globes? I just have to ask. Did I hear
yeah,
you right?
yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I just want
But
to make sure I heard you right.
yeah, but at the same time, though, I'm not just gonna diss you or say anything bad about you just because you believe in something else.
No, we all.
I feel like it's best when it comes to these different things. What I definitely see that could be a possibility from the flat Earth side is that even y'all stated that the Earth isn't literally completely flat. It has to have mountains and other stuff and depth and all that. But that also does come into play with the North and South Pole and the way that it moves. So that's kind of like my thing. So when it comes to, I guess, rotating the Earth and going around in space, it kind of makes sense because that's how you're able to see day and night. But there's there's other ways where it's like there is a possibility that they could just be floating around us and we're just watching.
Well, I mean, obviously we have topography and you're like spheroidal shape, right?
Mhm.
And topography is just because it has topography and it's not like flat as a pancake without any features on it, doesn't mean that it is indicative of a sphere.
I can see that.
It's also, we don't believe it's flat. It's more like we wanted to.
You cut out, Karma.
Sorry, I was saying we don't believe in flat Earth. We just tried to prove the globe, and then we found.
I can see that.
Oh, God,
Yeah, you can cut it at the end again, sweetheart.
God damn it. I was just saying it's a side note. Doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm bad at holding this button and I've been awake for over 12 hours.
We falsified.
Yeah, if you move
the
your
photo.
finger off it slightly, it's fucked.
It's so annoying.
I know.
This is why I don't talk much in Discord.
I just don't use push to talk. I mute and unmute.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how I have
That
to do
might
it too.
be. Oh, you might have
No,
just
I
solved
used.
my biggest problem. Thank you, Gandhi. There's
No,
a
I don't use.
reason why I
use
love you.
I just have a microphone. Just use it.
No, push to talk because I play a game called Squad, and in game we got different radio communications. So I'm so used to push to talk. I've set it up on my mouse that I've got one of my
God.
buttons on my mouse. Yeah.
I have like
It's
3
the phone
different
thing
push to
that's
talk
annoying.
buttons in every game. I think in R6 I have it as like the squiggly key, and then after that in Valorant I have it as my back mouse button or something like that.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah, I just have
pad that
voice
sits next to me.
activity
while
of the
gaming.
playing. Like if you're in a game, you're on a computer.
You slipped off again, Karma.
God damn it!
Take it off,
Oh,
girl.
no.
Fucking take it off.
But you want to know something crazy though? Okay.
No.
So, I'll suck my dick. Alright, so I ain't even gonna lie to you. The moon landing, you can only see one side of the Earth. Just think about that. You can only see.
What
You,
moon
so
landing?
that means
is fake as fuck. It's fake because the
How
moon
so?
can't even exist in. We're gonna get into it, but the
Okay.
moon can't even exist in the medium that they tell you. So you're thinking. So I would suggest when you're trying to imagine flat Earth, you got to start from complete scratch, like a blank canvas, because this idea that like rockets are traveling and they're going to this other realm called outer space, and there's asteroids zooming around and big giant balls floating around. That whole world is fantasy. It's Hollywood and programming. And we're going to break down into the science of how it doesn't exist. But when you're just thinking about the Earth now, you have to just imagine like blank slate.
I'd say it's possible, but I don't say that it has to be completely true. It might exist, and it just might not be exactly how we see it.
Well, we'll get into that because it's not a might or a maybe or what if. It just comes down to evidence and natural law. That's all.
I mean, have you ever wondered why you get less oxygen when you go up? Doesn't that mean that once you're off of Earth, there's something beyond that doesn't have oxygen and has something else?
Just means that there's a pressure gradient, but you can't have gas pressure without a container. And
Yeah.
we're
Atmosphere.
Oh, go ahead.
Aren't we?
Oh no, you can go ahead. Okay, cool.
Oh, well, I thought you were done. Sorry. What I was going to say was that, and just because there's like, less oxygen and it's thinner up higher, well, where are all the plants? Where are all the people? Where are all the animals? Down here on the
Exactly, they're
ground.
down.
Right, on Earth. They're not up in the sky where they're like creating, what is it, like carbon and all those breathing
Exactly, but wouldn't
things
that
we
mean that there's
need,
something
right?
beyond? And plus, even if you look in a
No,
telescope, do you
why
think
would
that
it
they just
imply
program
that?
something like that?
I don't really understand the logic of that reasoning.
You smoke
So,
weed juice? Do you smoke weed?
yeah.
Okay. So when you're in a car and you're hotboxing in a car and you're smoking weed, what happens when you roll the windows down?
All the smoke comes out.
Yep. So that's the problem is our atmosphere, because I asked or I said, you can't have gas pressure without a container. When you said the atmosphere is the container. Well, if gas can contain gas, then when you roll the windows down, the gas, the air in the atmosphere should keep the air inside your car staying there. But gas doesn't affect other gas. That's why when you smoke a blunt, the smoke will rise. It's not affected by gravity. It's not affected by gas. You have to have and if it is going to be kept in a place, it has to be contained, like the windows rolled up in your car. If not, it'll escape, and that's a natural law. It's called entropy.
That's valid. That's valid.
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to say hello to Quaker Oats. She doesn't hop in here too much, and she's in here, so I wanted to say hello to Quaker Oats. Welcome to the room.
Quicker.
Hi everyone. Thanks for having me.
It's
Hello.
great to have you, and I hope you
Nice
show
to
up
meet
more
you.
often. But yeah, go ahead and continue. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no worries. I
Hey,
just use that analogy because it sounds really stupid and I always use it, but that right there shows you how gas acts. And they're trying to say that gas doesn't act that way when it's supposedly next to the vacuum of space. But uncontained gas will always fill the available space. It's the second law of thermodynamics. So when we know that gas acts a certain way always, when they try to tell us that we have
Wouldn't there
a
be
bunch of
something
gas
that
here,
counters and erases oxygen in like that part of the universe more than likely?
What?
That is there there's probably places that don't have oxygen, and the oxygen is either A, sucked up by something, or B, it literally just gets frozen or something, like how most other things do. How do you think that? Okay, like if you think about the Big Bang Theory, right? How did anything end up existing on like a flat anything? If you had to what was it? I forgot what the fuck I was about to say. I have bad memory.
Big Bang didn't happen. You have to start from ground zero. Everything that you ever were taught about how the earth is here, outer space, all of that, you have to erase temporarily when you're having this conversation of what the earth is. Because everything from the foundation up is completely different.
yeah, because you're asking, well, how does this, if that, and the Big Bang Theory, even though we weren't there, we know that it couldn't have happened because it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. You can't, energy can't be created or destroyed. So everything coming from nothing is like, there's no reason for us to ever believe that happened.
If your
Well, look
foundation
at
is
nothing. It's
faulty, the
particles.
rest of your model doesn't work. Do you understand what we're trying to do? Is that you're violating all the laws of known nature abhors that can't find a natural vacuum.
Well,
You're
what if
cutting
you
in and
think
out,
outside of here?
I was just saying you can't have a vacuum. Nature abhors it. So your whole foundation of where you're from has been violating the laws of all laws of physics that we know of. So you're having a hard time.
So once you realize that, you look into some of these things and you realize that they're lies, then you pretty much have to start from scratch. You have to go back, to the beginning and to the foundation of it and restart there. And you have to, rebuild and apply things that are observably and verifiably and objectively true.
I have a question. Okay, so why would two spherical shapes be revolving around something that can't be revolved around? And why would it just be floating on top if there's no connection between it?
Who
Because
says they're
gravity's not
revolving around
connecting.
anything?
I mean, there's other graphic. I think that the other day I saw like some type of graph and it was showing like Earth as like flat, and then after that above it, it was like a moon and it was like something else.
Yeah, well, we
It
don't
was
know what the shape of these things are. We observe them as lights in the sky, and they appear to just move over the earth.
What makes them move in your model?
gravity,
Gravity.
100%.
So this is a great question.
Because the Earth would revolve around that gravity, because the gravity doesn't just pull, it also pushes away.
So what's your proof of gravity? What would you? I already know your answer, but
If you jump,
entertain us.
if you jump in any direction and you have a higher gravitational pull, you
And
get pulled
she's
down, right?
and she's asking you
Or you get pulled towards
for
the direction.
what she's asking you for though is the evidence of a cause, not an effect.
No, yeah, I yes, but I was just gonna see what he was gonna say. So you say because you jump up and you fall back down,
Well, no,
that's
not
gravity.
actually up. It would be up in different. Okay,
You leave
so
the surface, you jump and you leave the surface of the earth. The reason you come back down, you're saying, is
because of
because of gravity. Okay.
Yeah.
But what if I jump, but instead of jumping just off the ground, I'm on a roof of a house and I jump into a bougie swimming pool and then I float upwards? Where's gravity? Or ice. You have ice cubes in your hand, you let them go in the room, they fall to the ground, but you put ice cubes in your cocktail, they rise up. No gravity. It's all relative density. The same object, nothing is changing the object except the medium it's in. So when it's in air, it's heavier than the air, so it falls down. When it's in water, it's less dense than the water, so it rises up. No gravity needed.
Isn't gravity still pulling it down and into the thing? No. Wouldn't the gravity still be pulling it down?
The ice is floating at the top of your drink. Nothing's getting pulled down.
It's floating at the top of your drink.
Yeah.
But
Which scientist jumped
falling
to
out of the
prove
drink?
gravity? Which scientist jumped to prove gravity?
What'd you say?
Which scientist jumped to prove gravity?
I can't hear you.
Get
Sa-
let the ladies do this,
Sasha,
please.
it's Sasha. Sasha, yeah, it's ladies now. Sorry, I hate doing it.
So you're going to tell us how clouds work then with your gravity?
Clouds? You know, that's a good observation, but wouldn't they be less dense than air then?
Gravity off.
And then the only way that they're actually able to fall is if they're actually heated enough to where it starts to rain, and after that snow. The only thing that I wouldn't be able to explain is snow, because that is just something very fucking stupid. It's probably just like solids that are too heavy to stay up and it falls down, just like there's liquids that are too heavy to stay
But
up.
for what is gravity again? What is gravity? What are you calling it? What does it do?
It pulls and repels. It doesn't just pull.
Oh, it repels too. Where did you get that idea?
Magnets.
That's
okay.
Magnets.
And we should have him
So-
define gravity. What kind of gravity are you talking
Yeah.
about? There's two kinds. Well, there's multiple. Actually, there's more than two. Which kind of gravity are you talking about? And please define it.
Whatever gravity is what pulls us down. Or
Are you saying gravity is magnetism, or like they're yeah? Just answer her question. I shouldn't have jumped in, but just define which
Well-
gravity you're talking about.
Well, I don't really know different types of gravity. The only gravity that I know of is something that pulls you based off of how much force you're giving and how much force it's giving.
So maybe that's something that you need to look into, and because to determine that something is the cause of something, how would you do that? How would you go about determining the cause of an effect that you're observing?
You probably either A, experiment, or B, research it. And hear from other people who think maybe different. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, well, if you're going to do a scientific experiment to determine the cause of something, then you would need to be able to manipulate the thing that you're trying to prove is the cause. So, at which point are you able to manipulate this so-called gravity?
Okay, so either with yourself or with any type of gas, I think would be probably.
Okay, give me an example of manipulating it.
Okay, so let me see. Well, you wouldn't exactly like manipulate it. You'd manipulate what you use.
Well, if you can't manipulate it, you can't establish that it's the cause of anything.
True.
And
However,
gravity affects
You can only
affects
establish what it
gas.
affects though. So yeah, you're right.
If gravity affected gas, why would smoke detectors be on the ceiling and not on the ground?
Yeah, and it's okay to say you don't know. I'm just gonna put that out there.
True. Yes.
I don't.
What, do you know
That's
that there's?
a good observation.
I heard Kai ask you what gravity you were talking about. Do you know that there's like multiple?
I never knew that there was multiple. All I knew is that there's one
Okay,
that
well,
pulls and repels, which is the same thing that
well, there's
magnets do also.
there's Newtonian, which is Newton's one, and Einstein's. So you've got mass attracting mass, which is outdated and old and isn't used anymore because in nature, mass doesn't attract mass without a force behind it. So picking something up and dropping it, they would say that's mass attracting mass. But all you're doing is taking something, putting it into a medium where it's denser, and it's going to go down. Whereas the more recent one that they use is bendy space-time, which is just bullshit. That's
Bending
Einstein.
space-time. What type of bullshit
Yeah,
is that?
the bending and
that's your
warping of
gravity
space-time.
bullshit.
That's what your gravity is. The gravity that you're talking about is the more relevant one today, I'm assuming, which is Einstein's bending and warping of
Whoever the hell said that somebody's bending
Albert
space time
Einstein.
is so retarded. I
Well, that's
swear.
Albert
the
Einstein.
problem. That's the problem. What you're actually talking about. You don't even understand where your model's coming from or the definition, because you're not describing gravity as science mainstream describes it. You're not even describing it right, because it isn't a repelling and pulling force. It's not even a force. But yeah, you're misunderstanding what you're describing. You actually more described a magnet than
Hey,
anything.
hold on. Can you describe what you mean by it's not even a force?
Well, like I said, you don't understand what gravity is in your model.
I know, that's why
It's
I'm
going to take
asking
a
if
whole
you could
set of
explain.
definitions here.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if you could explain it.
One of you girls want to give him
Yeah,
something like that
I'll
a little
read
better than I
this.
can. I mean, I could post something, but
Yeah,
it's a
you
little
can
long of
just
explanation.
you can just Google it, and the first thing that comes up is from www.universetoday.com. Why gravity is not a force. In general relativity, this is, as Bambi was talking about, Albert Einstein's gravity. Gravity is not a force between masses. Instead, gravity is an effect of the warping of space and time in the presence of mass. Without a force acting upon it, an object will move in a straight line. There you go. So, if you went to, like, if you took a college level astronomy class and you tried to tell your teacher that gravity is a force, they would tell you no, because the latest and greatest form of gravity says it's
Because
not a force.
supposedly it's warping space-time.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think that they've ever manipulated space and time to establish that the warping? You think they've ever been able to warp space
How
time
are you
to?
gonna fucking warp space-time? That's not
That's exactly
possible.
our point.
Bullshit.
That's exactly
The
our
thing
point.
the thing is they haven't done this, and this is when you say gravity. This is what it is, and
Yo,
you're scoffing at
somebody
it and
needs to
saying like,
smack
how do you
Einstein
do
this out. Like, ain't no way that he really said this.
No, he did
I-
say that.
Google it.
Yo,
Well,
we just
hold on.
read it.
Somebody need to bring him back to life and smack the shit out of
No,
him. What's
no,
wrong with him?
wasn't
Are you
there a
gonna-
whole thing of Einstein didn't like actually said himself like this? Don't put his name on this. Like this wasn't correct. This wasn't right. This is not actually what it is. And they just slapped his name on it and called it true. Pretty sure a while back I heard something like that he didn't even want part of it.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
fucking
my
bullshit.
and it's my strong opinion that they like shifted from the mass attracting mass, because that is something that we could test. That is something that we could test to see if it's true, and we never observe it. And it's my strong opinion that they shifted from that to the bending and warping of space-time, which is something that's not verifiable. Like,
Quote
we
unquote
can't bend and
bending
warp
and warping
space-time.
of space-time sounds like some type of fucking cover-up for something else. I'm not even gonna lie. It really sounds like somebody was just trying to slap something on it and then cover it up. Make it seem like it was supposed to be something that it's not. Make it seem like
It does cover up for what we call the eighth, reason they use him, whether he agreed or not, they used him.
Yeah,
this
the
is
mass
what we're-
attracts. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say the mass attracts mass experiment was done in a barn shed in like the 1600s or some shit, and yeah, and it's way too sensitive to actually work, and it doesn't prove bendy space time nonsense. I'm sorry.
So this is what we're trying to explain to you, like that the entire heliocentric system that they hand you and that they tell you that you live in, which they try to claim that that's your reality. When you start digging into it and you start looking into each specific claim, they're bunk. None of them check out. So that's the gravity issue, right? It's never been established. It's not like you can't observe it. You can't experience it. It's nothing that you can manipulate to prove that it is the cause of anything. So I think, how did we get on the gravity thing anyway? Kai, weren't you going?
Yeah,
He asked, how can we have the sun and the moon rotating around us then? And so I asked him, well, what is causing us to rotate around the sun? And clearly now he understands that the idea of bending and warping space-time, or just time in general, you can't warp 5 minutes. It's just completely retarded. So
it's nice. Just call it bullshit. It's bullshit.
yeah,
How are
so
they
we
gonna
don't
say
know
something like
why the sun and the moon are what appears to be rotating around our earth. We don't know. All we know is we can observe that, and those are the things moving and not the earth itself.
But I do have that does raise a question though. If it is like a
It
rotating,
raises a lot of questions, actually.
yeah. If it's rotating around us, how would we be able to not see one at a certain time or a certain point in the day?
They're
You ever
small.
watch a plane fly?
I
Starts
mean,
at one end of your horizon and just think that
yeah, but that's
it
because
actually landed when you see it go down to the end of the. You think it actually landed at that point, or do you think it maybe is going further beyond your vision?
so would you say that it's just moving away and then coming back?
That's what we observed.
And I want to add to that also, if the Earth were spherical and planes were flying around a globe, when they did leave your you would actually see them dive down into the horizon. They would have to. Like, they would have to dive down into the horizon if they're flying around a sphere. We never see that happen, ever.
Just like you never see comets going up from the horizon or meteors shooting up from the horizon. One of those things you never see.
Okay, so this heliocentric model that they hand us, these claims that they make. So we've already established that gravity hasn't been established. It's not true. What they claim it to be is not true. So we could move on to the next thing. If you're ready to move on to the next thing, what about movement? Have you ever experienced movement, or do you know of any time that it's ever been measured? Movement of the Earth, axial rotation. Which is another one of their claims.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Can you repeat like that last sentence that you said?
Yeah, so we're examining all the heliocentric model claims within their model, right? And we've established that gravity is bunk. I mean, you said yourself that it's bullshit, right? So we can move on to the next thing
At least
and look
the
at
way that
another
you're
claim.
describing it, it's bullshit, but it's probably something else. But
Yeah, we could get deeper into that after we kind of look at all their claims. So we can move on to the next claim, and you can actually pick whichever one you want, whether it's curvature, whether it's axial rotation, or whatever. But we can go to axial rotation next if you'd like, because I mean, I think it's. Is there any time that you've ever known of anyone actually measuring any axial rotation, or do you experience it?
no, not really. And I don't really have physics at the moment. I have AP biology, which is bullshit. I don't like biology at all, but still.
Well, you could look into it and research it later if you'd like to, but I'll go ahead and give you a little hint and a little clue. No one has ever measured axial rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So they look at the sky and they see things moving in the sky, right? And they try to they claim that that's evidence of Earth moving, but we're just observing lights in the sky moving. And so
Wait,
we could.
Oh wait, yeah, you continue. My bad.
No, Avery, do you have anything to
Yeah,
say about?
I was just saying, like, if it's lights in the sky moving, then like, what about revolution? Does that mean that that doesn't exist? Like, involving like revolving around something?
Oh, you mean like the sun? We could go to that next if you'd like to.
Yeah, like if like what would we be revolving around something, or would it just be like, okay, it's just moving and moving and moving, and it's just out of our sight somehow, some way, and it just becomes
All right.
dark all of a
Well,
sudden?
well, let's keep track of all the claims that we've discussed so far. So far, gravity is bunked, and so far there's no evidence of movement of Earth. So now you're wanting to go to revolution and revolving around the sun. So first of all, do you know the distance that they claim the sun to be?
What is it like? I don't even remember. Holy shit! Hold on one second. I just looked it up.
And if anyone else wants to jump in,
Gotta Google. Gotta use good old Google. No,
Yeah.
no shade though. But isn't it just kind of funny, Juice?
94
Like
million
the
miles.
flat earthers know all of this stuff. Like it's just kind of something to laugh at that flat earthers know.
Well, no.
a lot about this.
Everybody has a different perspective, and everybody has different ways to explain how
What
they
she's
see it.
saying is that you should know this if you are a part of the globe. Okay, so if you don't know it, then it's just a belief, and that means you don't know it.
Ladies' night, Jeff.
Well, and if we're just so freaking dumb, right? You know, dumb enough. We're like Amish. Like we think the Earth is flat. Like, what
Stop
the
putting
heck?
words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
No,
though.
I'm just saying. Like I'm just like quoting other Globers, right? Like we're just so behind the times, right? It's kind of funny that we know everything up to date with the heliocentric model.
Yeah, she's sharing with you the spirit with which that people generally look at flat earthers and address flat earthers in.
They'll say that you're stupid, even though they're not even listening to what you have to say about it.
Correct. And then, of course, they have to go and look up everything that we say and make sure that it's truth, which it is truth.
Yeah, they claim that it's dumb and it's stupid, and they believe in which you were honest though. When you came in here, you did say that you believed in it, right? I mean, you said I believe in globes, so and it is a belief because there's no evidence for it. But they come in here and say that they believe in it, and say that we're dumb and we're stupid and we're idiots for saying that the Earth is flat. But yet we have to take the majority of the time explaining to them the thing that they believe in, because they haven't even looked into it enough to even realize that there's no evidence for any of it.
That's stupid. They don't have to be dicks just to hear somebody's claims. It's just
I know.
no.
I
The
wanted to
problem
say
is-
about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the problem is that it's a religion. When you believe, you have to have faith that you've been told this certain story, and then you don't even know what the certain story it consists of, what the definitions are. You don't know what it means. Gravity. That's the problem.
Flat
It
Earth,
becomes the
nigga.
faith.
Flat Earth, nigga.
Saying that.
Hey, yo, chill with that shit. Before I
Wow,
slap the shit out
who
you.
is
Fuck
that?
you talking to like that.
Yeah.
I'll take it on your
That's
ass.
not
Don't fucking
okay.
talk to me like that. Fuck wrong with you, nigga.
I
will
got
dead
him. It
smack
was
you.
Jaeer. Please
See what
don't
we deal
talk
with?
that way
You're gone.
anymore.
This is what we
Yeah,
deal with when we're
you
trying to
fucking
have
right.
a discussion. We have trolls come in here and just this is why we get sassy sometimes, because this is what most of our audience is like. I wanted to show you this picture though, Juice.
You gonna send it to me in DMs, or is there a place that you wanna send it to?
Can you go to the live stream voice text?
Yep.
Okay. It's just of these street lamps here, because we're talking about the sun and how you said, well, if we're not rotating around the sun, what are we rotating around? Again, you have to let go of this idea of outer space and all that stuff. So you see how the street lamps look when they're far away? They look like they're merging with the horizon, with the ground.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the picture?
Oh wait, am I looking at the wrong one?
Here, I'll repost it again.
All right, multiple people are sending stuff.
Okay, my name is Mrs. Musk. It's the last picture posted
Oh, okay.
with the lights on the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can see it.
So you see, as the lights that are farther away, they look like they've merged with the ground, right? They're not actually merged with the ground. They're all the same height. They're just farther away. And that's what the sun is doing when you see it rise in the east and set in the west. It's just going a straight line over you. It's not changing in height. All it's doing is just coming closer to you. Then when it's right above you, it is noon. And then as it moves farther away, it appears to set, but it's just actually disappearing out of your field of vision. So, like Damsel said with the airplane analogy, and this is what is happening. The Earth itself is not spinning. The sun is just moving away from you.
That's
And that also makes more sense because if the sun is actually, because they're telling you that that's not what's really happening in reality, that when the sun is setting, the earth is supposedly falling backwards and you are falling backwards as you're watching the sun go away. But what you observe to be happening and what is actually happening in real life is the sun is physically getting closer to you. And that's why as it gets closer to you and it's noon, it is hot. And that's where you can get the most UV ray. Like that's where the UV index will be the highest, is when it's at noon, because the sun is actually physically right above you at that time. And then as it leaves, it gets farther away and it appears to dim, but only because it's smaller. So it's like a flashlight in a big spacious room. A flashlight is not going to be able to light up the whole room. It's only going to be able to light up certain corners. And as you rotate that flashlight around the room, only part of it will be lit up. The other part will be dark still.
And a lot of them will be resistant to it. But what she's talking about, I'm going to post a video showing the sun shrinking in angular size, getting smaller in angular size as it moves away. And you can check it out and look at it for yourself.
Okay. And also, but wouldn't it? But even then, the same way that can happen with that, wouldn't it also be kind of similar to like when you're rotating around the Earth as well? Since you're at a supposedly, from what I've heard, you're at an angle in space.
That we're tilted on our axis.
Yeah, like when they
Well,
say
that
that we're
has
tilted,
to do
wouldn't that?
has to do with the seasons, which is also completely stupid. As what the heliocentric model tells us, that when we're tilted on our axis, when we're farther, okay, the heliocentric model says that when we are farthest from the sun, the northern hemisphere is farthest from the sun, it is our summer.
Yeah.
And when we're closest, it's our winter. And the only reason that it is hotter is because of the tilt, which they could explain. They say it's tilted so the oceans are getting heated up by the sun. But what they can't explain is why, even though when we're farthest from the sun and it's our summer, we have the most daylight.
So
Because right now during summer, the days are the longest, like the daylight. Sorry, go ahead. Drew.
Right. No, I was just going to add to what you're saying. So they claim that the tilt, like the distance that they claim that the tilt of the Earth is doing is going to cause the Earth to get hotter, yet the distance that it moves away from the sun, they claim isn't going to make it colder, because like she said, that's when it's the summertime months. But in order for any of that to even be possible, first the Earth would need to be spherical, and we would also need like the sun would also need to exist in a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, which is what they claim outer space to be. So we can first look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. That's definitely valid. So I'd like to see like where you got that from.
So does anyone want to go over curvature with them, or should I? I mean, I don't want to. There's
Well,
plenty of ladies in here.
I didn't find curvature when I measured it this morning. So yeah, and that was me just getting all emotional when I found that out for the first time, like personally. So yeah,
Yeah. So
that was
who wants
first-hand experience.
who wants to go over the curvature with him? Any volunteers? Okay. So anyway, so if you're going to determine whether or not there's curvature of the Earth, all of their claims, like we know that the sun can exist in a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure because they claim it's a burning ball of gas existing in a vacuum, which violates the second law of thermodynamics. So if knowing that can't be true, we can, like a lot of their claims, we can't even test a lot of them, but these are things that we can know. And the curvature of the Earth is something, the surface of the Earth we have access to, so we can measure it. We can measure the Earth to see if it's curving anywhere. So would you agree that would be something that we would be able to do?
Kinda.
Right. So are you aware of what size they claim the Earth to be?
Like one in like 10 million suns or something. I mean, not wait, opposite. Like we need like 10 million or 90 million of us or something like that to fit into the sun. That's what they say.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's like 10. Is it 10 Earths? I don't know. But they do give us numbers. They claim that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. And I put a chart into the live stream. You can click on it and it gets larger. So that gives us a radius of 3,959 miles. So if you want to, you can do some. You can look it up and you can search later if you'd like and see if you can find anywhere where curvature of the Earth has ever been measured. But I'll give you a little hint. It hasn't. It's not been measured. But there's a curvature chart in the live stream if you want to look at it, and it tells you at which distance you're looking at according to the observer's height. How far away from you, the Earth should start curving.
I have a question. When you wait, hold on. Were you still speaking?
Well,
Because if you did, you were just cutting out.
no, well, no. I paused for a second so that you could take a moment to click on that and to look at it, to look at the curvature chart. And I kind of wanted to go on from there and explain to you that according to the dimensions that they give us and the measurements that they give us of the Earth at 1.225 miles away, if you're 1 foot observer height at 1.225 miles away is where the Earth should start curving. So if we measure, or if you can even just do an observation, right? Because if the Earth should start curving at that point, you should never ever see the horizon extend beyond that. And if you raise your observer height, then you just, you can put it into the Earth curve calculator, and it'll still tell you how far away the Earth should start curving. But Logers, or however you say his name, he just posted the black swan in the live stream voice text, which myself, my favorite one is the long distance photography, but that one's actually something that's good because the oil rigs, it's actually a place where you can go and the oil rigs don't move. They're oil rigs, so they're right there, and you can Google it and it'll tell you how far the oil rigs are away. It'll tell you the distances. But anyway, so getting back to that, like at 1 foot observer height, 1.225 miles is the distance at which the Earth curvature should begin. So if you look at these oil rigs, the first one is 6.21 miles away, and the second one is 9.41 miles away. So if you click on that photo, could you just click on it and tell me where you see the horizon at?
It's still further away from them.
Further away, like in
Yeah.
between, in front of, or behind the platforms?
In front of.
You
Hold
see
on
the
here.
horizon in front of the platforms? Are you looking at the same picture I'm looking at?
I don't know. A bunch of people are posting different ones, and I don't know which one I'm supposed to be looking at.
Well, any of them really should, like they all show the horizon behind it. I just want to make sure that you're seeing the horizon. Do you understand what the horizon is?
Isn't that where like it's supposed to start curving or something?
The horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Oh. Learn something new every day.
Well, yeah, you didn't know that that's what the horizon was. What did you think?
I really thought that it was just like it was where like I guess it cuts off. Like
Well, it's the end of like okay, so it's where the land appears to end in your vision and the sky begins. It's like where they meet.
oh, so yeah, kind of that
Okay, so if you click on that photo, where do you see the horizon at?
behind them.
Okay, so the second platform is 9.41 miles away. So would you say that you could safely say that the
If they're that
horizon is
far
at
away,
least, would you say that it's at least safely, conservatively 10 miles away?
mm, probably not. Probably more.
Yeah, well, you're right, and it is definitely more, but being conservative, right? It's
Uh-huh.
so if you're 1 foot observer height and you're expecting to see the Earth curvature begin at 1.225 miles, and you see the horizon 10 plus miles out, what does that tell you?
It tells me that probably what they were telling us about the curvature is bullshit. Because
Yes,
how are you supposed to get that far?
yeah, pretty much, and that's not the only one. There's other tests. There's the AFI-core laser test. There's I'll post some more laser tests for you, but they've repeated this over and over. They've repeated that same very one right there many times too. I'll find their video and I post it for you so you can look at the video. So we've established that gravity is bunk, and what they consider to be the vacuum of space, 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, is bunk, and that curvature is bunk. So what do they have left? Let me ask you this: is there any reason at this point for you to believe or assume that the Earth is spherical, spinning and rotating around a sun that's existing in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
I mean, I don't want to say never. I'll never say this. But I probably will say that they probably bullshitted what they were saying themselves, more than likely.
Yeah. So
So,
coming into this, what was your confidence in the globe, and how has that changed now? Like right now, what's your confidence in the heliocentric model on a scale of 1 to 10?
bullshit. The fuck? Everything that they be saying,
Oh, jeez.
absolute bullshit, and you just proved everything wrong.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions about the heliocentric model? Because it is, and these look, just because we like.
But I have a question. Where would all the other galaxies and stars come into play?
Galaxies, like what?
Galaxies.
So you just see lights in the sky. So when you go out at night and you look at these stars, you're told that you're looking at galaxies. Okay. But the place that supposedly these galaxies are at can't exist. So all you're seeing is just lights, and that's all that we know them to be. I was going to say also, since you seem very just aware of things, you might really like the videos of the NASA astronauts on wires. Some people, some of the like more technical academic people, they just, they can't handle that. But for younger generation people who can just call out fake shit when they see it or sense it, you'll probably actually really find those to be interesting because it is so obvious that they are in a Hollywood studio. They'll drop things, it'll fall to the ground when it's supposedly in 0G. They'll try to do these backflips and one of their legs will get stuck on the wire. You can see their harnesses. Like the chicks have hairspray in their hair. Like their hair is not like it's so bad.
Yeah, a lot of it is so absurd, and it's so hilarious to look at that sometimes I think they're actually trolling us. I mean, literally, I do think a lot of their shit is just to troll us. But even if it's not, I think it just boils down to their arrogance. That they know that they have the world so fooled that they don't have to really put a lot of time or effort, and they can just be sloppy about it, and they are.
I just watched a video, a real deal NASA video, and they talk about how the astronauts drink their own piss.
What the
And they're
hell?
trying to convert astronaut shit into food so they don't have to bring food on the space station. Like this is such a troll to the public. It's incredible, but we're so distracted with our Instagram and our life that we don't actually sit and watch what they're doing. Everyone's too busy.
Hold on, come again. You said that they're trying to what?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
claim that they take their poo, right? They take their stools and they turn it into coffee.
Does someone have the voice clip of Don
Hell
Pettit saying that?
no. Fucking
Yes!
disgusting.
Now, how
I'm
many
sure that
people in real
nobody-
live
I'm sure
do
that
you think-
nobody's willing to do that unless they're like retarded or something.
Well, yeah. Or convince you that that's what they're doing.
Where's
Tell me
Creation
you're,
Bear?
you're joking, right? You're joking. You gotta be joking.
No,
Creation
not
Bear,
at all.
here's the clip. Sorry.
That's so disgusting.
I know.
Why would anybody be willing to do that?
No one is. They just like feed us the stories, man.
They're
They just feed us
trolling.
the stories.
Then we've got a
You seen Jackass?
and then a machine that goes chug a chug a chug a chug a chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Just caught that. He said that. I never caught that before, but he's like, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is. Did you? I never caught that before.
Yeah, I never caught that either. And yeah, they get $60 million a day. So think about a Hollywood movie. A Hollywood movie probably gets, let's say a nice one gets $500 million, or we'll say $600 million for a nice Sandra Bullock space themed movie. And they can get, a good 2.5 hours of great CGI footage. Well, they can do that in 10 days of their budget. Except they don't have to pay fancy bougie actors. They just have to hire, they probably don't even hire. They just have to threaten poor military wannabe people and then just make them do this stuff. And you'll see, they're not even able to produce a level of quality like you watch in the movie theater because they're not working with actors. They're working with military people, so they suck at acting. And when they make mistakes or mess up, like they're smiling or their eyes are like, "Oh shit!" It's honestly hilarious.
So you're thinking that they're probably just doing something similar to like making a movie, but it's just like they're just exposing it to the public and being like, "Yep, this is real. This is definitely real."
Space was made in a Hollywood basement.
Yep.
For
Like
real.
the news. Like the news in general. We all know that the news is fake as shit. Like they'll film
Yeah.
stuff. They'll film only part of something happening and put it on the news and say something else happened. So it's exactly what they're doing with space. It's the
So
same thing.
they're just there to try and fool everybody, basically. Be a dick.
And hide
here's
creation.
Yeah, there's that too. There's so many different levels of it. So here's where we're at, right? You're looking. It's like they give you the story and you just believe it because you're like, well, that's what they're telling me. That they're the authority over this information. Why would they lie? But and no one questions it. And we've been programmed to do that. So once you start looking at it, and once you start examining the actual claims that they're making, and you realize it's all bullshit, then you go out and do your own observations, and you see that it's the opposite of what they're claiming. Like that's where we're at right now. That's where you have to be intellectually. You have to. So do you have any more questions about the topic? I don't know if there's any other people in here
Well, not at the moment, no.
that have any questions, but we can go further into it if there's no one else that does. Leopard Husky, do you have any questions regarding the topic of flat Earth?
Oh no, thank you.
Hold on, I'll be back.
All right. Don't fall off the edge.
Huh?
I just made a joke.
Oh, I didn't hear it. My bad.
Oh, I said don't fall off the edge. It was
I
a
won't.
major joke.
Leopard Husky doesn't have any question. I want to ask Leopard Husky a question, though. Did you already talk to Leopard Husky?
I haven't. I don't know
Oh.
how long he's been in here. I haven't checked, but I
When
haven't
did you
seen him
join
before.
the server, Leopard Husky?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I just asked when you joined the server. Did you just join today?
Oh, I've actually been on here for about a week now. I've just been, creeping, lurking.
What do you think so far?
Well, I am a flat earther. I just came to see.
You're
Is Leopard
roboting a little bit,
Husky
Leopard
cutting
Husky.
out? Okay, good. It's not just me.
Oh,
Yeah.
am I having bad connection?
You sound better now.
You're fine. Yeah, it was just
Okay.
momentary. Yes. I don't know. We heard you say you're a flat earther. I think that's all we heard.
Yeah. I just came to see you guys debunk the globe.
Good. So how long have you realized the truth about flat Earth?
For about a year, ever since I got saved. It kind of just went hand in hand.
So it was like through the Bible for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to people. I won't even say it happens to a lot of people. I would say it happens to surprisingly few people with the number of Bibles there are in the world that clearly, start right out there saying firmaments, waters being separated from waters,
Right, exactly.
corners of the earth, it's flat, the sea, surprising to me that there's not more. I shouldn't say it's surprising because we know that there's a, conscious effort to counteract the truth of the Bible by
Right.
I can't remember the name of who's that Christian guy that goes around trying to stop people from being flat earthers. And of course, the Answers in Genesis people, they'll take it so far and they'll say, oh yeah, we can go along with young earth and all this stuff, but don't actually read the Bible where it clearly says it's flat. I mean, these people who are like taking it literally, saying the earth is 6,000 years old, doing all this other stuff, are still going to say we're living on a globe, hurtling through space. It's ridiculous.
Kent Hovind does that.
It is.
Who does it? Kent
Hovind.
Hovind? Is it Hovind?
Yeah, you not
Yeah,
know.
that's what I'm thinking of. Yep. He is a big liar. I hope there's a special place in hell for that guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it
I
does
don't want to
suck.
get carried away.
I've been
you're talking about Kevin Anderson.
I don't know
No
who Kevin Anderson is.
No
No,
Kevin Anderson.
So
I don't know who that is. What does he do?
Another street preacher or
Another
preacher.
person leading Christians astray, and discouraging them from actually reading the Bible and, actually what it actually says. It's obviously a flat earth book. But that's cool. Yeah, I'm sorry. I tend to go off on tangents. But I was trying to talk to Leopard Husky, so we are very happy that you're here. Are you of the female persuasion?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure, because I was going to say something with they feminine pronouns, but I didn't want to insult you. So would you like me to give
No,
you
that's okay.
the ladies' night role?
Oh yeah, sure.
Great. Yeah, we're glad you're with us. So for you, like you said you got saved, and then was it just reading the Bible that made you realize the truth about the realm where we live, or was there like a person who helped you?
Yeah, there was actually a person. I don't know if you guys have heard of her. Her name is Hacking the Headlines.
I have not, but maybe
She-
somebody else
Yeah,
has.
I've heard of her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've
Do you
heard
like
of her.
her?
She sounds interesting. If you can post something, maybe I'll check her out. I've never heard of her though.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
She asked
interesting.
if they liked
She
her. Yeah.
does a lot of like current events and stuff.
Yeah. Well, she had this one about NASA and how like they are such liars, and like the stars are so different than like what we're actually being told. And I'll post the video.
I've never heard of that person, but that's cool that she was able to make you understand, because I recently had a little battle with, that's why it goes to come home with my homeschool group that, reads the Bible, all this stuff, but they're going to focus on outer space for our next year's homeschool co-op. And I told them the whole thing, not only the Bible, but the scientific, reasons. And their answer is just like, okay, like no response, no substantive response, no debate, just, oh, there's that crazy lady, she won't be here next year. I told them I can't in good conscience participate then. Like it's very, I find it very sad, because a lot of these Christians think they don't want to be made fun of as being like backward, and so they're like, oh, we love science. There's no problem. Science and God can go hand in hand. Big Bang, no problem. We can just say God created the Big Bang. Why do you care what those people think if they think you're backward? Or why don't you just care about what the truth is, and who cares what anyone thinks about you? It's just, I find it very sad, Christians in particular, when they go along with that nonsense.
Right, exactly.
So Husky, have you done any observations yourself yet?
What do you mean?
Like, have you done any like measurements or filming yourself? Like, for instance, that video that you posted with the stars. Have you actually looked at it for yourself yet?
No, I don't have a telescope or anything, but I can just
when you
tell,
get one,
like, can I get
when
one?
you
I don't know. Aren't they kind
yeah,
of
no, I was like, when you get one, you're gonna be even more like surprised and emotional. Like,
Wow.
I've been following this since 2015, but only this morning I proved it to myself, and I was like, holy ball sacks. So yeah, just proving it to yourself just gives you that extra bit of confirmation.
Right.
Well, way
Right.
extra bit of confirmation, but you get so emotional. It's actually scary. It's a weird feeling that you're gonna get nowhere else, but it's a very good feeling as well. So yeah, all I gotta say is good luck and enjoy the ride.
Thank you.
Don't be afraid to speak up anytime, not just ladies' night. If you're here other times, we know it can get very crowded in here with so many people talking at once. But if you have a question or comment, don't hesitate to chime right in there, because we always like to hear new people's voices, and so
Yeah.
we're glad that you're here.
Do you have any
Awesome.
questions, Leopard Husky, at this point?
I do have one. Okay, I'm not saying it debunks flat Earth. It was just a point like my friend brought up. He said, okay, so there's like if you put like a feather and a bowling ball in like a container that has like no pressure, like they will fall at the same time.
Keyword container.
I know what video you're talking about, and they actually cut away from it, so you don't actually see it, you know. But it's also in a vacuum, which we don't find in nature, and it's like the medium is what they're changing, and they're not really like not really I don't even know why I said really, but they're not establishing anything with that.
Right. And yeah, someone brought up a good point. Is like there it needs a container.
Just follow
Well, yeah.
a video of smoke in a vacuum chamber, and it still disperses in all directions. And actually, well, it goes to the top, and then when they open the top of the container of the vacuum, it escapes out. So I just would follow up with that, and just reiterate that if we had gas here, it would disperse once you opened up the container, and also it goes up in the vacuum chamber. So
it's not even logical to consider, really. I mean, because if you think of how they claim, like even if we gave them gravity, right, it's not even logical, because gravity has one vector and gases move in all directions, has many vectors, and they like to claim that gravity is what's containing and what's holding the gases in, but yet so where it's supposed to be allegedly strongest, which is here on Earth, are we supposed to believe? They expect us to believe. Like when you think about it, it's absurd. It's not even logical. We're supposed to believe that gases escape the Earth where it's allegedly the strongest at, and then at the edge of the atmosphere is where it's supposed to just kick in and start. You know, it's so selective. Like that's not even logical.
Yeah.
I would just encourage you, like, and I think the more, you know, you hang around here, it definitely helps me, and I think helps all of us get confidence in the arguments and so on, so that, like, if you're put on the spot, because anytime they give you those kind of, because that's what they love to do, because it's all they have, you know, what about this little thing? What about this little thing over here? So you're telling me, what was it, a bowling ball, and what's the other thing?
A feather.
That they're dropping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're telling me you're going to prove that we live on this globe despite zero evidence of curvature, zero scientific evidence of rotation, by a bowling ball and a feather. So why, you know, and then you just have to make the person see you have, the only reason you think you live on a globe is because you saw a bunch of pictures in a cartoon in textbook in school. You see a bunch of cartoons coming out from NASA who admits that they only put out CGI images, artistic renditions, and some of the only, you know, images that they claim are they don't even, like, you know, right on their website, Robert Simmons says, we wrap flat maps around a ball and spent 4 months coming up with this image to match what you think the Earth looks like. They don't go up there. They don't even say they go up there and take pictures of the Earth. And the ones that the one that they claim, Apollo 17, which I just put in the live stream voice text, is very easy to debunk. That's one of the few that they say is really a picture of the Earth. And then you can clearly see, like, way more of the Earth should have been lit up, and everything they do is a fraud. So if you get someone trying to put you on the defensive, you just put them back and you say, when was curvature scientifically proven? When was rotation scientifically proven? Answer to both of those questions is never. And then what Truth Prevails just said, how can you have gas pressure without a container right next to this alleged vacuum of space? They're the ones who need to start proving some of these claims. And these little things they come up with, like, what about eclipses, or what about the bowling ball? That's just them trying to get away from the main point, that they believe in a cartoon, fake matrix reality that has nothing to do with what you experience. You live on a flat and stationary Earth. That's where they live. They've never seen anything else. If they want to believe fairy tales, that's fine. But they're not proving anything with a bowling ball, an alleged bowling ball, an alleged feather, and whatever they allegedly do, because that's all theoretical nonsense, and they have nothing.
And if you'd like to grab that video I just posted, there's one where where the medium is what they manipulate, and they're manipulating the medium. They're removing, the air out of the vacuum. In the vacuum chamber, they're removing the medium, and it changes the point at which the piece of wood finds its equilibrium. That's the most prevalent variable that can be manipulated. There's other variables that have been manipulated to determine where an object finds its medium, but it's like the most prevalent one is the medium. You can change if you change the medium, the difference. If you change the density of the medium in relation to the object, that's going to change where it finds its equilibrium. And so there's a good demonstration for you to take with you. That way, if they, start talking about gravity, you can ask them where gravity was in that. Because gravity has never been anything that's been, it's never been identified. It's never been manipulated to establish that it is the cause of anything.
Truth, thank you for that video. It's the first time I've seen it. And that's why I'm joined this channel, to find shit like this. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Wow.
And What World D also put up the Hacking the Headlines link that Leopard was talking about. So I'm going to look at that too, because I've never heard of that person. But that might be a good thing to refer Christians to, if that's the angle there.
Right.
So thank you, What World D, for putting that up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll post another video for you. I don't know who it was that
Beerman. I'm just appreciative of any extra bit of I don't know how to say this. I'm still new to it, and I just became a confirmed flat earther today when I proved that there's no curvature to myself today. So yeah, this is just amazing. I'm sorry. I'm very overwhelmed, guys.
Here's you another
And
video
they're on a high. It's great. It's great to hear him on a high. You're on a high, so figuring it out, doing it for yourself, for real, first time yourself. And I know what that feeling is. It is pretty cool.
And that's the reality of it, isn't it? It's more exciting to me than to have a belief of something that you can never experience and you can never observe. And it's more exciting to me to actually be able to observe and experience.
It's weird. I've even got tears in my eyes how fucking overwhelmed I am, guys.
And check that video, that other video out that I just posted. That's where, I think his name is Zach, but anyway, he manipulates the electrostatics of I think he takes helium balloons and manipulates the electrostatics charge of them. And that will also change where an object finds its equilibrium. So it's actually a compounded, there's a compound of variables. There's different variables that are in play, but none of them is gravity, what they claim gravity to be.
So truth prevails. Have you seen that video where they debunk that globe? It's where they can't find it again. It's where they drop the bowling ball and the feather in the vacuum chamber for NASA. And somebody did a debunk on it, was able to show at the top that they were releasing one before the other just to make sure it came out with the results that they had claimed that would happen. Remember where that one is? Been able to find it.
Yeah, that's been around for so long, and I knew it was bunk, and I don't really give it much time. So it's like, if I have it, I would have to really search for it. And
yeah, because I wondered if I had that one for somebody that asked, did they show that test? And then it's been set up so that it would give the result they wanted.
I'm sure I'm sure it will appear in the voice text here in just a minute, because I guarantee you someone in here has it.
I bet you do. That's why I was wondering, if I asked, somebody would probably put it up.
Yeah. Yeah, and if not, if no one does, just kind of like scroll down to the additional information. It could very well be down there. There's a ton of stuff down there. The debunking video of the bowling ball and the feather.
This flat earth is costing me a lot of money, because now I proved the non-curvature by buying the P900 the other day, 2 days ago, and now I'm gonna go buy myself a vacuum because I want to prove to myself that this video with the weight in the vacuum is something that's real. So,
well, you don't have to have a vacuum chamber to manipulate the medium. You can manipulate the density of the medium just simply by using, you can use water.
Yeah,
We
'cause
see that all the
but I
time.
wanna do it in this video because for me, like, guys, don't
Oh,
get me
yeah, well
wrong. Like, I'm full on this side.
Sure, do
I
it. I mean, if
it's
that's what
just
you
I
wanna
think it's
yeah, I
yeah,
don't
it's
wanna
just I
discourage
find
you,
it
I
so
wanna
awesome.
encourage you.
Yeah,
So if that's what you wanna do, yeah, for sure. If you can get a
yeah.
vacuum chamber and do it, there's more, than that type of experiment
That's
that
my
you
next
can do
thing,
with a
yeah.
vacuum chamber. Yeah.
Yeah, I just love doing it because it's more confirmation for the rest of the guys that join this side of us. So I appreciate it. It's really, really cool. I love this. It's so cool.
I
Costs a
really
bit of
like
money, but but
I really like that one where he changes the electrostatic nature of the object. Like, and if you also could change the electrostatic nature of the medium, I guarantee you, like, I haven't seen anyone do that, but I can guarantee you that, that would also, determine change where the object, finds its equilibrium in, relation to due to its relationship of its own electrostatic nature and the medium that it's in. So I think that
I love
that
I
would be
love the fact
interesting to explore.
sorry. Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry. I love the fact that we as humans and normal people can do these sort of experiments and throw it in their faces. I just love that. I just think it's incredible. I think it's amazing. I'm still very overwhelmed from what I discovered today. So yeah, excuse me, guys.
Feel
Yeah.
that's how I feel if I smoke a joint. Just debunking
Oh
globe
man,
Earth right there and
that's
then
so cool.
there. Or just pour yourself a cocktail. Put some ice in there. Bye bye globe.
I
Bye
think
bye
they never
gravity.
expected anyone to question them. I think that's what happened.
Well, the technology outlived the lie. That is what
Yeah.
they didn't foresee. They didn't foresee that Nikon would invent a camera that good, or that
Yeah.
TV would get good enough where people can have their own editing, their own Photoshop. They probably did not think that, or they thought by the time the technology got as good, they would have figured out something.
Or
But
perhaps they
yeah.
expected by the time it got so good, they expected to have more control over the information. you know, maybe that's it. I don't know, but they seem to have a lot of damage control that they've been doing.
Hmm.
All right, I'm back.
Well, and it's funny. They just like they couldn't keep up. They
Jeez, I
couldn't
want to
keep
create
up.
a army and go fight these people, man. Damn it.
Are you drunk?
A little bit, but it
I can tell
fucking
you just.
it eats me inside. It eats me inside. It's
Yeah, I think the
bad.
first 2
We
years that
can't
I
fight
got
them
into
though.
it, I think I stayed angry for the first 2 years I was looking into it. Once I realized,
Yes, but
how yeah, it happens. It's a process.
it hits harder now that I know. That's the thing. It just hits harder that now that I know. Before I just believed that the earth was flat. Now that I know it, it just hits me even harder. It sucks. I want to fight these people, man.
Well, it's a war and it's a battle for the minds of men. So the way to fight it is to help people begin to open their minds and to start questioning things. That's where the battle is. So that's how you fight
Yeah.
it, which is why we're here.
And it's honestly so good because I used to always try to push my, I don't know, opinions on people or just things that I thought was right on people. I was just pushing it on them. And then this has really taught me that you can't, and some people will just never be able to understand these things. And there's something beautiful about just knowing the truth, and it's the truth. Like no one can take it away from you. And just is what it is.
I have a question.
What's up, Juice World?
Okay, don't call me that, dead man.
Juice World, Juice Flat Earth World.
I never said that I believed in it, but the way that y'all explained it, definitely like it has some, you know what I'm saying? But I was gonna ask, so why do stars move in different directions, and why do you see different stars on different sides of the earth?
Okay, so but before we even get any further, I just want to lay something out for you because I want to make sure that you understand one thing, right? And I'm not saying that like this just leads into it, right? I want to make sure that this premise is set so that you understand that just because we are aware that the earth isn't spherical and that it measures flat and it's not moving and it's stationary and that we are contained and that the sun and moon are local and they're just the stars are just lights in the sky, it like it doesn't mean that all of the stories that they give you that we have that it's like falsification is independent of replacement is a common thing that you'll hear people say because it's true. So it doesn't mean that we're going to have a story to replace the stories that they've told you. So if it's something that we can't verify and that we can't test and we can't establish as an objective truth, right? Then all we can do is speculate and build upon. We can do it. It can be intellectually based, right? But the only thing that anyone can do if they're honest is speculate and build upon those things that are the basic fundamentals of flat Earth, which are those things that are verifiable and testable. So you need to ask yourself: is the thing that you're asking, is it something that is verifiable and that is testable?
Yes, it is definitely.
Okay, so what, in your view, what are the stars? They're just
No. That's
yeah.
okay.
Okay,
So
so
that's
they're lights
not
in the
really
sky.
okay. So my thing is right when you're on different sides of Earth, right? Now you know how there's a North Star and stuff like that, right? Basically, the more in a different direction that you move in the Earth, the different types of stars that you will see instead of those stars that you initially would have saw in the. So if I'm in the north and I see the North Star and I see it would be turning counterclockwise. If I'm in the south, I see another star that's like the midpoint, and then after that it would be moving clockwise. So why does it do that?
Do you see what I just posted in the live stream voice text?
Oh no, I didn't hear. I'll check right now.
So what they would say and what they would claim is that it's because the the stars, because the Earth is spinning, right? That's what they'll
Uh-huh.
claim. But if that were true, and you see how those stars are moving right there, the northern hemisphere of the Earth would have to be spinning in one direction, and the southern hemisphere would have to be spinning in another direction, and you would have to be viewing the center of this, like the in between. You would have to be in between the two and observe that. So there's different effects that we can see, but all we can do is assume, what the cause is of it. Like there's different optical effects that we can see occurring in the sky, but we can't verify and establish indefinitely, like objectively, the cause of those things.
I guess, yeah.
But for it to be like what we can definitively say, that it's not what they're claiming, it's not due to the reasons that they claim.
Personally, I kind of think different just because of like the evidence that like from what I've seen.
Evidence, right?
Yeah.
What evidence have you seen there, Juice?
Hold on. I can go back to the video. So basically what they're saying is that how are you not able to see all of the stars at once? You have to think about it. How would you not be able to see all of the stars at
How
once?
big is the Earth?
Yeah, god damn it. Sorry, dude.
Okay, and how big are stars?
How big is the Earth?
How big are stars?
We're not looking at the sky to see the Earth. How big is the Earth?
But it doesn't matter about the Earth.
But it does matter. You cannot look up to see down.
Kind of
Can I just
king.
ask, is it still Ladies' Night or is that over? What's going on
It
with
is.
It's still ladies' night.
that?
Thank
So I
you.
wasn't sure. I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, so
Because
I dropped out
the
for
point that Justin was trying to get at there is that you can't see forever. You have limitations in your vision, so you're not going to be able to see the whole sky from where you are. Regardless, you have a limitate. You're not a superhero. You can't see everywhere at once. So if that's supposed to be like a gotcha question, that's kind of like what we were talking about with leopard earlier. Like and it's a common thing. Like, I'm not upset with you. It's like you're just hearing this information. It's challenging the dominant belief that's common in this world that you've probably grown up with. It's been your face, nonstop 24/7 for your whole life. So it's fine for you to ask these questions, but usually they're like grasping at straws, and they're just kind of like, they're what Globers who refuse to acknowledge objective reality use to try to distract from the main point that no curvature has ever been measured scientifically, no rotation has ever been measured, and that the concept of the Earth being a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles is purely a theoretical construct that only exists in people's minds. They don't even claim they measured the radius of the Earth, because how would they measure the radius of the Earth, Juice? They just came up with this number. That's their claim. It's not science, because it hasn't been observed. To have a scientific observation, you have to observe something in the natural world. They just came up with a mathematical model that they claim represents the place you live. But when we test it in reality, we find, as the ladies were explaining to you earlier, that we see things in the distance that are way further than we would see if we were on a globe of these dimensions. So you can ask about the stars. I promise you, everything you're going to come up with. What about the eclipses? What about the this? What about the that? Everything works perfectly fine in reality where we live, because yes, we look up and we see the stars. There they are. That says nothing about the nature of where we live and whether we live on a globe. Have you ever observed any curvature in your time on the Earth, Juice?
No.
No, you haven't, because it's not there. Nobody has. So you're just taking somebody's word for it that this fantasy realm of outer space with all this fun science fiction stuff that NASA puts out, but like the ladies were explaining, it's bad science fiction. It's not even good. Like they're low budget science fiction, even though they're raking in the cash and should be able to come up with something better. They're just like little, like a junior high kid could probably do better. Bet you could find 10 junior high kids if you tried who could put out better animation and, CGI stage effects than NASA, especially if they were getting millions of dollars a day. So it's a joke. Did you have more questions about the stars, or do you want to talk about reality?
Mm.
I encourage you to go look at the videos that a lot of us have posted up for you, so you can understand maybe what's going on in our reality a little bit more. Maybe you can understand how those star patterns work.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
mean,
say.
I like stars. I don't want to make it sound like Juice. I don't like looking at stars. I love looking at stars. I look at stars with my children all the time. They're absolutely beautiful. Just like people have been looking at the stars ever since people have been on this earth, because they're very pretty. They're constellations. They've been used for navigation for centuries and centuries, but there's no reason to believe that in recent times, that these so-called astrophysicists, who are actually pseudoscientific entertainers who put out bad science fiction, and they're mathematicians who come up with nonsense in their head, and they come up with a bunch of formulas to make you think it's true when it has no relation to where we live. There's no reason to think they're as far away as they say they are. You said, how big are they? My answer is, I have no idea, and you don't either, because we can show you how the math that they're using is all based on these numbers that they came up with that are from the start wrong. There's a really good book, Kings Dethroned, that explains how these astronomers have used blunders that were made in the past, never corrected them, just build upon them, and then are too arrogant or, getting too much cash flow to go back and say, these original numbers seem off. Maybe we should rethink everything. But we're not, I want to tell you, Juice, we're not the only ones saying that these astrophysicists are full of it. It's, in the scientific community, which I can tell you because I am part of it and was definitely questioning all of astrophysics, dark matter, a lot of what these people are saying before I ever realized that the Earth was flat. That's why it made perfect sense to me, because there's plenty of reputable scientists that will say astrophysics is a bunch of bull. They're just making stuff up. There's this great guy, Pierre Robotillo, who explains, how he kind of is at war with the flat Earth debunker professor, so-called Professor Dave, who's a joke, because he explains how these guys don't understand real science and how they're just making stuff up, and there's no reason to think the sun is a ball of gas, and in fact, there's many reasons to think that it isn't. But anyone who
You
questions
will
the
never believe
mainstream
this.
model
That's the
is
same
attacked.
person that I learned like what I was asking about from.
What person?
Yeah, we
Professor
figured
Dave?
that we figured
Oh,
it was
Dave.
Professor
Yeah,
Dave questions.
you're Dave Zealot. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah,
you're
yeah.
giving Dave questions the whole. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's got the
surprising.
yeah. So that guy's a joke, Juice. He's making money off of this. That's all he does. It's a revolutionary topic, controversial. YouTube promotes him because that is the mindset they want. They went into Congress and admitted that YouTube admitted they censor flat Earth, so therefore they promote people like Dave, and he's making tons of money off of lying to children, because I think those are the only people who think he's credible. I got to find the Pierre video for you, because actual scientists know that dude is a joke, and he's been refuted over and over and over. We can show you video after video of actual, scientifically minded people, including flat earthers and non-flat earthers, who explain how Dave does not understand science and is a faker and a liar, and he's making money off of his lies. So if you give him views, you are supporting a fraudulent, horrible human being who knows he's lying to children and doesn't mind doing it. He's a deceiver. That guy.
I just wanted to say something really quick about the stars. Sorry, I just had to say this. The stars, they tell us that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and then around the sun, we are spinning 66,000 miles per hour, and the sun is moving through the galaxy at like 1,000,000 miles per hour. But we have the same constellations since the beginning of time, like the Big Dipper or Orion's Belt. And every year, this is how the zodiac is formed, but point is the stars, like the stars will be in the exact same location every single year. So if you go and you check out today and you see where the constellations are, in 365 days or 364 days, they will be exactly right above you in the same place, because the stars are moving and not the Earth. Sorry, I just had to say that.
No, it's valid.
You understand, though, that if you keep going to people that aren't science-based and are lying about it and don't give any evidence to even know what they're talking about, you're going to end up coming back with all these questions that are easily refutable that you could have figured out for yourself by not even going to these entertainment channels. You can go to basic science channels, start learning your basic physics, even just learning your own cosmology, still believe in the globe. You should actually understand what is meant by it. And you can do that for yourself. You don't have to go to an entertainment channel. Watch them destroy flatties, call it whatever. And then you're just getting a bad foundation, man. You really need to go back to the book. Go start reading, watching just science channels, real ones that are teaching you something that's confirmable. So I just highly recommend that you just don't use that entertainment to come back here and ask questions that kind of meant to be gotcha. That's all they are.
I wish he had heard that because now I see he's deafened. That was very good. You got to repeat that if he comes back, Dan Zolmedic, because I thought that was very good advice.
Well, I see a lot of this happening. People come in and do the entertainment channel thing on us. What the problem is, don't even understand what he's. I mean, he didn't even understand what he was saying when he said gravity. He had his own definition, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would think it would make them wonder. Like they find this like list of 10 things to ask flat earthers or whatever it is, and then you just think, yeah, they don't really understand the question, and half the time don't understand the answer. But for some reason, they think they need to promote these people, that are just
they really do
using them.
think it's
They're
not
using us, and they're
entertainment.
using them. Yeah, it's for entertainment.
They don't see, but they don't think of it that way. It's the weirdest
Yeah.
thing. They really do think guys are doing science, talking science, have anything to do with it, and it's sad because that's what the problem is with social media platforms. Is everybody thinks entertainment is reality, and that's the strangest part of it. Like, and I think they've blurred the lines so badly that it made it easy to convince people of whatever now. It really is. If it's on the TV on a certain channel, then it's got to be the truth. And they don't go do the basic check for themselves. Is gravity what that guy is saying? Go read a little bit of stuff of the basics.
Absolutely. Yeah, just learning how to evaluate information on its own merits. I mean, that's a lot of the work we do here when we're pointing out the logical fallacies. That's basically what all of them are about, is to avoid all these kind of tricks and smoke and mirrors and just evaluate the information on its own merit. But if you have no idea how to do that, which many people do not, then you need to go figure that out first before you just kind of let this flow of information go by and, just accept everything that you hear.
You'd think they'd learn it in their basic science, but, they don't teach this kind of critical thinking about things anymore, or even how to logically work through a problem. It seems to have been lost. It's just really strange what we get being taught in schools, and so that knowing how to even figure out if you're being or understanding how to logically work through a problem is getting totally gone from technology generation that we have now. It's really strange to me. I don't understand the not being able to work through a problem and go check, make sure.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anybody else that has any questions? F Juice is here with just VC verified role. If there's anybody new that has any questions or comments, feel free to speak up. You don't have to wait to be called on. Or if you don't have the role, you can go up to the VC check-in to get the VC verified role.
I should have gone to bed like 2 hours ago, but you guys are making me too interested in this. I got to play golf in the morning, and I'm still here. Stop it! I love being here.
Are you going to calculate for curvature when you play golf, Bierman?
Oh no, that's just
Absolutely
retarded.
not. How about the Coriolis effect? You're going to
Oh
take
yeah,
that
I
into
have
account?
to. Yeah, I normally do that. So I normally aim just to the right of the fairway, and then I hit the ball, and then it lands in the middle. Most of the time, depending on how fast the earth turns at that time. I normally blame it on
What
Coriolis
direction
if
you?
I hit it bad.
There's Pierre Miri Robitel debunks Professor Dave video. So he is not a flat earther, but he has alternate ideas about, he's a scientist who has alternate ideas about the composition of the sun and so on. And I can't even remember how he got caught up with Professor Dave. Professor Dave was criticizing him, I guess, just because he wasn't, following in lockstep with the heliocentric model, including the flaming ball of gas thing. Like you can't say anything against it, right? Because that's their religion. So he dared to question the great Dave, and then this Pierre guy tore him
He's
apart
not
after
even a
he tried to go
professor.
after him. No, he's not.
Yeah, he's not even a professor. And no matter, even though he's not a professor, it doesn't mean he can't say what he wants to say. So, you know, I'm not a fucking professor, but yeah, I'm just trying to say he tries to make himself as this whole I know it all guy, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Cult of personality. All it is anymore.
Well, I'll be going soon, and I see Truth Prevails is gone. Mrs. Musk is gone, so I don't know if we want to continue ladies' night or end it. I don't know. It's up to you guys. But I'm probably going to go soon, so I'm just letting you know.
4 more hours.
But I don't know if any of these people are going to speak up here that we have that are new. I guess we could try unmuting them. Hill and Strata. Are you there? Hill and Strata, number 6036.
Looks like Truth is coming back.
Okay, good. Good, then you guys can carry on. You ladies can. You dolls. Guys and dolls. Oh, and Karma's here. I didn't hear Karma talk. Did she talk yet? Hi, Karma.
Yeah,
Hi,
she did.
Ildiko. Oh, hi, Karma. There, I heard you then. Good to see you. Hi, Ildiko.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good, yeah, I'm doing great.
Good, good.
We finally got lots of rain here. It's been, because we had like a very huge dry spell, and then it's just been raining for days, which is very much of a relief, you know, after a long dry spell. So I've just been enjoying listening to the rain. It's not raining right now, but it was raining all day long, you know, so it's very
Here too.
relaxing.
Here in Florida as well, we're in our rainy season. We have some spectacular storms here in the summer. Beautiful. And by the way,
it's been raining here in Iceland as well.
Nice.
yeah, is that right?
Well, not so nice
I
for
was going to
me.
say
I'm
before
working
you
outside.
go,
Uh-oh.
I was
Yeah,
going to say to you, may I?
Go ahead, Ildiko. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's all right. I was going to say that you were right about that physicist who was going to debate quantum eraser.
He never showed up.
He never showed up. He ran for the hills right away. So
Yes.
you were absolutely right.
Okay, thank you. Yes, not many people come back, follow up, you know, weeks later to tell me that I was right about something. So I appreciate you doing that. But that's good to know. Yeah, it never happened. No surprise there. Yeah.
No surprise. No surprise.
Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
Onu Hino is trying to speak. I don't know. Are you there, Onu?
Nope.
Did he say no?
I think he said no. Yeah. Are you there? No.
Yeah. No, I don't know. For some reason it froze up. I had to restart. But I was wondering if I don't even know who we were talking to about the stars. But
He went
posted
away.
him
No, he's deafened. Juice. Maybe he'll come back because he's just deafened. So he might maybe
yeah,
just
I
got
was
a
just
phone call.
hoping that he saw that demonstration so that, you know, he can that he can realize that, you know, that there can be effects that are going on that we are not aware of that can cause different observations in the sky. And then I was wanting to get to 20, but it looks like he left while I was gone. So, because I know that he was just verified. So if we have anyone else that has any questions, we'll be glad to go over with them. And I probably interrupted someone that was getting ready to, just to say that. But I don't know. It is what it is. Helen Strata, do you have any questions? Oh, you don't have any roles, do you? No.
I just checked in Eric. I don't know if he came in here.
Yeah, Helen Strata, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, we'll hook you up with a role so that you can unmute yourself. Or we can just do it here, I guess. You're unmuted. Oh, you've been unmuted, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, I think I tried unmuting that person, but I don't think we heard anything.
Shows how observant I am.
No, I don't think you were here. I didn't try the F. No, the F juice has VC verified. Yeah, but I did try talking to that person, but they didn't say anything. But I'm gonna have to go soon, truth prevails. But I'm glad I could stop in and see you ladies. And
thanks
as
for
usual,
stopping
always
by.
do a great job. And last week I didn't get to be here, but I did listen the next day to the ladies' night on YouTube, and I was very impressed. I wish Mrs. Musk was here so I could tell her that, but I could always send her a message because I just really enjoyed listening to it. So yes, everybody is doing a great job. So keep it up.
Yeah, I'm sure she's listening. Thanks for stopping by. It was good to have you. It's good to have Bambi too, even though she didn't get to stay for long. It's even the little bit of time. Becky's here. If Becky wants to say hello, Becky. I don't know if she talked while I was gone or
Hello,
not.
everybody. How is everybody going?
Becky, there we go. Hello. I was wondering when you'd get that.
Hello. You guys are doing an
Hello.
awesome job. Sorry, you gals are doing an awesome job.
I wasn't being called a guy.
Thanks, Mary Mom.
Yeah, thank
You're
you, Mary
welcome.
Mum.
Yeah. Sorry, I hope I didn't get too carried away. You know how I can get here, especially since I've been fasting from feasting on Globers. So, I just was ravenous. I just had to tear them apart. I'm sorry, but,
I know you've
you
been
ladies are-
extremely busy, but
That was
I'm
wonderful.
glad to have you when you come, and I hope that you're able to find some time to pop in every now and then from time to time. We enjoy having you.
Thank you. I will.
So yeah,
100%.
Beck, it's flat here in Cape Town as well. I found that out this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's Australia is known to be the flattest inhabited continent in the world. It is so flat here where I live. It's just so funny when I meet Globers, hardcore people that want to protect the globe. They try to ridicule me for being a flat earther in Australia, and I'm always confused as to why would you even try to do that when I'm the one that's living on the flattest inhabited continent in the world? Why would you think that it's absurd that I'm a flat earther when I'm living on a flat earth here? So I find that pretty funny. And the other thing that they really jump to defend, I've noticed, is that the moon landing technology that was supposedly destroyed or lost. That cracks me up. Like if it was the greatest step known to mankind and it was the most, famous achievable thing, why would that technology not only have been protected but being constantly worked on? Why would they not constantly be returning if they could have gone? It's just such a crazy lie.
Yet they're going to Mars.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks,
wow.
Creation. Well
That's
done.
wonderful.
Well said.
Thank you. Yeah, isn't that crazy? This is the general narrative, and no mainstream people will even bat an eyelid at that and think that that's strange as they're searching it up on their palm devices. It's just crazy.
They don't even think about it. They don't even question it. It's the way they've been programmed to do, which is
That's what I was going to say. It's a mind control program, and the program is that you don't question it. And if you do question it, what you're faced with is such ridicule. If you want to go against and say, "Hang on a minute, that doesn't sound rational to me," well, then you're a crazy person. Or the other way is the crazy person like me would say, how is that rational? And that person is so cognitively dissonant, what they're hearing that does sound kind of rational from me. Well, it can't be rational because you're a crazy flat earther or a crazy conspiracy theorist and the government wouldn't lie to me. Well, do you understand that politicians lie? Everybody knows that politicians lie. Everybody sees in a campaign, a political campaign. They see a politician promising all these things under the sun, delivering hardly any, lying blatantly to the people. Yet they can't understand that the government establishment on a whole is lying. I find it crazy how well mind control works. We are literally what are we? We're like not the rejects. We're the ones that it didn't work on. We're like the what do they call it? Like a mutant strain of human being that sort of like morphed off the program. You know what I mean? Like it just didn't work. It failed in us for whatever reason.
I've got a legitimate question though. So yes, I've had a few beers today, blah blah blah. But okay, so I got into this in 2015, lost it, and now the last 2 or 3 months big into it. When am I going to be able to sleep? When am I going to relax a bit about this? And
yeah,
I've spent a lot of fucking money on a camera, and I just want to spend more money to debunk a lot of the globe shit. When is that going to ease down? Where I actually get to live my normal life again, where I live on a flat fucking earth and just live a normal life. Because at the moment, I'm supposed to go to bed 2-3 hours ago. I got golf in the morning, and I'm still up here. I'm just trying to learn, chat to you guys because I love you guys so much, and I'm still here.
The more I sound like a parent now, but the more you stay on these sort of in these digital devices and in these kind of rooms, you probably won't be able to sleep for a while. I mean, it's been years down the track for me now in this group. I was a flat earther before I joined Discord, so I didn't realize what was going on in here until I got here. And then I was kind of addicted to it for years, and then all of a sudden one day I just relaxed and eased off and thought, you know what? I know what I know. If these people that I'm talking to for the past few years now, that they're still in their own mindset. So there's no point me personally arguing with them. I mean, it would be better for me to go out, I guess, and try to meet new people on different Discords and do it that way. But I'm honestly tired. I'm tired of the argument. So it's great that new people like you or whoever it is comes along and takes up the gauntlet for people like me that are tired from the argument and tired of being abused and called names and, treated badly because of what I believe.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I used to believe it until this morning, so now I know it. But it's just like, when am I ever going to be able to just live a normal life again? In the fact
Maybe
that I don't
never.
have to. Oh my
If you're
God.
fighting for the truth, because it's a battle. Because if you look at it, like the majority of the world is asleep and the majority of the world are under heavy mind control. And I mean, I was for many, many years, for decades, I was in the program and believed exactly what everybody else was believing, just going along with it.
This is the crossroads. You have life before flat Earth and life after flat Earth. And once you step into the life after flat Earth, then the life before flat Earth it's a thing of the past. It'll be different from everything's different, and it'll never be the same.
True. But you can come to I'm quite relaxed about it nowadays. Whereas I felt an urgency and a stirring in my spirit for a very long time to continue fighting with people about it. Nowadays, I like to support other flat earthers. That's where I'm at the moment. But everybody has their purpose and their position in a community. So it's just great that more people are waking up. It's a very slow process. But once you meet people, and you'll meet a lot of people. I've met quite a few people that are wishy-washy, that, they're not really, I don't think they're really convicted in their hearts on this topic. But the truth will.
It doesn't have
really
to be a
convict
fight,
you.
though. I mean, if you can just get the person, just plant a seed and get them to start questioning things, that's really all it takes. If they just question, it's like not only flat Earth, but a lot of things fall apart. If they just question it and look at it and examine what they're, giving them, that's really all it takes.
It's trying to break. It's trying to break through that barrier, that control that they have over their minds to even plant a seed. But you're right, and I wonder the people that are so gung-ho on protecting the globe, are they doing it to keep their programming in place because they're quite threatened? about it being broken down and actually having to come to the terms with, hang on a minute, and a lot of them have been in love with space for a long time. It's kind of like finding out, your girlfriend's been cheating on you.
I think a lot of it with the Globers, honestly, this is I feel very strongly about this too, that a lot of it with the Globers who are like that, who fight for it, I think there's just an aspect of personal investment where when they first start into it and they first look into it, if they dig their heels in and start like arguing for the globe, even it's like they get a personal investment and they don't want to give it up, even when they see information to the contrary. It's like I think a lot of them, deep within themselves, know that there's something wrong with it.
I think that's why
I'd wanna
Santa
hope
Claus is
so.
a great example of that, because that's where
You cut out, Karma, or did she? For everyone
Sorry.
else,
Yeah, and I was just saying, basically, because the kids that love.
you cut out again.
God damn this app! I'm so sorry. I give up. I tried. I'm back to
Just
typing.
switch it to voice activity. Try it one more time. I really want to hear what you had to say.
Okay, I'll be super careful this time. I was saying that kids who are super invested in Santa Claus have a harder time accepting it, just like with the Globers and the Globe. And Santa Claus is another example of the whole everyone's in on it thing, and why would mommy and daddy lie to me and all that stuff. I think I managed to finish it this time.
Yeah, you did, and I agree.
It's just weird. Like, man, I want to do. If it doesn't believe it, I want to pay for their damn plane. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not offering plane tickets to South Africa, but I want to bring them to me or fly to me, and I'll fucking prove to you that I can see this shit and there's no curve.
They'll come up with some crazy mental gymnastics to explain it away. I hear it all day long.
Weird.
On the
It's
other
weird. I
server.
saw it
It's fucking-
today. It freaked me out so bad, and then it felt like I had my first crush again, and now I'm absolutely addicted to this shit. And yeah,
yeah, the truth is tasty, I must admit.
Oh yeah.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, there's always a retort for everything that you present, and then they'll start with, it's so funny. I can't even mention the topic in here because it's a so hot topic. But I was talking to this guy. He calls himself Professor Phil. There's a server. It's called Brandon's Flat Earth server, and they go and have debates over there, right? So I was in there chatting with them the other day, and I was showing them some information on a topic. And I said, I'll get my video. Look in the description box for the link. And I told them it was a link, to a government website. Well, this Professor Phil attacked me instantly and said, "You've given me a link to a newspaper article or something like that." And I said, "Mate," he said, I want the therapeutic goods link." And I said, "The link for that, exactly that, is in the description box." He is that disbelieving of me because I'm a flat earther. He couldn't see that I'd given him the exact link that he'd asked for. His eyes had flicked past that and saw the first link that he could attack, which was another link in the description box on a newspaper article of this topic. But the point being is he was that disbelieving because of who I was. I couldn't even present him the information he asked for because I did. And then he accused me of being an arrogant person and a bad Christian.
Well, I don't even think they look at the information. They just want to argue.
He asked for the Therapeutic Goods Association link. I had already given it to him and he asked for it. It was in front of everybody's face. You could see it. But he was that blind to what I was presenting to him that he was looking and scanning that description box for the first thing he could attack me on. So what was there he asked for, but he couldn't see it with his eyes because he's blind. And they just attack people like me. Because they know she's a flat earther. She must be crazy. She can't present any facts. What she is saying is a lie. And what I was saying was not a lie. It was exactly what was said on that government website. But he just attacked me. And then when he realized it was that website, he told me he was going to call them on the phone. He's in America, right? He was going to call the Australian government number. I said to him, send an email because they'll keep you on hold for about 30 minutes. Like, if he wanted to make that kind of phone call, it would probably cost him hundreds of dollars. Like, this guy's like crazy.
Well, they don't even care. Like I said, they don't even care about the information. And once you realize that someone is in that state of mind where they're just ready to argue, and they're a contrarian just because the topic, just because they want to be, because they want to argue, and they don't
Just
care
so,
about the information. They
but
don't
he
care
was
about finding out the truth. That's when you realize you're wasting your time with them.
he was so disbelief. It's not about him, actually, let me say, because there's a huge audience that we're reaching. So people like that are just props that bring out the truth. You know what I mean? So he can come against me as much as he likes, but if there's 50 people listening or 50 people reading that chat and they want those numbers, what I told him was the truth. I told him it. I backed it up. But because he didn't want to believe what I was saying, he denied it. And even when he got that link, he still wanted to call them. Even though he had those figures, he still wanted to ring them personally on the phone because he couldn't understand or believe what he was saying. And I thought, that's crazy. Totally mind controlled, cognitive dissonance at its best. They're just like zombies, some of these people.
Well, they believe so much in the people that are giving them the information that they're getting, that it's in any aspect, not just flat Earth, but when you get into another topic, and they don't want to admit that the things that they're being told are lies. They don't want to accept that these people are lying to them. So it really doesn't matter which topic that you're talking about. If you start tearing that paradigm of theirs down, they get defensive.
Yeah. Oh, he got incredibly defensive and I just said you're foolish or whatever. Like, you can't even read a description box. Like, and then he's like, he said you're arrogant and you're a bad, like, not a bad Christian. He said he was a Christian and I was a Christian. And the only reason I guess he knew I was a Christian was because in my little, thing on my name, it's got a Bible verse under it. So he was just looking to attack me then, because he was just being so arrogant. Like, he couldn't even read a simple description box, and it was in the post. You didn't even have to go to the video. You could literally see the hyperlink in the text chat in that little box. That's all. It was right in front of his eyes. But because he was so dead against me for being a flat earther, he was not accepting what I was telling him, even though the topic wasn't flat earth. It was something completely different. He wasn't going to believe anything that I presented him. Because
Becky,
of who I am.
Becky, does it feel like you in a zombie movie by any chance?
Yeah, it really does sometimes. It's scary. It
Okay.
reminds me of that
Yeah.
they sort of live and these people need a pair of sunglasses
Okay, yeah.
to
Okay, cool.
see.
So, I gotta get
Back,
prepared.
I
I'm
had to
just
get
gonna-
money for my food.
Oh my god. What am I getting myself into?
Huh? What did I do?
The truth shall set you free.
I just got back.
Yeah,
What
no,
did I
good.
do?
Oh no, you didn't do nothing, man. He's like he's talking about this is so he can't even get away to go to bed. It's not you, it's the topic.
Yeah.
He's so intrigued by it that he can't let go of it long enough to go to bed.
I thought I did something wrong. I was confused.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You convinced me of the bull, buddy. You bastard, you. Yeah, I see Justin said I gotta go to bed. I do have to go to bed, guys. I'm gonna push for another 20 minutes. 2 p.m. I gotta wake up at like 5:30. So another half an hour. Fuck it. I'll stick around because I'm too addicted to this. I spend okay. I got my own business, so I binge watch YouTube videos. I don't have a boss telling me what to do, so I just watch videos and listen to this and read that. So I'm so fucking into this stuff, and yeah, I can't leave it. I want to get as much information as possible. And then today, obviously, I went to go measure my own damn curvature, which didn't exist. And
Well
it's just
done.
it's fucked me up even more. So yeah.
Well, at least you're honest enough and open enough to go out
Yeah.
and really take a look at things, because a lot of people that I've met over the years, they can't even do that. Even when they go out and do that, or they probably wouldn't, But if they did, I don't know if they'd even be able to admit it. I've spoken to lots of people in these channels over the years, and you present all this information to them, which sounds very, very convincing. But when they get to the end of it, they say to me, I'm so sorry, I just don't believe that the government could be lying to us. And that
So
lie,
Becky,
that trauma keeps them in program.
Day before yesterday, I went to go spend $1,000 to go buy a camera to prove it to myself, which I proved this morning, and that's why I'm so fucked up at the moment.
Wow.
Wait till
Well,
you get the
yeah,
vacuum
this isn't
chamber.
quite the moment.
Can I ask him a question? How far did you zoom in? Do you know?
62 kilometers.
Holy shit.
And
Okay.
yeah,
That's a fair distance, guys.
and
62 kilometers.
I lost about 3 meters.
Can you
So
tell me where it was too, so that I can
yes,
look
I
it up for
can.
myself?
I
Thank you.
can. You can go to Eysterfontein. It's let me get the spelling for you. Hold on. It's
Can you post the
I
link?
say that because most people would like to see your evidence as well.
Yeah, 100%, no problem. So Eysterfontein. So you can choose it randomly there. I was on the last road on the south side of Eysterfontein. So Eysterfontein you spell YZER.
Post it in the lobby, voice
All right.
text lobby. Yeah.
Hold up. So go anywhere on Google Maps. It's the last road on the south
Oh wow,
part, a
that's a
little
weird name.
cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Yeah. And I looked at the V&A waterfront. I'll send that to you as well. Oh fuck, sorry, it's caps and blah blah blah. So I went to Eysterfontein. I live in Bloubergstrand, so Eysterfontein's like a half an hour drive from my place. So I drove up there. I went to the last road where I got a clear sight to the V&A waterfront, and I bought myself a Nikon P900. So it's not the P1000. However, I got this at a better price. It's like
Oh, that's the
$1,000.
first one. So the P900 is the absolute first one that everyone
Yeah.
uses as their best.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the P1000 was like 5,000 Rand more. I'm not going to convert that now. So I paid like $1,000 for this. It was on special because it's the last one. Anyway, so I bought that just to prove this shit to myself. And I went to Eysterfontein because it's up the road from me, and I know there was a clear line of sight from there to the V&A waterfront. And I got to I could see the platforms of the dock. I filmed it. I've got it. I've created a YouTube channel. I just want to get more content before I launch the channel. But yeah, I saw the docks just above them. So I lost about 3 meters. However, it's 62 kilometers, and it should be 160 meters of curvature, and I had the camera at a foot, but I saw too many waves, so then I moved it up to 1.5 meters on my tripod above sea level, just to just get a better view, and I still saw it. So 1.5 meters versus 1 foot, I'm sorry, there's not much difference. I should still see 100 odd meters of curvature, and I still saw those fucking docks. So sorry, it's still flat here in Cape Town.
That's great, mate.
Yeah. Did you find the locations there, dude? That asked for the places.
Oh yeah, I'm posting some pictures I found. These are
Okay.
really, yeah, those are far distances.
Yeah.
Wait, so
It should
Beerman,
be
you're looking
62.
at the
Yeah.
island? It's Dassin Island. Is that what you're looking at?
So it's near Dustin Island. So that's another place I want to go to. The guys are always asking me to go to Dustin Island. So a very wealthy friend of mine's cousin lives on Dustin Island, or they sort of live on Dustin Island. They got access to go to Dustin Island. So that's something I want to arrange, that I get some views from there. But it's not much difference, dude. It's going to be like 8 or 9 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's going to be much difference, but I'll do it if you guys want me to do it. That's what I'm here for. I'll be your guinea pig. I'll measure what I can for you guys. I bought the camera. Yeah, I'm full on your guys' side. So yeah.
Excuse me. Beer man.
Yo.
Could I talk to you in private, like after this is done?
Yeah, sure, dude. I gotta go to bed in like 15 minutes or so. So
So like maybe tomorrow, like when you wake up or something.
So I'm playing golf tomorrow morning. That's why I actually have to go to bed. But we can hop into a call if it's not going to be too long. I'm glad to hop in with you, dude. Not a problem.
No,
I'm
because
here.
it'd kind of be like something, you know, it would be something that depending on how long the conversation would last, it would probably take a while.
Fuck it, let's do it, dude. I'm happy to do it. Fuck golf.
Because
I'll do it.
I kind of like really want to learn how to like do
Yeah.
different things involving business and making money and stuff. So
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I started a business in February, which I'm doing fucking well. I've just turned over R500,000 in 3 months. So I'm happy to chat to you. Screw golf, dude. I will play with my eyes half closed. I'll help you out where I can. Dude, I'm a genuine guy, and yeah, let's chat afterwards. Not a problem.
all right, I added you. It's Juice.
Cool, yeah, I'll see you there. So
Yeah.
yeah, let's make a plan here at 2 o'clock, and then I'm gonna call it a quits on this Discord, and then you and I chat for a bit, and I'll head to bed.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth Beer Man.
Thanks, man.
And thanks for sharing your observations. And I'm sensing that Godric has something that he wants to add. Now, Godric, do you have something that you'd like to add?
No, thank you. I just wanted to hear the ladies. That's all.
Okay, so you're just bitching for nothing.
Nah,
Got
he
you.
was just talking, like I said, he was just talking to us about his experience, Godric. That's it.
Okay. We have Tempo in here, and Tempo doesn't have a role, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And if you have any questions regarding the topic, Tempo, feel free to ask. Go ahead and speak up and tell us your story or your journey or how you got here. If you have nothing to say or nothing to add, I'm going to put you back on mute, and you'll have to hop up into the VC check-in to get a roll.
Juice, do you maybe want to hop into? I think we can hop into Flat Earth Beginners VC. Can we hop in there?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let's hop in there then. Because I see the
Wait,
chat's
hold on. I have to find it. I don't
just
really
below
know
us
where it is.
now. Just below us.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. Let's hop in there.
All right.
Okay, Tempo, it's your last chance, or you'll just go back on mute. Yep. Okay. Anyone else? I'd like to hear from Hill and Strata. Been sitting in here unmuted for a while. Okay, well, I'm going to pop you back on mute, too. You've been sitting off mute for a while, but if you're not going to speak, I'm just going to put you back on mute until you go through the VC check-in process. So, I don't know, man. It's like if no one else has any questions, I guess we can just end ladies' night. Unless anyone else has anything they want to add or they have something they want to ask.
Just thanks for a great ladies' night, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Karma. And you'll be in my thoughts, by the way.
Thank you.
Truth, can you tell us your story about becoming a flat earther?
My story? Well, it started with looking into a lot of different other topics. You know, I believe when people ask me this, it's like the only way that I can recall the time frame and like pinpoint it and get a, you know, get a rough estimate, get near it. You know, is I stopped watching television. Like I really wasn't watching a lot of it anyway, but it's like I actually got rid of my television. I just didn't even want it in the house anymore when I realized that every single thing was just programming your mind. And that was during the 2016 elections. I never was into the political game, never voted, and I got sucked into the Trump thing. And then after voting, it was like I looked into his, which I should have done before, and I really kind of got pissed off with myself that I didn't do it before. But I was following all the programming on television, and I was thinking that that he was going to be the different one. He was going to be the one that goes against the mainstream, goes against everything. And then I started doing research after he was elected. I started doing research into his family tree. Matter of fact, it was 3 days before his inauguration. And when I started looking into the family tree, and I started realizing that he was chosen from the get-go, his great-grandfather came over with, which was Friedrich. It was a German name, actually, Friedrich Trump. His great-grandfather, or maybe it was just his grandfather. No, it was his grandfather. Came over with David Rockefeller Sr. from Germany. And this, like, I could go into that story, but that's an entirely another story, all of its own. So I won't go into that one, but let's just say that I had found a lot of information that showed that the Rockefellers and the Trumps have been in bed together for a very long time. They've been, working together for a very long time. And it's just, it's all propaganda. It's all staged. The world is a stage, and it's there for our entertainment. And when I realized that even he, the one who had the strongest presence of going against everything was, was more of a player than anyone else ever thought about being, then I was finished with it. So I got rid of my television. And so that was the year. That was the year that I stumbled across it, and I was looking into different things. Like, I followed Alex Jones for many years, and then I saw the change and the flip in him, where he was actually pointing out the actual culprits of, certain things. And then all of a sudden he started following the mainstream narrative and started blaming China and Russia. So, they got a hold of him, and he also became controlled opposition. And anyone that's speaking the truth, it's like I noticed that anyone that is speaking the truth, got their truth got hijacked, and they gained control of them. And so everything pretty much was controlled opposition. So, but I knew about the fluoride. I knew how they were poisoning our water. And then I was looking into big pharma.
Chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs.
Yeah. And, and I learned about big pharma and how it's just pretty much all sorcery, and they want to keep you ill and keep you sick so you can get on that. And then there was the chemtrails, and I actually started looking into, like the Mayan calendar and Nibiru, Planet X, and all that. And it was that kind of started my journey of looking into the sky. I started looking into the sky, and then, through the videos that I was watching, which I didn't believe everything that I saw, but I did. It's like I got to the point to where there started being so much crap out there that I didn't know. It was like getting really hard to discern it. And then when I stumbled across the flat Earth videos, it was, I started saving them. I started saving the videos because I thought it was a joke. I said, well, here's another thing. Here's another thing that they're putting in our face that's, just to distract us. It's just a lie. It has to be. There's no way the Earth can be flat. And then through looking at the sky, and I started observing the sun and the moon, I actually started questioning. I started wondering, because they really looked pretty local to me and very close. And then with water, knowing that, water never curves around anything, it never bends. And I was like trying to figure out and think, conceptually in my mind, how, the Earth could be more than 70% water, yet we never observe it curving or bending. And so I started considering, when I saved all of those flat Earth videos, I was actually planning on laughing, just having a day. Instead of watching the funny cat videos, it was going to be flat Earth videos. It was going to be for fun. It was just going to be to have a laugh. And I was going to spend a day to just relax and kick back and have something to laugh at. But the second or third video in it, I run across the Eric Jabay 200 proofs, and needless to say, I wasn't laughing when it was over with. It's like my chin was dropped, and I'm like, no way. There's no way that it's this bad, but it is. It literally is. And then I started just going up on hilltops and to lakes and just observing water and observing the reality for what it is, and it's obvious that it's flat. It's not curving. And then when you start really listening to a lot of the information that I found, I did find here, because people had already been really looking into everything and dissecting it and examining the claims of the heliocentric model, which I would have never gotten that deep into it. I didn't feel like that. I mean, there really wasn't a need to. Once you realize that it's flat and that it's not what they claim, it's like pretty much, I mean, there's no reason to know all of the other details. But then when you start hearing it, you start really then you have this awareness of how absurd it is, like how much trickery they have actually used. And then at that point, you get pissed off, or I did anyway. I think I was angry for like 2 years, and or close to 2 years, maybe about a year and a half or whatever. It's like I was so angry about it, because when you talk to people and you ask them, you're like, do you realize? And then you start talking about the sun and the moon being local, and there is no reason to believe that the earth is moving, and how water behaves. And you start asking them, so do you realize that these are lies? Do you realize? And then I go into all the other things that I'd looked into, and no one cares. No one gives a shit about any of it, right? They don't care. They don't want to waste their time with it. And as long as their world, they're able to function within the world and not have any resistance, then they're happy with it. And it's like there's a certain amount of anger that would rise up within me. It's just like I was getting very angry that no one cared about the truth. And so then you just go on this, and then the rest of the journey is kind of like it gets emotional and it gets personal. And so I spent a lot of time in here just listening. It was, I don't know, it was probably a year or two before I ever even spoke at all. And then when I did, I didn't speak much, because for the most part, to be honest with you, there was so much knowledge and so many people that had looked so deep into this and had so much more knowledge than I did, that it was kind of intimidating. And there's a certain amount of I don't know, it's just a certain amount of respect, and you just kind of like just respect the information. And so you just kind of like sit back and take it in for the longest time. And then after a while, it sets in. And then after a while, you kind of get over the anger of the fact that they've lied. And then it shifts to anger towards people for not caring about the truth. And then you finally get to place your anger in the proper areas, towards those who know the truth or fight against the truth. And purposefully, it gets down to purpose and intent. Those who purposefully and intentfully deceive people. Which brings me to where I am right now. So, which is, where I have a love for the community. I have a love for the truth, and I have finally properly placed my anger to where it can be constructive and productive. It's just learning to control it, right?
Well said. Really well said.
Thank you. And I can't believe, like what you said, it's so much deception. Like by the TV, everything is a lie.
And then also, at the same time, it's like during that entire journey, my children were graduating high school and going into college, and knowing that, their entire life I have like sent them into these places where they get taught these lies, and now they're finished with that, and they're finished with that journey, and they're going into another one. They're went into college and graduated college, and they have all of these lies that have been planted in their minds, and they believe them. And so now it's like that I think that's my regrets that where I have like this guilt and the accountability for not noticing it and not looking into it sooner and just being part of the program for so long.
A hell of a lot better than being stuck in it your whole life, even when faced with the truth.
Yeah, nearly though. I mean, I'll be 46 next month, so
spring chicken.
It's a pretty good part of it.
Yeah, still spring chicken. Yeah, I think this also speaks on why it's so important to frame it, how you approach it. Because somebody who doesn't even realize that corruption is widespread needs to first realize that before you start going into stuff like this.
For sure.
Like, I was really lucky because my family already was pretty open about looking into conspiracy stuff, and we had personal experience with that kind of stuff. So it wasn't as big of a shock. Like, I was like, okay. Then they.
Yeah, I wonder, like, I do imagine, like, what it would be, because I do hear many of them saying that that their families are flat earthers and that they've always known and always been taught that the earth was flat. Like, I often imagine and wonder what that would be like, how the world would be different, because the world to me is absolutely different. It's like I said, life before flat earth and life after. And it's not just about the flat earth. It's about the truth, right? It's life before the deception and life after the truth. Or whatever. Before truth and after truth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perception shift almost.
And so I imagine when I hear people say that, it's like I do fantasize momentarily and imagine what that would be like. And just for those people listening that fall into that category, I would say, count yourself blessed and thankful that you've had such a life, where you've known the truth. And wasn't like that your parents perhaps were flat earthers or whatever, but that you're in, that you knew and you didn't live, 45 years or 40 years, actually, 40 years of your life in a lie about your reality.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just knowing that there about some of the lies and being taught critical thinking can be enough to make it easier to realize these kind of things.
Which I appreciate, when the younger ones come in here who are even, and when I say younger ones, I mean relative to me, relative, in their 20s, even it to me is like I'm talking about those when I say younger ones. But and especially the teenagers, but when they come in here and they're asking questions, and they have the opportunity to actually, wake up to the truth at that age, it's like I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of that experience for them.
Now that I can totally relate to, because for instance, work for me has been very fun flat earth wise recently, because I got a 10-year-old who's really interested in this now, because it started with NASA fail stories, I guess jokes, and then he's like, I'm gonna grow up to go to NASA and I'm gonna like infiltrate and see what they're really up to, and then I'll come back and tell you what's up. And I'm like, you don't have to do that. That's just in America and stuff. Like, you can do something here. But he's very cute about it. And then he's even asked me like, how many planets do you believe are. And I'm like, I don't believe in any planets. He's like, then what do you think the Earth is? And I'm like, I think the Earth is the Earth, and the sky is the sky, and it doesn't have to be a planet. Stuff like that. Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I would have loved for, it's just like I also fantasize about that. And I also imagine, if I had known and if I hadn't been so programmed and blue pilled, when my children were younger, how it could have made an impact on their life, because then it's like right now when they're, when they're in their careers and while they were in college, they would have known, that they would have had to have followed the curriculum and they would have had to give, a sufficient answer in order to, get the grades or whatever. But they would have also known in the back of their minds, they would have had that wall would have been torn down to where they wouldn't have just believed everything that they were taught. They would actually dig a little deeper and ask more questions, even if it was on their own times. Like I would have really loved for it to have been different for them. I think that's what I carry the most guilt over. Not so much of myself, believe me, but the the impact that it could have made on their lives in a more positive way. But now I do tell them and I do share these things with them, so I know that the seeds are planted, and there are things that I have, that they have responded to me in a positive way. Where when I ask them, I'll ask them certain things. I say, does that really make, like I'll explain to, and I'll ask them, I said, does that really make sense to you? Do you think that, and they're like, no, you do have a point, but then that's where it ends. They don't, or at least with their conversation with me anyway, like it perhaps it doesn't end in their mind. Perhaps they do consider these things and think a little bit more deeply into them or whatever, but it's definitely, been I've had to be very careful. It's been a very touchy process with them because I don't like in the beginning of my sharing it with them, I was very adamant about, making sure that they understood that it was the truth. And I wanted them to, to agree with me and to say, yes, mother, it's like, I do see you are, you won't get that. But if you kind of like back off and just share some experiences with them and explain something and ask them questions like, how would does this make sense? How would this be possible? Or whatever. And then get them engaged in a very slow process with it. Then, you have those seeds planted and they'll consider it and they'll think about it.
Real quick, I just want to take the moment to introduce Shoddy. I just checked in the VC check-in, who is a globe believer. So if you guys want to go ahead and ask him 3 questions, I think this would be a good candidate.
Thank you, Creation Bear. Shoddy, do you want to say hello?
Hello guys. My Discord tag is Shorty. That's not my real name. I don't feel like disclosing my real name for obvious reasons, but yeah, I'm a globe believer because that's how you guys describe it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. Is there any way that you can maybe get closer to your mic or?
Yeah,
No,
Shoddy, I had to turn you up to 200 there, but I heard you come through. So you just have to maybe, if you could work on that on your end, that'd be nice.
I did hear you say though that you were a globe believer, which is, an honest way to put it. Because so what makes you okay? So thinking about the heliocentric model, just consider it like first. Let me figure out how much you know about it. Like, do you understand the claims that the heliocentric model makes? Like the size of the Earth and the movements that they claim it's making?
Yeah, I understand that.
So okay, so what is the size of the Earth that they claim it is?
Size of the Earth. I believe it is. Well, in terms of radius, because I believe the Earth is a sphere. So in terms of radius, the Earth is 6,371 kilometers in radius.
Well,
We're
let's
off to a
see.
good start.
What was that?
We're off to a good start. He knows the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It looks like you've looked somewhat into it.
Yeah.
So during your efforts of looking into it, did you ever find, discover, or run across any actual where they've actually measured it to determine this?
No, but no, I haven't actually seen anything like that. But I believe that there has been a way that scientists or whoever have found out a way to measure the Earth accurately.
You would think that they have, right? If they're telling us,
Yeah.
but it may be surprising for you to know that they haven't. It's never been measured. Curvature of the Earth has never been measured.
Really?
Has.
I'm pretty sure it has.
Well, if you want to find that'd be great. If you could find that and share it with us, that would be great.
Okay, no problem. It's like a pretty long. I can send you the link to the study, or like to the search, if you will, because it's a pretty long like explanation and everything.
Right. Is it a study? What, a study and an explanation? Well, we're actually looking for a measurement.
I can explain. It's like a study that shows how we came to find the measurement of the Earth's radius and like how large, how big the Earth is, basically.
Right. Well, when you find that, just let me know, and
Yeah, no
and we'll discuss it then.
Can you even explain what you're talking about? How they did it instead of things? Can you even explain it?
He said he's going to grab it, I think.
I'd like to know if he understands how they did it.
He had to Google the radius.
Because he's making it sound like he actually knows.
If he's not just parroting Wiki, he can explain it.
I don't know if he lost connection or what, but he's dropped out for now. I'm sure he'll be back.
Can I mention really quick? Hello, ladies. Matter of fact, no, I'm not going to mention. I'm just going to post in the chat.
Hello, Eli. And just so you know, you were coming in extremely low too, Elijah. Well, I was hoping that the dude would be back, that he just dropped out, but it looks like I wasn't trying to come across too combative with him. That's why I wanted him to try to find it himself and bring it, and then we could discuss what he found that he believed would have been a measurement, and we could have went from there.
Sure,
You
I would
were
like to
very
do
fair with
that. I think that was good, but I still want him to be able to see if he could explain it, because just posting not what it is, doing the same thing everybody else. He should have been at least able to say something about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if he's listening on YouTube. Since he's going to be looking for that, I just, I hope that he is listening so that I can While he's looking for an actual measurement of curvature, he could actually also look into, measurement of axial rotation, demonstration with of gas pressure without a container. And if he also wants to go into the gravity thing, like an actual scientific experiment validating gravity too, like those would be great places to start. And then we could go from there. But maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't
I
know.
hope he does come back and do that. Just don't want him to keep going, no, you're wrong, and not know why he can tell us why we're wrong. Do it if you don't understand what you're posting is the way they did it.
Mild Cheddar, I heard them addressing you earlier, but I was listening in on the YouTube channel and I was like really busy and just in and out of, listening to the conversation. So I'm not really sure where you stand. Would you want to share with us where you stand?
Yeah.
Because I haven't met you, so it's nice to meet you. Welcome to the server.
Yeah.
So, how far have you looked into the topic, and where do you stand with it?
Sorry, I didn't get that last part.
Since I have never met you and since I've never spoken to you, I was just asking, for my own benefit, so that I would know how much have you looked into the topic and where do you stand with it?
Oh, I've looked into mainly just globe stuff, and I stand. I'm a globe tard, as you guys refer to us.
Well, I don't.
Not specifically you, just some.
Yeah. But you are so you say that you are adhering to the heliocentric model still.
Yeah, heliocentric.
Okay, so what aspect of it has convinced you that it's true? What part of the heliocentric model have you actually experienced or observed?
First, curvature.
Oh, you've seen curvature. Where'd you see curvature at?
Experience.
Oh, you have not? Is that what you said?
I have.
Okay. Where? When? Did you video it or take a picture of it? Where did you experience curvature at? We've been looking for it for many
In a
years and haven't
plane.
found it. In a plane. Okay, so was it a commercial airline?
No. Private.
So, right. Well, I'm not sure if they use. Well, it depends on how high the plane can go, I guess. Whether or not it would have the same,
Around 10,000 feet.
structure of the windows. Maybe someone who knows whether or not, what kind of plane was it?
I think it was a Viking.
A Viking.
A Viking, something.
Okay, you
And
know
then
that anytime that you're in a plane and you're looking out the windows, you're looking through a lens, right? You do understand that the plane windows are lenses.
Yeah, it does bore partially.
Right. So would you agree that that's not really a good way to establish curvature because it can distort your view?
Well, that's one part. The other part is takeoff and landing. One part at, let's say, 10,000 feet, you can see all around. You can't see curvature. You can't see it curve, but it's a very vast area. You can only see to, and only that, like a big circle. And let's say it's over near like a lake. Let's say Lake Superior, and you're going over in the takeoff, you can only see like part of it, and then midway through your trip, you can only see water, and then when you're exiting, you see the other side. So you're not really, there's no, it's going over. It's not like, oh, just appearing in front of you.
So, what would you expect to observe if it were like in your mind? If you expect, if the Earth were flat, what would you expect to see?
I would, I wouldn't. If it was flat, I would be able to see farther. First of all, second of all, if I was coming up to it, it'd be gradual, so it would gradually appear, like kind of lifting out of fog. And if it was but if it was a globe, I would begin to see the top and then the whole part. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted when I was responding. But yeah, the view that you're seeing through a plane window, one, like I mentioned, you're looking through a lens, so that will distort, and there are going to be limitations to your vision. That's not going to change regardless of whether the Earth is spherical or whether it's flat. You're going to have the same limitations to your vision. That's not going to change. Like I do, and I hear that a lot, which baffles me. That people think that, well, if it's flat, then all of a sudden there's not going to be any limitations to my vision. I'm just going to be able to see forever, and that's not the case.
Yeah, you're right. There will be a point where you can't see, but I think you would be able to see farther because, personally, I think the heliocentric model is more accurate. So there'd be a point where there's a curve and you wouldn't be able to see. Because I could see, like, let's say the Eiffel, no, what's that one building in Dubai? The really big one. I'd be able to see that if it was like flat from 10,000 feet, like
Okay, so
a pretty long ways away if it was flat.
Have you actually seen the measurements?
Measurements of what?
The Earth measurements, the measurement, like if we're gonna try to determine whether the Earth is curving, and they give us a specific size with a radius of 3,959 miles, would you agree that we should be able to take lasers and measure the Earth? That we could measure the Earth that way?
Those lasers would have to be very powerful.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, it depends on what distance you're going to shoot them at, but and they are. The people have used some pretty powerful lasers, but I'm just wondering, have you, like, I don't know how much information that you've looked at, and that's what I'm asking is, have you seen these measurements? Because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of measurements that people have done different. Dr. John D did one. Just one second. I have to I have to wait and let it reload, but I'll share with you a laser measurement.
There are laser gyroscopic laser gyroscope measurements done by the Flat Earth Society on Facebook. They paid about $20,000, a documentary about it. Beyond the Curve.
Flat Earth. Okay, so first of all,
yeah, no, you're not the same people. I know that.
Yeah, and they are controlled opposition. Like, they just replaced the globe with a flat disk, and all of their claims are ridiculous. None of them have been verified. None of them, and it just further reifies the heliocentric model. So anything that you get, that's a controlled opposition website, and anything that you get from there it's garbage. Like, none of it is like, just toss it all out. It's just garbage.
Well, don't you guys share some of the same claims too?
Nope.
So
Maybe
the same
because
claim that
okay,
the Earth is flat.
so wait just a minute.
Flat.
Maybe because their disc that they put in there and they claim that that's what the Earth is, because the surface of the disc is flat. That might actually be the only thing. Everything else is garbage. No, we don't share any of their views. The Earth isn't moving upward at 9.8 meters per second. It's not a disc. We don't claim shape. It just measures flat on the surface. We don't know what the entirety of the Earth is. We're not claiming a shape. It's not like there's no measurable movement, so it's not revolving around the sun. It's not in this 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure near perfect vacuum of space. Like they just reify the heliocentric model. It's controlled opposition, dude. Everything on there is garbage. And no, we do not share any of their claims. So here's you can grab these up and save them for later and look at them when you have more time if you'd like to. But I'm gonna post a few things for you to grab up. That's Dr. John Dee's laser test, and here's the other video that goes along with it. It's from the other end, and then you can grab this one up also.
Who's this guy?
It's
Doctor Who?
the FE core laser test, Dr. John Dee.
Is he part of the Flat Earth Discord?
He's not. No, he's not in this, but he's a flat earther. He knows that the Earth is flat because he's measured it. I don't know if is he in this server, Drace? Oh, is he? Yeah. Well, I guess he is. I wasn't aware. Well, Drace says that he is, and he's been here before. I didn't hear him, so I wasn't aware.
Why do you think? Because he has that gives him more authority?
No,
He
I
is a
was just
PhD
wondering.
inspector for
Oh.
photon. Oh, I can say it.
So-
I'm not a native English speaker. Photometry, spectrophotometry.
Spectrometry.
Sure, I don't have any audio because I'm listening to this.
Something.
So
I also posted.
Spectrometry.
Oh, I was
Is
going to
it
say,
an
I
I-
posted a link for you as well. If you want to see how a laser gyroscope works and understand how it actually shows there is more evidence for flat Earth, I posted a video you can go watch on how that happened. 5:27 p.m.
Yeah, we're posting quite a few links for you if you wanted to grab them up. I've posted Dr. John Dee's laser test from both of those. One's from one end, one's from the other end. And then I posted the FE core laser test. You can take that one and save it for later and check it out and look at it. And then here is another laser test that people have done. See, here's the thing. When people come into flat Earth, a lot of these people came into flat Earth thinking that they would just go out and do these tests and prove that the Earth is a globe, that they would measure the Earth, they would find curvature. But they didn't find curvature. So they do more tests and they never found any curvature. So they became flat earthers because then they realized that not only is the Earth measuring flat and level, but it also, there's also no measurable movement of the Earth either. So then when you start questioning all their claims and you start checking them out, you realize that they don't check out. So grab those up and you can save those and check them out for later. And here's another link. Grab this one too. It's got tons of stuff on it that would help you out. So, okay. Go ahead.
So what's this 16.4 mile laser thing? What's that supposed to be?
It's just what it says.
Well, it's for the glow trophy.
They shoot a laser 16.4 miles and they're hitting their target. The Earth isn't dropping away from them.
Are you sure it's hitting a target? Because that laser would have to be like extremely precise. Or
well, see, here's
are you
the
sure
thing.
you're not just seeing a fraction of the laser beam?
Here's the thing. Let me point
as
something
it
out.
Distance it spreads out.
All right, let me
talking
point
about a collimated light. Yes, they did do that on FE core. They calculated all of that count.
I know it's not
They
a
did a
straight.
lot.
It eventually cones out. It's not.
Certainly.
But these lasers, like you can get the lasers, you can get lasers with a collimator on it, which it prevents it from diffusing out, and it allows it to remain
You'll see that
focused.
the laser beam is much bigger. You could just be seeing a fraction of that.
So do you see what you're doing right now? Like, you're being presented with information that you haven't actually really looked at yet. So I'm sharing it with you so that you can. But even before going into it, do you realize what you're doing? You're already trying to make excuses and explain it away because it's cog dis, right? I mean, you're not wanting to believe that they could be lying to you, and you're wanting to believe that the earth that the earth is spherical, even when you're presented with information to the contrary. So you haven't even looked at it yet, and you're already trying to make explanations and excuses for it.
Against that.
Well, I'm just pointing it out to you so that you can have that awareness.
I know. I know. I'm just trying to knock it down, and also like light can bend. It doesn't just like it can bend.
Okay, light travels in straight paths. It can change angles, but it's still once it changes an angle, it still remains like it still travels straight. The only way
under
that you
certain
can
circumstances.
the only way that you can bend light is if in a controlled system where you use a very strong, powerful electromagnetic force. Like, it has to be extremely strong. There is nothing in nature that is present that bends light. Light, if you're talking about refraction, these people take this into consideration. Dr. John D is a PhD in spectroscopy, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's his study. He specializes in light. Okay, so in the FE core laser tests, they take all of that stuff into consideration. So I would suggest that maybe look at the information really
I'll
closely.
Look at the hour and 30-minute video later.
Yeah, I don't expect you to be able to look at it right now, but
he's an expert in spectrophotometry. So
spectrometry.
No, yeah.
Say it
Can you
again. I
sum up
can't.
the test for me?
Spectrophotometry.
Spectrophotometry.
Yes.
What
so
was
you really
the-
do want to go look at the F core, which is at timestamp 528. And before you make all these arguments against it, you might want to go look at that first. They covered all your arguments. They looked at it through the same eyes that you're trying to disrupt it, because they knew that's what people would do. They knew that. They had to take that into consideration. These are not experiments that were done just on the fly, especially the FE core one. You might want to go look before you try to argue against.
And also
But I do.
this what's it called, oil, the oil thing.
The oil
Do you
rigs?
realize those things are hundreds of feet tall?
Okay, so we can. Do you realize? Have you looked at when the Earth should start curving? Like, with the size of the Earth, are you aware of at which point from where you're standing in all directions, according to your height, that it should start curving away from you?
Well, there's other variables too.
Is there a physical horizon or not?
Is there a horizon? Is there a physical horizon in your world or not? There's a physical horizon.
I'm asking you, is it a physical horizon? Do you have a physical horizon with a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Edge
what
of the-
distance would that be at? How would you
I
figure
don't
that
know the
out?
exact numbers.
Okay, well, that's kind of important to know, because that would give you something physical that you're trying to see through if you were looking over it, right?
It also depends if you're over water or if you're over land.
Does it? If you have a physical horizon, why would it matter where you are?
So are you?
Because it's level. It could be level or not.
Sure, you want a level place so you can see far enough to maybe get a better glimpse of this curve. Absolutely. But it doesn't change the fact that you have a physical horizon that you have to see at a certain radius, do you not?
So what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to.
I'm not proving anything. I'm asking you a question.
Do I know what the horizon distance is?
No, I'm asking you if you have a full horizon because you have a globe. How are you going to see
Yeah.
through it? And that means you have to know certain things about your model.
In your view, is the horizon the point at which the Earth begins to curve away from you? Is that the Earth curve? When you see boats disappearing and into the horizon, and where you see the Earth appear to meet the sky, is that Earth curvature?
Yeah. What else would it be?
But also, go ahead and finish. But also what?
Right. Also, what?
Well, you said but also, and then you didn't finish. Okay, I'm going to post a GIF here in the live stream voice text. So here's a boat that appears to disappear into the horizon, but then when you zoom in on it, you can bring it back into view. So it's obviously not going over curvature. So let me explain something to you right quick before we go any further. When they started claiming that the Earth was spherical and that it was curving, like we didn't have Nikon P900s to be able to extend. Who's hot micing? To be able to extend our field of view, right? So it was very easy for them to take perspective, right? To hijack perspective, which is what they've done. Hijack perspective and the limitations of our vision when things start disappearing and shrinking and disappearing into the convergence point, call it curvature, and be convincing about it, right? But now we
Also,
can.
the perspective of the camera. If you zoom in, it can bend over the curvature. It's not just fixed in a straight line. It can bend.
Over the
No.
curvature. Your vision can bend around a corner if you stand at the what? How do you do that? How do you see beyond a
On a
physical
large scale, you can do it.
on a large?
Have you ever seen like a?
Yeah, that's not
I
what I'm
don't have a
saying,
good
though.
analogy, but
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it doesn't do that. That's not
it
how.
can.
Okay, well, show me.
How? Go and
Provide something. Just Jen, you're hot micing. So, can you provide something for us, a citation or something, explaining how? I don't even know exactly. Are you saying that the light bends around the
Yeah.
curvature, and that every time that we zoom into something that appears to disappear, and we're able to zoom into it and bring it back into view, that we're actually looking around a
Yeah.
curve?
Well, it says one of the things is Einstein once proposed that light should bend due to gravity. It'd be relative. So, but you
Okay,
guys don't believe in gravity, so apparently I have no
can you post
evidence,
something?
right?
Can you post a citation explaining how light bends around a curve?
Yeah, sure.
Proposal is not proof of it. You know that, right? Making up a proposal and then even making equations fit that proposal proves absolutely. And it doesn't even mean it's reality.
So you're claiming that gravity is bending light around a curvature. So if you can find a scientific experiment that validates gravity, where they actually manipulated gravity and established that it is even a thing, that would be great.
Manipulate gravity on a small scale. It's just
On any
without
scale,
like a neutron star.
because you have to be able to manipulate it to prove that it is the cause of the effect that you're seeing.
Do you understand? Gravity is it's affected by more mass. So if you have more mass, the more effect it has on gravity.
So you're
isn't
not talking
created,
about
it's-
Einstein then, right? You're talking about Newton. You're talking
No,
about
it's
mass
not.
attracting mass.
This is Einstein.
Okay, well, if you can just provide something where they've done a scientific experiment and tested this and validated and proven the cause of the effect that you're seeing, that's what we need.
Whatever. I couldn't get like a direct link, so that's the website. What were we saying before? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
A scientific experiment validating gravity, proving that it is the cause of the effect that you're seeing. Because if you're going to prove that something is the cause of the effect that you're seeing, you need to be able to manipulate that variable. If you can't manipulate that variable, then you can't validate that it is the cause of the effect that you're seeing.
You can't manipulate Earth's gravitational field. It's just that you'd need like the sun or the moon or like that. You just can't do it on a small scale.
You can't
Well,
do
if
it
you
at
can't,
all.
yeah, if you can't manipulate it, then you can't establish that it is the cause. You can't
Well,
even
if there
establish
was
that
a
it is the thing.
if there was a meteor that was 1,000 times the size of Earth that like went by, the Earth would
Okay, now you're getting into
probably go off
hypotheticals.
course.
Hun, listen, like you sound really young to me. You sound really young to me. I want to go back here. I want to go back to the curvature first, and I want to show you and establish to you that there's not any curvature. Then we can go into these other things, because I mean, you're not going to be able to find an experiment that validates gravity. I already know this. You can go ahead and look for it. When you think that you've got it, you can share it with us. But are you looking in the live stream voice text?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that last part. My Wi-Fi
you-
is not the best.
Yeah, you can continue looking for the validation for gravity, but you're not going to be able to find it. And you sound really young to me, so I kind of want to take it to the basics and kind of step through this one thing at a time, right? So back to the curvature. If you want to try to claim that light bends around a curve, then you will have to provide something to back that up with. We will need some kind of evidence that is what's happening. But here is an observation that is not like, this isn't a laser test, right? So you're not even talking about a laser. So if you want to look into the live stream voice text.
I'm in there.
All right. If you want to click on that picture right there, I can step through with you. If the Earth were a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, and your observer height is 1 foot, according to their own calculations, at 1 foot observer height, the Earth should, and it has to, it must, if it is a sphere that size, it must start curving at 1.225 miles away if you're at a 1 foot observer height, right? The horizon can appear to be shorter, but it can never, if it is a sphere of that size, it can never appear to be further. So if you want to click on that and tell me where you see the horizon, which is the point at which the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Well, you guys also showed me a previous example by zooming in on a camera, showing a ship. This is probably the same thing here, because I don't think you'd be able to see it from that. So yeah, it's kind of contradicting.
No, dude, the reason I showed you the thing about the boat is because you said that you believed that when boats disappear, that they're going over the curvature.
Yeah.
And logically, like I would have expected you, I'm really surprised that you didn't, to come to the conclusion that if you're able to bring it back in, if you're able to zoom in on it and bring it back into view, that it's not going over a curve.
Well,
okay.
the light's bending. Light. Just like it can be reflected like a mirror.
Why would the zoom make the light bend? Why isn't the light bending before you zoom?
Well, I mean, what? Bending before what?
I mean, what's making you do you believe in Einsteinian or Newtonian? I'm like, what is going on here? Why would the light be bending?
Yeah, I've tried to explain it to him in so many different ways, but I don't.
Well, you guys don't think gravity is real, so apparently my point
Well,
isn't
it's never
valid,
been
so.
validated. That's why I asked you.
It has.
Okay, well then share
Einstein,
that.
you're
Prove
saying
it.
someone who graduated high
Then
school at
post it.
15.
Post the scientific experiment that validated
I
gravity.
did. Oh my god. Well,
No,
No,
you
you
did
didn't.
not.
let's do a simple Google search then.
Google's not
Thanks for
going to tell
following.
you anything, dude.
You're a kid that thinks he has all the answers that we didn't go through ourselves to get to this point. You're incorrect. We actually did the research to know what we actually believe, or actually not just believe. We know. See, you think it's the belief that we don't believe in gravity, don't believe in. No, we actually did exactly what you're doing because we didn't think it was true either when we were first presented with this. So you make a very large assumption that people don't have the intelligence to go and check what they actually think they know.
It's like even the mainstream says that Earth's gravity can't bend light enough to be noticeable.
Well, mainstream of people aren't very into science. No wonder
Doesn't
there's
help you
not a
to appeal
billion
to
scientists.
authority. You're appealing to authority because somebody has behind their name. You think everybody here doesn't have those same things, by the way. You're making that assumption, but you're also assuming that the letters behind your name make it can't think for yourself and go and
Well,
search
here's a
and learn
simple.
these. Are you hearing me, man?
Yeah, I
You
hear
are
you.
making
Sorry, I cut
a
you
lot.
off.
You are making a lot of assumptions about not only our intelligence, the fact that we've actually looked, and we expect you to go and look and not just claim, "Oh, here's my Google search," but not even tell us what experiment did they do? How did it come out? How did they do the experiment? And do you even know what the definition of experiment is?
I can do a simple test. I think Bill Nye did it.
Not
Where you
asking
take
you
a
for a test. I'm not asking you for that observation. I'm asking you what an experiment is.
It's an experiment. Prove that
What
gravity
is
is a thing.
experiment? What
So
is an
that then
experiment?
you drop a bowling ball and an apple together, and they fall the
No,
same
that's
rate.
that's not an
Use it.
experiment. Again, you
Yeah,
don't
it
know
is.
what the definition of an experiment is. No, young man, you
Yeah,
actually don't.
they had variables and
Specifically, what do they need to? Number one, what do you need? Start. Tell me what an
control.
experiment is. What are the parts of the experiment?
Dropping a bowling ball on an apple is an observation.
Yeah,
So
you have a hypothesis, and
Correct.
then some other things, and then you make up.
You don't even know what an experiment is.
I'm sorry, I don't know
Oh,
off the top of my head.
well,
I've done
you can
like
Google it. You can Google it, right?
fine.
You
Let me,
Googled all this other stuff.
because Google is smarter than me. Knows
Didn't say
everything.
that. You're
Google
smart,
never lies.
right? No, didn't say that. I said I asked you for a definition of what an experiment is and what it has to have. This is basic science that you get taught, hopefully in any basic college first year course, but also even in high school. Elementary even starts there. So what does an experiment have? Validate. That's the problem. You came into the room expecting us to not know these. When you don't even know what a basic experiment requires, you can explain how to prove this stuff or validate.
Sorry, my mom was calling me. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Experiments have independent, dependent variables. So.
What do they absolutely must have?
I mean, you have to use a scientific method.
Think about
You have to begin with the first part. What?
Yeah, hypothesis.
So that is absolutely required. So you hypothesis then fulfills the rest of the requirements of the experiment. You got nothing.
You asked me for the first part. Oh my god.
Well,
It doesn't matter if I know what an experiment is. If the
No, it
experiment is
does,
as simple as
because
dropping a
if
bowling
they
ball and
didn't-
an apple, I don't think I know what the heck happens. They drop at the same rate and they hit the.
No, you know what you observe. You don't know the
I've done
cause.
it.
You don't know the cause. You know what you observe.
Yeah, I do, because gravity.
No,
Different
see,
density.
that's the problem. Again, you don't know what caused that. There are multiple mediums that you
do.
could have been in when you dropped it. And you don't know the effects of that. You are not controlling your variables. You don't know that.
So
You
at
cannot make
which
a claim of
I know
cause
how to
until
control
you
variables.
control. Stop. You have not come up with a hypothesis, explanation, and experimentation that proves gravity. What do you have to do to prove gravity? You would have to isolate. You can't do it.
I can. Literally,
Really?
here's my
So,
hypothesis.
physicists
Okay,
around here have never been
my
able to do that.
hypothesis is that if
Listen,
I drop
she cut
ball,
out there for a minute, but she was trying to tell you that you need to isolate and manipulate the
my
thing that you're proving is
hypothesis
the cause of it.
is
So
that they will
at which
hit
point did they
and
isolate it and
fall
manipulate
at
it?
the same rate.
Young man, stop.
What?
Listen carefully. Unless you can control your variables and manipulate them, you cannot tell us what gravity is. Can't do that. Try to
Can I
design
tell
an
you my
experiment.
whole?
You can tell me all you want, but you seem to think you're the first one to come up with a question that has been already asked multiple times by all of us, and that you're going to somehow come up with a new one that figures out everything that everybody else has figured out to prove gravity. First, you're going to have to validate gravity, and you're going to have to come up with an experiment that can actually do that. And so far, none of us have been able to find. What makes you think you're going to be able to give us one right now? I mean, you can try.
I'll try. Okay. So is that if I drop my hypothesis is that they will fall at the same rate, drop when they're dropped at the same time, and do the experiment. Oh, find out they fall at the same rate, different densities.
No,
Hit the ground.
you didn't give me your
Okay,
variable.
let me tell you my variables. First, my variable is that they're different weights, and my control is two steel balls next to each other, and also I will not be dropping them with my hand. I'll be dropping them by a lever. So I'll have a platform, and I'll drop the lever, and I'll drop them at the same time, and I'll record it 3 times, make sure it's accurate, and then those are my results.
What is your independent variable?
What do I variable?
Your independent variable. Is it?
Yeah, my nylon ball,
And how is that going to tell you anything about gravity?
because they're different densities. Because you guys think of relative
density.
density.
No, we don't think anything. You're an assumption. We asked you for an experiment, so don't go on to what we think. I'm asking you for your experiment that can validate gravity. So far, what's your independent variable again?
Basic.
And I'm going to ask you what the next variable is.
Air pressure.
No. What's your
Altitude
independent
or
variable?
lower.
And then what's your dependent variable? You need to tell me
The
both of
steel
those
ball.
things. And how does that tell you anything about gravity again?
As relative density.
Keep saying density.
Density.
Where's your gravity in this experiment? What
Earth,
variable is it?
1G.
What variable is it fitting? Where is it in your experiment? So far,
Where
you've
is
given
what
me
in my experiment?
density. So far, you've given me density and nylon balls and a steel ball. No variable dependent variable that includes
I
anywhere I
literally
don't
told
hear
you.
gravity.
It's the
No,
wall.
I don't hear gravity. You're testing for gravity. How do you
Yeah.
do an experiment to test for something you actually claim exists? Gravity.
Light bending also. You can take a laser,
No, nothing
shoot
to
at
do
the
with light.
horizon, see if it
Again,
bends. Oh my
nothing
gosh,
to
it
do with light,
does.
young man. Nothing to do with light.
Well,
Your
light's affected by
experiment needs to
gravity.
include the thing that you are actually investing gravity. Where does gravity fit in?
Give me an example where flat Earth is proven by you.
Oh, you can't ask that question. We're stuck on your claim that gravity exists, that you can make an experiment that works with this and prove gravity that like no other physicist has been able to. So, young man, stick with the point. Try to throw it back in my face. You came here, your assumption, and your claim, and yet you can't even make an experiment that would test gravity.
Gravity experiment. Does the Earth revolve around the sun? Yes.
You can
So,
claim that. Prove it.
well, I've seen it.
You've seen it, really.
Yeah. I've lived more
You've
than a
seen
year.
it. Really. Seen gravity rotating around the Earth. How is that different than anybody else
how?
here? How is that different than anybody else? Same things. Not see it.
Oh, so you
Yes.
just said that everyone else experienced the same thing. I guess flat Earth isn't
Yeah.
a thing.
Have you experienced a curving Earth? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Where?
Airplane.
Really? You think you've seen it at 36,000 feet?
10.
Oh, you thought you saw it at 10.
I said experienced, actually.
You experienced. What does that mean?
Oh my god, I've said this like 3 times, but I'll say it again, just for you. So, take off. Only I can see as far as I can see out to the horizon. Just a town and a lake. Midway through the trip, I see just a lake, nothing else, just water. And then
You
I come
observe a
back at the
curve.
end of the trip at landing. Oh my gosh, part lake, part landing strip.
Are you claiming you observed a curve at 10,000 to
The gradual curve.
really? You saw a gradual curve.
And at the speed I was going, it was consistent.
That
And it
couldn't
was
happen
over water
because
too.
the world is actually plane is flying over a plane. That couldn't happen. That you didn't actually occur. You just assume that you're seeing it.
No, I could see buildings popping up and lighthouses.
And that proves a curve, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that
How is it
Neil
not?
deGrasse Tyson says that no curve is available to you at 40,000
I
feet?
can't see the curve, but gradually I can see a difference
Gradually, you
over a
can see a
lake.
difference. So you can see the perspective change, just like we normally do on a flat Earth when you move direction, like towards a
Yeah,
mountain.
it's not that
And you can
hard.
see your perspective change, but that means that there's a curve, right? To you.
Yeah.
Then measure it
Yeah,
and prove
my
it and
whole
give me
family's experienced it. Anyone on a plane has too.
So,
actually
are you
nobody
looking
has
at?
seen a curve. They've
I
seen the
never have.
progression over the plane, just like everybody else has. There is no change in horizon other than flat level horizon. Where have you seen this thing that isn't any different than traveling in a distance that's perspective?
Because you're higher up.
That changes
Because
it?
you can see more.
Really? So where again did you see this?
Part. Mic check, mic check.
I can hear you.
What was the last part? I didn't catch it.
Again, I'm trying to figure out where you think you saw a curve.
He's not
Experience
thinking
the
right. He's not thinking about it right now. He's just arguing for it. He's not even like he doesn't even want to look at
Are you
the
assuming
information.
my
Damn, so
standpoint and what
no,
I'm
no, I
trying to
don't
do?
have to. I don't have to assume, man. You've demonstrated that because when you're presented with the evidence, you go straight for making excuses and explanations without even looking at it, without even considering it. It's like you're not even examining it right now. You're just arguing, from a place of ignorance at this point.
Thanks.
Is there anyone
Have
else?
you guys
And I'm
know what
not
the
saying, listen,
Dunning-Kruger
I'm
effect
not
is?
saying, yeah, that's like, I'm not calling you ignorant, or I'm not calling you a name. I'm just, pointing out the facts
The
here.
information is.
You're giving us all the clues that you don't understand perspective at all. If you drive across the road or fly in a plane, things in the distance appear smaller from the distant view, and they gradually grow larger as towards. I mean,
That wasn't my
that doesn't
point.
prove a curve. Well, also, you never said you the curve. You kept saying you got things that were popping up over the horizon. Well, your view, again, is how far at that. It's all dependent on a number of factors you're not considering. Can't see forever.
Yeah. Obviously,
You're
there's
claiming that
atmospheric
people can
particles.
see. You're claiming people can see a curve. With numbers of people who are physicists, since you trust so much, have said that is impossible. But yet somehow you can't.
Say what was impossible?
To see a curve at less than 125,000,
Oh my gosh.
140,000. Yeah. Don't say,
I
oh my
never
gosh, that's
said
the claim of the
the
physicist.
curve.
You're
I said I
claiming
could experience a gradual curve.
really,
There's a
you feel
big
it curving
difference.
over something. Feel it curving. See, if you don't see it with your eyes, you're not see it with your eyes. You're not seeing a curve, but you're saying you experience it. So it means you're feeling something that associates with your inner ear, I assume, that nobody else can. They don't feel that. Nobody feels flying over a curve. There's nobody else that I've
Just
ever
deny
heard.
gravity.
No, we don't deny anything.
Well, you said that gravity isn't
We
real.
know what we can prove, not prove, experiment.
Well, have you ever done gravity tests?
Matter?
Because if you haven't, there's no reason not to. Because if you're not going to do the test, then you can't just deny it.
Okay,
You think I haven't taken physics? See, that's the
We
funny
don't
part.
believe
You think you haven't. Think you're the only one that's done physics or something. I don't understand this.
Does that seem logical to you that you believe? Okay, so that you're supposed to believe in something, believe in everything until you can prove it's not true? Isn't it the other way around? I mean, to think logically, you should only accept those things that have been proven to you. Like, you prove it first. You don't
Do
believe in
only accept things
everything
that are
until you can
validated.
disprove it.
Wrong. We accept things that follow the experimental rules that I asked you to make an experiment of, and you could not do it. You could not come up with an experiment for gravity.
Whatever, you guys.
Not whatever.
He just killed himself.
Is there anybody else to talk
Wrong.
to?
I'm still here.
Is there anybody else besides him?
Oh no, but you dug your hole really, really hard.
I don't dig holes.
Yes,
Yeah, you dig it. You dug it really, really deep here, so you don't even know where you are.
He
I
doesn't know
do.
what he doesn't know what he's
I'm
talking
on a
about.
globe Earth.
No, you actually
say
don't.
people can feel a curve while
We're done with
flying in a
him.
plane that isn't having
Yeah, please
experience
move
of
on to
nosing down. So, young man,
someone else, please.
yeah, man, I think you need to go do some and learn how to put together an experiment in the correct way, and then try to come back and maybe you might be able to talk to us. But don't come here expecting us to act like we can't tell that you think we're stupid, or don't haven't experimented ourselves, or have degrees, or just assuming a bunch of stuff like you do, leave a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to get anywhere when he started making explanations. When he had, like, he admitted that he hadn't seen the laser test. Then you show him to him, and then he starts making explanations and excuses without even looking at it. So, I mean, at that point, I knew it wasn't.
Didn't he just say to us we didn't look at any of the explanations like that? This is just so two-faced.
No, he comes in here with the expectation that we are a bunch of idiots, and he's smarter than these adults that are in here, and we're a bunch of stupid people. That's exactly the attitude I'm picking up the whole entire.
Yeah, he needs to listen for a while.
I gotta say that was dealt with really well, though. You had kept him on topic so well. I was just like applauding you over here.
Hard, but don't want him to go away rage quitting get him to think through it, know why
That
he
was
isn't being able to get anywhere.
Well, if he's not ready for it, if he doesn't want to actually look at it, he's not ready for it. He's not going to listen. Then
I
No,
of
agree.
course he's
but maybe someday he'll come back to it in his mind and think, "Shoot, I should have come back at him with all this other ways of being correct, knowing what I'm actually talking, knowing even what an experiment is as the basis of all of it, the basis."
It
he
wasn't a
might not
rage
be ready
quit, more
to right
so
now,
the
but he
a
might.
cognitive dissonance quit.
Yeah.
He just ran headfirst into the wall, and he couldn't get around that.
Yeah, but it
We
definitely
have
was something to think. I did want to say thanks for a great ladies' night, but it's 16 hours since I got up, so I'm gonna start getting cozy. But thanks so much for having me, and good job, ladies.
yeah, thanks for joining us, Karma. It's always a pleasure to have you around.
Same truth. Thanks for also reminding me so I didn't forget.
All right, no problem. Hey, I remembered. I remembered a couple hours before. It's like that's like first time ever. I don't know if I ever have remembered it before. So it's like
Yeah,
I
you've
ask you
got.
guys to
I
remind me
totally
too.
forgot.
If you remember it beforehand, like in the weeks to come, just remind me to the same. But it was good to have you. Enjoy your night.
Same.
Karma.
Sleep
Good
good.
night.
Sleep.
But we have BR loudly PT, whatever. I don't even know. Mr. Loud, I see you're VC verified. I haven't spoken to you yet. I don't know if anyone else has, but you mind to share with us how you found us, what brought you here, and how much you've looked into the topic? And maybe he's away from his mic. Anyone else?
I know there's a couple people in the chat that are going back. They don't want to.
What about the 24/7 live stream too, as well?
Yeah, that's
Anybody
what I'm
chatting in
saying.
there?
If you got a different mic, Justin.
I just talked softer.
It sounds like a different mic.
I can talk like this too, if you want me to.
Okay, Joe Biden.
But it's pretty
probably not a good idea.
Black Swan.
We should have a day where everybody has to whisper. No, that wouldn't.
That would be fun.
It definitely would be funny. It's like if you don't whisper, you get muted.
You can't get over a certain octave.
That actually would be hilarious. Everybody would be muted.
We should have a bot that programs that.
I don't even know if you could hear me if I whispered.
So I'm gonna guess that nobody found the curve again. Is you still here?
No, we found somebody that can experience it like nobody else.
And from 10,000 feet too.
Experience it though, not see it, feel it.
Oh, that's new.
That was
Well,
new. I hadn't
okay.
heard anybody try to claim they could feel it. So I
So you
asked him if he
feel
could
the
see
curve.
it.
Did he say he could feel the curve?
He said
I
he
just
could
caught that.
experience. And I asked him specifically, so you're feeling it, right? Yeah. You know, that's what he wouldn't answer when I say you can see it multiple times. Can you see it? No, I'm not. I can experience it. So the only other way you could experience feel, and he said, because he flew at 10,000 feet. over the distance. Kept seeing things pop up over the horizon. It was an experience that didn't involve vision. So I don't know. Whatever that meant to me, that sounds like he didn't physically, he was claiming he physically experienced something, but it didn't include vision.
Well, he's young. The more he hangs around, it's like if he hangs around long enough, it'll all click, and you know, maybe he'll. I don't know. We can hope, right? I mean, he's seeing the information, he's getting it, so seeds are being planted. He's just young. You know, he thinks, he literally, firmly and adamantly believes in what he's been taught.
And he absolutely believes he knows more. He was very confident that he knew more than any adult.
I love that confidence in those kids.
When he said he can see, he should be able to see the Dubai Tower. Was he talking about seeing the Dubai Tower like from U.S.?
I'm not sure.
He was pretty clear. He said, I should be able to see that Dubai Tower. It's pretty tall. Like, from how far?
Yeah, he's
My
right.
heart
You
kinda-
should be able to, but physics says no.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him in a way. I mean, because you know that he just believes it because he's been taught that, and he can't fathom that they would lie to him, and it's obvious that he hasn't really looked into it. So,
That dude needs space forever. Space
Well,
is a must.
he looked into the Flat Earth Society, so he did say that right off the bat. So
he did do that. Yep, you're right.
You have a glober.
So he says that 127,851 feet, that is the highest skydive, or drive, as he put it in his sentence, but I'm pretty sure dive, and can clearly see the curve.
it's not what the physics
Thought you couldn't
said
see it from that height. I'm confused.
Yeah, well, I mean, he just believes it. So maybe if he just hangs around and listens, I mean, he can just listen. He can listen, and maybe he'll actually examine the information more closely and question it. Like, if you have a belief, if you are secure about your belief, you should be able to question it without any concerns or any worries, right? And you should be able to question it. And if you do that, then you'll know, you'll see that it's not true. So I'm hoping we can move on to someone else.
I got it. Okay, so he posted this link, and it's the Felix Baumgartner jump from
to
Google.
watch through the whole thing and explain to me why. I can see the video.
That's what he's seeing, curve right there. He's
yeah,
just
if he
seeing
watches
curve
the
right
whole
there.
video, though, when they open the door to the capsule, it's immediately not a curve.
I'm gonna post the full
And
video.
New Mexico happens to be the size of what? And that makes the Earth a very strange Earth if that's the size of Earth with that amount of bird.
I just do this.
It's called a fish island.
I post the video right at the minute marker that shows him as the camera is inverted. Of course, the curve is inverted. So press play and you see that's not a curve. That's the camera making the curve.
Yeah. Another picture, even in the list of pictures he showed us that have absolutely no curve.
Mild, you can't say that was the curve of an Earth, because that is actually curving of the lens.
Well, I'll unmute him and let him respond if you want me to. Do you want to unmute him?
Getting that inside the gondola, the Earth was
Let's see what he has to say.
Straight inside the gondola.
Hey, Mild, would you mind clicking on the Felix Baumgartner from YouTube, the one that is the full version? I put it at 4 minutes because at 4 minutes you actually get to see the camera curving the Earth.
And you're unmuted, by the way. Mild Chitter.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Truth Prevails. Hey, Jen.
You
How are you
said
guys?
4 minutes?
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say
Yeah,
hi.
at 4 minutes.
Hey, how's everything?
It's good to see you.
Just
Good to see
keep in
you.
mind again, young man, we've watched this video multiple times, all of us,
Multiple
and
times.
we've
I
looked
had
for
to
all the
make
problems in it.
sure.
So again, you're providing info you've evaluated quite thoroughly. You're going to see camera does not remain curved, and the different angles. Again, different curves mean it's not consistent. It's apparent because of a lens.
So wouldn't you agree, Mild Cheddar, that it shouldn't morph into convex then to concave? And does anyone have the one where it shows the view
Yeah, it goes back and forth.
It
out
could
of
be
it where
curving,
the
because of the
The
one
camera
on
lens,
him.
you
It might just
can't
have
get
to
over
be
it. No, you can't
it's
get over it.
probably just a wide angle.
It's a
because
wide
you
angle
need to
camera lens,
see.
exactly. But you
Hey,
shouldn't need
hey,
it.
I
You
wanna.
shouldn't need it, Mild.
Well, in
You
this
shouldn't need it.
circumstance,
No, you should not. When they're that high, you should not need it. Sorry.
it's pretty close to their
It's
body.
not. Mild, you are so lost right now, man.
do you see what you're doing, Mild? You're
It
like, well,
makes it
it
even
could
flat.
be.
That lens even makes the Earth flat at points. Are you kidding me?
You cannot claim something as evidence when it changes multiple times to the opposite of what you want.
Opposite, yeah.
And that's the
I'm very
problem.
The
aware of
curve
what
is
you guys are
going
saying.
into
Inconsistent.
space,
So,
though, man. The curve
in
is
the
going into space. You can't see that?
problem
But
with
you have
your
to give,
evidence. Wait, guys.
but you have to
The
give,
problem with
you have
your
to give.
evidence, Cheddar, is that the fact that you are providing something that shows multiple different results throughout the whole entirety. If you claim that that is evidence for one specific thing, you've busted yourself. You cannot
No, it's
use
just
this as evidence for any horizon, not flat, not curved, not nothing, because it's inconsistent. It disproves you instantly. Now, do you understand? If you're going to provide evidence, it must be consistent, no matter what changes. That's where you get real proof
I
and
agree
truth.
that it does curve it. I agree
Yeah,
that.
and it makes it
And
flat too.
wait, yeah, yes, it does. And can I explain a little bit?
No, you can't.
No,
Because
because it's the
again, you're
lens.
providing it as evidence of a curved Earth, and it immediately shows that it does not provide that evidence because it fluctuates between convex, concave, and flat. So
Yep.
no,
Yeah.
you're not going to explain it to us because we
Can't.
understand it better than you do. It's a
We
lens effect.
understand. And we know
Well,
exactly what you're going to try to explain, too. We've heard it multiple times before. It's incorrect.
Well, I mean, he's admitting that it curves it, so I am curious what he would say after saying that. Once he says that, like, where can you go from there? I mean, I don't understand where anyone can go from there once.
Agreeing with you.
Provides proof of lens effect.
I do agree with that perspective of just letting him get it out. So it's like at least he's exhausted all of his options, and then like he knows he's that road.
Sure.
And once that point was thoroughly refuted, then like there's nowhere else for him to go after that point.
So
At least
can I
let him get out that
But I
last
want
final
him.
point that he had.
But I want him to know exactly why it is evidence. Anything
I
other than
understand.
a height. That's all it is. That we have to trust their numbers on how high it was taken.
So once you admit that it's curving it, Mild, what could you say after that? Where can you go after that?
I agree that it is curving it, and personally, I think it is a wide angle because how close it is to his body, and I do agree that it is over
Why do they
exaggerating
need it, though?
curves.
Why do they need it? Why do they need the wide angle if it's already a curving Earth?
Because they want to be as minimalistic as possible when they're choosing lenses. Because
they wouldn't need to know.
And,
they wouldn't need to have that lens, dude. They wouldn't have to have that lens.
when you're going like 800 miles an hour.
No, you're not listening. When they're up that high, they cannot get a curve. So they have to use the lens to make it the curve.
You do understand that, like, once you realize and admit that it's curving what your view, that it's distorting the image, that it is no longer at that point is no longer evidence for anything. Like it can't be evidence for anything.
They shouldn't have to distort it.
Like,
they shouldn't have to
right,
use a lens.
Would
it should
he
be
agree,
true
like
that it's curved.
If we were to provide that video as evidence for when Earth is flat, and that the moments in the video where it appears flat, would you accept that evidence as flat Earth evidence or proof?
Well, I think it comes down to the calculation at the end of the day. It's like, remember there's two perspectives that we're taking into account here. People that are observing extremely long distances with a specific measurement task at hand, and they
Who's
can calculate.
talking?
I'm speaking. It's
Sir
75.
Vagabond.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So basically,
I
like
don't
when
hear
one
you.
can observe a specific distance from where they are currently, and they can do the mathematics behind that and realize there should be a certain amount of curvature that would exist within that realm, and that curvature does not present itself, that's a big problem. Now, you can choose to ignore that and stay on the side of like, hey, I'm going to believe what science tells me. But at the end of the day, the math must also always be reconciled. If the math does not make sense to me and you together, then we are never operating within the scientific method. Because the scientific method means me and you standing next to each other. We can figure this out one to one. And if that shit breaks down, then we're completely lost after that. So it's a very important thing that we have a one-to-one system to figure out what is truth and what are lies.
It's good to hear you, by the way, Vagabond.
Good to see you as a Truth Prevails. How's everything been?
It's been
It's
been
been?
okay.
Yeah.
It's not been horribly. It's not been bad. It's not been horribly bad. So I guess it's okay.
That's all right. Listen, it always gets better. It always gets better. The more intellect that you have, the more that you have a holistic perspective on what's actually going on in the world, the more that opportunities will actually present themselves to you. It's just typically how it goes. So you actually don't have to worry about anything. You're actually in an amazing position actually to see like the
Yeah,
imbalances with biology.
I kind of feel
And
like
then
we're in like a small pause right now, and it's like the next thing. It's
of course,
what's
of
the
course, of
next
course. I
thing, you know?
understand. I
Yeah,
understand. It's a
brewing.
holding pattern. It's a holding pattern type of situation we're in.
Yeah, something brewing.
I agree.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. No, he's not. And I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
And that's their god talking, Neil
Yeah.
deGrasse Tyson.
The funniest thing is like I still laugh about it every time I think about it. I think it was Frost Knight that said it when they were mentioning Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, well, he said, I honestly think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is paid by flat earthers. So it's pretty bad when they're
Oh, he's a shill for flat earthers now?
They throw him under the bus for
Yeah.
anything. Wow.
When their
Oh
claims
my.
are so ridiculous that when they hear someone else saying them, they're like, they just like claim that we pay them.
That's
To me,
funny.
that was just the funniest shit ever.
You know what always
That's
bothers
pretty
me about
desperate.
No, but I feel like he's playing the role of like the token Negro, like that they could throw him under the bus for such a because remember, like this is a complex topic that we're talking about. To think that no one's going to be able to like digest this and differentiate it and explain this to other people is foolish. He was thinking so short term in terms of like getting the money right now, but he doesn't realize it's like if this truth becomes prevalent within reality and everyone knows, his life is going to be destroyed. He's going to be the most, hated person in the world.
Yeah, at least
Like,
now, if it gets to that, he
I
can
don't think
say,
people,
well,
I don't think people can perceive like, should people come to the realization like he won't be able to go outside and
If that many
interact with other
people,
people anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be bad.
maybe he's laying the
therefore,
foundation so when that
I
happens,
know,
he
but I'm
can
trying to
just
say
say,
like, should people come to the realization?
I fed you
Think
some
about that.
truth.
Think about that guy that we all know lied to us. He'll be shunned by all of society.
Yeah, look at that
He'll
shit-eating
be
grin on
forever
his face
embarrassed.
there. It's like,
Yeah, he'll be
it's
forever
funny to
embarrassed.
them. They know.
at that point, all of society would be different if that many people were woke to this. Then the least
Yeah,
of
but it
anyone's
takes
problems
time.
would
It
be
takes
Neil
time.
deGrasse Tyson at that point.
Exactly. But remember, like this is a mathematical thing. Like at the end of the day, math has a way of always tipping the scales because math is undeniable. Now, when one can prove their math and stand by their math and stand confident and firm within their math, you really don't have to go anywhere because the math is the math. I know I'm right. I can literally stand right here and just wait for you to catch up because the math is correct. Now, the people that
Math
don't
is
know how to
also
do that,
theoretical.
it's gonna take them a little more time. But remember, you're standing on such a strong foundation because your math is correct. You don't have to budge. You have to just stand right here and wait for them to catch up because your math is flawless. So that's the position that I feel like I'm standing in now, because I already know my math is flawless. It's correct. I'm just waiting for the idiots to catch up to the way that I perceive the world.
Well, yes, mathematics is correct, but it's not reality.
Yeah, it's not reality because you have the consensus that we have to take into account. But at the end of the day, it's like that's going to be the ebb and flow. That's going to be the ebb and flow that we all have to realize. There's always going to be that back and forth conversation about people that know the answer and the people that are trying to perceive the answer. Now, should the people that know the answer stand firm and stand up straight and like speak the truth out loud and defend their math and defend their position, lies will have no place in this world because they will always be crushed by the truth. But the hard part about telling the truth in this type of world, when you see like how this world has been, crafted and created, is like you're going to be shat upon should you speak the truth. So it's an internal courage type of thing that you have to find. You're willing to risk it all. You know what I mean? Because like you would have to be willing to risk it all to
Yeah.
like speak about the truth that you
If it
know,
doesn't represent reality,
knowing
then it's
knowing
useless.
that it can burn your life in the future, but you're saying, fuck it, I'm going to burn it anyways because I know I'm right. Most people do not want to take that position
You have to
because
love
it's a
the truth in
very,
life.
it's a very like dicey position to put oneself in. You
Sure.
know what I mean? Let's be honest, kid. Let's be honest. It's a dicey position to put yourself in. Even if you know you're right and you could bark it out, how aggressively should you bark it out to someone that wasn't listening in the first place? Remember, they didn't do the research. We did.
Yeah, it's useless and meaningless if it doesn't represent reality.
Exactly. You see? So it's like, as much as we know the right answer, it's like, am I going to try to continually scream it at them when I know they're not going to do the requisite research that it takes to figure out the right answer? No, I would never, because they're not even curious that within themselves to figure out this answer. I just happen to be, and we just happen to be, hence we figured out the right answer. But to try to force that upon a mind that has not even been curious enough to care about the right answer, we're wasting our energy. I promise you we are, because they don't even care. Even if you convince it, even if you tell it to them, they're gonna be like, so the whole why would they lie? We have to go through that whole pattern because they believed the entire time that what they had learned was truth. Now, should they have never found the curiosity within themselves, who are we to like give them that level of curiosity that we had within us? I don't know that we have that authority.
Oh, I agree. We don't. Not if you believe truthfully that you're real person or a sovereign person.
Yeah,
You don't have
exactly.
the authority over. Well, you only have yourself. Try,
I
but
know
you're going
myself
to be
exactly.
casting, your pearls at swine, as they say, for
Yeah.
nothing. You can do that as long as you keep your own inner stability and peace over it.
I agree.
That's what I
I
do when I'm
agree.
here. I don't lose my peace over it at all. I don't.
Exactly. Yeah, I
It's not
feel
important to me what others think. I know that I love the truth enough to die for it. I would rather have death than have a lie. And that's
exactly.
where I'm at. So, and it don't matter
Exactly.
if
Well
anybody
said.
else cares or not.
Exactly. Well said. You nailed it. And like I feel the same way. So I always connect to people that feel the same type of way. But I think to myself, it's like, well, how hard should I push against someone that's not even curious? Like, should I push, 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 or should it just, like the breadcrumb method, like put it in front of them, and if they consume it, they consume it. And like when I put it in front of them and they don't consume it, I'm like, well, they didn't want to consume it because it's right in front of them, but I can't
I
force someone to consume what they didn't want to consume.
think it has to do with your own internal level. Because if you're disrupting your peace, you probably shouldn't be doing that. That's usually a good indicator, anyway, for me to know I'm going too far, giving too much. If I can't maintain my own sanity and peace, whatever, because somebody else is doing something, then I've got the problem. That won't
I would
matter. If
say
I'm not
that
at peace with myself for pressing it on, then I
Exactly,
don't have the
exactly.
right to do that.
You're not the right. Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way. And that's what's kept me so sane and like positive the entire time. I've done so well in the business world. I've done well with my accomplishments and my endeavors. And I was like, I must be doing something right. I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't, pinned it down yet so that I can explain it to other people to the extent that I know that it is right. But I know I'm doing something right. So I'm just like, well, what am I doing different than everybody else? I'm like, well, just being honest. I'm just fucking calling it what it is. It's like I'm just trying to be as hyper observant as I can so that I agree with what I actually see and what's presenting itself with the reality. I'm never trying to sugarcoat shit. I'm just trying to like speak my truthful observation. And most
You're not
people,
living a lie. A lie.
most people respect that, and they're hungry for it. Actually, I've observed.
That's because they're not in peace. They don't have peace that we're even understand.
Yeah,
That's what truth brings. It brings absolute peace if you let
it
it.
brings peace if you let
And
it.
that's,
Exactly.
the creator is ultimate truth, and that's ultimate peace, knowing that relationship and your relationship within that.
Exactly. Well said. Well said. So well said. Because it inevitably would bring you peace to know, like, I don't got to worry about this shit. Like, somebody else got this. Like, they got me. But I had to realize, like, I didn't create this thing. Someone else created it. So to know, like, the antecedent to a creation is a creator, it's like, that's a big deal. But most people miss that because they don't understand the flat earth. So they miss that little connection between the antecedent between a creation and a creator. And then they may be led astray because of the narrative or the fucking whatever they're listening to, or have their pussy, their pussy's throbbing. They want to fucking get their pussy pounded. I get it, whatever. I don't care. But at the end of the day, if you just looked at this whole scope of shit, you'd realize like there are certain sciences that are telling you there is a creator and a creation. You should probably not sway too far from disciplines. So if you would have been judged, you don't get judged too harshly.
Hang on, I don't know.
Funny
Am I
thing
coming?
is that
Am I coming through good? Because I don't have my headset on. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you coming through clear?
yes, truth.
Yeah, I just want to say that Radwin. I want to make this little announcement for him. He said he's offer, which I mean, you can speak up, Radwin, and give your announcement if you want to. But he's offering a lot. Go ahead.
It just started pouring here, so I don't know. It's getting loud. I'm sitting out in the garage enjoying
No,
the
you're good.
temperature.
Sounds
But
fun.
yeah, $5,000 cash transferred to you tonight. Anybody, you just bring it on in here. I don't need to get to see it with my own two eyes. Anybody in here can say, yes, he proved it, dude. And I'll just send it right to you in either cash, transfer
Wait,
or crypto.
prove
Okay,
what?
okay, NASA, give me my money.
Wait, what?
Take it, man.
Wait, no. What
I
was
proved
the?
it, NASA. Give me my money.
Wait, but what was the claim? You said it proved what to
Anything
you?
about the
That
globe.
Proves the globe.
flat?
You got to prove the Earth is a
The
globe.
globe. Prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
But I don't believe it's a globe. So yeah, I can't
Well,
prove
then you're
that.
out of it. Sorry.
The Globers do, though.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're on the opposite side of this equation. Yeah, obviously.
Or can it be for gravity then?
Sure.
Bro, I'll take you 5Gs to prove it's flat. Like,
You can prove gravity. I'll make it
I'll
10
take you.
grand if you prove gravity.
I'll take your 5K and flick up your brain to show you that it's flat. Like if you want to take that bet. But I can't take the
Nice
opposite.
try,
The opposite bet
Vagabond.
is but if you want to take my bet on the opposite side of the equation, challenge me to prove to you that it's actually flat, your mind will be rocked after you pay my 5K.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to barge in. I think Helio just ended the live stream anyway. Or at
Did he?
least the chat stopped when I was in the middle of it right there. But yeah, I tried to notify them in the live chat before it stopped that
He's going to make a banner and he's going to post
$5,000
it.
for proof of the globe, and
Yeah.
but,
Oh yeah,
but I just stopped the chat. Sorry.
Radwan, to be sure that you're not gonna cheat me, there is a website. I give you the account. You deposit the money there, and then when I put the proof inside, then the money will be transferred if the proof is accepted.
After we decide if it's real or not.
Yeah, so what he's
Yeah,
talking
but
about
it's
is an
gonna be the website. I tell
he's
you.
he's talking about
You
an
can tell me
escrow.
to drive it over to your house, or you
Who's
can
Yeah,
the
meet
but
me
listen,
hacker
halfway for
again?
all I
so
care.
yeah.
But you're gonna
Remember,
prove it.
he is showing you his intelligence in that moment right there. What he's saying to you is that we could use an escrow system. Thus that you wire the money into a system that I don't get it, you don't get it.
Yeah,
It's just there so that I know it is there.
What?
Thus,
yeah, but
until
Wasn't
I
one of you
prove
guys a
to
hacker before?
Ah,
hold
that's
Don't
on,
funny.
trust any of
yeah,
you.
it's a
hold
method.
on a
It's a
second. Hold on a
scam.
second. Let me explain this until
Let me
that's
give
the
you my
answer.
wallet, and I'll let you
Hold on
hold
a
it in
second.
my
Hold on.
wallet.
Let me break
Yeah,
down
give
to
me your
you.
wallet number.
Yeah,
The easiest way to
let me
do it
break
is
down
I
to
want
you.
if
your
I get
12
Let
crypto
me
number.
break down to
Yeah.
you what an
if I
escrow
get
system is.
your
Let me
encrypted
break down to you
number,
what an escrow system is.
it's a
An
lot
escrow
easier for me to
system
transfer it.
states that there's a third party that's actually holding on to the money that's being in question. Now, that's a
Yeah,
very big.
yep.
And you want
I'll
to
put
be
it.
the
I'll put
third
it in
party.
there. I'll put it in there as
I
soon as we
understand.
agree in here that we're gonna go ahead and
I
that's gonna be the
understand.
proof.
But it's a very big deal for people that are creating contracts. Because remember, contracts are complicated.
I'm not worried about
Now,
contracts.
So we'll have to
I know
re-announce
you're
it
not.
after he starts the
I
stream
know you're
so
not
people
worried
can
about
hear it.
contracts, but I'm trying
Yeah.
to explain contracts to you. I'm trying to tell you because contracts are complicated. Thus, we have systems like escrow to help the contracts work out.
Yeah,
Now, the
true.
beautiful thing about
and
an
make
escrow
money off of
system,
it.
no, it's not
Sure.
about the making money off of it. It's about the fact that you have a third party that is it's like think about like being at the horse races. You and your boy are betting each other, but you have a third party that's going to hold the money. So you give him your money and your friend gives him your money and he's holding both of your money. Now the person that wins the race, he knows who to hand the money to. The escrow system is similar to that, but a digital format of that third person. It's extremely important when you're conducting business because you have
Bookie.
an
I
escrow.
agree, but let's
You have
get
the money
one
can go
Glober in
to.
here first.
So
So
should he
book.
prove it to you correctly, that's the only time with you would approve
Bro, you just keep
the escrow
monologuing.
transfer so he gets the money.
Yeah, all right,
Do you
dude. Just
understand?
monologue, though, bro. You like going off.
Yes.
Just, you
But
like
do you
monologue.
understand the escrow system? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
and
Yes.
dude,
Yes.
you need to monologue it.
Okay. As long as you understand the escrow system, so should you find yourself embroiled in some
We got
escrow
the understanding.
situation, get it. Now you could look back to this conversation because it's being recorded.
Escrow is very easy to fake.
Get a
Okay.
Glober in here yet?
Fake.
Hi and Strata. Why are you mute? Did you guys already talk to this person?
I don't
Hey?
recall. What's his
Strata?
name?
Strata? Heel and Strata?
Oh, I think I like
No?
addressed him a couple times. I don't think he
Okay.
responded.
What about Lumpy? Gas in a vacuum. That's a good name. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing?
Yeah, I think
Hello?
he's the one I didn't unmute because he just had created his account the same day he joined. So what brought you here, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum?
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Trying what?
Hey, can you hear
He's
me
gonna
now?
he's
Yeah,
gonna
we've
try
heard you the
to
whole time. All the time.
Oh shit. Oh,
Yeah, we can hear you.
it's hooked up to this Bluetooth speaker I had, and I wanted to get in the headphones because I didn't know that thing had a microphone. Okay. Anyway, so what I wanted to report on was okay. So I was flying from Minnesota to Seattle. We went over Portland, was going north to Seattle, and it was at dusk. To my left was the second
Radwin,
Radwin,
sun.
can
you're
you mute
echoing.
yourself, please? Radwin?
Wow.
How do I unmute
No,
myself?
not you.
Not
Radwin.
you.
Please mute yourself. I'll mute him. He'll come back. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So what I want this to be is in the flat Earth. I don't know, hive mind. I don't know what to call it, but anyway, it's something I witnessed, and the pilot knew it was going to happen.
Okay.
So to the left was the setting sun, and then as it set, it was on the other side of the plane. I promise. I swear to God. I even called Globebusters and told them this, and then they said Pac-Man son and made fun of it. But the pilot knew it was going to happen. I believe it was in the springtime, and it was obviously at night or whatever, like 9 at night or something like that. But that's what happened. The sun had set to the west, and then it was on the other side of the plane.
So it
for
set to the
about 5
west, and
minutes.
then all of a sudden it was on east?
Yes. And the pilot knew it was going to happen. The pilot
Okay,
announced it to the cabin.
you're gonna have to. You're seriously gonna have to get us some information about that, because that's the first time I've heard that.
We need some
I'm not making it up.
We need some
It's
visuals.
okay. We just
Yeah,
need
I don't know
proof
how to
here.
prove it,
We
other
can't
than the
take
fact
it.
that
Yeah, we can't
But
take
we
your
need some
word. I'm
visual.
sorry.
no,
we need
no,
some
it's fine,
visual.
it's fine. But if
We
you
need
just
some visual.
remember that somebody's claimed this,
Hold on.
Yeah.
and if you're
Chill
ever
out.
You're the
know
first
people that
for
are going
me.
to be
Hold on, Gag.
flying,
Hold
But
on. Why didn't you
the
just
easiest thing at this moment right now would be to have some visuals to go along with your
hold on.
point.
Let me speak, please. You've been speaking. Let me speak.
I don't fly all the time.
Dude,
I barely ever fly.
bro.
It's okay, Lumpy.
Chill. Why didn't
Sure.
you just use your
Got it.
phone to take the video footage?
Man, at the time, okay, so the pilot announced it, and I didn't really understand what he was trying to say. I don't even remember what it was he announced. It was like 3 years ago this happened.
But
Why it have? I have.
Didn't you think visuals were important so that you could prove your point?
Yeah, it didn't dawn on you to just pull your phone out and take a video? Seriously, bro?
Well, by the time that the sun had set over there and it was over there, it wouldn't have been.
Remember, trying to prove one's point is complicated.
Hey, I didn't even know.
That would be complicated.
I didn't even know that
at the time.
At the time, I didn't know that
Hold
it was
on,
something
everybody.
I would want to video.
One at a
I understand
time.
that, but Senor, but think about it for a second. Everyone in this world talks. But most people don't have the proof to validate their talking. That's why in this space, we just try to ask you, hey, what can you present to us so that we can all look at and all be reaffirmed in what you're telling us? We're not calling you a liar, Senor. But we're trying to figure things out one at a time.
I don't know how to prove. There's no way to prove it.
Yeah, there is. Get your camera. It should be repeatable.
Well, I'm not on the plane right now.
But then we have something to look
I'm
at.
in Minnesota.
You know how high you were?
In Detroit Lakes.
Vagabond,
I don't know. Maybe
hold on, everybody. Hold on.
1,000 feet. I don't know.
Wait a
Not
second.
sure.
Hold on a second, Lumpy. Vagabond, it's okay to ask a question, but you can't sit there for 5 minutes discussing it. Like, you just gonna.
You gotta let other people talk, bro. You can't just be monologuing, dude, like that. You can't do that shit.
I apologize. I was just trying to get him to see, like, should he not present the evidence? It's like it's hard for people to follow.
I'd love to, bro. I would swear to God, if I could have made it, if I would have had the presence of mind to make a video of it, it would have been epic.
Well, you should be able to recreate it, and it should be repeatable. So why don't you do it again and video it, film it?
Exactly.
Well, I don't have the money to go to Seattle right now. I flew from Minnesota to Seattle. The plane went over Portland, which I thought was Seattle, but then we went north, and it was at dusk, and it was in the springtime, and that's what happened. I don't know.
So how much time had lapsed between the time that you saw it in the West?
It was almost instant. It was almost instant. And the sun was over on the other side of the plane for like 5 minutes, and then it was just gone. And it actually
I
lit
understand
up
that you're
sky
not
again.
claiming that it went around a sphere, right? You're just sharing what you've observed, and yeah, I would like to see this on video.
I swear to God, I can't make sense of it in my head, but it's what happened. And
I
the pilot,
I believe you, brother.
not
I'm
only
not
that,
trying
but the pilot knew it was going to happen because he announced it to the cabin. And I
Yeah,
was kind of he had some kind of a term for it. No,
I need
it's
to
not
know,
that.
like,
I don't care.
flight
You can think.
pass. I need to know flight pass. I need to know height.
Okay, so
I need to know it
I
all.
think about
for this to be
35,000 feet. I don't know, maybe 35. I don't know what they normally fly at. Okay, it was in the springtime. It was about 9 at night. And we were flying north from Portland, Oregon into Seattle, and we were I was out of view of Portland. So, and I thought Portland was Seattle. So I thought we were landing, we were turning. And, I can't make sense of what it was.
Wait, the plane turned?
Why. Yep, plane turned. We were going north. We were leaving the airspace of what would be Seattle or Portland. And it was.
Okay, hold on. Let me chime in here real
It
quick
wasn't
for you.
because of the turn. We were one directional going north.
Hello?
One directional. It's set to the left-hand
Hold on,
side of the
Raymond.
plane.
I want to explain to
Okay.
him what he saw.
Sure, I'd love an explanation if I can make
So
sense
the other
of it.
night, I don't know, probably a week ago, I took a picture with the drone. So the sun was setting and there were some clouds, but it was pretty cool looking. I have to find this video. I have to edit them down because they're high definition. So I edited it down so I can show it in here. So I take a picture. I'm facing north, and then I take a picture of the sunset. So I'm looking at my screen, looking at it, and then I decide to start turning around real slow. I get about 180 degrees, and there's what appears to be a whole new sun. Okay. It was so bright, and it was just in a spot about 180 degrees away from the sun that I had versus the reflection off the clouds onto what's above it. It's the only thing I can figure out.
I know it was bizarre.
Well,
I don't know what it was.
I have video of it, and you guys can look at it and tell me what I think or what you think. But I'm going to tell you what it looks like because it even looks like it's a reflection. I believe there's even sundogs or something in it, or some kind of halo.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Radwin.
I have to find it.
I never imagined that this sort of thing could possibly happen. It was absolutely bizarre, but it's an important aspect that this group of research. It's just one of them things that needs to be in the mind. I don't know how to
until you started telling that, and then I'm like, oh shit, I better jump in because I actually do have that already captured.
Yeah, if you ever dude, I would. It's like I feel like we should just have a camera attached to our hands at all times. But yeah, I would definitely like to see that. And
I'd love to be able
I'm
to
not
put it out.
dismissing
I
anything,
would
right?
love. I can't make sense of it. Like it doesn't. Bro. I mean, I always see the sunset over there and rise over there.
It supports the flat.
Sounds like
it supports the
sounds
flat.
like it. Yeah, it sounds like it could only happen on the flat Earth because the sun was above the horizon.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
And it wasn't the moon.
Otherwise, you wouldn't.
No. And it even lit up the sky.
Oh yeah, it was lit up. What I saw, what I recorded, you guys are going to go, well, shit. The only thing I couldn't do is give you the compass off my screen. So this is just like the drone taking a picture. But you'll have to take my word on it because you're going to see the sunset. You're going to see it spin, and you're going to see this big, bright ass another sun is what it looks like. But you can tell that it's got to be part of the sunset just happening. We're just seeing this big ass. I'm seeing it. That whatever I'm seeing.
So there was a word for it. I didn't understand the significance of what the announcement was to the cabin, but the pilot had a word for it. And I have tried to Google this thing. I've tried to ask the question 100 different ways. I swear to God I have. Because it's just one of these things I think that
Can you remember the pilot? Who it was? Like
No idea. I never asked. I did give him the flat symbol on the way out, the I don't know, the hand flat, kind of going almost like a Hitler salute, but or whatever we do, that little flat thing. But I didn't even get much of a like there was no reply that I got feedback from him, from his expression that he knew what I was getting at.
Well, we know the sun moves across the earth above us. We don't really know. No one knows the full path of it. So it's like important for not to just start trying to explain things or dismiss things just because we already have like a certain conceptual idea of how things work when we really don't know. So I mean, this to me is definitely interesting.
It is. That's why I'm on the show. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to put this out so it can be considered. I don't know. I don't have an explanation for it. It was really bizarre. I don't think it was reflections onto a cloud. I really do not think so. And there's that one experiment where they had a light, on a flat surface with the lens across the surface, and then they brought the light back, and when the light converged with the surface, the light in the area also went away. You ever seen that? I have. Owen Benjamin had a little clip. He said gravy. He was going back and forth with the light so that it would converge and then it would go back into view. And so he had it right at that spot where you could see it and not see it. Have you ever seen that?
You can Google Two Suns, I think it is. These girls are on top of, it might be the World Trade Center. And you see they take the camera, not the World Trade Center, it was something else, but it was up high. You see them, they take the camera. I don't even know if it was New York. They show the sun and they show completely opposite what looks like another sun. And that's exactly what I captured. Because when I saw that, I was like, there's no way. There's no
Yeah, it was
way.
bizarre.
That's a camera trick or something. But I captured it, so ha. I can verify
I
that
don't
that's
have
what
I can't logically come up with it. Like, you guys are brilliant. Like, this hive mind here that we got going is really brilliant, and I'm really impressed with what people have been able to
Well, it's a community, but it's
determine.
not a hive mind. There's a
Well,
lot
I
of
know that's
outside of the
hive
verifiable.
mind.
Yeah,
Jesus.
outside of the
Seekers.
verifiable
Okay,
information.
Hive. Can you guys
we can
bring me some sugar and some water?
Yeah, we all disagree. I mean, we disagree on a lot of things.
Well, I go
outside
sniff
of
flowers all the time,
like
so I mean,
Tommy hive mind. I mean, just like a group conscious.
group thing.
Trying
Yeah,
to
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just wanted to make sure for the listeners that they understood. Yeah, because
yeah.
they'll
I
take
don't know.
that
I
and
don't.
run with it.
Right? They're just, these people are so bad. Quantum Eraser is beast. That dude is so good. I just love that dude. He has straightened me out. Flat Earth has been really good for my emotions and like being grounded. Like, it's been wonderful. I'm really, really glad I was able to first exposed to it with RV Truth way back in 2015, and I said, "Holy crap, man! I got to look into this." So anyway, yeah, that's when it started for me. It all started with Alex Jones in the Bohemian Grove. I said, "What the heck? These people are doing this in California."
and
they're
now he's
getting away
missing
with
for
it."
48 hours. Or now.
Is he still missing? Yeah, interesting stuff. Right?
Who's
Oh,
missing?
great.
Wait,
I just
who's
had to say
missing?
it.
So now we have
Alex
to
Jones.
go look for Alex Jones.
Yep.
Where in the world is Alex Jones?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the whole story is so absolutely bizarre, right? I mean, not just the Alex Jones. I mean, all the stuff. The Epstein, though, it's just bizarre. It's like the people who wrote the script have got to be super, super intelligent, because this
Anyway,
is just.
Slumpy, you do have the role now. You should see a whole bunch of stuff that opened up. I would suggest reading the welcome. That's our server, rules and stuff like that, as well as reading downstairs. There's a lot of A to Z stuff. Horizon, dues, astronauts, stuff like that. So we have lots of lobbies for you to choose from.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. And you guys have a good night, and I'll keep listening.
Oh yeah, you can stay and talk as long as you want. Yes, for sure.
I posted a video that you might find interesting too. Like, no one's claiming what is. I'm not claiming what is. I'm just saying that all of these different observations definitely are interesting, and we can. I love sharing them. Love talking
we
about
do
it.
have a live stream text chat right up above where you join the live stream. It should be open for you to see that now. And whenever you're in the live stream, that's where everyone will be chatting.
Let me see here.
Guys,
I'm absolutely brand new to this
I know.
Discord. There's a whole bunch of buttons.
It should say live stream, and then it should say live stream voice text.
Well, I'm on a page. What it says to me right now is at the top it says welcome.
Uh-huh.
Well, I just tagged you in it, so.
Yeah, you should have had alert and a tag, and and that's where the lobby is. Live stream voice text. You will find it. It's there. It's underneath live stream. And above the live stream that you entered when you clicked on to join this lobby.
And maybe I don't know, maybe someone can give him the sun and moon tag so that if he has observations, there's a room down. It's the learning curve, flat Earth speculation. So things that we can't verify and that we don't have like an objective truth or definitive evidence for, that we can just use our observations and have like intellectual speculations on or whatever regarding the sun and moon. If you ever have anything that you want to share, you can share it. Like that would be a good place to share it, and you can tag people that have the sun and moon row, and then that way we can all see what you're sharing,
Got
and
it.
we can share observations.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. I'm in. I believe I put in a high. I'm thinking I'm in the right place. Anyway, you guys, it's
I just tagged
yeah,
you, so
it's a very It's very humbling. Yeah, I see. Oh, what? My glasses. I'm getting old now. I didn't need glasses till now. So,
But what
Mod
the
Justin.
pilot was referring to, whatever the pilot was referring to it as, if you
yes,
ever,
sir.
yeah, if you ever
I,
remember it, I would like to like share that with us later on. Like
if I
if
can
it's a
remember what
phenomena
the
that he has a name for.
there was a name for it. There was. I swear. I do not know how in the heck. I have typed it into all the search engines I know of. You know, DuckDuckGo, Edge, Google, and tried to
It's not really that
phrase the.
but you know, just I would like to know what it is.
It could be the spelling too.
Yeah, I don't even remember the word he used. I certainly wish I would have understood what he was trying to say when he was announcing it to the cabin.
Yeah, well, welcome to the server, and thanks for sharing. So, how long
Hey
have you been
guys.
looking into the topic of flat Earth?
Like I say, it was first presented to me, the idea, the concept, via RV Truth, and that was about 2015. And I went through the stages for sure. It was denial.
2015, and you were in a plane and didn't have a camera with you? Anyway, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
no, when that happened, that was I just didn't have the phone up and just I was not
I
videoing
get
it.
you. Yeah.
No, when I first was presented with the idea of flat Earth, it was RV Truth, Russian vids. That was the
Okay.
first time. Well, other than the joke, you know, like the jokes when you're a kid or whatever. Some people think the Earth is flat. Haha. When RV Truth started talking about flat Earth, then I took it serious. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Russian vids, but he's
Yeah,
somebody I kind of.
a lot of us are, and I agree. Like I'm the same as Drace. It's been a very, very, very long time since I've watched them.
Okay, well, I kind of respect the guy. I don't know. I don't know him personally. You know, I think he's over the target. He tries to be
Well,
honest.
Does he know that the Earth is flat? Like I don't remember him talking
RV?
about flat Earth.
Oh my
Russian
God.
vids? Yeah, I don't remember
Oh
him.
yeah. Oh yeah, he does. Go to RV Truth on YouTube. He's adamant to not go on hundreds of platforms, so he's always there. Yeah, let me
I'll
see
check
what we
him out.
got here.
I'll
Yeah.
check it out because he must have like it has been a while, like many, many, many
It
years,
had
right? But I don't recall him talking
had to have
about.
been a while.
He covers flat Earth a lot now. He actually a lot.
Well, that's good to know. That
Yeah.
makes me feel
Yeah.
better about, the fact that he is literally in it for the truth, because There's a
Yeah,
few
he's in
things
it.
that are like litmus tests, right? And that's
Yeah, it
so.
absolutely is a litmus test. It really, truly is. Yep. Yeah, I fully agree with the litmus test perspective.
Yeah, check
Yeah,
out
it
the
was
additional information. You'll find a lot of cool facts, cool fun videos down there. Just a lot of information. You'll enjoy them. You'll find them interesting. And
right.
welcome to the server.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm gonna check out. You can mute me or whatever.
Oh, you can mute yourself.
Oh no, yeah, you can mute yourself. You're good.
Okay, let me get back into that. I was trying to I don't know how I can do it. Maybe I can.
Down at the left
See here.
side.
I was just gonna link a oh, shut that down. Get back in here and then see. Man, there's RV's more recent video. And he's hammering the UFO agenda and that on that one. And how these puppets are put in place to talk about
Oh yes.
these things. Yeah. Yep. He's over the target, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know how to mute myself. How do I do it? I'm gonna figure that out right now.
So down in the left corner, you should see your name down there.
Left corner. I'm trying to find my name.
Are you on a computer, right?
I'm on a Android.
Oh.
Well, you should be able to just like click on the part where it shows that you're in the voice room. Click on that, and it should have on the bottom of your screen. It should have a symbol of a microphone and headphones and so forth. Just click the one with the microphone.
I'm looking. A microphone. I see a little present box looking thing.
Yeah, it should be microphone next to a headphone looking thing.
You might have to click up at the top first where it shows the voice channel. Click back on that again, and then click the microphone.
There you go.
Oh, push to talk. Go to settings.
He deafened himself.
Got it.
Yeah,
That's deafening. Yeah, no,
you
that
don't
was
have
the
to.
one to deafen. Don't do that one. Do the one right next to it. That'll mute it so you can still hear us.
Yeah, just the microphone, not the earphones.
See, I just do push to talk.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
You should just do settings and push to talk. That way you can listen and talk if you need to. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he pushed it again. Damn it.
That one deafens me. Noise suppressor off. I don't know what the hell that is. But now I can't hear y'all.
Well, we can, if you want to listen, I can mute you, and then you can just ask and mention it in live stream voice text to be unmuted when you want to talk.
There's nothing more I really have to add. I'll
You're
listen.
good.
Besides,
Thank
you
you
guys
for
might
adding
get a baller in here that you can maybe get some information through too. Maybe. All right, guys.
Maybe. So let me know when you're ready, and I'll mute you.
Yeah, I'm good right now.
All right.
Did anyone else new come in? That was a guy. That was a good chat right there, I think.
Well, we have Johnny Mueller sitting up there without a roll, though.
Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, guys.
You're
This is my
unmuted.
first time here.
So what brings you here? How'd you find us?
Oh, I don't really know. So I guess it was an invitation of a friend of mine.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is your friend a flat earther?
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, Justin. Go ahead.
No, good. Is your friend here? Is he flat earther or is he globe earther?
No, he's a flat earther for sure.
Oh, he's for sure. Oh, okay. So what kind of research have you done yourself into the flat Earth?
So I just woke up in February this year. So I took a lot of tests and stuff like that. So, and in summary, I would say that the situation we have, it's a little bit complicated, but the Earth is not a globe.
Okay.
So I'm going to tag you in the live stream voice text so that you can see it, so that you can know where to click onto to follow along with the conversation.
Okay.
So you want to share with us the observation that you did?
So now, I'm doing a lot of pictures of the moon. So we have full moon today. My location right now is Italy.
Wonderful.
So I can share some pictures if you want. Is it possible to share it here? Here in the chat.
Just don't have to, or you can DM it to. Drace said you could DM it to him. If you click on his name, he's the last one that responded in the live stream voice text, and then he'll post it for you.
How's the name again, please?
It's the last person that responded in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay.
He said he messaged you too, so.
I got him in a friend list.
Did we scare people away?
God, I hope so.
So I have a Nikon P900. I'm also able to do some cool pictures of the stars.
The globe killer since 2015.
Yeah, yes, it is.
I have one.
Yeah, I love that meme
Quite a
where
few people in here have them now. What truth?
I was saying I love that meme that they post of Sylvester Stallone with the Nikon P900.
Yeah, that's great.
Is that in the voice stream?
No, we don't. I don't have that picture.
Maybe
I
someone
have
has it and they can post
so many
it.
systems, and I'm on one in the garage. This doesn't really have anything on it.
Hey, I got a question.
Who's got a question?
Toby Dog.
Shoot from the hip, dude.
Have any of you guys seen the videos or series on?
You cut out. I heard video or series on, and then that was it.
It's a video or series on YouTube called Unveiling a Titan or Unveiling the Titan.
There's quite a few of us that have seen that, yeah.
Yeah, it's Stellium 7.
Okay. Was I just really stoned, or was there possibly gigantic elephants walking around on this?
Well, I actually know a little bit about the guy. He's a chiropractor in that area. He's highly respected and seen by a lot of people. He's involved with a lot of the medical system there. So he has a reputation that he's either going to destroy or he's got something.
Yeah, you kind of have to be a coincidence there to just shut that off and not look at it. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
too much there to reject it all.
There really is, yeah. It's just all lining up to be what it appears to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
when
you can
I
just
do.
walk in the ear and point it out, that's like crazy on the elephant.
Yeah,
I don't even think I've seen it. So if someone could, like, if you could post it, that would be cool. I could look it up, I guess.
And the other side is just missing because it was facing the ocean, and it makes sense. It's just laying down there on the beach.
Could you imagine the sound one of those would make walking?
Same. I mean, to us, yeah, but to everything else that size, just normal sound. You wouldn't want to be in its way because it wouldn't even see you and it wouldn't care. It's just like us there. Yep, that's it. You can go right in the ear and follow it. It's a cave. He figured out, put up there where the ear would be, the ear canal, and walked right in, and there it is.
I'd highly recommend watching all his videos so you get a real good sense of how he started at the process and how he has used anatomy to be able to verify a list of characteristics that can't be coincidence. So if you really want to know I even came up with this, start at the beginning. It's actually a pretty interesting process.
I've been looking at mountains around me a lot differently ever since.
I like the two boots in the water. And that one of the lady laying down, what country is that? And they closed it. You can't go there now. Can't go to that part of the beach.
Oh, they made it off limits?
Yeah, it's off limits.
Figures. Must be something good there then.
Yeah, and it's all green like the lady in when it's all just like that part. It's got growth on it, and then you can see other parts around it don't. It's crazy looking. Laying down on her side. I think. Yep.
That sounds really familiar. I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of it.
Yep. So you figure if an elephant was that big, then that was just they probably were a bunch of elephants anyway. So everything else is probably that big relatively. And bigger. That might have been a small elephant. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
That thing could be a baby elephant that didn't live. That just kind of plopped down there.
With the size of some of those ancient tree stumps and whatnot, it would make sense for elephants to be that big as well.
Oh, for sure.
And
Devil's Tower, the size of that, and if you just take that as like some average trees, it's something like 1.2 miles tall or something.
And I've thought like really deep and hard about this because I've been trying to come to a conclusion as to like is it or the corruption of our DNA where it's losing code or whatever that's causing us to like things to not be as large as they used to be, or and I've been considering this a lot, and I've actually wondered if like because we know that we know that the trees were way 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 bigger than what they are. They were huge compared to what they like. They're even the sequoia, even the largest trees that we have.
I would imagine probably after the air pressure was changed when the flood was done to kill everything off, that when it was closed back up, the air pressure was set different, and that would cause that.
Yeah, well, get this. I've been, how there's like a synergistic nature to everything. Like everything is interdependent on one another, and like everything in nature affects one another. And I've often thought that, the energies and with like, with the trees, because I've always wondered if no one had ever, if they hadn't started cutting the trees down and the trees just were allowed to grow, that like the tops of the trees would eventually they would intertwine and it would make like a canopy. And if we are connected with nature and like say, we're healthier if we ground and and so forth like that. So we're supposed to be interdependent with everything in nature. And if the trees are larger, then there could actually literally be some kind of like energy influence, like an energetic influence of the things around us. Like if the trees are larger, there could definitely that could affect, how large everything else gets,
Well,
and
supposedly
make the trees shorter.
that all
Yeah,
stopped when they were cutting trees down and cut the one in the center down also. So all those trees being that big stopped after that.
yeah, and the electromagnetic nature, like all of it, I think there's definitely something to that.
That tree in the center was the tree of life quote. So that's what they called it. Where the mountain is now, the magnetic north. Of course, that doesn't exist because it looks like snow on the map. Maybe the snow's magnetic. Did anybody ever think of that?
I mean, water, it would be about like water, right? Like snow and water would be able to, like, it has a certain electrical charge to it, depending on,
I'm pretty
what it
sure
comes in
that the snow
contact
is
with.
just drawn on the map to cover up what's there.
Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
wouldn't doubt that that's true in some cases. I wouldn't I wouldn't think it's true in every case, but I'd say in a lot of the cases, I would definitely, I wouldn't doubt it a bit.
I'm going to go with that map there, those four corners in the center, the four corners of Earth right there. Looks like your water probably comes up from there and goes out from there.
Well, there's definitely fresh water flowing from somewhere. If you can, go out and travel so far north and have like the water be salt water, and then at the top have like a river of fresh water flowing over the salt water. It's flowing from somewhere.
Well, I'm heading north. I don't know about you guys, but since I was like 10 years old, I wanted to live in Alaska. I wanted to see those northern lights for myself, but now I want to see them all the way up close. Like I want to go all the way to them.
Well, I'm not much for the cold weather, but there's some claims in some journals that it actually begins to get warmer once you pass a certain point. I don't know about that, but if I were going to go to either the north or the south, I would definitely prefer to go to the north. It's too crowded in the south, if you ask me.
I'm
So
gonna
I
I'm
would go north.
I'm gonna go with my instinct on this one and say where those lights are coming from. It's probably warm. It's probably not snow lights coming out of the ground. The northern lights. I'm gonna guess there's probably a good temperature there.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you. Like I would think that has a very high probability. I damn sure don't want to go south that much, I know.
Since if you think about it, most likely how we know we have that outer ring. That other ring is that snow that we hit going north, and then after that is another warm spot where it has the light coming from the center. It has its own light. That would make sense going that direction.
Well, there's some reason why they don't want us to go there.
Well, my instinct says go, so I'll figure out a way. I think you're going to be disappointed if you go south.
I think south is very dangerous.
I think you're going to run into a barrier and that's it. Not saying that's not that ring there. After that isn't one more. I'm not saying that either, but maybe you wouldn't be disappointed. Maybe there's a shit ton of shit, but I'm going north.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Long before you get that barrier, there will be a hot to cold effect, like a magnetic flux barrier. Because we are warm, we are entering a extreme cold area. Elements have a different behavior at very extreme low temperature.
Do that video I just posted in the chat. Best kept secret of the Freemason. That one tells you to go north. You might watch that. It's not very long, but it's pretty.
Hey, can I say something on top of what you just posted? So last night, because I don't often do this, but when something's interesting, I have to stop. It was garbage night, and there was this baby carriage looking metal thing, like an yard art thing that needed to be painted. I'm like, okay, let me go look at this. And as I looked down, there was a box. And when I opened the box, I have the Encyclopedia of the Freemasons, volume 1, 2, and 3. And that's the set. So I have good reading material now. So I'm gonna look and see. So it's got to be in there about going north then. So hopefully the Mason police don't come and get me. By the way, that's a real thing. People want to look that up.
The Mason police.
Yes. If you put one of those Mason things on your car and you're not one, that's a bad thing.
Now I want to. Now you're making me want to do it. I want to do it just to see what they do.
Bad like how? What? They will pick on you?
I'm not sure, but I'm not putting one on my car, so.
Put it on your enemy's car.
I don't want to identify with them enough to even try it, but it would be. I am curious to know what they would do.
So if the Freemasons say they want to go north, that's who's hiding everything, period. That's why everybody's got the Mason ring on their finger. But yeah, north is the way to go. They can't stop. I don't think they can stop us going north. It's too many people easily could go north at one shot. Going south, no, you can walk north.
Drace is almost there, man. Drace and Corma's.
Yeah, you have to make base camp there, and then you have to make like 50-mile treks out and set up camps. So you can keep going.
Freemasons are flat
Keep
earthers?
going.
Get the linens ready, Drace. We're headed your way, man.
Great.
Set up base camp at Drace's.
Yep. And there's some passage that goes that way anyway, because there has to be. There's not like a barrier of something that nobody's ever been through. I'm gonna tell you that. For all the secrecy going on, that's the big secret. Masons hide. That's everything is that. That's it. That's the end. All the other bullshit, look over here, distraction stuff, look on TV. That's just to hide so they don't have to face the secret.
Yeah, and I forget which other religions, but I think it was like Shambhala or something, which was also to the north. And a lot of all these religions have something special in the north. So it's interesting.
And it's weird because I'm not religious at all. I have nothing to do with religion. It's just, I've been looking north since I can remember. Every day I get up and I look north for some reason. I just always have. My bedroom faced north. Backyard faces north. It's weird, or almost north. I'm kind of on an angle, but still, always love it. I know where I'm at when I just by knowing where north is. You know what I mean? Just by a quick look around, I could figure out where north is. If I was like to wake up in the morning, most people would be lost, but others in here know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I agree.
Is Iceland the number one producer of helium gas?
Iceland? No, we don't use helium gas.
No, but do you extract it like harvest?
I don't know. We use geothermals mostly for all our heating. We heat all our water and using the geothermal heat and then run it to all the houses. So
Yeah, I know that the race, but what I mean is that NASA is buying huge amounts of helium, and it's not being harvested. They don't get it from USA.
Yes, they buy it for the rockets and the balloons.
Yeah.
yeah, I wish we sold them all the helium. We'd be rich.
And I heard that they import from northern countries, from Norway. Helium is a very important element. It's found recently that formation of impossible without the presence of helium.
Interesting. Based on what you just said, I did find out that we do have helium in our geothermals.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Told you.
So the image that you posted, Trace, if instead of it's got like a single pillar beneath, but if you like watch this video and see how the electromagnetic fields and everything, like how they work in relation to one another, if there's four, like when I watch that makes me think of the four pillars of the earth. And the only thing is we know that all compasses point north, so that would be like anyway. I just find it interesting to try to visualize and just the different conceptual ideas of how it would, because everything that's written, if there is anything written that's true, everything that's written points to four pillars of the earth, right? So I often wonder if how that would work, like with the energy fields of the earth. And what if the earth is like, we know tectonic plates isn't a thing, we know that's a story, but if it's like a machine and with gears and all that, like at one point, I don't know, because I know Jason Karma talk about having earthquakes pretty frequently, and so they seem to be more frequently closer to the center And it just makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder if it's not like a machine that's slowly moving and slowly opening up. Anyway, it's just an interesting thing to consider.
It doesn't sound far from what I think. The helium fountain idea.
Well, sometimes we have a lot of earthquakes, sometimes we don't have a lot. We had a lot
So
of
I think
earthquakes
that
because of this volcano activity, and the whole country's been following up on this volcano thing. Uh, just the other day, there was a man who tried to stand on the lava, and yeah, he could stand on it and jumped off it because it was at that perfect spot where he didn't sink into it because it was starting to cool enough, but it's just funny. Uh, the lava is really interesting when you look at it over time lapses and stuff like that. It's just the earth is constantly replenishing itself and pumping out different materials and layering itself. Like watching this bottom of this valley build up this cone through the volcano is very interesting.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Trace.
But that's the weird part about Earth. Earth is filled with like these pockets of lava and these pockets of oil and these pockets of water, and it's far more complex than it was postulated to us as children with like the core and the imagined core and these mantles and the stuff. They haven't even scratched the surface. They've never gotten beyond the perceived, what do you call it, the crust. They've never gone beyond that, so they don't know what's down there. But it's very interesting.
Uh, they did. They used radio waves to.
Yeah, radio waves isn't going down there, and just so that you know, they only went like a little less than 8 miles in this
Yeah.
in the hole that
The
they
radio
dug,
wave was long.
and listen, that even with the hole that they dug, they were everything that they predicted and they expected to encounter along the way, they were wrong about. So why would we even consider that they could possibly be correct about their predictions any further, especially with what they're claiming, 3,959 miles. It's ridiculous.
They were very low frequency bands.
I'm sorry, low frequency what?
You're very quiet. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh,
He said he asked you what you were referring to. Very low frequency what?
Oh, a wave.
no,
Wavelength.
wavelength. Radio wavelength.
Yeah.
And what about them? Do you think they go deep down inside the earth?
Yeah. The lower it
And
is,
they
it
and
can
they are
penetrate
coming
easier.
back? And they are coming back?
I don't know. All I know is that they
Yeah.
measured it with a frequency. I think it was a radio, some sort of electromagnetic radio. I mean, electromagnetic wave.
Well,
It's back in the 50s.
So for the radio waves, so you need this kind of reflection material for the reflection.
Yeah.
And if they were so, if they were so accurate about it, then why were they wrong on their predictions every step of the way? Only 7.5 miles deep.
Well, wrong. First, it wasn't all that accurate. It was just a baseline. And second, what were they wrong on?
What's it called? This is it? I keep on. I want to say koala, but the color borho, the super color borho. They went 7 point.
Yeah,
What was it? 7 point.
Oh, in
Super
Russia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why
That's
they did that. I
the
think that was just a competition between the US and Russia.
No, it was a technological achievement.
Yeah.
They built this drilling machine, and they wanted to see how deep they can drill. So they
And the
got
machinery got too hot.
no, it didn't got too hot.
It was more than that.
The drill actually, the drill bit, it was made of, it had tungsten teeth, and 2000 Celsius degrees is normal operating temperature for tungsten metal as a
Yeah,
cut.
but that's just the tungsten bit.
Uh, the temperature deep below, they were around 400 Celsius, below 400 Celsius. So they were like way below
Yeah, but
the
the drill bit
yeah.
wasn't too hot. It was the metal, and
The
it would
machine itself, sorry,
it would weaken the steel, so it was much harder to do, and it was
350 degrees Celsius is not hot, not even for steel.
uh you're right, like compared to melting point, but it can still weaken the structure.
No,
It,
it's not
what do you
weak.
mean?
No, and in these drill bits, they don't use any kind of steel. They use rapid steel, which is a much stronger steel. It's a tool steel for tools, for cutting. When you cut metals, you use this kind of steel, rapid steel.
Well, there's also like pressing all around them too.
And
It wasn't just
when you are cutting things which are harder than metals, then yeah, you cannot use anything else other than rapid steel and tungsten and diamonds.
you mean hardened steel?
It's not hardened, it is a special kind of steel. It's a steel for tools, rapid steel, high speed steel. That's the term of it. So with a blade sword made of high speed steel, you can break, cut into any Damascus steel.
If it's not
Yeah,
hardened.
you cut it like cheese. Yeah.
Uh,
Are you looking
can
in
you
the
talk?
live stream voice text?
Me?
Yes.
No.
We're posting images of the actual drill bit.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And look, this is not an issue that they encounter. Sorry, I was just going to say this. I'll hush,
Go ahead.
let you finish. But they don't just have issues with this with drilling into the earth. They run across these problems drilling into, like trying to drill into the earth and like at the bottom of the ocean too. It's like they run into this viscous, real thick viscous material, and they can't penetrate. They can't penetrate it. There are boundaries that you can't get beyond, beneath the earth, above, out to the outer perimeters. There's boundaries that you can't get past.
Yeah.
So I'll post the video just as soon as I find it. Go ahead, get me get.
And there are other new kind of metals which we recently discovered, like the metallic state of oxygen. So oxygen itself is a metal. It's not just gas element. This was discovered in 1990, and not many people know about it. But this metal is the only super metal known to mankind. It has different kind of properties than other normal metals that we know. You cannot cut it, you cannot scratch it, you cannot break it. It has a dark, transparent look.
What? You're talking about oxygen that's metallic, see-through, not even be able, not scratchable, not.
Yeah.
What?
So this is this is not anything that I've actually seen personally, and I don't think Get Beget has either. But this is a claim that they're making, right? That they have this oxygen that it completely skips the liquid state. It goes from solid to gaseous. Like when you thaw it out, it goes directly from a solid to a gaseous state.
But
that just become like something close to dry ice, or.
Well, I posted it in the live stream. If you're looking in the live stream, there's a lot of stuff getting posted.
Metallic oxygen is achievable only at like below 5 Kelvin degrees and very high. We don't have it naturally formed. This
I had never heard of it being called metallic oxygen, though. But if you're talking about the same thing that I am.
If that blue piece, that might just be a gemstone, but the sky is blue because there's ozone. I don't.
Well, that's yeah. Well, you can believe.
Nice try.
The stories that they tell you, but
ozone. Is that what in a football game? Is that where you score a touchdown? Is that the ozone?
No, it's a toxic gas.
Toxic gas? What do you mean? What is the molecule composition?
It's like ionized gas. It's really bad.
It's not ionized gas. Ozone is 3 atoms of oxygen, a molecule.
So we were told the same things that you were told, and what we do is we question all the claims that they give. So how have you been able to verify any of the things that they've told you? Like any of these things that you keep repeating, how would you be able to verify them?
As I know, I have a uncle who has a ozone generator, which will literally kill you if you're in there in the same room.
Does it look, if it's an ozone generator, does it look blue? Is it blue? Does it pump out blue gas? Anyway, I'll be back in a few, guys. I needed to go a few minutes ago, but
Ionizer there. You can create ozone.
Ozone is oxygen. Is
Yeah, ionized.
a molecule. Problem is oxygen is a blue color.
Yeah, it is.
It's like
Ozone is blue
the
too.
sky blue. If you touch
Well,
liquid oxygen, you can see that the liquid oxygen or oxygen ice looks exactly the same blue like the color of the sky.
because it's condensed.
Sorry?
Because
What
it's
do you mean
condensed.
condensed?
Gas is it's less dense than liquid. So when you make something more
Yes,
dense,
the distance between the atoms in its gaseous state in comparison to its state, yes, they are far greater indeed. But there is also a transition, which is not just about the distance between the atoms from gas to liquid, the transition. So the atoms change their behavior because liquids do not have the same property as gas and vice versa. It's a state of being for an element.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, when you have liquid oxygen, yes, you can better see the color, the original color of the oxygen, because it's in its gaseous state. It's very hard for the human to see one eye. Impossible. But when you look up in the sky, because of the concentration of the atmosphere of oxygen, yeah, you see its color.
It's still the same concentration. I mean, it's still like as the gas. It's not like. Oh my god.
That's why you see the the bluish color of the sky, and on top of that, uh, higher altitudes, you have the presence of oxygen in atmosphere is almost nil, null, zero, negligible. But you still have other noble gases, which some of them do give this kind of bluish tint when they are being ionized, stuff. The problem is when you went enough where you no longer have any of these air which we breathe, you will be in a medium where you have the only gas you have helium, probably hydrogen, which are rising. They are essential because there is no air. These uh, gas, helium gas, freely to accelerate upward to the point where and it absorbs energy from anything around. It takes energy from anything, so that it will accelerate upward. This means that temperatures drop very much with altitude. uh, 200 or 300, 400 miles altitude, these gases reach such high velocities that they are called highly charged particles, and they call it Van Allen belts, a belt of high intense radiation, which they say it's coming from the sun.
Yeah, because it's less filtered.
Well, it's not the magnetic field of the sun blocks that radiation because it's coming from the sun, but helium gas rising from the ground upwards.
Also, you
Those
said that there
particles,
was a
those
state where there's.
particles. Sorry?
You said that there's a state where there's highly charged particles like the ozone, which would.
Yes, but
Or,
I'm saying that helium, I was talking about helium gas, which is accelerating upward.
well, at some point it reaches equilibrium and doesn't go up anymore.
No,
Yeah.
you cannot demonstrate that, and you cannot show me.
At some point, you can't. It doesn't just go into nowhere.
I didn't say it goes into nowhere. I said it's accelerating upwards, and at this altitude of 200 or 400 miles altitude, I'm not sure exactly where is this belt, which they call the Van Allen belt. They told you it's the area where the magnetic field of the world blocks the radiation from the sun coming towards the world. But that's not true. That thing which they call radiation is actually the helium gas particle being accelerated. And at those altitudes, these particles have such high velocity that, yeah, they call them particles, radiation.
I have. How then? Why is there multiple forms of the radiation that you can reach up there? There's beta, gamma. Maybe not gamma, but alpha.
Yes, I didn't deny any kind of other radiation. I mean, when you go into superfluid liquid helium and study the behavior of this liquid, you will find that in no time you will be start studying these things which they tell us that they are subatomic particles, radiation, all the radiation.
Yeah, but
it's
also
actually problem is you have and they are dismissing the properties and behavior of helium element, hydrogen.
can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I don't think they would be able to reach those speeds because they would have to be going crazy fast. And if you ever had a ball, like a ball filled with air underwater, and you let go, it's gonna go up at the same rate. It's not. It will accelerate. You're right, but it will level out. It will plateau. But I just don't see how helium would just keep accelerating, and then wouldn't that accelerate outwards into the thing instead of being inwards?
Well, it is accelerating high enough up to the point where it reaches an area where there is 5 Kelvin degrees, and I'm talking here about a distance of probably a minimum like 4,000 miles altitude.
Can I ask questions, but like in a different subject when you guys are done? Because I'm just curious
Okay.
about what you think if
Sure.
you. Okay.
Sure,
And,
Cat.
and
Sure,
also,
Cat.
yes, it's
Yeah,
5
just
Kelvin, but
let
there's
'em
almost
finish.
no air molecules up there, and there's almost no mass. So it's
Yeah, we
actually
know. We know that in convection heat. But listen, when you put an object up there, you just added mass up there, and that mass can convect heat. No offense. So it really is a non sequitur when it comes to a mass in that ionosphere, troposphere, hemisphere, whatever. And isn't it funny that the uppermost portion of the atmosphere is called the ionosphere?
Yeah.
When in Greek, God's name is Ionis.
I think the uppermost is called the exosphere.
Ionosphere.
The highest one?
Pretty sure.
It's exosphere. It's one of the. Never mind, actually.
I know NASA
I realize that
corrected
you guys aren't. Well, there's a
I know.
debate.
No, it's not. I'm not. It is the exosphere, but that's the ending of the atmosphere.
May
It's
I ask
debatable if
something
it's
right
part of the atmosphere.
It is. It's
May I ask my
debated.
question? Never mind. You guys can keep it
Yeah,
going.
hold
Sorry.
on. So the exosphere, it really is debated whether or not it's the even part of the atmosphere.
And the problem is, I was using the word air, which we breathe. I didn't call it atmosphere because the word atmosphere is a paradox.
Yeah. So the exosphere in another model is called the ionosphere or the aurora. And there'd just be the troposphere, the mesosphere, and the ionosphere. 3 sections. But those break down to 7 different layers. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So, I mean, technically, we're both right.
Yeah.
But the exosphere is what the ionosphere calls the aurora or the tail.
So what were you gonna say?
How does
I don't know your
gravity
name.
work?
The guy with the cat.
Cat Panic, that's me. All right. So I'm gonna ask a question, and this is just out of the state out of the out of the barn question. How do you create a flat planet?
Create a flat planet. Now, our planet's flat becomes the question.
Yes, yeah. How is the Earth flat? Can you give me?
Answer the question. Can a planet be flat?
No.
No. So it's really an oxymoron, and I'm not going to answer that.
Wait, so you're a flat earther?
Yeah, but we're not saying it's a flat
So
planet.
you're a flat earther, and you can't explain why the Earth is flat?
Did I say that?
No, but you're not answering my question. Seems kind of like a
Yeah,
dog.
I said, no, I did answer your question. We don't say it's a flat planet. And I was getting into asking what you actually think we think. Do you think we think it's a flat disk, third disk from the sun, floating in space?
Mm-hmm. That's what I would guess.
That's
Flat
what
Earth.
you would
Well,
guess.
Yeah.
So that's
you assume that the space
yeah,
exists.
listen,
that
that's not
infinity.
what we
Hey, then
believe.
explain what you believe in then.
Excuse me, can I'm trying to do that, but I keep getting interrupted. When I get frustrated, people disappear. No offense, but I mean, I'll let you talk. You just got to do the same for me.
An interjection is not the same thing as interrupting. I'm not continuing speaking while you are speaking. I'm just asking you a question.
I'm not going to play semantics. It's just, listen.
Now you're interrupting me.
I'm not going to play semantics. Yeah, that's
I'm not playing semantics.
That's an interjection.
That is an interjection.
I'm interjecting.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that's semantics. No, actually, I'm the one that makes the rules here since we built the platform.
So you can't have interjections in a debate?
This isn't a debate. It's just a question forum. We're just doing question answers. You want to debate? What's the topic you want to debate? You want to do a formal debate? Do we want to pick a moderator, a topic and a subject, wherein you assert you're right and I assert you're not?
I mean, sure, why not?
That's a formal debate. You just had a question, dude. This is just
all right. Then I'll ask a question. Then. How do you think the Earth is flat? Like, give me an example.
Well, we observe it that way. We observe it that way. When do you observe Earth in everyday life to be a sphere?
Yes.
No, I said when.
He asked where.
When in life do you ever observe Earth to be a sphere without pointing to the sky or pointing to objects that disappear in the distance as you look through the medium of the atmosphere and implying that as a proof? Or that happens because of shape. That's a reification of the model. You'll find that you have no scientifically empirical proof that it's a sphere that can be tested, repeated, or verified. Not one of your proofs that you'll give to me, and I know it because I've been doing this for years. You cannot scientifically, by the scientific method, empirically prove a globe to me. Period. It's just a fact.
Okay.
And another fact is, if you don't stop interjecting when you ask a question, you can never get an answer. So if you don't want answers, you shouldn't ask questions, because literally we're grown ass successful people. My time is worth money. I don't come here to waste it with children on childish shit. I come here to have an academic level conversation.
Yeah.
Civil discourse. Excuse me?
You're not going to gain money from academic conversation on Discord. You're just going to have conversation.
Did I say I was trying to gain money?
No, you're saying time is money, as considering that apparently time is.
I said my time is valuable. I said my time is valuable. But I could be doing
my time is too.
I could be doing productive things rather than being asked questions that I don't get to answer. I don't even have to be the guy answering them. It works for anybody here that way. Most people
interrupting you.
Most people can answer these remedial questions with great specificity, given the chance. That's all I'm saying.
Then go do it.
Chill, bro.
No, I'm just confused. This is kind of like I'm confused. I'm not interrupting you. I'm
confused too.
I'm asking you how do you explain.
Yeah, I'm confused too. Do your emotions?
I'm literally asking you.
Or do you control your emotions? Ask him what? Ask him specificity.
Asking you a question which you can answer. I'm legit asking you it.
Battle Mod, sorry, I want to ask this young boy a question.
Sure. No, you're fine. Go ahead, bro.
Thank
you. I'm already
Thank you very much. Boy,
you can call me Cat Pants, man.
Can you tell me how? Okay, young man. Can you please tell me how will you see the world if you never seen a picture or you never heard of the infinite expanding vacuum of space? If you never had that concept idea of a unit. How do you see the world?
Well, things of some things.
How does it look? How does it look?
Some things exist that we can't see. I don't have to. I don't have to look. I don't have to like just because everything seems straight to me. Everything seems flat to me when I look down a really flat piece of road, like right down, deep down.
Good.
It's not.
Good.
Listen, I'm
This is
explaining, sir.
listen.
When I look at a piece of flat road, it
Spiral.
doesn't mean
Don't
that
spiral. Don't
automatically. It doesn't mean
spiral.
that automatically
Don't spiral.
flat. Does not mean it's
Listen, we don't look at man-made constructions and imply that's a proof of flat Earth anyway. So you're straw manning us.
I'm not.
Actually, address
I
what he
won't. I
said.
won't use man-made constructions.
Don't
I'll just say
listen, Jax.
a flat piece of land. No, there's no construction, no nothing there. Just massive ass flat piece of land.
So
okay, it doesn't.
So you
just
mean
because it
like,
looks flat does
listen.
not mean that like everything. It does not mean
Well,
just
hold
because
on.
it looks flat does not mean that automatically that the Earth is flat. It's not how it is.
Well, no, it doesn't. But when you take the multiple places that are flat, like Kansas, the flat salts, the tundras, and you add them together, then the question becomes, how many flat spots make up a globe? But when you take the multiple places that are flat, like Kansas, the flat salts, the tundras. Who's got the live stream on in the background?
I just turned it down. Sorry, Mike.
Battle mod. If you continuously, if you are staying on top of a circle, right, you are on the end of a circle, and you keep on walking in the direction of the circle, right, you just keep on walking over and over and over, and it's a really big circle, okay,
Listen,
big as the Earth.
I know
was
what
going to
you're
tell
saying.
Linda to calm down.
Stop. Listen.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm not being aggressive.
Listen, bro. We already know what you're saying. The ant on the basketball cup. We already know it. It would appear to be flat, but the thing is, that doesn't prove it's a globe. That statement, we're looking for empirical proofs of a globe. You tell us. Give me the science that proves the Earth's flat. Give me a fairy tale about creation, even though the fairy tale, the Big Bang, couldn't be tested, repeated, or verified if you wanted. But
Well, that's the reason why it's a theory, sir.
I haven't finished. Yeah, I know you have a theory. I know that.
That's
It's
not
just
my
a fairy
theory.
tale.
It's scientist theory.
It's not.
That's the educated people
Creation
theory.
is
No,
creation
it's not.
repeatable?
Listen, it's not a scientific theory. Scientific
No,
theory.
it's not like a very smart, intelligent
This
person
guy
made that
doesn't
theory.
let
No,
you
it's just fucking.
listen.
Cat Pants, I suggest you
Listen,
don't interrupt Adamant.
you assume nobody here has a collegiate level education, but you're the one asking remedial questions.
What are you talking about, man?
Oh my goodness.
I was very specific about what I said. Remedial questions, while you imply nobody here is educated or intelligent. That's the implication, the underlying implication of your statement.
I asked the question that I expected you to answer. Now you're just like, oh, I think everyone's stupid. That's not true.
Yeah, it is. So listen, just
Oh,
because.
really? So I asked you a question, and that means you're stupid.
No.
Wow.
Your question.
May I put in something,
Hold on.
2 cents?
Hold on. I want to be specific about this. It's not about your question. I'm not referring to your question. I'm referring to your statement of just an educated man, intelligent man made the statement. So I'm an educated, intelligent man with a bachelor's degree, and just because some other guy gave me a fairy tale doesn't make it true.
I have a question.
Listen, hold up. It's an appeal to authority, and you act as if the authority can't be wrong, but scientific premises have been disproven over and over again. So it just shows, once again, you're at a remedial level of science where you think there's 100% absolution attributed to science, and there isn't. Why? Because we know with every new fact we learn, we'll get a new perspective on everything, and everything in science will change.
Okay.
And to add on top of this, sorry, Jenny, I just want to tell him that the Big Bang Theory is invented by a Catholic priest, a fanatic, not a scientist.
Actually a Jesuit priest, George Lamette, but hey, and it started out as the primordial Adam, backed by the Jesuit Roman Catholic Church. It was a religious fairy tale.
Yeah.
But then it turned into scientific.
Excuse me?
When?
It was
So
adopted as like a
Wait a minute.
scientific
Tell us the
belief.
story about how
Adopt.
Cinderella went from, you know, tell us the Cinderella story.
Wait,
How
let
did it
Jenny.
go?
Wait, let Jenny. Hold on, Hank.
I'm
Hank,
sorry.
let
I'm
Jenny.
sorry.
Jenny.
Yeah, let
Jenny got
Jenny.
in there next. Let Jenny ask.
thank you so much. Okay, who's our new person that was talking?
Cat
The
Sam.
young man.
Did he leave?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. So I have a question for you. When did you find out about that people were talking about flat Earth?
What do you mean? Can you explain it
Yeah.
again?
Just
I'm sorry, I couldn't
recently?
hear you. I'm focusing on something right now. What do you say?
Do you have you have a minute or two to talk, or do you
Yeah, I
want
do.
me to
Yeah,
go?
I was just fixing something. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. So when did you find out that people are talking about that the Earth is flat? I would assume recently, but I thought I'd ask you.
Oh no, I've been on plenty of flat Earth Discord servers to hear their different views. So I've heard it. I'd say how long ago? I'd
Yeah.
say like at least 7 years ago, at least.
Okay, I
I hear this
definitely put up a vote for everyone that we do next. Because the rest of it is pretty much irrelevant at this point.
I guess you didn't get enough info in that 7 years of research.
Yep, Jenny said thumbs down. What's everybody else think? I'll give this shit
Next.
a chance. No, we're not gonna kick him. Listen.
Not kick him, but he needs to listen to
No, it's just
truth about flat Earth.
listen, guys.
No,
You know that
the problem is Justin. Your truth and
You
my
don't
truth are
know
different.
truth about flat Earth, Cat Pants. I'm going to mute you because you don't know the truth about flat Earth.
No,
Yeah,
but
he left.
listen. But we do know the truth about people's first reactions.
Well, okay.
No, but
we're
he said he's
slapping.
been in it for 7 years, Mike. He should
Yeah.
know what flat Earth is. He doesn't.
Well,
So
yeah, I agree. For 7 years, his arguments are pretty remedial because where we were 7 years ago and where we are now, he's full of
Oh
shit.
no.
I
He's
agree
just
with that.
playing dumb to get everybody all riled up. So we got it. It's done.
Yeah, and hey guys, don't think I get mad when Jen fights her way in there to talk, damn it. I'm one of the people that motivated her to do that. Because I
Well,
like
if
to
he's
hear,
been,
I like
I
to hear
try
her
to be
speak.
as polite as I can.
Hey, but tell him.
I just
Battlemod
do.
says, Jenny, you're a mod now. Mute motherfuckers and kick them and ban them if you got to, but be heard. Wield
I
that.
haven't had to resort to that yet.
No, but I do say that. I've said it over and over again. Damn it.
Yeah.
I wanted to say if he's been playing dumb for 7 years, someone should let him know he's won by now.
Yeah, that was pretty that was something else. It's one thing a year or two, sure. 7 years. I could probably talk for 20 minutes on just what he said. And nothing about that's just we ain't got time for that. Who else
We
is
ain't
in?
got time for that. We ain't got time for that. Oh.
He's a liar.
I could make a rap out of that, damn it.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, Willis.
What you talking about, Willis?
You're on a numpty clip saying that.
I am?
Yes, you are. I forget which one. I heard it today, though.
I hope I don't sound like too ridiculous.
No, it sounds perfect, man. Perfect.
Okay. If you find it, I want to hear it.
Yeah, I played it this morning.
I remember one time somebody asked somebody what did they think the rocket to the moon was, and I said there was like a 2-second like silence, and I took it. I said a homeless tweaker shelter. It was pretty funny. I think I heard somebody snicker in the background.
Yeah, somebody's got to keep it light and airy in server.
There's Annabelle here with no roles. Anyone talk to Annabelle?
Sure, I can try.
No, you can't. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
But this boy was weird. I mean, he was a loose hormone, uncontrolled hormone, and he was lying. That's the default behavior of this kind of young man.
Yeah, it's interesting that they don't know their own claim, and then when they find out about the claim because we tell them about it, then they're extremely afraid of their own claim. It's amazing. Never seen that in human behavior before.
And then as soon as you explain it to them and teach it to them, they're an expert at it.
Did you hear all that bullshit? Truth prevails.
Yeah, I was listening. I'm having my second dinner tonight, but I was listening.
I'm only mad
He
I ain't eating it with you.
He said, yeah, it would be it'd be more enjoyable. But anyway, but he said in the text chat that he had measurement.
Oh, you
God.
You wouldn't get to eat it.
I don't know. We'd have to see about that.
He wouldn't be able to take his own measurements.
Oh, he's gone because okay, never mind. I was listening, but I wasn't paying attention enough, I guess.
Yeah, I asked him how long ago it was that he heard about people talking that the earth is flat. And he kind of hem-hawed around the question a little bit. And then he came out and he said it was 7 years ago. And I'm like, oh, well, everybody, I'm going to put up a vote that we do next. The next person.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he could have been made an example of for the listening audience, but, you know.
I was already talking with someone when this boy came here, but I don't know what was his name. He was also a young man, but he sounded more honest.
I think you were talking to Mild Cheddar.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really take much to discern whether or not someone is somewhat open-minded.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, I could almost visualize him spiraling in that conversation. It's like, ooh-wee.
I don't know how Battleman does it. Like,
I was ready. I was actually ready to go there for a minute with that kid, but hey, you know.
Yeah. Is that worth it?
No, I would. He just. That's the first response is total denial. You know, it's just the stages of grief. We're attacking his entire belief system, and I understand this after years.
The first thing I was judging him in my mind was the speed of his speed. He was talking extremely fast. And for me, that meant this is not a man. It's something else. When a man is speaking faster than a woman can, that man is called a fool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that sounds a little bit accurate.
But you shouldn't judge people how fast they talk.
Well, it's not me
Actually, you
judging.
can.
This is what it say in the Bible about them. So it's not my personal judgment.
Okay, I like what Radwin said just now in the text chat. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best.
That is pretty funny.
Hey, this kid thinks we get triggered over those them dumb memes. Excuse me, sir. This seat is exclusive for disabled people. The Earth is flat. Okay, sorry to bother you, sir. No, that meme don't bother me. Does it bother any of you guys?
No.
It's just how people usually respond.
I gotta admit, I was perturbed a little bit, but only because it made me giggle, because I thought it was pretty funny.
Oh, Hank, admit it. You'd have went there with him. You wanted your chance at just taking it to a logical hookup and getting it off the bullshit. Because you're good at it.
Yeah.
You, Crypto, you guys are good at just stopping all the bullshit, ridicule, the speed talking, and having a normal conversation. And I prefer that, really. If we keep just getting rid of people, then we can't sit here and go, how come we ain't got nobody to talk to?
The only thing I would have done is when he said he had like a measurement or that it has been measured or whatever, I would have had him to examine his own what he thought was.
Yeah, you would have debated him too, hon. I've seen you debate worse for longer.
Oh no, I don't know about I don't even think he was a debate, but I would have definitely when he claimed he had a measurement, it's like I would have had him to re-examine the thing that he thought was a measurement, and so that he would realize that he doesn't have that.
What did I miss? Because now I'm looking at the live stream voice text, and Sven85 said, I asked dumb questions, and his opening question was about as dumb as I've ever heard. And he doubled down. So this is somebody new. I mean, what did he say? I wasn't listening.
I'm trying to get him to stay so I can go back at him. I'll take him to the arena if I got to, so it can just be me and him.
Ooh.
I mean, I'll move the bot down there if you want.
You got a new guy saying, "Yeah, I asked dumb questions."
Actually,
but
it's
that
up
one
above.
was like, "Wow, that's."
Oh yeah, is it?
What did I
Yeah,
miss?
I don't.
Yeah, it's right there, so we can move it right
I see
there.
it now. I see it, bro. Yeah, I think if we got that kid past the emotional responses and to just understand the premise of we want empirical, repeatable, testable scientific evidence, and we're not going to bother to try to replace every unproven theory you have, because literally things that are not backed by proof in an empirical debate, you can just throw that out. You can hand wave that shit. It hasn't been proven. You have to replace that which hasn't been proven because it's just your best guess. Now, we could debate whether or not it's a logical inference or an intelligent theory based on solid premises, but
I think you just described the entire field of astronomy. I don't even know where.
I did, brother.
Yeah.
I've
He
got.
was almost crying.
I've honed that double-edged sword there. Mine's a dagger. I don't even need a long one. I got this little pick sticker, you know. Not even an Arkansas toothpick, just a little
Arkansas toothpick.
Yeah, just a little fingernail knife, you know.
You ever seen one of those at Arkansas toothpick? Wow, man, I didn't know you knew those. That was a thing.
That's a big son bitch, dog. That's one of them. That's not a knife. This is a knife type situation.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah, shit. I mean, Yeah, that's a double edge, though. You're talking about a large Arkansas toothpick. Is it literally? It can be the largest Jim Bowie knife you ever seen, or it can be the longest, skinniest
I'm gonna
double
freaking Google that shit
double
right
edge.
now.
Yeah, or it can
Hold
be
on.
the longest, skinniest double edge Bowie you've ever seen. Here, I'll show you. This is the original Arkansas toothpick,
Oh,
but it can also be a Jim Bowie knife. So it's called a dagger. Arkansas was famous for them long, skinny daggers. And that's why they called it Arkansas toothpick, because it was real skinny. But you stab a person with it, they bleed profusely.
That's basically a Bowie knife, right? Let's see. It says, in modern terminology, the Arkansas toothpick is a heavy dagger with a 12 to 20 inch pointed straight blade.
Reminds me of a bayonet.
Yeah, there's one of your statesmen holding his homemade Arkansas toothpick. You see that there? That's Arkansas wood, probably Arkansas brass, and Arkansas Damascus.
What's up? Arkansas toothpick.
Yeah, that's what I think of when
Yep.
When
yeah,
I
I mean,
see
I wouldn't call it a. I mean, on Wikipedia they said it's similar to a Bowie knife. No, it's not.
No, it's more of a pig sticker. Now the ones that are similar to a Bowie knife, are a big double edge. It's a big long dagger, but it'll have a handle and a guard, a hilt.
Yeah, it's more for poking, stabbing instead of
Yeah, that's why it's a
slashing.
toothpick.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it looks cool as
It's
hell.
a sticker.
Yeah.
That's where. Listen, Arkansas is where the pig sticker came from.
Yeah, that's. I mean, when we have the Arkansas Razorbacks, right? I mean, this is where we hit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the terminology pig sticker. Now look at this one I just posted. See how that's almost a requirement of a real toothpick to come up to that fine rounded tip.
In Dungeons and Dragons, we would call that a short sword. But I mean, short swords come in different kind of things. But I guess I don't know. I mean, it's bigger than a dagger, but it's also like yeah.
I know some dudes from there, and they basically say it's the biggest damn dagger you ever seen, Mike, with the finest point.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to have something like that if you're gonna try to stick one of these Razorbacks with it. I promise you.
Yeah, and you guys have them in museums too that literally say the Arkansas toothpick. See, that's the one with the hilt. But the hilt is your hand guard.
Yep.
Hell, here in Michigan, we got the world's largest walled prison. We just call that a shiv or a shank.
I'm not sure if it's the same for. I'm pretty sure that hog hunting season is year round here. Is it the same in Michigan? Like hog hunting?
Yeah, when we're overpopulated.
They're considered a nuisance for the most part.
Yeah, so that's why you had the pig sticker, Arkansas toothpick. You hunt them the same way we did with dogs, same way Florida does. Pack of dogs, one dog
coyotes
gets
the same way.
leg,
I mean, nobody's going to get in trouble for killing a coyote.
No, you get two dogs that take the damn pig down, and then you walk up with your toothpick and just stick it in the throat and let it beat out. While the dogs get to do their job. That's how pig hunting's done. Hog hunting.
It's like, damn it, take it easy on the meat, dogs. We got to take this back home. We're going to make breakfast out of this shit.
That's why, I teach my bull to grab them by their snout, or so they can't get them with the tusk or the side of the head.
That one you posted, that'll won't just slice them. That'll leave a hole. It's like
in Michigan,
yep, you want to stab it in the right place. Get them in the jugular. So
if we had that in Michigan, we're an automotive industry. That'd be a deburring tool for an automotive part. Shit. you want me to show you a real one? We got badass deburring knives.
Man, I came home from work. I think it was it yesterday or the day before? Anyway, I was driving up the driveway what the hell is that in the driveway? And I was like, that looks like a dead squirrel. And I was like, the closer I got, I was like, that is a dead squirrel. And I could see flies on it and shit. I was like, I'm not going to run it over because it's like right in the middle of the track of the driveway. I mean, it's a gravel driveway. So I was like, so I went around it and, I have two cats, right? And so I know it was one of those fucking cats killed it. I know which one killed it, but, and, I was like, he was just sitting there looking at me, and like he was looking at that squirrel for a while. I don't know if he was waiting because the cat wasn't. I mean, that squirrel wasn't there when I left in the morning. He had to have killed it sometime that day. But anyway, so yeah, I have two cats, and later that night they both freaking ate that squirrel and did something else with it. I don't know where they took it. I was like, I could have taken the shovel and freaking threw it out in the woods, but.
So look, you can buy these. These things are razor fucking sharp too. In Michigan, we got what's known as a production automotive store in a lot of different counties, everywhere, because everybody's a parts manufacturer, you know. So you can go buy the stores. They sell gloves, leather gloves, rubber gloves, aprons, machinist aprons, your Allen bits, your torque bits for changing tooling.
Trace just posted a satanic freaking heart wrenching tool in there.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that is.
That's called a deburring knife, and it's got 3 triangular edges with a dip in the center on each one, and they're razor sharp.
Yeah, I know what those are.
They're razor sharp. You literally use them to shave a burr
Shave
off
metal.
a part.
Yeah, you shave metal.
Shave metal. It's called a metal scraper.
What, the one that Drace? Are you talking about the one that Drace posted? I don't know, man.
The one that Drace posted looks like some fucking sacrificial tool, where it's just like human.
Yeah, that one looks cool as hell.
The one I posted under that says
no, yeah, it's a deburring tool. Yeah,
Genrac. Yeah, it says Genrac.
Nice, man. Nice.
But you can literally take
I
it to a
actually needed one of those today. I was looking for something like that in my reference. I'm trying to repair my lawnmower and I'm failing. And it's
you can use one of them to sharpen your lawnmower blade, dude. They're so sharp they literally shave.
Yeah, but I'm
metal.
I finally.
What is that on it? Is that ice or glass? Or is that the case?
No, the blade is specifically designed to. Are you talking about Michael's post or Drace?
The one Drace posted.
Yeah,
Michael's talking about a blade that is specifically designed to shave metal.
Yep.
I was just saying that Drace is posting some trippy looking shit. I mean, it looks like a sacrificial knife, something to be like.
Look, we also do plastics, and I seen my friend owns a plastic shop. It's extrusion and injection molding. That's a deburr tool too, Sonny. But this is a plastic deburring fold out knife. Look at that. Tell me that's not crazy. That's like a throat cutting knife. And when you buy them, these aren't the ones you buy from the store where you might buy a knife from the store that's not sharp. This is made for production work to stay sharp all the time and be easily sharpened. When it gets dull, you just walk it over to the paper wheel, buff it a little bit, and bam. Because when blades when they get dull, they're just developing a burr on their edge.
Yeah, it's bent over. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you just paper wheel the burr off and you're back to razor sharp, man. You literally cut a person's throat that's like a Mexican throat cutting knife for cutting the throat from behind.
Yeah, I used to know all about
why it gotta be Mexican? What you
Colombia's
got
necktie maker.
Yeah, why it gotta be Mexican?
Because Colombian Spanish necktie maker. Because I'll say why. Because I own one that's got gold studded with ruby handle, and it's just a 2-finger blade.
And,
and
and
it
you
loops
saw
around.
Mexicans using that same type of thing before?
No, it's a Mexican antique. It was made in Mexico.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's why. Okay,
It's
cool.
actually worth some money. I collect knives too.
That's cool.
I have a steak knife that's shaped like that. I'm like, that's the weirdest steak knife I've ever seen.
Is it sharp? Is it sharp?
Yeah, it's pretty sharp.
I've always collected like handheld weapons. I don't know why. Knives especially.
I don't know, Drace, but the one you posted would match my outfit. It would go great with my outfit.
Yeah,
You mean
a
on
lot of
Halloween? You mean on Halloween?
A lot of my knives are K-bars, if you know what a K-bar is. It's a military brand weapon.
Yeah.
Kind of
But
remind
that's because
the ones that Drace posted kind of remind me of freaking
I'm trained to
Apocalypto,
use
like
them.
the movie Mel Gibson movie Apocalypto.
Yeah.
We
Where
said
they're
they were
like
props for
cutting the
Yeah,
hearts out of
yeah, I
people and
seen that. Fuck yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, he said they were movie props, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know if he meant all of them.
Apocalypto's crazy, man. That's a flick there.
Yeah, I showed it a couple months ago.
Oh, did you
in the
hear?
movie. Yeah, I did.
It's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that kid was kind of bummed we didn't want to talk to him, man. He's over in my server complaining. Because, see, the
Come
Django's
back.
the Django's been getting my server hopping again. I gave him admin. I just let him do whatever. And, I just draw people in from there. That's all I've used it for.
Yeah.
I got a .com, and Karen and Brian Stabley promote my server, and so does Globebusters. So I
So
constantly,
there's a lot of people that find their way over there. I wasn't sure if it was still very active. Yeah, cool.
well, a lot of people,
I haven't checked it out in a while.
I constantly go over there and just ban people, but there's people that come in there that we could probably do something with if people would just go over there with the idea, hey, get them talking and then ask them to come here to debate. We'd probably get
man. Hey, I do
300
live stream from here. We can if you can get some people to live stream from there. If we can live stream from there sometime if we need to. Whatever. Man.
Are you talking about the Flat Earth? Are you talking about Flat Earth Reality?
Yeah.
Happy Reality.
Yeah, I've been talking to a couple people from different servers about just doing a show from there, getting a few people from here to talk to a few people from there, like we've done in the past.
Yeah,
just having a flat Earth talk. Yeah, good stuff.
I was doing some work for my nephew tonight, man, or I'd have been here. How'd ladies' night go? Was it good?
I thought it was good.
Well, a lot of them showed up.
I actually, yeah. Truth avails. You go, but after 4 hours, I mean, a little over 4 hours, I stopped it because I wasn't listening the whole time. So I was like, I'm pretty sure 4 hours is about. Nobody's going to listen past 4 hours anyway.
I don't know. I do, but I'm single, so I'm bummed when I miss it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna post the entire thing this weekend. If you missed
I'm an honest man. I'm not a liar. That's all.
Well, everybody, just about. I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of them showed up. I mean, Mary Mom showed up, and Karma was able to make it. Bambi showed up for a little bit. Becky showed up. Okay,
that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I know Bambi been missing.
And a lot of, what's really exciting about Ladies' Night is that a lot of new people will show up, and a lot of times, the men are pretty intimidating, so they don't really want to just be like. But the ladies are just as good as
they
we
are. Yeah, I love the way guys come in here and they try to hit on the women and crack on them, and the women just stay right on point, dude. Go to cracking their skull,
and the more the ladies' night goes on, it's just all the ladies get better and better every time.
Yeah,
so it's freaking awesome.
They
I love it.
They are. I said something about getting a bunch of us to start doing FE school. Fuck it. So that some of the older guys can take a break, but still get to feel like they get their word in, because we can just teach the newer people. We can troll them when we're teaching. Hey, you be quiet. how you gonna ask a question and not let me finish? You know you gotta shut up to listen, right?
Yeah, I mean, like a debate school. Yes,
But
exactly. A good debate
yeah,
school would
where
be
we
good.
can get people to debate one against another. Because
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't
good idea,
even
Mike. That's a really good idea.
anymore. Listen, we used to do it through example, but anymore it's hard for us. Back in the day, people learned from us because we were the only ones debating, and we would get to take it from beginning to end, and you know how we do it. Like me, I like to get all the emotions and feelings out and set the parameters from the get go. Because then you get a more productive conversation on a more academic level after that. Once you throw out, look, anything you can't prove or verify, uh, I'm not kicking your entire belief system into the ground. I'm asking you to look at it through new eyes and can discern truth for yourself. I like to tell them we're not trying to convince them, but we're fighting against what people tell you we believe. So I like people to tell me what they believe, and then I like to back them on the rope with defend their own damn model to show that they're not critiquing their own model the same way they critique what we know. And we're not as certain to know the entirety of the fucking truth or replace every damn fairy tale they have.
Of course, but a lot of the Globers will try to accuse us of knowing everything. Oh, since you know the entire flat Earth truth, why don't you tell me why this isn't true about the globe? It's like,
Yeah,
bro,
and the
I
truth
didn't know
is,
the entire truth about the globe. I can ask you questions about the globe that I promise you wouldn't give an answer to, but I know
yeah,
the answer to. You
and
know,
most of
so
us know the truth. We can't 100%
I can give
empirically,
you answers to
and
the globe Earth model that you
we
never
can
thought of before.
empirically prove it no different than we can empirically prove globes. See, people need to understand that. We lack the reference frame. We can't leave this reference frame to view back into this reference frame.
Yeah, we're on
And
Earth, bro.
yeah, we're all on Earth. So we only know where the evidence and the empirical evidence and observation leads us when we judge all scientific evidence by the same standard instead of just accepting what's given to us. And that's more of our position, right? When you throw out the bullshit and you give a rigorous empirical standard to evidences, or they're not scientific proofs, and the same standard to theories, they're not backed by experiment or the scientific methods,
What?
and it's not a scientific
Yeah,
theory.
when you explain exactly what you just said, they actually have to say, "Well, I'm going to be honest with the information, or
Exactly.
I'm going to be dishonest and just believe it."
Yeah, so it's either you have faith in the people that assert to you that they know the truth, or you apply the same rigor to all evidence if it's said to be science.
Yeah,
It's
that's
that,
what I'm
it's
saying.
that
Yeah, you
simple.
said exactly the same thing I was about to say. Yeah, I mean, are we going to apply science to this, or are we just going to say, "Hey, here's what I see," and all of us, admittedly,
That's
whether
where I like to lead the
flat globe, or whatever you
conversation.
believe, we all observe the Earth as a level stationary plane.
Yeah, and that's just where I like to lead the conversation to one uniform standard for evidence.
Well, when
And
they
we
start asking for explanations, it's like that. I
yeah.
know what they're doing. It's like I want to go ahead and let them know that we're not replacing all of the stories, with another
Nope.
story. But the minute that they start, the minute that they start, when you present the information to them, and if they start giving excuses or their own trying to explain it away, it's like I prefer to just leave them on, just let them listen after that. I don't want to just further it and take it into a debate, especially if they're young ones. But to take it into a debate or anything, there's no sense in it. There's no reason to, because they're just trying to defend something that they haven't even looked into the information. I just prefer to just leave them
Even
silent and let them listen.
if they do want to continue, a lot of times they'll ask really dumb questions, right? And they don't lead down lines of logic, right? So,
I'm
which
sorry, Helio, but I think the lady was mid sentence there.
no, I thought she was finished with her. Was I wrong about that? Truth, Phil? Sorry if I interrupted you.
I don't remember. Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I don't remember, to be honest with you. I don't. Like
No,
I'm
I was
I'm
thinking.
just used to.
I think
Like
I
if I
thought you were
wasn't, I would
at
have continued talking.
Yeah,
I
no, I
mean,
was going to say, I
yeah.
thought you were at the end of your statement, and I think I was going to continue. Just like what we try to do is try to ascertain whether they're going down lines of logic or belief, right? So we're going to say, hey, here's what you believe, and here's what's logically true that you can understand. Because if you believe something, you you can't necessarily use logic, but they're intrinsically connected, right? So because that's a part of the way that the mind works, right? So but if someone tells you, hey, this, when we go through the black swan with someone, it's like, well, this can't be true if this is true. This is what, this is why the modus tollens argument exists, when you go over the black swan argument. And when you're talking to someone new and they don't realize that you're about to bring up some logic, they're more emotional and about it. It's like, you flat earthers just think the earth is flat because reasons, whatever, they can make whatever reason they think, but they don't really know why we've spent years looking into this topic, which is cool. And so we have to be really patient with a lot of new people that come in and say, hey, we think the earth is flat because we've actually taken a look at this. Here's why. So if you're curious why, we can lead you down these lines of logic and measurements. And people's like, well, is there any science involved? Yeah, there's some science involved, but as far as the shape of Earth, there's no science there. It's just measurements, right?
Yeah.
So Anyway, so it's just like it takes a lot of patience, and I'm patient enough, and so are you, and everyone else here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Sometimes I am. I'm not always. I'm the first to admit I'm not always patient,
But what I'm saying is, like, someone new to the topic and they're really curious about it. It does take a long time to really kind of wrap your brain around the whole concept. You know what I mean? And once you see the Earth for what it is, and there's no curvature, it's like there's no way around it. And
I tell you what I don't get though, Helio. I don't get, and I don't understand. Like when I came into this, I didn't come into the topic wanting to argue with people. So what I don't get is when they hear the information or they look into it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe if they hang around in communities that really dog flat earth or diss it a lot or something. I don't know. It still doesn't make sense to me. What I don't
No,
get
that's
is when they come into the topic and they are like head over heels arguing about it before they've even, like, they're just being presented with information. They haven't seen it before.
It's already a globe to them. Like, just like when we first came across it, it was already a globe. We didn't even know that flat Earth existed, and then we looked in the information. It's like, oh, I see it. Oh, holy shit! I see it now. I see the Earth, for what it is, and I think that people that for some reason they can't see it. It's not their fault, I guess. But dude, I was in the freaking chat for an hour earlier, arguing with people.
Well, they admit that they haven't seen the information before. When you ask them if they seen it, said no. You show it to them, and then
the people I was arguing with them, they've seen the information.
No,
so,
I'm talking about like the ones that
but
do
someone's new.
say that
Someone
they
is
haven't
new.
seen it before, and then you show it to them, and then they want to
I'm not new, baby.
make.
Yeah, I was talking about like YouTube chat earlier. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah,
is that
go ahead.
flamingos?
What? What's up?
You said you're not new.
No,
Tell me
I'm
what you
not.
know. Give me what you got then.
Wait, who is that?
So okay. How much have you looked into it? Where do you stand with it?
Yeah, what you got,
Oh,
Flamingos?
I mean, we've been here, man, but like, I just, I mean, I kind of just waltzed in and I just woke up. But I guess what you're asking me is how deep do I know? I mean, I just 100% know that we're fucking contained, dude. I know that there's nothing below us. This is the fucking floor.
All
I
right,
know
so
that.
you're a flat earther, so we were talking about the same thing. Anyway,
Yeah.
we're talking about when you meet someone that.
Well, you responded as if you were responding as like the people that we were referring to, which were.
He said he just woke up. He might have
Yeah.
he probably was
Okay.
listening the whole time, and he just fucking woke up.
Yeah, that's fair. I've woke up before and jumped in when I should.
I woke up and all of a sudden I was on the Discord server. No, just
Yeah,
kidding.
I
I'm just
literally have
kidding.
done that.
I've
Just
done
kidding,
it too. It's like, but I've jumped in on a good conversation. It was like, holy shit, I can't believe it.
Yeah, because
You
like I'm
guys are
so
having a
used to
really
like
good convo. I just
yeah,
woke up
yeah.
5 minutes ago. This is badass.
I'm so used to like everybody arguing on here. I just like I was expecting like it to be an argument. So it's like the first time somebody actually asked me like a normal question on here. It's not a troll. So I'm just glad. I'm happy. That's good. Wow. Good day. Good day.
Yeah.
Wait, Flamingos.
Yeah. What's up?
Shit. You're VC verified, right? I mean, that's your role here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So you're saying you're a flat earther?
Yeah, absolutely.
How long have you been part of this server?
Well, I haven't been here that long. Like you added me into here like a couple of days ago, but like I've been a
I
flat
did?
earther for a long time. Yeah.
See, I mean, we have thousands of people that come through here. Maybe I did, or maybe not. Maybe you misremember, or maybe I misremember.
No, maybe Helio was checking people in while he was sleepwalking.
I did sleepwalks.
Just
Both my
kidding
hands
again.
football, and here I am.
No, but I mean that could be true. I mean, it's like a bit, but oftentimes, I mean, we're like jumping back and forth between VC check and then live stream. Anyway, so Flamingos, how did you find the flat Earth topic, and how long have you been looking into it?
Shoot, man, I'm 22 now. I'm not that old, but like, I kind of like.
And 22 is old, man. What are you talking about?
I mean, I would say like maybe like my dad got like this is gonna be kind of weird. And it's gonna sound kind of weird, but like my dad like got killed in Afghanistan when I was like 13 years old, and a lot of like weird stuff started happening to me after that, and it was just kind of like I kind of like realized how much the government really just fucking lied about like my dad got killed by his own soldier, and the government lied to us and told us that a fucking like Taliban killed him. You know what I mean? And that's really kind of that's the ball that set it off.
I mean, I won't. We don't. You don't have to answer this here, but yeah, I mean, if you're willing to talk about this sometime, how did you find out it was friendly fire? We can talk about that later.
Dude, it was actually crazy because I did a lot of research on that, and I knew I wasn't crazy because like I had a hunch like that night that he left. I already had a hunch because he was going into like this. He had like this like it was called like the Black Spartans or whatever, like, and it was in Germany, and it was like the 172nd Infantry.
Was he part of Special Forces?
He was a tanker, so like he worked very closely together with like the Green Berets and things like that. But
yeah,
like,
wait! Before you continue, I mean, should we be talking about this on live stream?
I don't even know.
Let's not.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, but our condolences to you. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Oh,
about
thank you. I appreciate that. I really thank you.
But anyway, let's talk about your flat Earth story, though.
Okay, give us your best proofs. Give us the 3 top things that convince you the Earth is flat.
All right, top 3 things that convinced me the Earth is flat. First of all, law of thermodynamics completely fucking denied. Second of all, low pressure, like the amount of pressure that they explain, impossible, can't happen. And third, we've never been higher than fucking 255,000 kilometers, or was it, or miles? I don't even think it was miles. I think it was kilometers.
Hold on, instead of going through the 3 proofs, just give us your flat Earth story, man. I mean, how did you find? I know you were talking about, with your dad, you found out, there's some weird shit going on with conspiracies and stuff, and how did you find flat Earth?
I'll say it started out with
involved with conspiracies and stuff before you were.
Yeah, absolutely. It started out with Project Blue Dream. It started out with a lot of like weird like conspiracies that they were clearly conspiracies. And then it's kind of like when you waltz into the truth on accident and it kind of slaps you in the face and you're like, wait a minute, this actually kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? That's kind of what happened. And it was just like a whole lot of like really deep um uh just research with obvious data that's like right in front of your face. And then it just happened that every time I would be like, hey, this is right here, everybody would be like, no, you're crazy, dude, that makes no sense.
Well, let me ask you this: were you did you watch a lot of mainstream news at a certain point in your life?
I did, because I wanted to be an archaeologist. So I did. Like I really like I wanted to be a paleontologist, and I wanted to be an archaeologist, and I wanted to work with NASA. So I did. I kept up with a lot of this shit. I mean, I was studying biomedical engineering, you know what I mean? Like to the point where I was really like studying physics, and I was like, what the fuck am I
Wait,
studying right now and why?
did you say biological engineering?
No, biomedical engineering.
Biomedical engineering. So you were curious about the medical field. Did you study the medical field in
A
college?
little bit, yeah, quite a bit. But I just kind of like I think it was around 2018, like September-ish. Like I was like, yeah, this is ridiculous. I don't know why I'm even like attempting, because I was just surrounded by people that like
There
I was in
were,
class and it was
hey,
just,
but they think they're smarter than you, but they're
I don't
they're
know
not
why.
seeing the same thing you're not. You're seeing something probably. You know, I don't know. I'm just kind of giving you leading. I want you to say what you're going to say. I was about to give you a leading answer, but I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just like I don't have the answer to everything, and that's for sure. Like and like I want to learn and just intake as much information as I possibly can about this. So like I really like I understand that I'm not like top notch when it comes to like everything, but I know for a fact that this is truth, and truth is what we seek. So I mean, like, I just don't want to be like the typical like we forgot where we came from type of species.
You're in a good place for 22,
yeah,
just to already have known the
yeah,
truth.
when you
Good.
find some of this stuff out, it's like none of us are the same, and hey, even on the other side, people's like, hey, yeah, we all know the Earth is a globe because they all told us so. I'm not saying they're all the same because, hey, we know those people. They're not the same. But if you meet someone that says when they say, I'm pointing at my microphone, I'm touching it. You hear me touching it?
Yeah, a little bit.
When
It's not
you
that loud.
say that you saw the flat Earth and then you changed your mind, that's nobody changes it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
You can't. And then once you see it, everything is like, I don't know, like everything just kind of like it's easier. I don't know how to explain that,
Yeah,
but
like I
like
say, there's life before flat Earth, and then there's life after flat Earth.
Yeah, doesn't matter if you can explain it well. It's just like once you see it, it's just like whoop, it's like it's flat, you know. And then you're gonna. I mean, it does depends on if you want to, be how your relationship with your family. Whatever. You don't have to talk about it, but you almost you almost can't not talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
it is kind of weird. I mean, it creates a divide between a lot of relationships that you have with people. But dude, when you really see it, there is no such thing as an ex flat earther. Even though people make YouTube videos about ex flat earthers, that's bullshit. When you see it, you can't unsee it.
I don't know how you would be able to become like an ex flat earther if you really saw what like we see. It's not possible. Like,
Hey, does
but
anybody mind me giving flamingos the flat earth roll? I just feel like
No, I think he's a flat earther.
yeah, he's a flat earth. I'm just gonna give him flat earth.
Yeah, what would somebody wait a minute about that's a good point right there. Well, that's kind of mixed with two different things, but if if you realize Santa Claus isn't real, what are you going to go back to? You're going to go back to Santa Claus again? That's what that would be like. So I'd
yeah,
like
yeah,
to ask.
I
So I'd
like
like
that.
to ask the Globers, out there. So you know, since you're claiming we need to replace your fairy tale globe with something else, what did you replace Santa Claus with? Because it has to be replaced, right?
Dude, that's a good question. I'm curious. Any Globers in here?
No, but hey, congratulations, Flamingos. You're a flat earther on the server now. Thanks for thanks for stopping by, bro. We need more people to come in here and explain their experience of showing people that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe that they said is 3,959 miles in circumference and spinning
Yes.
and all
And
that
if
kind
you
of
ever want to
shit.
go real deep into that, like like when we're not live streaming one day, I'll tell you like the full on,
No, no, well, I mean, we a lot of times we'll get into spiritual stuff, but that's kind of like limited here on the live stream channel. But there are plenty of other voice channels that talk about spiritual stuff.
Right.
But the science, this is what we do in the live stream. We can actually prove that the Earth cannot be that globe that they claim right here, and we
But once
try
we
to
do
do
it,
it 24 hours a day.
Who said how like that?
How? Yeah, who's asking how? We can actually prove that what they claim about the globe Earth is, is a
So can
physical
you prove
thing.
how the Earth is flat?
No, wait. Oh, that was mild cheddar, right? So mild
Yeah.
cheddar. All right, cool. Yes, we can prove the Earth is flat. Are you new to the topic, or is this your first time here?
No, I've been here before.
All right, cool. So, do you
want to hear a story about a black swan?
Yeah, sure. We can start with the black swan, or we should start with the 3 points with mild cheddar, and then move to the black swan. I think mild cheddar. I think I've seen mild cheddar before.
No, I want you to prove something to me.
Oh, well, what do you want me to prove?
How the Earth is flat.
Wait.
Because you're the one who said that we can prove that the Earth is flat.
All right. Well, before I prove that the Earth is flat, have you ever seen the globe Earth? The Earth as a globe? Have you ever
Yeah, I'm
seen?
looking at it right now.
All right. Where are you looking at it at? On your computer screen?
Ground. There's
Really? You're
outside
looking
right
at the ground. Are you looking down or across Earth?
Really, anyway. Whatever. So that's a little bit.
Why'd you ignore the question? Answer his
Where is it
question.
curved?
I'm not,
Yeah.
because you switched
Hold
the
on.
subject on me.
Hold on, everyone. I asked you. You said I can see the ground. Okay. Are you looking down at the ground, or are you looking across Earth?
Both. I can see just the trees and basic ground.
Are you near the ocean?
No.
Well, but then you really can't observe the globe or flat Earth because you're landlocked, right? You're not going
You
to be.
asked me if I could see the globe Earth, and I said, yeah, I could. I'm on it right now. So, I
Okay.
my
Well, I
theory
can
is
tell.
that the
I
Earth
can
is.
tell you the same thing. I can observe the Earth flat. I'm landlocked too. I'm
Well,
in
I
fucking
answered your
North
question, so
All right, cool.
I
So,
answered your question.
all right, so you
Fuck
think
all that bullshit. Hit him with a swan.
I know. Anyway,
No, I'm the one
let
that.
me hold on. Just give me a couple more minutes, guys. So, since both of us are landlocked, I'm not anywhere near the ocean either. So you don't see the globe Earth. When you go outside, you just see the ground, and you can climb on the highest hill and see as far as you can see. And is that the globe that you're seeing?
1 second.
Make sure he
What was that? I
notices.
was concentrating on something else.
Make sure he knows where the live stream is in case I want to post something that might trigger him.
So I'm saying I'm in northwestern
so
Arkansas.
now-
There ain't no fucking there ain't no oceans around here. So I know the Earth is flat, but I don't have any oceans involved. So
Back to my topic. So, what is your proof that the Earth is flat?
Oh, see. All right. Hey, you guys take this over. I'm gonna go smoke, and you guys can have it. No,
Why are you avoiding?
I'm gonna
I'm
join
not
you guys.
avoiding you. I just know that we're gonna say the same thing. So you guys have at it.
It's
Okay.
pretty simple. Earth is measurably and observably practically used as flat. Like every observation ever made has been that of a flat Earth.
What about from the ISS?
Every observation that we can duplicate. The only thing from that you're getting from the ISS is a fisheye lens, like that your artificial curve. Like you can't just take a picture and say, "Look, there's the proof of Earth."
Then why aren't they
Like
curving?
you have to be able, we have to be able to get an actual physical measurement, and we've done that. There's been many people who've gone out and taken done laser tests over large bodies of water. We've got
Do you know
20,
that light
25
bends
mile
over
laser
gravity?
test 2 meters off of the water where the laser should be shining 90 meters over the head of the target, but instead it connects. Like there's
Do you know
uh,
that? Do you know that light bends with gravity?
You're gonna need to bring a
Oh, wait,
no, I
wait,
citation.
wait,
don't
Hold
know
on.
that. You're gonna
Uh,
have to prove that
he,
now.
Einstein
Yeah,
proved.
just a
Miles.
second. Just a
Miles.
second. He came on
Listen,
here earlier talking about this. He just doesn't know that Einstein's claim of bending light is only in outer space, not on Earth, as it
So
cannot be
why
measured
shouldn't it
on Earth.
so
why
so
shouldn't
what?
it?
Hold up. What it's called
actually,
is planetary gravitational lensing. Only on the vast level. This is what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
So listen, if light bent all the way around this sphere that we call Earth, then no matter what side the sun was on, it'd always be light. Do you understand that?
Yeah. He just debunked the nighttime in his imagination.
Yeah, he just killed the night cycle on his
No.
globe head because light bends around a sphere. So if a laser bent around a sphere, then obviously a plasma ball a million times greater in luminosity would bend around the sphere also. And the entire
No.
sphere would be enlightened. Why? What do you mean? You're saying a minuscule level it should happen, but not on a megascopic level? When it was premised on a megascopic level, because certain objects were seen behind what? The sun or the moon? Do you know? To imply gravitational lensing. And it's an implication. It's on a level that can't be tested. So we assert this is what's happening, but we couldn't prove it if our ass had to.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
correct.
I got a question, Mike.
and
If you
I
could
would like
remove,
to.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Sorry, go. I'll be
No,
short.
keep
Sorry for
on,
that.
damn it.
If
Okay.
you could
But
remove the
hang
sun, right,
Okay, go ahead.
and it still did that, then maybe you could say it was gravitational. But with the sun having an atmosphere known as the heliosphere, then that could cause the light to bend, and we would see stars from behind. If what he's saying is true, then maybe that could happen. But you can't remove that and see if that's the cause. So what you're talking about is light bending through atmospheres, and you're certain that it's gravity that's doing it. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You're looking through two lenses: the Earth's atmosphere, and then the sun's atmosphere.
Well, he even
And you're saying, "Gosh darn it, I'm telling you, it's the gravity."
he took it even a step farther than to say light can bend. He said that light bends with gravity. So like basically saying that if I shine a light or a laser or anything, that no matter what the curvature of the earth is, if it's 8 inches per mile squared, 10 inches per mile squared, 20 inches per mile squared, no matter what, that's the curvature that the light's going to take because it's going to go with the gravity of the object you're trying to measure. Is that
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So-
Basically, what this kid said is, you
Listen,
like point the light, and it would
yeah,
curve.
he's defying refraction. He's saying refraction isn't true because light bends around the sphere. It's got nothing to do with refraction.
Yeah.
Or the atmosphere doing it. He's leaving out the atmospheric function, not knowing that's the number one premise proof of his damn globe.
Yeah, he doesn't
I
even
would
know
like
the
also
correct
to add
argument,
a
so we can't
point.
destroy him on the correct grounds. He just doesn't know the arguments.
Well, the
He
reason
used
why
a
it
fallacious
it
term.
bends more
Well,
towards
you keep
inner in the
saying that light
troposphere is
is
because the
bending.
gravitational pull is stronger.
I'm
So are
sorry,
you
but
telling me?
you
Hold on,
keep
hold on. Sorry.
saying.
Just real
Can
quick.
you
Just
hear
I'm sorry.
me?
I don't. I
Mic
just want to
check.
ask him a quick. Oh, what's up? Sorry. What's
No
up?
science says that it bends like that on Earth. It says for most practical purposes,
Yeah.
light moves in straight lines. But however, it can bend. It can bend a little due to gravity. When they observed it bend around the sun, and it's just an observation wherein we're saying we observe gravity to bend something, but you can't observe gravity. You observed light that shouldn't have been present, but it was, and you gave an asserted cause. There's no science behind it. It's an observation with an asserted cause. Hold on. There's no cause
All
and
about
effect
observations.
experiment. Excuse me. There's no cause and effect experiment to make it even a scientific theory. So gravitational lensing isn't even a scientific theory.
I would like to correct everyone in
And it's
here,
not demonstratable.
and that is on the bending of light. This term is not a term. Light cannot be bent, is not being bendable. Light, you can change the vector of light propagation or the angle of its propagation by refraction, by changing a medium and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the
You
only way
cannot
it can be
bend light.
demonstrated. And
Yeah,
we covered that with gravitational lensing can't be
yeah,
Right.
demonstrated. It can only be asserted.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
even
So
gravitational
that's
lensing
just
is
a
just a second. Even gravitational lensing is an ad hoc
it
explanation to
is.
try to excuse the fact that we have geocentric stars and not heliocentric stars. So
Yep.
it's not valid at all.
Yeah, they come in with the aberrational light and gravitational lensing. Yep. Drake's 100% right. He knows it more. He studied this topic more than most people here. Well, I thought we clarified it when we said it's a theory not backed by experimentation, so it can't even be qualified as a
That's
scientific
an
theory.
experiment right there when you showed me that
And
picture. It
all
was
right, and the
bending by
only
gravity.
reason that gravitational lensing or anything to do with the atmosphere,
That's another assertion.
we can
kid.
go. Yeah, we can go through the through the refraction law. Laws of refraction, and not laws, but just
Listen,
the way the light moves through
I
atmosphere.
just want to make this clear. When you observe something and you assert a cause, that's called a hypothesis. Those
Yeah.
are just two. Hold on. Those are only two steps in the scientific method. To verify it, you need to test it and repeat it, and look for multiple results of the same thing while you manipulate independent and dependent variables to prove a cause and effect relationship. And you do none of that when you say we observe gravity to bend light there. That's just an assertion.
Do any of these
It's meaningless. We can hand wave it.
do any of these laws that have to do with refraction have anything to do with gravity at all? If you
Right.
can prove any of that, because he said that gravity, that was what his assertion
Well,
was.
here's
Right?
the next
Gravity
point.
reflects light.
Here's the
Reflects
next
light.
point.
So anyway,
The point that gravity isn't even a reality, that hasn't been demonstrated either.
Sure.
Gravity is an assertion attributed to an observation. Things fall. Okay, first guy said there's a physical attraction between particles of matter. Second guy said matter collectively warps space. And gravity is an effect due to time dilation due to warping space. So neither of which can be considered scientific theories because they're not backed by experimentation that show a cause and effect relationship. And there's
The
valid.
Earth warps time.
Yeah, and so that
Hold
being
on.
the case,
There's
There's
valid proof of
gravitational
that.
mass, so
Michael,
that's
when
one
you
of them.
finish, I want to say
Excuse
something.
me.
I want to hear his response.
I want to finish what I'm saying though, if I could please.
Yeah, I want you to finish it, and I want to hear his response.
there is proof that nobody has ever manipulated the variables of gravity, independent and dependent, and proven gravity to be a truth. Do you know what that proof is? The absence of anti-gravity. For you to be able to manipulate gravity, you would have anti-gravity technology. Do you?
What? Repeat. I wasn't focusing for a second.
The truth is that gravity is fake, just like anti-gravity. That's why neither one has ever been proven. If gravity was proven, then you could manipulate the independent and dependent variables, showing the cause and effect relationship. That would give you the power of anti-gravity. Nobody has that. So
And
gravity,
show us the
gravity,
relation.
so
Show us the
gravity
relation.
hasn't been proven.
Yeah,
So
but that also.
when you
but
say
where-
gravity and you say lensing, you're giving us two unproven assertions. It's a double whammy.
well, actually, refraction has been proven, but I mean, where's
I said
where's
lensing,
gravity associated?
gravitational lensing. Neither of which can be.
Well,
Neither.
They said that's observed in
It's
space.
an
and nobody-
oxymoron.
Yeah,
Gravity hasn't been proven. Neither is the lensing of light due to unproven
Yeah.
attraction or warping. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, but any natural
flaw, we
observation
know
on
that.
Earth, any observation on Earth that has to do with light and gravity, that they're not associated together. You know, any light observation is only observed on Earth. I mean, you can make assumptions about what you see in the sky, but
Right, but if you can't
So
prove
what are
them,
some other things that help your cause?
hold on. I want you
long
to
distance
actually.
observation.
Yeah. No. I want him to answer what you just said, Michael, and many other people just said.
Yeah, you don't have to answer it, but do you have a
Yeah, he's going to
response
ask us more
to the
questions.
fact?
You know, freaking, he
Yeah,
won't even
do you
respond
have a
to a
rebuttal to
single
the
one.
fact that gravity's not proven, neither is lensing proven, no one can demonstrate it? They're just ad hoc assertions to try and reify your globe.
You know, stop asking us questions. We just gave you friggin' what 5 minutes of answers. Why don't you
Basically,
respond to
just
one of them?
Yeah, but they were all over the place.
Yeah, this is what they do. They don't listen.
You don't want to acknowledge it. You just want to say, "Oh, is that all you
Next-
got?"
next-
I've heard it. Yeah.
Exactly. They
Next
don't listen, and
question.
then they scream at us, and they're like, "We need more information. We need proof."
Am
And we
I
give them
screaming
all the
at
proven
you?
information, and then they don't listen. They're like,
Oh
"You
my
haven't told me yet."
God.
Well, hey, that's why I said I want Michael to finish his statement, and then I want a response from him, and then he
Thank you.
responded with another question. So why don't you respond to what we all just said, and Michael mostly, yeah. I mean, we all kind of showed you that gravity and light are not
How about we
necessarily
move?
connected.
Yeah, he knows he got destroyed on that. How about we just move to his next asserted proof of a globe?
All right. I
The
guess.
largest proof that Earth is flat and level as we observe it is this. We observe a flat level plane. Water rests level. It adheres to its container. And there's this extreme assertion that it looks flat, but it's actually a sphere. Now, extreme premises need extreme proofs, but you have no extreme proofs. So we're left with our
Can I?
our original axiom. We observe Earth as a flat local plane every day we navigate it. We use it for navigation, a flat, non-rotating plane. When we teach pilots how to fly, we tell them to assume a non-rotating level plane. We use it for application, building, engineering, and construction, whether it's bridges, buildings, or highways, byways, or motorways. Nobody uses spherical mathematics except for a geodetic surveyor. And what he does is he takes surveys that are done in planar geometry, which means two-dimensional plane geometry, is taken by a geodetic surveyor and wrapped around a spherical model called the
What do you want me to
GSW.
answer?
What do I want you to answer? I want
You
you to
went on a spiel.
Yeah, I know. I want you to contemplate, not answer. I'm not going to ask for answers.
I actually want him to answer
I-
so he can
It's
hear
really
what
not a question. It's more of a statement.
I have a
He's right.
feeling he's gonna have like 2 sentences, and then it's gonna be like, I really don't
So
know.
basically, the point taken from that is, can you show us any empirical evidence that it's actually a sphere? Anything we can test, repeat, or verify?
Well, I was the one who initiated the question, so why should you be asking me?
Oh, hey, well, since hold on.
Initiated what
Hold on.
question?
To
You're
be
the
honest,
ones who said you guys have proof of flat Earth, and you guys have just been asking me the questions lately.
No, actually, we
Wait,
gave
I
you.
don't think he's looking at the live stream voice text chat.
You've been
I
given
am.
multiple proofs of Earth, dude.
hey,
Yeah, you're
come on,
looking at the
guys.
chat
Just don't have
and you're
time to go
not.
through like
He's
millions of
asking.
links.
Hey, listen,
You just walked
Michael,
right
please,
past him.
please, Michael, please, brother, man, you know, as a favor to me, can you let him try to answer at least? Try to answer.
I don't think he paid attention, Helio. He said he didn't.
I
get
don't
any
care.
answers
I just
to
want to
the
hear his freaking answer.
Yeah, there's no question to be answered. It's a rebuttal to a statement that Mike was still in the middle of making.
Over 10 minutes? Yeah, sure. We heard that.
Yes, I'm thorough, bro.
I know you are, brother.
When you want to machine gun question me, I want to take a point and drive it into your temple so it gives you a headache for the next week.
I know, but do you want him to? I don't. Whatever. Am I doing this wrong? I mean,
No, I was kind of on a rant. I really didn't need a rebuttal to that. I just wanted to sink in that no matter what question he asks us, the truth is he can't prove it's a sphere. He
I'm
can't
sure you've
prove
already
it's
proven
model.
it. I just want to hear his rebuttal to it if he has one. I mean, we can do this all night. We do this all night. All
Yeah,
the time.
that's why I summarized it.
But he's asking you, can I just say something for a few seconds? And every time he tries to say something, you just freaking.
No, he said, "Can I ask another question?"
No. Now,
Yeah, that's what he said.
What I called him on that, he actually wanted to give you a rebuttal to somewhat you.
Did you want a rebuttal, dude, or do you want to give another question like you asked? Because you were the person that started with a question, the answer's done, and you still haven't got proof. That's what you said, right?
One second.
Yeah, Cheddar, do you have a rebuttal to anything that Michael said?
Well, I think I don't really know where he was going with that. I don't know what, I'm supposed to answer from that.
Well, I mean, we're
here's-
talking
like,
about
have
how light is affected. I mean, we're talking about the
Because you were here, during
light and shit.
you were here during ladies' night, and we went through all this with
Do
you
you
during
have
ladies'
any?
night.
Well,
We
you're
gave
asking
you.
for 100% proof of what you observe every day in life. I finalized that 10 times.
And we gave you all kinds of things to look at, like all kinds of measurements. And have you looked at any of the stuff that you received during late? I mean, because it's like you're asking for the same
Yeah.
stuff over again.
Well, what happens is you guys end up turning the tables and asking me questions, and then you'll go on a rant for 10 minutes.
No, look, you're just not listening then, because we've showed you. I wasn't here all night, so I don't know what they all presented you, but I can be pretty sure you've seen the Black Swan as an example of long range observations where we're seeing too far. We've also been discussing. We've been talking a little bit about the laser test where we're able to connect with to a target way too far for your globe. You're pretending like we aren't giving you any proofs. You're saying, well, like I said earlier, you're like, is that all you got? Because that doesn't prove anything. So you don't accept the proof. That's your problem.'re giving you proof. Now,
you ask a question, we give an
giving me
answer,
information,
but you
and then
won't
I
even
come
say.
up with an answer,
You
and
won't
then
even
you
give
guys
a
say how
hold
I'm
on.
so wrong, without
No,
actually.
Cheddar, bro. We've been the answers to you for hours, bro.
I know the
Why?
problem. Listen,
Go ahead, Mike.
You gave an ad hoc explanation to the laser survey, right? Gravitational lensing. We attacked the quality of the evidence, gravitational lensing, and we proved there is no evidence to assert gravitational lensing. So that's how science works. You say this proves it. We critique the quality and standard of your evidence and showed it's not a proof. So what do you mean?
Yeah. Do you think there's a chance that Cheddar just doesn't want what we're saying to be true? Is
Yeah,
that,
he's
is
just
that where
looking
we're
for
at?
something he can. Yeah, what he's doing, he's in denial. He's looking for something he can be right on, or we can't a premise we can't replace. Like you can't replace my fairy tale, so I'm going to stick with the globe. I like the Big Bang ideal, and that's
You
all
guys
it
always
is.
assume stuff about other people.
Yeah, that's okay, man. Hey,
I'm
man,
not
it's a
saying
new
stuff
topic for
about
you, bro.
you. I'm
Yeah,
attacking the
it's just
premise,
yeah,
the
it's just
assertion. We're
yeah.
not talking about you as a person or a quality.
Yeah,
We're
you just
talking
Just
don't
comes
want
about
off
it
as
to
an
be
attack.
true because it's like
it's not an attack.
these
You
these
feel that
flat
way because it
earthers.
destroys your belief
Yeah,
system, dude. I
these
deal with
flat
it
earthers
every
can't be
day
right.
here.
No,
It's
you guys are wrong.
listen. Google the 7 stages of grief because you're in the second stage right now.
Remember, Michael, when I told you that sometimes when they haven't seen, because this is the dude. I'm pretty sure that this is the dude during, and yeah, he was civil, but he needs to look at the information is what he needs to do, because this is the dude that I was referring to when I asked him, had he seen any of the measurements, and he said no. And then I gave them to him, and he was giving explanations and excuses for, how it could still be a globe before he even looked at the information. So
I
Yeah,
looked at it.
and let's cover this. So the 7 stages of grief are shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression.
Yes. Thing.
Yeah, so I wondered if you
Well,
was
that's
reading it.
four. Let's
Accepting
go through
and
this.
acceptance. You fit 5 of them right now. I haven't seen no depression from you or
Where's the
acceptance.
anger?
Well, hold on,
The
hold on.
anger,
Wait. He wants.
and
He's
the
looking
offense you
for.
took to the rebuttal to your
Oh,
responses
yeah,
of
How
the
does
he's
globe.
looking
grief have
for
to
a.
do with
He's
any of
looking
this?
for a reason.
Grief
Even though
fuels your
what?
offense and anger.
Hey, Michael, he's looking for a reason to not believe it, right? Even
I
though it's
know.
obviously true.
I
I'm
can
looking for a
cover
reason to disprove it.
I can cover these with
Yeah,
specificity,
dude,
though,
are you
easily,
looking on
easily.
freaking Fight the Flat Earth channel?
So
You're not gonna
grief,
find any good
your
reasons.
response to the rebuttal on your evidence not being evidence, that was grief. Then you went through anger.
Yeah, and
That-
quite
Yeah, the best way
simply,
that I can
well,
describe
quite
this
simply,
is
Okay, can you read
you
the
could
title? It
disprove us.
says 7 Stages of Grief. How does grief have to do with
the
this?
Hold
best
on,
way.
I
bro.
don't
Hold
get.
on, bro. Relax.
I just
You
covered that.
you could
You
disprove us by showing us
guys,
something that backs up your claim of the globe.
this
So
I
how
is
about a
can't post
measurement
any
of curvature?
images.
Hold
What
it
is
is
on,
curvature?
So
hold
that
on,
would be a
guys.
good
Hold on,
start.
guys. Let
it's
Let
not
Michael talk to
effective.
him. Come
It's
on, guys.
not
Let Michael talk
effective
to him
when we
for a minute.
can't drive any one point
We'll move
home
forward
before we
after.
move on to the next damn point. So what is grief? Trouble, annoyance, deep sorrow, especially that caused by assertions, death, or actions.
The loss of something, whether it be a person or an item
So,
or a belief, an ideal.
yeah, so I would equate your grief to troubled and annoyed over the loss of your belief, just like Lou covered. See, Lou knows this game.
Yeah.
We can
It's
drive
kind
this
of
one
like,
home. Then we can get you. Listen, the object is to get you on a level where you don't just get mad when we have a rebuttal about the standard of your evidence, because you understand we're trying. This is what you need to understand. We're trying to have an academic level, empirical, scientific conversation, wherein assertions, theories that aren't tested and repeated, and things that can't be demonstrated are left out, and we only debate the facts. But you're wanting to debate assertions, and then you get grief when your assertions are beat down with a stick, like as if beating a dead horse. Come on.
you know, on
We're-
that point, Mike. I don't know. I'll make this point and really quick jump out. When people come in here, they say, "Hey, I found this server." Doesn't matter how they found us. They'll come in and say, "Hey, I found you because I was looking for Flat Earth to talk about it." And then when they find us, they find out that it's a lot deeper than they thought it was, right? So then they're like, "Whoa, fuck! What am I going to do now?"
That's the thing that I've realized on Discord though. Like 99% of people on here, it's like they're like puppets. Like they laugh with the people that are laughing, and they don't really want to be like different and actually understand what's happening. You know, so they're scared.
Dude, you think I'm a puppy?
No,
Is that
no,
what
no.
you
I'm
think I
talking
am?
about.
Like if we were to have a debate,
No, I'm talking about
I'm
people like
sorry.
not so sharp.
Well, like also this debate feels very one-sided because every time I get to answer, I just get beat down with 10 minutes of.
No. I'm just saying. I was just
Yeah,
saying.
that's because we got
Hold on,
5
really
people
quick. I
wanting
was
to
just
have
saying.
something to
It's
say at
like
this time, bro. If you
I'm
hang
always,
out, you can get a one-on-one
I'm always
sometime.
curious about why
It's not
people
always
are
like this.
up flat Earth in the first place. You know, why?
It's the weekend. We're
Why are
full
you?
right now.
Why are you looking for flat Earth? You know, it's like, bro, and
I mean, you have to be
I'm
questioning
looking for
something.
flat Earth. And they really, I think, a lot of times they really. Let me just finish my statement. I promise I'll stop talking after that. No, people
I'm
come
gonna
in
hold you
here
to
a
it.
lot of times. Yeah, hold me to it. Give me 10.
Don't
15
interrupt me.
People will come in here and say, "I was just looking for flat Earth," and I'll be like, "Hey, why are you looking for flat Earth?" And it's like, "Oh, it's like it's a hot topic now." And then when they get in here, they're like, "Holy shit, you guys are fucking serious, right?" It's like, damn right we're serious. So anyway, continue, gentlemen and ladies.
All right, look, I just want to ask him. So you're asking for proof of the flat Earth. We're giving it to you. We're also, I'm not sure if it's been covered enough, but I mentioned how like it's the axiom that we're starting from, right? Like everybody observes a flat, motionless Earth. If somebody's asserting otherwise, a globe, then they have the burden of proof. So now, if you're going to ask us for proof, which we are giving you for flat Earth, you should also be looking for proof of your globe. You need to analyze this topic thoroughly, right? Have you ever asked for proof of the globe the way that you're asking for proof of flat Earth? Have you ever scrutinized the globe the way that you're scrutinizing the flat Earth?
That's a good ass question.
I'm betting you're fancier than that. I'm betting you never scrutinize the globe. Tell me,
I have a
what did you
feeling he never
scrutinize when you
questioned it.
Why
scrutinized
do
the
you think
globe?
that?
What did you scrutinize? Answer quickly. What did you scrutinize?
Can you define
Basic, like
scrutinizing
what
for
you
me?
guys think.
That's
You
not an
guys
answer.
observe his level, I observe his levels, and then
Cheddar, do you know
I
what
was
That's not
talking
an
about
scrutinizing
answer.
this, and then I
means?
found a reason
That's
why.
not an
I found
answer.
why all water's level when you measure its level. So
No, what did you
found out.
scrutinize was the question about the globe. What did you find out about the
Do you know
globe?
what
That's what I
scrutinize
did.
means, Cheddar? Do you know what scrutinize means, bud?
I'm pretty sure everybody here knows what scrutinize means.
I don't
Right?
think Cheddar knows what it means, dude. I really don't.
Well, we'll see when he gives his
The exact
response. What he
definition,
says.
but
Just like you didn't know what grief was. I
I
hate
never
that.
even answered that question.
Yeah,
Well,
I
just go
know.
ahead and answer what Lou asked you if you've scrutinized the globe.
Yeah, he's just asking you what global science or assertion did you question? That's scrutiny. Question something. Look at it under a fine microscope and make sure it's true.
Yeah, I was going to say
Sorry, what was
interrogation.
that?
Yeah, interrogation is a good way to describe scrutiny.
Anyway, it's pretty clear. We all know the answer to this, and his silence says it all. No, he's never.
I don't
Yeah,
know what you wanted me to answer.
listen, once we get back past certain things and we lay down certain parameters, then we can have
Well,
the
you guys are
conversation.
going from this to that to this to that.
I know. I'm with you, son. I feel your pain. So we just want you to understand, if you assert the globe is the truth, then you need empirical, repeatable, testable evidence that adheres to the scientific method to prove that. If you're going to assert gravity does this and does that to light, then you have to prove it. We scrutinize when you say gravity because gravity hasn't been proven. And we want you to understand that, not because we're attacking you. Because, like I said, we want an empirical, scientific, academic level conversation wherein the standard of evidence for both sides is unified to the scientific method. If we can't test it, repeat it, or actually verify it, then it's not true and it can't be used. In a formal debate, you can't use anything you can't prove. If you can't demonstrate it, then a true moderator would throw it out the minute you assert it. But we're not having a formal debate. We're just trying to have a conversation wherein you consider what's being said. The problem is we have overzealous people here who are passionate about what
Hey,
they believe.
hey, check this out.
And
Since
they
we
just
have a
can't
young,
let
we
it
have
be
a young
civil.
person. We have now. Look,
Bro,
I'm not
you
one of
made a
them.
promise.
Hey, dude, I make a promise. I mean, I'll shut
Did
this
you forget
freaking
your
live stream
promise?
down if you guys don't give this kid a chance to ask some.
What he meant, Battlemod, was he promises not to interrupt you for 2.5 minutes, and that time is up.
I'm gonna
Okay, well,
fucking
I
kill
was
you.
trying to
I
do
promise
that.
I'll come to Wisconsin and kill your ass. That's what I'm gonna promise.
That's a nice promise to just make. Are you live right now?
Oh my God, are we going to a drunken fight?
Oh
Come
my
on,
goodness.
guys.
Anyway,
I'm gonna
no,
have
I'm
to
just
smoke a
curious. I
root.
mean, this
Listen,
kid. I mean, who wants to talk to
I
this
don't know
kid and
where
have an
you came
actual,
with
real
that. I
conversation?
displayed empathy for the position he's in and an understanding that he's a bunch of idiots that just keep interrupting the civil conversation, and the kid can't even have a productive conversation. I understand that because I see it too.
Yeah, me too.
I want him to know some people here are fair and we can have a civil conversation. It's just, I really don't like to be rude to my friends who I've done this with forever, bro. But sometimes they hold up the conversation. So your feelings right now about the situation are fair and understandable. But there is civil conversation to be had here and valid points. If you look at them through the eyes that I described, repeatable, testable, verifiable, unified standard of evidence being that which adheres to the scientific method. That's why this is an academic level conversation. It has a unified standard of what's demonstratable. We're not here to build models and theories. We're here to build a concrete reality of facts that can be demonstrated to be true at this time. And we know that that's not 100% certain. If we learn something new down the road that we can demonstrate that changes or makes what we assert seen through different eyes, we know that'll change because there's no 100% certainty in anything man does. That's scientific. That's being honest and not disingenuous. So honesty says we can only show evidence that you can make a logical inference from, and the evidence is two-sided. First off, you can't prove empirically Earth is a sphere and it rotates. And we have evidence that infers the observation that we see every day, that we apply our knowledge to and understanding for flight, for engineering and construction is true. That's why we use it on an applied level. Most applied sciences use a motionless, non-rotating level plane for construction. When we build, we don't have to calculate gravity because gravity converts to newtons, and we just make a load-bearing structure that can bear the weight we calculate. I build bridges. I pave highways, man. I've been all over this world through service, and I also graduated from college summa cum laude, bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. And
So you say that like repeatable experiments, right?
yeah, verifiable, testable, repeatable.
Unless
one
it's
of
a
those
measurement.
experiments include going to space, why wouldn't you trust NASA on
That-
going to space? And
NASA.
Oh, okay, hold
'cause
up,
you've done
hold
it.
up, hold up. That's a valid question. Now, can you apply the rest of what I said to it? Can we verify that? Can we repeat it? Can we test it? You're saying trust this agent that says they've done it, but I'm talking empirically. For an empirical status, we need to do it ourselves. It should be testable, repeatable by all men so that they can verify it. Otherwise, it's not a concrete fact. Listen, I'm not going to debate whether or not NASA is trustable or if they're fake or they're lying. I don't have to do anything. I can, as a logical man, say, I can't verify any of the shit they say. And some of the evidence we have implies that what they are saying is lies. We went to the moon. Well, we demonstrated that the horizon can be viewed at distances that are not geometrically possible on a sphere of the radius they give, which means it had to be 10 times larger. If it was 10 times larger, they couldn't have went to the moon because they calculate the distance to orbit around the rotating planet and travel the distance to the moon from the center of a sphere that's the radius that they gave us. So if it's bigger, then it's a larger distance, which means their calculations for fuel, because weight versus load is engineering and rocket science. You only take what you need so you can get there and you can get back, and you have the reduced amount of weight needing less thrust. Okay? So if it's a greater distance to the moon than they thought, they wouldn't have made it all the way around the planet and then to the moon because it's a bigger.
Actually, they slingshotted. They didn't
That's
use
what
any
I did.
thrust at that time. They would enter orbit and use the gravitational field
Orbit.
as a slingshot, so
Listen
they
to
wouldn't
what
have to
I'm
use as much.
saying. The slingshot is an orbit around a sphere of a given radius when you calculate the path. If that radius was increased, then it would increase the distance to orbit around the planet, right? Meaning you'd need more fuel. Kid, you just
No.
repeat. Yes, you would.
You have to launch up into the gravitational field, and then it would throw you if you calculated it right, and then you use a little bit of thrust
But
to
what
get
you
back in
don't
orbit.
understand is that was all calculated to pinpoint precision using the actual radius. That was
Yeah, so
already.
you admit that it was real?
No, I'm saying it would have been calculated into the equation so they could only use, look, we're going to get thrusted. So we only need this much fuel. But if the radius was bigger, the amount of fuel that they precisely equated for would be wrong because the equation was wrong. You don't get it.
Well,
Especially
I
if
think
it
they
was
spent years
10
on that. I
times.
don't think it would have been wrong.
Especially if it was 10 times further or 30 times larger.
I said we've demonstrated that the horizon is further out than is geometrically or mathematically possible on a sphere of 3,958 mile radius. It would make it around 300,900. What's the equation come up to, Sonny? You guys had that math, didn't you?
For Black Swan, 264,000 miles radius.
Yeah, so that's greater than 10 times greater than the radius, because 10 times would only put you at 40,000 miles.
Right.
So there's no way in hell that you would have had enough fuel to get there. So that logically, for a logical man, infers they didn't go there. We don't have to ask whether it was fake. We see the evidence. It's like a crime. You follow the evidence and let it lead you where it goes.
So you done the calculations, you know the fuel size, you know how many people on there, you know how many sample rocks.
Tell us all of that.
No,
They
we
tell
need the
us it all.
radius first. We need the radius measurement first.
Yeah, if they telling you is different from actually doing it and
But
being
you have
there.
to listen to whatever they say. Yeah, you do.
But listen, what you're refusing to accept is that all this was calculated for a 3,958 mile radius. If the radius was pushed out to 250,000 miles, it takes more fuel to go more miles, kid. I don't care if you're a slingshot. You got to get away from this big ass sphere and go all the way around it before you get slingshot. Even if you're non-gravity, non-proven.
Yeah, but you end up using less fuel all in all.
Yeah, that's a premise based on something you can't prove. Can you prove gravity?
Yeah.
Am I
No,
still in
you
this?
can't.
Hold on,
Einstein
Michael.
proved-
Am I still in this check?
It has to
Graduated high school at like 15.
Hold on.
I went to high school
Graduated.
People like that
before
yelling
15.
everyone.
You didn't
graduated
high
high
school.
school.
He did.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, everybody
Look it up.
graduates high school, right? Can
Who did?
somebody hear me? Can someone hear me?
No, we're ignoring you.
No,
So
yeah,
who graduated
well, fuck you
school at
then.
15?
Anyway, it's like orbital mechanics has nothing to do with whether you graduated high school or not.
I know, and dig this here. You didn't graduate at 15. You can't even understand the premise that is before you. You just deny it. You hand wave it away. It's as if you don't understand math. It's simple multiplication.
You would fail 5th grade science, son.
Yeah.
I didn't.
That's my assertion.
Actually, my highest grade was in science.
All right, would you be surprised if I graduated high school in Arkansas?
Let me ask: in science class, how much science did you do, or was it more just memorizing textbooks?
Well, I mostly knew all this stuff, so I didn't really need to memorize.
Okay, great. And what's the parts of a hypothesis?
Yeah, we're
You don't
quite
really have to
aware
do-
of all that.
You don't really have to do any science. You just know it already. So it's like
Yeah, I already
science-
knew most of the
They've
material.
already done it, so you don't have to do it, right?
You had already memorized all of the bullshit they were gonna teach you before.
Well, did you hear what I said? I said I knew most of it.
You
Because they were
haven't done any experiments
teaching
about
us like
it.
the same thing every year.
Did you hear
There
what
you
I
go,
said?
the same thing. They regurgitate the same thing every year. Yeah.
So you don't have to do it. You just have to believe that someone else has done it already.
I trust that a lot of other people have done it. And if,
what you're describing right now is faith.
well, you have faith that the creator created the flat earth, don't you?
No, no. We're
Yes,
talking.
it's like
hold
that's-
on. Nobody
it's
brought
on
up
a
the
massive
creator.
scale,
You're
so
the
don't
one bring. Hold on. You're bringing up the creator. You're bringing up the globe. You know, it's like so. Actually, what we're doing is scrutinizing the globe. So you're the only one that has the belief here. We're taking a look
You
at
guys think
the
there's
globe.
a giant dome around this earth.
No, nobody said that. Why are you bringing
Why are
up
you even
anything?
saying shit that we aren't saying, dude?
Well, don't
That's
use cuss
ridiculous.
words.
No one
another-
said
it's
that.
fucking
It's
retarded,
another
right?
one of those
Hey, well,
stages
okay.
of grief. It's another one of those stages of grief that he's going through.
Yeah, I know. He's scared. He's scared to actually. He's scared to actually show any evidence for what he believes. But anyway, continue.
Yeah. Hey, can I give this guy the intellectually honesty test?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Hey, bro. Whenever you see the horizon, is it horizontal?
Yeah.
At all. Okay,
don't
can you?
need faith. We can see it.
Okay, so you admit the horizon's horizontal. Can you define horizontal for us, please?
This dude will be a flat earther tomorrow.
Not the exact definition, but it's like in the x, like imagine it's like a line going the x-axis.
So it's flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so the word horizon comes from horizontal, and horizontal means flat, and the horizon's always horizontal, which is flat. So every time you see the horizon, it's flat, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so have you ever felt or observed the Earth moving?
Technically, I've experienced it moving because it's moving right now at like 0.00 something RPM.
Hey, wait,
man,
the
have you-
horizon moves. The horizon moves.
No, no.
yeah.
I asked you, have you ever felt or observed the Earth moving?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I felt it right now. I'm moving
You
on
feel
it.
the Earth moving right now?
Hey guys, this is Cheddar, right?
What?
You were talking with the lady earlier with me. You said the same thing, and I said that's what I told everybody. You said you were feeling the curve and experiencing it, you think that you can actually feel the earth moving that everybody else claims they can't. You're the only one I've ever heard
because
say
you guys
that.
said,
No,
you
you
twisted my
told me
words. I said
specifically.
observed.
No, you said, because I asked, you said experienced multiple times because I asked you if you could actually see a curve, and multiple times you would not say see, saying I experienced.
Yes.
So
Experience.
how is that if you can't see it, but you claim you can feel it, though nobody else
No, I never said
I
feel.
know of I've ever, well, you said experience. What does experience mean without your eyes?
A gradual curve. A
How
difference
are
in
you
landscape because of
experience
the
it?
curve.
How are you experience it?
Oh my God.
No, don't say that.
Okay,
Answer the
oh my
question.
gosh.
No, just say what you actually are experiencing. Instead of
How do you
reacting,
experience
answer
it?
the
Yeah.
question.
No, because I've answered it. Okay, fine. I'll say it one more time.
Without seeing it, how do you
Listening
experience it?
ears.
Hold on, guys. Let him answer it. Come on. Let
So,
him answer
if you're
it.
in a plane, right, take off, you can see a 1 second.
Oh no, you. I thought you had to answer it instantly. You better fucking
No,
say
sorry.
it right
We
now.
talked to him
And
for
I'm in a
probably
plane. I
40
go on
minutes.
takeoff. I have a field of view around 10,000 feet. I can see. I can't see curvature, but I can see the whole landscape around me. Halfway through the trip, I'm over complete water, complete flat. Cannot see anything because I'm over a part of the curve. And then when I land, I can see land and the water.
So you don't
Does that
experience
answer?
moving forward in
But-
space, and
No,
you
I
think
was
for
moving
some reason
over
that
100 miles an hour.
that's right, you were, and that's a normal experience to see the land move beneath you when you move. So you didn't experience any extra movement other than the vehicle you were in.
I was.
He literally said probably doesn't know it. He said I'm over the water, completely flat. Some going, and then something about going over the curve. Like you're going over the curve because you're
it's
over
like-
the water and it's completely
You know
flat.
how irrational you sound, young man.
How do you go?
You sound
wait, hang on.
extremely irrational because
Can I give him-
nobody else experiences it like what you're describing other than normal movement of a body in a vehicle, whether it be a plane, a car. You move from point A to point B and things move either below you or, at your feet level or even in the air. So what are you actually experiencing that is so different that everybody else doesn't conceptualize that they can feel the motion of the earth? But you do.
He took off.
Yeah, he talked with us for about
did he
45
leave?
minutes,
Yeah,
and
he
we
left.
worked
Oh yeah,
on this.
well, fucking good, man. Because
And he
to
was
be honest,
disrespectful, and he acts like he like we're all a bunch of idiots and don't understand. That's why I won't let
hey,
him.
I'll be
with the-
honest. Like in the YouTube chat, I mean, a lot of people probably just like, yeah, they probably agree with him, but he had nothing to offer to the conversation.
He never did last time. We went through everything, and I held him to everything, including he
friggin'
couldn't explain
idiot.
one experiment because he kept telling us an experiment for gravity and that he could actually come up with one himself, but he couldn't even give me the parts of an experiment. Couldn't do any of it.
You know, he was here yesterday and he was doing the same exact thing yesterday.
Yeah, he's trolling. He keeps
Yeah,
saying,
he's
"Oh my god,
trolling.
oh my god, you guys are so
when
stupid."
when he gets stuck in a
Did the kid
corner,
leave?
he's like raccoons like fight back. I don't know what like.
Did the kid leave?
I guess the only thing that I could say is pussies don't fight back when they're trapped in a corner. I don't know. What can we can give a do you own any animals that just like I'll just bear down and just like let you kill me when I'm backed into a corner. I
Well,
can't think of an animal that does that.
He admitted that he hasn't even looked at the information. So, I mean, until
Yeah,
he
I
goes
know,
back,
I know.
he's not
Yeah,
going to move
it's
out of the
freaking
spot that he's at.
nobody in this argument does that. And I fucking called his ass
He's
out
a child,
a couple
and
hours
he
ago.
acts like a
Whatever.
child. He is. He acts like
Anyway.
a privileged child that comes in here, can tell a bunch of adults how smart he is. It's smarter than them, and thinks that we won't respond to that calmly. But we're not going to let him just run around and claims that nobody else experiences what he
Well, man,
experienced.
to be honest, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna call myself out and other people. It's like, don't let these little kids trigger you, bro.
It was Cheddar
Don't let
again.
them
You remember
trigger you.
Cheddar? ask
Yeah,
Dad any?
I do. I was like,
So he has
once
come
I
in here
saw
several-
who was talking, it's like sometimes I'll be doing something else, and then I was like, should I join? Should I not? And then I'll see, like, oh, it's Cheddar, and then I hear like grown men and women like just letting him trigger the shit out of you. It's like we shouldn't let him do that to us.
No, we
you
didn't let
know?
him trigger us even. We
No,
just
I
didn't
get
let him
that.
get away with it.
But we should use it as a teaching opportunity. So
Well,
that's
Yo,
what
you
I
just
mean,
gotta
that's-
ask him. You just gotta ask him the intellectual honesty test, bro. Like,
Oh,
is the
we already
horizon
did.
horizontal?
We
Is
Yeah,
the
we
horizon
did. We've been
horizontal?
doing that. We've been doing
Trust
that.
me,
That's what
he
I'm-
will not give
I
you
try
what
to
you
do.
want. He won't. He's already been through it with multiple people. We were very calm, gave him all kinds of opportunities, but he really does. He thinks he knows it all. He thinks we know nothing. And so he thinks he can come in here and teach a bunch of adults something that no.
He might or might not think that the Earth is flat. I mean, we don't even know if he's a real flat earther. He might be just be
Oh, he's
playing
not a
with
flat
us,
earther.
you know?
He's not a
Are
flat
you
earther.
sure? I mean, he might be just playing with
What
us.
the fuck?
Because
He's fucking
I mean,
Really a glober.
hey, if I was faking being a globie and messing with some globies on the server or a flat earther, and I know the entire arguments.
Go ahead and just look up his name. Make sure to give him the flat Earth tag. You're right, probably. I bet he's a flat earther.
No.
I mean, how could you after all these arguments?
drunk?
No, he's not a flat earther. He really believes.
Lou, don't feed into it, man. Come on.
Doesn't matter. Anyway,
I was gonna say, I think he's a flat earther for sure. He's a flat earther. He's got my vote.
Hey,
Whatever,
that
yeah.
Witchit, everybody
Yeah,
be
what up?
quiet. Let Austin speak for a minute, damn it. We ain't heard him forever.
Yeah, Austin, bro, man, I saw your videos from Niagara Falls. That
Please.
fucking looks pretty cool, bro. I've never been there. I used to live near there when I was a young man. That looks pretty freaking cool at Niagara Falls, man.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's tilted backwards, going upside down. Hey, Battle Mod, yo, we're gonna be in Michigan soon, bro. We gotta link up.
Oh, no shit. What, are you still in the bus with the one dude?
Yeah.
Yep,
And did Nathan just take your all's money with him or what?
Yeah, we kicked him off, but yeah, he stole a bunch of stuff.
I mean, he ain't seen higher head tails of them since.
Hey, on that point, shit,
That's
since
fucked up.
I'm having a meetup here in my town on July 10th. You heard about that one yet, Austin? I mean, I don't think you'll be near here when I'm gonna be, when I'm doing my
I'll
meetup.
be there.
What?
We might can duck down and say what's up, bro.
Dude, if you can make it to Springdale on July 10th, that'd be cool. Springdale, Arkansas. We're gonna meet up here.
Yeah, we might can duck down.
When you guys coming out?
I'm gonna do a promo this weekend, and yeah, you guys will. I'll be promoting it, whatever. But anyway, I didn't want to do it too early, but I've already reserved a table, 20 top. But they have a deck too, and it's karaoke night. I might even go up there and do some flat earth karaoke. That would be fucking fun as hell, I think.
God damn, I have to come for sure now.
Now you have to go. I'm gonna be like, I will be taking your globe from you.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Damn, Arkansas is hella far away, bro.
That's what I mean. If you're in the area, definitely come. Yeah, we're gonna do it on July 10th. We've done several meetups
Hey.
here, in northwestern Arkansas.
I'd rather hear "Welcome to Miami" made into a flat song. Yeah, flat Earth.
Damn, you
24/7
almost made me
flat
snarf
Earth.
5 vodka, Michael.
Bring the heat. Ha ha. Can you feel that? Can you feel that? Jig it out. Here
I'm
I
gonna be
am.
like,
in the place
welcome to
where I come, let
Fayetteville.
go.
Welcome to
Flat
Fayetteville.
Earth, the base in the sunset low. Every day like Mardi Gras. Every party every day. No work, all play. Okay, flat Earth. So we sip a little something. Lay the rest to the spill. Me and Helio in the bar running up high bills.
Oh, wait.
Dude, we were thinking about going to Detroit, and then chilling like Detroit, chilling in Michigan, making some observations over the
If
lake,
you,
and then
you guys
you
want to
had
go
you
to
had to Michigan next.
you motherfuckers want to go to Greek Town?
I don't know
I
what that is.
gamble. I gamble more than Greek Town. That's a casino, bro. I'll take you to
I
some.
got casino money, bro.
I got casino money. I like to gamble. So they're natives. I'm just giving the money back to my fucking people. I don't care. So if I lose, but listen, I lose big. When I win big because I bet big. It's that simple.
Nice. I can't play with the big dogs, bro.
Man,
I like to win
if I
little,
took
so
you to
I like to win little, so I don't have to
if I took
claim
you
it.
to Greek Town, I'd give you a
That's when
budget.
I gamble at the casinos. I like to win little, so I
I'd
don't have to
expect you
claim
to at
that shit.
least gamble 1/4 of it. If you lose it, cool. Leave with what's left if you want. I don't care. We just go watch some singers sing. They got some hot chick bands up there, dog.
Hell yeah! You're always going to have a good time at a
They be on
casino.
battle mod
It's
every
like
time I go there.
I go to a casino with 500, and if I don't plan on winning big, but I plan on winning, or not winning, just at least coming out even and having a fucking good time.
I took a singer out last time I went there. Partied all night, took her to breakfast. She nicknamed me Big Money Mike because she was all, I'm sorry I lost your money. I said, screw the money, honey. People are worth more than money. I'll be back tomorrow betting the same amount. It's all good.
Yeah, you know what's really weird about like people that are like slot people, like old people.
Yeah.
They'll just like hang out and they're just like play the nickel slots and be like, yeah, maybe this is. They just like enjoy sitting there. You know, that's their environment.
Yeah, I
They meet
don't
other
do
people.
that.
I don't either. And it's like when I
I'll
go
do
gamble,
slots.
I'm gonna fucking play blackjack, or I'm gonna play like a couple slots that I think are hot.
Well,
And
last time I did slots, listen, I put dollars in there. I put $50 in there. On the last dollar, I hit 3,500. I cashed that shit out, went bet on 4 different slots on the roulette wheel, right? The whole 3,500. I left the roulette wheel with 12 grand, and I went and played blackjack. And then when I left, I
blackjack's
lost.
my motherfucking game.
Yeah, then when I left, I lost it all, dog. I ain't gonna
No,
lie.
I get that
I
though,
lost
but I
it
mean,
all.
but blackjack is my game. You know,
I
it's
should
like
have stayed away from
it's hard to
blackjack.
leave. It's hard to leave, but it's
Yeah,
it's hard to stay. You know what I'm saying? It's just
It's like, listen, they know me. They send the hottest native woman out there to keep dealing them blackjack decks for me, and Mike just keeps getting them free drinks and smiling. Well, I give them. They like me. I just smile while I give them my money. But
those niggas, they don't even give you no freaking
have a
free
good
drinks
time.
anymore. You know, and that's fucked up. Hey, I was 200 up on a virtual blackjack machine.
Yeah, I like
when
them,
the last time I
too.
took my mom to
Blackjack
a
slot.
fucking casino. I was 200 up, and this was on me. I left the machine. It was a virtual machine. It has like this virtual blackjack dealer. He's like pop,
Yeah.
pop, 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 pop. There's like 5-6 people sitting around. Boom! I was 200 up. I was like, "Hey, mom." Well, she saw me there. She was doing slots because that's her thing, and she was like, "Hey, were you about ready to go?" And I was like, "No, I'm up right now." And she's like, "All right, cool." And so she sat next to me and was like, "Hey, let's both, do slots, or do the blackjack." And I was like, "You don't even have to do anything. I'll just play for you." And here we go. And boom, boom, boom. I was like $220. And I mean, it's like we were just I was on fire. And I'm so fucking embarrassed about this. There was this fucking ass. I think it was because some dude. It was in Memphis, so there's always fucking assholes in Memphis, right? This fucking asshole in Memphis was just like he wasn't betting anything, but he was screaming behind everybody. I should have punched him in the mouth, but I didn't. But I was so distracted, and when I was like over $200 up, I was like, you know what? Let's get out of here, Ma, because this fucking idiot. Let's just get out of here. Then I was trying to teach her how to play blackjack because she didn't know how to play blackjack. But I was just like, touch that. We were sitting next to each other. I was like, touch that. Yeah, this is our thing. I was up like over $200, and we walked away. But guess who forgot to cash out the fucking money? This nigga fucking forgot to cash out the ticket. Oh man, I lost all that fucking money because I forgot to cash it out before me and
You
my
left some
mom
cash
left.
on the table.
Dude, I left all that shit, and then I was like, I mean, like my mom was using her cane to limp across the fucking casino, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to cash out the ticket. And then I went back there, back to the same, virtual blackjack table, and I was like, they weren't gonna fuck it. Yeah. I fucking lost $200 when I actually won $200. So anyway, yeah, just pay attention when you're out there partying, fucking gambling. But I'll tell you what, we went to that was at Southland Greyhound Park, which I don't even know if they race greyhounds there anymore. They have a nice casino there in West Memphis, and there's a good Mexican restaurant there if you like Mexican food. Yeah,
What did you get when you were at the restaurant?
I got a couple of margaritas and some fajitas, and that's what I got there.
Nice.
Yeah. So anyway, it was like my mom was like, she was devastated. She's like, I can't believe
I
you
used
lost
to take my mom
$200.
to the casino
I
too.
can't believe you lost
bumming
$200.
me
I was
out.
like, $200 is $200. I mean, fucking, it is what it is. I mean, because I went back. I mean, we talked to a manager and it was like, somebody fucking stole my fucking cash out ticket, whatever. And we went back and looked. We spent too much time, and as far as I'm concerned, it's like, I mean, it was disappointing, of course. I was like,
Yeah, I
I'm
used to
200 up, but it's
I
just
used to
like,
take my
fuck.
mom up
I'm
there.
not gonna fucking spend all night to get my. I mean, that's not the first
Yeah.
time I've been fucked by a casino. So
My mom used to play 4 or 5 slots at once. She'd get on the edge of the 50-cent slots and the dollar slots, and be calling me on the phone every 20 minutes because she put every dollar she got in that double down, double down, double down, double down. She loved them
that's
poker
a
machines.
game to play.
Yeah, she loved them poker machines just like you're talking about. My mom be
Yeah.
there all fucking night. I took
Oh
her up
no,
there.
but black
63 years old, Helio. It's 7 in the morning. She's like, give me another 300, boy. I was like, Ma, it's 6 in the morning. She's like, are you saying you're broke? You own your daddy's company and I'm still alive, boy. I was like,
that wasn't the first time
6,
I got
Mom.
fucked by a fucking machine
Yeah,
before.
I ain't even fucked with her. I said, here's 6, Mom. I'm gonna go watch the comedy club.
It's just like
Get
you
my
know what?
free dinner.
Hey, Mom, fuck it. Let's go fucking drink some margaritas and eat some fajitas. I was just like, she was upset. She was way more upset. It was my fucking
Oh,
money.
they comped the shit out of me trying to keep me there, bro.
Well, I mean, but you live
I
there.
get a room.
But anyway, they didn't even know me.
Well,
and I was like, and Mom was like,
I got a perks
"Oh, this
card.
is horrible. You got your ticket stolen." And I'm like, well, to be honest,
When
I
you're a
still have
regular?
money. I still have money. Let's go eat dinner. It was my fault that I forgot to push the button and get my ticket.
Yeah, I'm a native with a reserve nation card. I got an Ojibwe Nation card, so a tribal card, tribal ID, and so I get a national perks card, and they keep track.
Hey, I'll tell you
'Cause
what.
I go up there and
$50 is $50 isn't it?
yeah,
Right?
yeah, I go up there and swipe the card, and they'd be like, "Oh, motherfucker, you spent a lot
Yeah.
last time. Here's
Yeah,
you a free $100."
I avoid the casinos. And like
They give me $100 to lose.
I fucking love blackjack.
Last time
But I avoid blackjack
I got
because
$250 and they offered me a room
fucking
for
love
3
blackjack.
days last time.
What black are you? Do you like blackjack like I like blackjack, or
I
is it another game?
Helio, I'm one of them guys that when I lose at the same shit I lose at, I gotta walk around and look at everything.
I mean, I'm cool
I
with
do everything.
with
Everything
Texas
in the
Hold'em.
casino.
Yeah, I know how to play the games, but blackjack is
I'll play the
my
bingo motherfucking game. I don't give a
yeah,
fuck.
bingo's cool too. I'm
Yeah.
down with bingo.
Especially if
all
I
right,
just
cool,
lost
cool.
500 at playing blackjack, I'm gonna go hit the roulette up. Like this is how
No,
I figure.
I can't play roulette.
If I don't go bet 500 on the roulette wheel after I just lost 500, then I'm losing 1,000 because I could win back my money plus some.
Yeah, you should definitely avoid all that shit.
Well, I got an account with a debit card attached to it, and I only put on that card when I want to lose. And I figure, well,
Yeah, of course. I mean, you could probably do it online, right? You don't even have to actually be there, right?
Right, but I ain't gonna lie. I put money on that debit card all the time because I like to gamble, but I like the environment. I go up there, I meet people.
Dude, I love going to casinos.
I go to
you just get
Firekeeper.
lost. You just get lost. It's like
Firekeepers is another nation, Native American Chippewa.
I mean,
it's a Chippewa.
yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't really understand. I don't. I mean, it's like you sinner. Like,
and when I get bored,
it's fun. It's fucking fun.
Yeah, when I get bored, I'll go to the tri-state area, Indiana, Illinois, and Michigan, and I'll go to the Blue Chip Riverboat. They're pretty straight too.
Cherokee, the Cherokee Casino, right across the border here. It's only about 30 minutes from me. I don't go there because I just shouldn't.
Look how big this place is, Firekeepers, dude. This motherfucker is so full of hot chicks and flashing lights, man. Mike gets in there with a buzz and I can't leave. I'm hooked.
Even
I'm hooked.
you know what it's I'm not I guess I'm an addict, I'm an addict for flat earth. Why do you think that I'm doing live streams?
I like the native chick.
The native chick? Are you?
Yeah.
I love all the women from every ethnicity.
Well, yeah, I like all women. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not. Mike ain't racist.
Mike ain't racist.
I love all women.
I mean, it's like, we shouldn't even elaborate on this.
Yeah, right. Just all women are beautiful, so that's all they need to know. You can be my baby.
I think a lot of the women feel the same way, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my cousin works at Kewidden Casino in Sault Ste. Marie, and I like to go up there too. That's my reserve home. So literally, we weren't from Sault Ste. Marie, but that's where they put us. When the treaty was signed, that was our reserve land.
What was the job that you were reserved to do?
The job of my tribe?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
we're the Bear Clan. We were bear hunters and tribal warriors. So if there was a problem in the Anishinaabe Nation or like two tribes arguing over. We were natural law elders of the tribal nations.
Okay, I wasn't necessarily talking about
We
the
covered
We're
disputes
talking about like,
or defend homelands.
yeah.
If there was
I
a
was
blood dispute or something between two tribes, somebody killed a son from one tribe, they didn't offer their son to the other tribe, we go in there and try to mediate that so a bunch of people didn't get killed. The
Don't
Bear
you
Clan
think
are warriors.
Don't you think it's really interesting that that like people in most fucking Americans don't like Canada. Right. They think that America was just like this barren land that someone discovered. They're quite aware of Native Americans, right? But
Yeah, I know. I was wanting to say that.
this nation was
Those fucking Native
populated. This nation was
Americans, they really like
populated.
Mexicans,
Dude,
Chippewa and
this nation was
Mohawkians,
populated,
and we
and
like the
Canada and
white
everything.
skins
They had
and our
what they
Oriental friends.
listen. Yeah, I mean what
Native
did
Americans.
what England did to America and Canada it's inexcusable. But anyway,
So yeah, so it says we were the strong and steady police and legal guardians, Bear Clan members. Spent a lot of time patrolling the land surrounding the village or the nation. We also collected roots and barks and plants for use in medicine that would be distributed through the entire nation because they were prominent in the areas we were from.
check this out. I mean, wasn't there a very prominent nation established in Central America, not Central America as we describe it now, but Central United States, and in the area of Indiana, there's a huge freaking pyramid right there, down the Mississippi River Valley, that where like it wasn't like they weren't primitive. They built this huge freaking mound that is as large
Did
as
you say by the Navajo Valley?
I'm talking about in Illinois. That there's a pyramid in Illinois that is as large.
There were Mayan tribes in that area, right? Is the joke?
Well, wait. If there were Mayan tribes, they would have come from South America.
No. In Central America, it's a Maya tribes.
All right, so there were no Mayan tribes in South America?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's one nation, many tribes is what you got to understand. They're all Anishinaabe. We all lived on Turtle Island.
I said it to trigger this is
all of America, from north to south, east to west, belonged to the Anishinaabe Nation, which was the original Occidental peoples of this land we call Turtle Island or America.
I'll tell you, I mean that's thousands of miles. So I mean, of course they had different ways to behave.
Yeah, and before certain people came here, we were free. We owned the land, and the land owned us. We lived here, died here. You could have died on a hunt in this area. Your people would go to that area. We followed the food supplies, the food sources. We migrated with the ducks. We stayed away from the winter places in winter and went to the warm places.
It's
and then we come back.
like east of the Mississippi. I mean, west of the Mississippi.
When they tell you, listen, when they tell you this is what I wanted to cover. When they tell you this tribe is from this area, they're lying. The tribes were all over America, and we were free to go anywhere on America, all the way to Canada.
They were here for hundreds of years. There were hundreds of years before that.
Listen,
they actually traveled across.
We were migratory. We didn't. We didn't stay to one land except for this land known as the Americas. All of it. it was only after white settlers came that we became natives of that area. We're natives of the Americas. The Anishinaabe Nation was free to move. You'd have Mayans living with Navajos, living with Mohawks, and then when the French come here, they called them Ojibwa or Chippewa, just because they couldn't pronounce the names that we actually had. A lot of the tribal names aren't our names.
Well, it's like
It's what the French called us.
There's a mountain. I mean, I wouldn't consider it a mountain, but there's a huge freaking hill in Arkansas, central Arkansas. It's called Petit Jean, which actually is Petit Jean, which is named after a French girl that that actually posed as a man to come to America and go through all the French war shit. Whatever. I mean, there's a big thing or whatever. Yeah, I mean, they came through Louisiana up the Mississippi River and
So
the Arkansas.
well, you know, another thing that a lot of people don't know is the natives, the Occidentals of the land. We weren't subject just to the Americas. The Polynesians, there's good evidence that they were American Turtle Island tribes who just went down there with canoes. There were tribes in our nation, the Anishinaabe Nation, that just they went out on their boats. Once we discovered canoes and shit like that, and we could travel vast distances, you know, we just spread out. Certain bloodlines, they get crowded in the area, they disagree with their chieftain, they take a bunch of members, they get in their canoes, and they just go across the vast water until they're
Isn't
in
that
another
like,
place.
you know, isn't that more telling about like a recent reset or whatever? Because I mean, we've been going through this, you know, with a couple of people talking about timelines, you know, with the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, the resets, like
The
recent
Great
resets
Reset
make
has to do
lot
with this.
more sense. Like recent resets, like within the past 1,000 years or a couple thousand years, make a
Yeah,
lot
they
more
keep
sense.
resetting history, dude. And right now, all their treaties are up.
But I'm doing a lot of people that are like,
listen,
there's like with like 6,000,
most people
you know,
think
the biblical literalists are like, oh no, it happened 6,000 years
most people think America bought the lands from the natives for liquor and tobacco, but you know they didn't buy it, right? You can't separate a hereditary people from their land. It goes against natural law. You can't. So what they did is they got them into an agreement, a civil agreement that these come with communities. And a treaty is just a trust or a covenant or a contract. So they just got them into a contract with tobacco and all that liquor and there's a
tobacco seems to flourish.
So they just rented the land from us. And a lot of people
though. I mean, it's like
say,
people are like,
listen,
well, tobacco's bad, you know.
Listen, a lot of people say, well, a lot of Native Americans are drunks. You know they are because they were conned out.
Yeah, of course.
They were conned out of their land by fork tongue, snake speaking people, and they were also.
I mean, it's reparations similar to
Listen,
what.
I'm not.
Anyway,
I'm not worried about reparations.
Well,
I'm worried about.
That's
I'm
what
worried
it
about,
is. That's what it is, basically.
Listen, I'm worried about what we worry about, and I know full-blooded Occidentals that worry about this. Not reparations, understanding, so that we all live together in harmony. If the American natives got their land back, they wouldn't expect you all to leave. They'd expect the people who screwed them out of their land to get the hell on. That's the government.
You know, I would love that. I would love that. It was like,
You
hey,
got to understand this.
See, it's like
They made the treaties, and the governments were installed. Listen, the governments are just a rental agency. So the rental agency got a contract with the natives, and they collect taxes on land that's not really theirs because it's given to them under contract. So we just get rid of these governments who did what? So we existed in the freest state. We lived in nature. We lived with the land, in harmony with the land. We're free. Take food whenever we need it. Pick our teepee up, leave, go wherever the hell we want. Take our women all around the Americas.
Is that more like?
And we
Is
we
that
just want you people to try and live like that with us and enjoy real freedom.
Yeah.
White people ever had real freedom? You came from a land where you were indentured servants and slaves.
I'll tell you what. I think you're right, Michael. No white person has ever been free.
No, and your demons came with you. You know that you gave away your natural right to freedom through trust and contract, and so you no longer live under natural law because you got somebody that said, well, we come together in groups, and as we get smarter, we got to form laws for the better good of the community. But in nature, it's individual law, and it's betterment for the individual. And if you break the law, the individuals police them because they know it in their heart that what you did was wrong. So
Dude,
they
I'm gonna remember that, Michael.
they
bro.
go collect
No
collect
white
their
man
own
has ever been free.
retribution. I don't
No
think
white
they have, not in the history I read.
Not
You know.
under the control that we're
So,
under.
but you
No.
got to understand why Native Americans are drunks and drug addicts because the their freedom, their true freedom, still existed hundreds of years ago, and they're still feeling the shock of it, of being imprisoned. We're like animals in a cage, you know. When we used to be free to go wherever we want and enjoy the land, it's still in our DNA. We're like a wild dog that you put in your house and try to make into a pet. Now, I really like you because you feed me and you brush me and all that, but I still long to be free and wild. That's why a lot of natives are drunks. It's in their DNA, that sorrow, that
But at the
depression.
same time, I don't think
that
most natives
separation
are
anxiety.
drunks or whatever.
No, not most of us
I
aren't.
just think it's just like, I mean, it's just people. People
Well,
know I'm already, I drink a lot, but whatever, it
This
doesn't
is
matter.
why I have.
But I think people are just they're
See, I can
by
understand this for
feelings.
my people.
They're understand this by their feelings. They're understanding.
Yeah.
You're very limited by what you know about knowledge. You know about your
Yeah.
knowledge about history of your
We are. That
or
was
whatever.
taken
I
from
mean,
us.
if you
too.
watch television, and believe
How?
a goddamn thing
How?
they say on the news, then you're fucked.
Quit fucking yelling, guys. Jesus, we're in the court.
Mike.
All right.
Mike said how.
Hey, wait.
Did you raise your right hand when you said that?
Wait.
Yes, I did. Hank got it. He said TV. I said how.
Am I yelling?
Me rake 'em yard, go fuck 'em squaw. You drink 'em.
I'm not.
You
I'm
drink 'em
not.
snake piss water.
I'm not yelling, but I can. I can
yelling
yell
dog at
very
this
loud.
time.
I can yell very loud, and you
Hey.
don't want me to.
Little White Bear says you are yelling dog at this time, drinking snake piss water.
Dude, if
he drink 'em snake
I was
water.
just like whatever.
Drink 'em much snake piss. Loudmouth has become.
Like, all of a sudden, when Mike was getting right to the very point of what he was saying, and I was agreeing with him, and about to bring up how we're fucking tortured slaves, all of a sudden everybody starts to come in and just interrupt me.
Well,
But
yeah. Listen, the point I was trying to get to is that all peoples, white, black, brown, yellow, we all have this resonance in our blood, and I can understand it for my people. That's why I understand how other peoples feel. We're all slaves, and that's why they divide us, because they don't want us to all realize that we haven't been free for a long time, none of us, and we're all still slaves. They don't want us to combine and unite. They give it to us in the motto for the fake Americas. United we stand, divided we fall. So they divide us. They gave you their plan right there. Sectum forum, one world. We're not one world.
no, we're not. Well,
No.
we are one world. We're all people.
Well, we can live together in harmony as one world. There's no thing as universal love. You shouldn't have love for everybody. Shouldn't
Hey,
have
and I
love.
want to say something on
In
the last
nature,
point.
you wouldn't have love for a motherfucker that come in and harms your children or your women or your community. You take them out, and you'd be righteous in that. Their blood would be on their hands because they did the dumb shit that made you react.
Yeah, Michael, I want to say something, finally on the last point that I was trying to make. I can scream louder than any other motherfucker. You
Bro, I
guys
guarantee you can't scream as loud as me, bro.
All right.
How much do those decibel meters or whatever they are
Oh
cost?
no, man! You're gonna use your
Oh.
shitty ass freaking microphone.
My throat's a little sore right now, maggot. But you don't want me to bring out my military voice.
Ah,
Hoorah!
Well, I have a decent microphone.
Hoorah!
I feel like you guys probably don't. So I'm
Sound off like you got a pair, maggot.
Sound off like you got a pair, bitch. No, anyway.
Maggot.
Maggot.
We're not allowed to call him bitch.
I know I don't raise my voice, but I don't think you guys quite get how loud I can be.
Helio, stop
you
yelling.
can only be so loud on Discord.
They got the whole lot.
Helio, stop yelling.
Somebody,
Mike, hold him to it. Hold him to it, Mike.
The only reason
I
I
said I was gonna,
with
but
Michael and
listen, you're him drink 'em snake water. Him word no worth nothing.
I was just fucking with Mike and Hank. Anyway, you guys continue.
Oh no, you promised you were gonna quit if I just let you
Dude,
finish.
I just screamed
was
a
never
little
true.
bit, but I can still scream.
Stop yelling.
Anyway, go ahead.
Somebody back me up.
Okay, I'll back you up. Since we're talking about Native Americans,
Back you up.
my brother had this old Xbox account, and he just named himself Savage Dog. Right? He didn't think nothing of it. It wasn't racially motivated or anything like that. And he got kicked off and lost his account because he couldn't use that name because it was racist, and he didn't even know it. He didn't know it had anything to do with Native Americans because our family's part Native, so we don't call them savages or dogs or anything. Never have.
That's racist.
Wait, is it racist to not call them savages?
Well, if certain people can use certain racial slurs that are derogatory towards themselves, then shouldn't other? I mean, he literally is part Cherokee, so shouldn't he be able to call himself?
So
whatever
am
he
I.
wants?
So am I. But I wouldn't. If somebody called me a savage, I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, man! I'm fucking pure American."
Oh, yeah, it depends on how you're using the word savage. If they're like, "You savage," and they give you a high five, that's like a good thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's on my brother because he's competitive video games,
That
right?
was
So
savage, bro.
he's really good, and that name went really good with his account.
If they call you a savage with a face of disgust, it's something different.
It is. Well, they had to pay us
Hold on.
savages,
So if
or
they
couldn't
use a
rape us and not
racist
even give
term,
us a reason.
hold on. If they use a
One
racist
sec,
term,
one
but they
sec.
have a certain facial expression, that means it's racist.
Hold him to it, Mike. He said he wasn't going to talk no more.
Here, why don't you guys take the floor?
Does it
We
make it racist if I call people a peasant?
No, plebeian, that's not racist.
Yeah, that's more. Yeah, you're right, Michael. Oh man, that's some quick wit, Michael.
That's my first thought with some people anyway. You retarded plebeian idiot.
Thank you.
I'm
But,
poor.
yeah.
I'm poor, but I don't consider myself
Oh,
plebeian.
well,
but I wouldn't
when
be.
I say retarded plebeian, I mean poor in intellect and intelligence.
Yeah, but the retarded and idiot are kind of an oxymoron because they're two independent classifications of your intelligence.
So why does everybody get offended?
Hold up,
by
Lou, the only intelligent motherfucker in here. He went to grammatic function on me. He said, "Hold up, Mike. That's a Paleonistic expression. because now you have varying levels of stupidity, and your sentence is no longer coherent or cohesive. I love it, Lou. You got game.
That's fucking awesome, Mike.
That's what I do when motherfuckers try
that's
to
what's
grammar
called-
Nazi me.
That's what's called quick wit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's right. You can't have varying levels of stupid. You just say stupid.
Well, no. According to the levels they give you, like there's idiot, moron, and retard are all like different ranges on this, on the
Exactly.
IQ range. So you can't be in more than one at the same
I'm
time.
with you. So now your sentence is no longer cohesive because we don't know if you're an idiot, a retard, or a moron. Which one?
Hey, you guys
They're
are
all
watching
different.
All of
You're
them.
watching like 1940s documentaries and 1950s, and they're like talking about like mental health and shit. You guys ever watch that shit?
Well,
like what they used to think.
Yeah, but this isn't. But to be
I'm
honest, I
bereft
mean,
at the non-value of
we're
the
actually
word,
teaching
brother.
people about grammatical terms.
Bereaved to the point
Yeah,
of
I mean, like plebeians, plebeians. You know what Michael's talking about doesn't mean they're dumb just because they're plebeians, right? So anyway,
Right, no.
you're exactly right. I mean, I'm fairly, I would say that I don't have a fucking. I'm a
That's
paycheck.
why I said retarded
person,
plebeian,
right?
because
So
the
it's like,
retarded was the
you might
description
consider
of
me a
what you're.
plebeian, but I'm an intellectualist, right?
Listen,
there's
so when I use retarded plebeian, the retarded was the adjective describing what you're poor in.
Yeah,
you're
sure.
you're poor in knowledge, or even intellect or mental function. You're poor in
So
knowledge.
back
Point
then they used. Sorry, bro.
You're all right. Go ahead.
It's illogical.
Back then they used to. There wasn't no political correctness, right? So if you go back and you watch some old videos, you'll be like, "What we have here is a moron," right? And next to him, this guy's an idiot, right? And over here, this guy's a retard. And they're like progressively getting. I might have went out of order. I think
That sounds like it was something they put
Yeah,
on
I think
Comedy
I
Central.
think,
Caveman, and then this.
No, this ain't Comedy Central. I'm talking like 1940s, 1950s documentaries.
If I recall,
Like psychology.
I think retard is actually like the lowest. I think idiot and moron are both like better than retard. You don't want to be a retard.
So first was the idiot, then was the moron, then was the and they were like straight face, like it wasn't funny.
Hey, you want to hear a funny tidbit? When I remodeled my house after the fire, I took out some carpet and I noticed my grandfather had used old newspapers to insulate the floor and knock down noise under the padding.
That's
Well,
what's up. Did he get that shit?
No, listen, you're missing
Shut
the
up,
point.
Helio.
Yeah, you didn't get the point. So I found a newspaper under there, and he's talking about how ruthless, how savage they were in the old way. Well, there was a headline in this 1932 paper, front page headline, and it said, "Town hermit giving bath on GP. Fuck him. He stunk." That was literally the fucking headline news. We watched that son of a bitch over on 32nd Street because he was a drunken idiot. And that was literally front page news, bro. That's how savage they were.
Wait, they had the town drunk bathed in front of everyone.
No, bathed on GP, general principle, because he stunk and he was a drunk, and they put him in a brand new outfit and bathed his ass.
What happened after that?
Well, he went back to being the town drunk. They just washed his ass because he stunk. They still did thing on GP.
He probably
just like
went over
on general
somewhere else and
principle,
died,
bro.
I
I'm gonna have to
guess.
point out the fact that you said you was gonna let me talk if I let you talk, but it never happened.
My bad, Michael. I'm sorry.
I mean, do you not get the how savage that is? Town drunk bathed on GP. It was the front page news in the Jackson Citizen Patriot in 1932, and there were a bunch of other things under it that was talking about the town hall, jailed for fucking everybody's husbands. the town prostitute put in jail so she couldn't spread disease no more. And I thought these people were fucking ruthless in the 30s.
Yeah, it seems pretty ruthless.
Yeah, I was taught like back in the day that the female can harbor certain STDs and pass them out, for months before she even realizes that she has it. Right?
Yep.
Nowadays, that would be like politically incorrect to say that, right? Like, isn't that like borderline,
no.
like?
Pretty sure
you
that.
talking?
Hold
you
on.
talking
I mean,
about
we
In front of
actually
certain
know
people.
that. We know they.
Yeah, nowadays you can't talk about that hole over there.
Oh, we know that they can with those diseases. I mean, I can say it. I'm saying it right now, and both of us are saying.
No.
A woman can harbor genital herpes. I mean, is that just bad to say?
Yes.
Well, the man
Is
can
it
too,
really?
right?
It's really bad to say that a woman that is sleeps around a lot can harbor that disease.
Well, you're shaming her,
Sure.
right?
I don't do. I mean, if she has sex a lot with a lot of people, I'm not shaming her. I mean, because who doesn't like sex? I mean, Jesus Christ! And if you have herpes, then don't have sex anymore. If you acquired the disease, that would be ridiculous.
I think I recall it being syphilis, but
Syphilis or gonorrhea. I mean, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
when
you hear how
figure out
people
you have
die
a
with those
disease,
things, like if
once
left
you
untreated.
figure out you have the disease, don't fucking fuck
Oh,
anybody.
you know how they
anymore.
test for the drip? Syphilis,
I do.
and
I do.
chlamydia. They stick a big Q-tip down the head of your penis all the way to
Oh,
your
it's almost
balls.
like it's
All the
almost
way
like
down.
All
the way down.
Oh yeah.
All the way.
wee. Well,
So
they don't do that with
And
women.
when you
They
walk
don't do that with
with women, they got this thing called the duck, right? So this metal robot duck. It's like the jaws of life. And then everything else after that is just torture. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. And listen, you ain't
It's
got to
like-
worry about a
I mean,
narrow
and I think they
urethra.
don't just want
A
us
narrow
don't want us to have
urethra
sex
after that.
anymore.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, brother.
Let's all talk at the same time. Come
I'll
on,
shut
let's do
up.
it. One,
No,
two,
it's
three,
me.
go.
It's me. I'll
Go.
shut up. Here's
Helio,
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
Here's
yeah,
1, 2, 3.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
shut
got it.
up.
Bang count.
1935.
This is your
I got
second time
the
promising,
hotel.
Helio. You said, are you going to shut up? Now, are you going to do it or not?
A Peter Piper, I'm a hyper than Pinocchio's nose. 1, 2, unbuckle my on shoes, skibbly boo bop, a oopsie, a lazy. And now you drive me crazy.
To be honest,
I'd rather hear Helio than that. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. Go ahead. To be honest, what, Jimsy?
to be honest, I love you all for romancing each other. It's fun. I get to practice with you guys.
This is kind of a fun little family we got around here. Like, not everybody gets along. We give each other shit, but it's in a still like it's like almost
Hell yeah.
back in the like when you were a kid growing up, you had a clique of friends that you had your close friends and the clique got along, but not necessarily on a personal level. It's sort of like that.
I kind of learned to do it to my brother because I used to do it more often, but now I hold it.
I've noticed
Thanks to
that
Helio.
Mexicans and Cubans, they all got this like really it's kind of a harsh sense of humor. Like they don't pull punches. Like us white dudes, like we'll pick on each other and call each other a fag or whatever, right? And like Mexicans, like they be talking some crazy shit. Like for example, like if you sneeze, they say Sancho. They're saying there's another dude in your bed.
If somebody's fucking your girl while you're away at work.
Yeah. Like they don't pull any punches, bro. And they're always like that. So anytime you're near a Mexican, they're not gonna stab you with a knife. They're gonna stab you with the sword of their mouth, bro. I'm telling you.
What does Mexican have to do to anything I said?
We just
'Cause I'm
heard a
telling you what
Mexican.
I've
We just heard a
experienced.
Mexican voice, and we decided to start talking about Mexicans. That's all.
Well, I was talking about Cubans too, man. This Cuban guy was fucking crazy, dude, man. These people, they're so funny, dude. And when you get it and they get it, and it's like funny as shit, and you're like going back and forth, it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, the girls
The
do it to each
humor,
other too. They say Sancha when they sneeze.
yeah, the humor can be dark, and they could just make fun of each other about, I don't know, family and whatever. But it's just
Yeah, no.
it's
What,
just like in the
I
work
think
in at the work environment mostly. I will say that I
Hank's right.
experienced that.
Hank's right though. Like when they're giving even their best friends shit, like it's not like in a friendly way to what most of us gringos would think. Like they get personal. And like make you like they'll out your ass for anything.
Especially when drunk.
Hey, Lou, when gringos make jokes about that kind of shit, and it's really, you can tell they're not racist, they fucking love that shit. So don't get so freaking torn up about it.
Who's torn up?
Anyway.
What? I don't understand.
Yeah, I
Say it
don't
in
know.
Spanish, Julia.
Oh, habla española. We don't really think that
All right,
Spanish
Helio, it's getting
people
ridiculous, man.
are so bad, and it's funny when white people, when gringos make jokes about
Come on, dude.
brown people.
Do you ever go back and listen to yourself on your live streams?
Fuck yeah, I do. Fuck yeah.
Are you ever listening to yourself and going, oh fuck, I sound fucked up right there? Do you ever do that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
All the time.
I get embarrassed sometimes, but that's okay. But I mean, this, I think, Lou,
you'll be
you're
fine.
wrong about. Yeah, I think you're wrong on this. I think what Hank was trying to explain to you when we're talking about about like jokes and stuff. Hey, between Hispanic things or whatever. Well,
You're not following along. We're just really being very casual and shooting the shit and letting the conversation jump around. We're not really
okay.
talking.
So it's
deep
not.
into anything.
So I'm not.
Nobody's
having
getting
a
passionate
casual
about
conversation.
anything. Like you can relax. Like you don't have to analyze it.
Oh, I always analyze it. What do you think I'm here for? But anyway,
To be honest,
Jimsy was off base. I mean, you don't have to support him or me or I mean, if I was off base, fucking call me out. Fuck it.
you're not off
I don't
base,
care.
Helio. You never are. Ever.
Your Spanish is just a little off.
Yeah, my Spanish.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
sounded-
know much Spanish. That's why I mean, it's like I always want to make shit funny, but at the same time, I want to make it
Yeah,
relevant.
but some people may have believed that, but you removed their doubt when you open your mouth.
I
just
know.
say-
That's what I'm saying.
Just
I
say
know a
like,
little
I
Spanish.
I find your Spanish insulting.
Yeah, well, thanks. I
Okay,
love
okay.
that. I mean, it's like, are you insulted? Thanks. If you're insulted, that was the purpose.
just call it Spanglish.
Dude,
And you'll
Mexicans
be-
are
you'll be
always
fine.
insulted. You seen how much salt they put in their sauce? Jesus. They're always salted.
Well,
I'm very
it might be queso. Queso. Queso could be salty, but they're gonna have to add some salt to their queso. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I just jumped in because other people just think that I'm really taking the piss out of somebody because I am, and that's what I'm supposed to do. It's my job. So anyway, don't get so
Helio
fucking
is
pissed
head.
off.
You're an extractor.
Fucking A, man. Why is everybody getting so pissed off?
It's your job.
Yeah, it is. It's my job.
Your job.
It's my job to take the piss out of taking pissers out of the live stream.
Betamon, did you try to, Betamon, hold on. Betamon, did you try to pit him against me and me against him at the same time?
No.
Oh shit, we all have jobs to do here to take the piss out of
he
each
did
other.
not receive a DM from me. He did that on his own accord, bro. It's what he does, man. He just told you. I
didn't even message anybody here. I just
I'll
came
show
in
you
here
my
on my
last
own.
3 messages.
No.
I will
Don't
fucking
make a
take the
big thing
piss
of
out of
that.
anybody
all right.
anytime.
I just want you to know it's the truth. He just does that because he likes pissing on you, Lou.
No, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I actually that's true. That's true, Mike. I do like fucking taking the piss out of Lou sometimes. I ain't
I
no
love
lie.
when Helio, when someone starts with a story, they trying to tell a story, and in the middle, in the beginning of the sentence, Helio starts like, yeah. Me,
hold
1947,
on.
I did this and did that.
Hold on. 1 sec. Let me finish. Listen, like this kid that said urethra swab.
Yeah, my story's better than yours.
Haven't been done since the 70s. Like, literally, it's the only way
That's
to
not
test.
true.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
the
not
only
true.
way to
I can
test
verify.
it's the only way to test for chlamydia and gonorrhea.
But you said syphilis.
Yeah, well, syphilis is one of them that's included.
You know what insertions are?
Listen,
No,
I
they do a pee test.
I posted a link to this. Certain forms of syphilis, guy. You know, there's more than one form of syphilis, right? So a mycoplasm syphilis, or ureaplasm, trichomonas. Those are all forms of syphilis.
Dude, I can guarantee, like, for a fact, I went in around the year 2000, and
You just don't know.
before I got with my wife, I got tested, and they stuck that thing all the way down.
To the balls. All the way from
All the
tip
way
to the
down.
balls.
And I'm telling you, they dry dogged it.
Yeah,
and then was churning it
I'm
like
telling
butter
you,
when they got down there.
I ain't
And then
never
they pulled it out.
met a woman that went that dirty on me from the tip to the bottom of the sack. I ain't never.
Yeah, I realize it's 221, but you realize I said 2000, which was 20, 30 years after your claim.
Yeah, you said 1970 and he said 2000. Do the math. But literally, listen.
If I was born in 82, what was I doing around 2000, right?
Listen,
I was tagging everything.
Last year, I just sent my nephew through rehab. I paid for rehabilitation. He started doing heroin, and he got that shot, you know, because he died out in somebody's front yard. What the hell is that shot? Brings him back to life. So I literally had a competency.
Yeah, it's the blockers.
Yeah, I had a competency hearing, and I put him forcefully in rehab. And within 3 days, he was calling me, talking about, you know what they just did? I had a good idea. I said, no, tell me, son. I want to hear about it because I'm going to help you through this. He stuck it from the tip to the ball sack. I was like, oh my God. I know your pain, son. He said, you had that? You ever had that? He was mad.
It's traumatic. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It is traumatic as hell.
You come out there feeling raped, bro, and then it hurts when you pee, and it's like you had no control over start and stop for a minute, dude. Really, it blows out your urethra.
Well, I'm sure they do it for other ones, but for as far as I was just referring to syphilis, you know, I have like
General syphilis you can test for in urinary secretions. Yes.
Yeah, but when you got STD, you don't go in there and tell the doctor what you think you got. He's going to give you a test that goes for everything. So he's going to get all the way down and get a good sample. Just like with a woman, they go real deep and get a sample. Yeah, culture.
A culture, bro. They gonna get a bottom sack culture. Like they was the carp of your testicles.
Yeah, what happened to my friend?
Bottom feeder.
his girlfriend got tested, and like basically she had syphilis, and then like he
Yeah,
had to just pee because she already tested positive. So
She got it from the vaccines, bro.
Okay, enough of that. We have new people in here, Tiggy
Yeah.
and Ducky. I wanted to introduce them.
Yeah, do that, Justin. We've been on this so
They
long.
they want
having
to ask a few
PTSD.
questions, so let's do that. It's
Listen,
okay.
I'm having PTSD from the last time I had that done. Let's do that.
Me too. Let's move on.
So Ducky, you wanna just like I said, open your mic, just speak. Kind of tell us your story. Just a little bit if you want. Go ahead.
Get your Q-tip. We got to test
Yeah,
for
my
GTD.
internet name is Ducky. I'm new here. I'm in school right now. I mean, I'm in my home.
Oh, spring break. Oh, nice.
What did he say?
Nah, not spring break. Actually, the thing is, our schools haven't even started yet.
Oh, so
Due to
summer
COVID
still.
and
Okay.
You sound familiar, Ducky.
I sound familiar.
Are you on
Yeah,
any other
Maybe
servers?
my accent.
No,
No, I'm not on any other servers.
No,
Oh,
I'm not, Justin. Just
Yeah, he's a mod in here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't really use voice chat on Discord.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Welcome
just
back.
want to get your
Probably my
insight.
accent. It's the Indian accent.
Oh, great. Well, I can hear you. I understand him. I don't know if anyone else does, but I understand him pretty well.
Oh, I just couldn't hear him. I was needing him to speak up. I can understand. I can understand your Indian accent. The guy at the party store down the road, the closest one to me, he's a good guy, but he's Indonesian, right?
All right, yeah. Anyway, I agree. You're speaking just fine, but if you could turn your mic up a little bit, it is a little bit low.
I mean,
Nah, actually, I'm on my mobile right now, so yeah.
It's a little bit. I don't know. Maybe you're speaking more directly into the mic. It's a little louder now, I think.
Is it fine now?
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I
Just
brought
ban him.
my- Hello.
All right, and then Tigsy down at the bottom. He was also in there when I verified Ducky as well.
Hey, I got a question. Are you Ducky from Land Before Time?
Nah, actually, Ducky isn't really my name. My name was actually an emoji.
Can you smell me?
Two duck
Oh.
emojis.
Yeah, it was just a duck emoji.
Okay, I'm with you. No name. Justin hooked you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you guys think about Shape of the Earth?
It's flat.
I'm actually, currently I'm starting to think that maybe it is flat.
I kind of
And why
opened
is
his
that?
mind up a little bit with a bunch of stuff in the VC check-in. I kind of blew their minds away a little bit. So yeah.
Good work.
Trying to agree with that.
Even with the Black Swan, everything. So yeah, I actually went with Witsit's approach with the honesty question: is the horizon horizontal? And how many horizontal horizons does it take to make a globe?
2,500.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, let's not relive that. He's been through that, so.
I know. But yeah, welcome, guys. It's 24/7 here. We're always here for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
And anything on your mind, like I said, even if it has to do with the sky, we'll talk about it. It's just that can you verify anything in the sky? That's where I have to start. So then it's all speculation from there. Okay, or observation, whatever. Observation.
So, Dougie, I mean, you said you you're starting to think that maybe it is flat. Is that all just because of what you learned in VC check-in, or were you already starting to investigate the flat Earth before joining?
I was actually quite well intrigued by the fact that people think that Earth is flat. So I wanted to know why people think that Earth is flat. And then, well, when I came into the server, I opened up my mind a little bit, and in the recent call that I had with Justin, that made me think that maybe Earth is flat.
Thank you. I am very passionate about this, and I speak very highly, very honestly.
Bro, can I ask you a question, Justin? This doesn't all seem all too familiar for you.
It does. But like I said, I always give everyone a chance, man.
Are
That's
we
me.
on the same ratio?
That's me,
Hey,
though.
can I ask him a question? He
Damn
said he
it,
was
Hank.
able to
Hank.
open his mind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I've heard that
I want
from
Hank.
people.
Please, Hank, you first, and then I have a question.
Hey, Ducky, what do you think
Leave
about
with it.
simulation?
Hold on,
Like
everyone wants
the
to talk to
radius
him.
of the Earth
Hold
changing?
on, hold on,
Hey, Juice.
I want to hear what Hank was going to say. Please
hold the
guys,
phone.
I want to hear what Hank was going to ask him.
Just a real quick question. How are you capable of opening your mind with all the programming that you've had? You know, you sound like you're at least 20, so, you know, that's 20 good
No,
years of
I'm
program.
not
How?
really 20. I'm not 20. I'm not actually 20.
Please don't let him finish his question before you
Okay,
answer.
so how old are you? How old are you,
I'm
my friend? How old
17.
are
Around 18. I will be 18 in just less than a month, actually.
Cool. So
you?
you're
Okay, so we're
18
looking
years
at
old.
13 years of programming. Okay, yeah,
Helio,
good job
wait
with the
for him.
open mind. Yeah, it's really
Honesty.
fascinating how many people can't learn something new because of how closed their mind is, and it makes them stupid. So, very good job.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
actually, the thing
So
is,
Hank finishes question. I have a
Yeah, I'm
question.
done.
All right, cool. So Hank
I'm gonna
finished
mute you,
his
Helio.
question.
You got 13
You're
years
not
of
gonna fucking mute me.
experience and
If
you're
you
only
mute me,
17.
I'm gonna be really fucking
So
pissed
that
off.
means you started
Because
at
I
4.
have a question
Good.
that is directly related to
You
Hank's
keep
question.
jumping in the middle of their conversation, so stop it.
You think
No,
you're
I'm not
helping,
gonna
you think
stop.
you're moderating, but you're not. Hank was having a conversation
Helio,
with him,
you're
and
a
you're
drunk.
telling Hank to shut up so that he can talk. When Hank and him are talking, they're doing just fine
No,
without.
that's incorrect, Lou. That's incorrect. I told him I was done. There's a third person interrupting.
Gotcha.
I have
And
a
they
very
asked, you know,
simple.
why
I
did
have
I
a
say
very
13? Just real quick, the reason I said 13 is because nobody's thinking about the shape of the Earth until they're 5, and that's when the programming starts.
yeah. I have a very simple question for the new guy that
No.
Yeah.
he can answer directly. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very simple question.
No.
What do you think the horizon is?
Actually, the thing is, I have personally not seen the horizon so
Wait.
I've been.
No, everyone sees the horizon.
Just
I
wait
mean,
till he answers the question, Helio, please.
Let me first answer, please.
Jesus
Like,
Christ, you guys fucking hate me, don't you?
No, I just want to
No.
hear his answer. So
We love you.
yeah, like when you even see the ship, like disappearing into the horizon. If you zoom into it a little bit, then the ship starts to reappear. How is that possible if the Earth really is curved?
We're quite
And
familiar.
So
with...
Helio, he actually answered the question
No, he
perfectly.
didn't. No, he didn't.
He never has seen the physical horizon, Helio. He answered it 100%.
Why the fuck are you yelling at me, Justin?
I'm just saying, though, dude. He did answer it, and you said
I
he
think
didn't.
you just got a good mic, like you got a good mic, and I always think you're yelling at me.
Helio,
Oh,
look,
I'm not yelling, dude. I'm just saying he is answering the
I
question
know,
100%.
I remember when you said you got that free, awesome fucking microphone from your work. A headset, maybe.
It's a mic. I'll turn down my mic. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter.
No,
If you, I
Justin,
mean, your mic's
Helio was
down.
on the wrong this time.
I'm gonna.
He did answer it though.
Can we send this mic
No,
to
he
Helio?
didn't. He
Okay,
you
Helio.
you answered his fucking question.
No, he just said to you that a ship does not go to the horizon because you can pull it back. He's never seen the horizon because it's never physical. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
did.
but he didn't say that. You said that.
No, I'm gonna report. I'll go back to the
No,
recording
dude,
and then
he
and then
said
play
it, man. Can we set aside
Either
all the
way, I
feelings
don't.
and get back to a
It's
productive
like,
conversation,
why are people
please?
yelling over
No,
me?
I'm
It's
really
fucking
sorry. Look,
weird.
listen, I
Please.
just want you to take this as a friend. I'm not trying to pick on you. Look, you're being disruptive. I don't know if you think you're trying to help, but you're not. You're being disruptive. Please back
Lou's right this time. Lou's right this time.
Do
All
you drink
right, fuck it.
We love you.
Have at it. Have at it. Go ahead, guys.
Love you like a brother.
Let's get back to
I
the
love you
horizon.
like my sister.
So ships going over the horizon. The
I don't know. I
horizon
heard he does some
is a
crazy
physical
shit to his
place.
sister. I wouldn't trust that.
So Ducky, you said
Sorry.
okay.
Oh,
I want you to clarify it just real quick. Say exactly what you said before.
Yeah, what I said was like even if you go to the beach and then you see the ship, like it starts to disappear over the horizon. But if you use even a camera and you zoom into it, then the ship will start to reappear. How is that possible if the Earth really is curved? Hello.
Well, it wouldn't be possible because once a ship goes over the edge of a sphere, right?
Mhm.
You won't be able to see it
Yeah, if you
anymore
can
because
zoom.
there's. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I can zoom and it will reappear. Then how is that possible?
So
Yeah,
so
Justin,
you are
he's your
saying
catch. Take over, bro. I'm sorry.
go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm done. I was turning it back over to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like I say, you're saying that a ship that does go over what they say is the horizon and disappears, you can bring it back from that
Yeah.
horizon, right? And see that it
Yeah.
didn't actually go over anything.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's clarified. He's not seeing a horizon at all because you can bring it back over.
Yeah, but he didn't say it the way Healy wants to hear it, so that's wrong.
I don't care. I don't care what you guys think about what I hear it any other way. I had a certain way to present it, and I think I
Yeah.
could present it better than you guys.
Better say it correctly next time.
Well, I mean, you guys do it right. Show me how I can actually
While we're on,
present the argument.
while we're on that topic, I think I do it better than everybody else when I'm uninterrupted, not trolled to the point of frustration.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Helio,
and
you will always think that you can do it better when you're drinking. Okay, that's just how it works. So
It's because the only dude, I promise you that when I'm sober, I still think of it the same way. So whatever. Thank you.
If I've been drinking obsessively, it happens occasionally, and I do the same thing. I just want you to recognize it right now.
Yeah, no, there's a challenge.
I'm quite aware. I'm quite aware. I mean, you don't have to.
strongly have to
Are you going to
disagree. I
tell
do it
me
better
what's
than you.
inside
Can
my
we
brain?
go to the arena? You and I.
Fucking A.
Can we bring the live stream, damn it? Let's go to the arena. Helio versus Battle Mod. It's on.
Wait a minute.
No, please.
Hey,
Splatter, Friday night.
Hold on. Hey, check
no,
this out.
No,
Hold on.
I'm
No,
done
let's
with
not.
that hold on crap for non-productive conversation.
Hold the phone.
We can all do that, bro.
Is it ringing?
I don't have a problem to shut up and let others get mic time.
Oh, shit,
I know
I'll
it's just
jump in.
fair.
I'll jump in the fucking arena and talk about this and how you can explain the horizon, and the best way to explain it. Yeah, I don't mind that. Talking about that with flat earthers. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Jump in there. Sit down.
You guys leave.
No, there's an arena that is a one-on-one arena.
Well, I mean, when it's not active, we can actually jump in there. Just
It's
Do
been
whatever.
active for like almost a year now. But anyway,
What's the arena for, though?
it's we
One-on-one.
can. It's a debate forum, so like we can basically.
I don't know about that.
I would actually. That's debatable, right? But that's what we called it. Anyway, but it's meant to have more of a one-on-one situation with a moderator. and seating for others to spectate, basically, without getting in the way.
Yeah, I was just being sarcastic, Lou. That was a joke. But the point is, I do think it doesn't have to be two people all night. It can be a free flow. You know, I do trust our brothers to being able to be capable of doing it. I don't think I'm the best. We all just have different ways. That's the truth. So I literally was trying to quit a minute ago just so others could have the mic for a minute, man. It's just fair.
Hey, I jumped in the live stream in the arena, and nobody wanted to jump in to explain, so that we're going to help.
I guess
I
you
can
won
help
by
too.
default. Look,
I guess. I mean, nobody wants to.
Just lost.
Nobody wants to learn how to explain the horizon.
To be honest, I have a question.
Only because he didn't hear my rebuttal, bro.
My bad, because I mean, I thought you guys wanted.
My
I have a
rebuttal
question.
listen, it was sarcasm. I was joking.
You want a rebuttal?
I'm just trying to get.
I know that, but you know, I'm
just
very
trying to get you to
sarcastic.
do the
You know,
same
but
thing
anyways.
I want to let be
I'll give
done.
you a fucking
I'm
rebuttal.
I'm ready to be quiet because people
Me
like
neither.
Hank and Jemsy, okay, that's cool and fair. But a lot of these guys never get to talk, bro. Ever. All week long they sit in here. They're still faithful. They put up with us because we can fucking ban them, and they never get to fucking talk. It's Friday night. Let everybody have a little fun, Christ.
Cool, guys. I have a question for Juice.
Hey,
Are you
that's
there,
a good.
Juice?
That's a good idea, Mike.
I hear
I
Hank
like
and
that.
Jemsy talking all the time, though, so I won't.
I'm
But
gonna ask the question and pass it to Helio.
No, you don't have to pass anything to me. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Just kidding. Hey, Juice, are you there, Juice? Ethereum Juice.
That's good.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Cool, bro. Can you tell me, have you found the curvature? Have you found it yet? Any measurement for the curve?
Oh no, I'm just chilling, bro. Like I said, gathering information.
Good thing to do. There's a lot of information to gather here and other places as well.
Which information have you been looking to since you've been here in the server? Can you be specific? What information have you gathered about the topic at hand? The flat Earth.
Well, today I got some useful information, bro. Like, honestly, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Can you be specific about what information that you found out today?
Yeah, I found out that basically you don't have to only pee in a cup to test for syphilis.
What was that term that you just said? Can you repeat that?
I found out that you don't have to only pee in a cup to test for like certain STDs, like specifically syphilis.
Well,
There's
yeah,
more than one way to
we're
skin a
not.
cat. You just now figuring that out.
We're not talking about sexually transmitted diseases here. We're talking about mind transited disease here.
That's fine that you feel that way, Helio, but that's all that I've heard so far. So
really, so you
all that
found out that other people have had some people here think are you under the impression that someone thinks the earth is flat because they've been convinced by YouTube videos that the earth is flat? Is this where you are?
feel like you guys just need more proof. Okay, like I'm not really disagreeing with you guys. I just feel like
Wait. No, let's start with why you think the Earth is a globe. Let's do that.
that's not what I'm doing. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, why do you think that we think the Earth is flat?
Look, I think here's what he's getting at. Here's what I'm kind of reading.
Go ahead, Lou. Go ahead, Lou.
Do you mind eighth? Hold on 1 minute. Like, so when you say something like that about thinking we just need more proof and you don't want to take a stance on the globe, to me that sounds like you're kind of in the closet flat earther. Like you just want to see something that's more in. You want to see more. You don't feel like you've seen enough, like to sway you completely to the other side. Is that wrong or is that right?
Yeah. You're touching on it, but like at the same time, I'm just saying like I'm more like relating to you guys. Like I feel for you guys because
You don't have to. You don't have to do that. Like now,
Yeah,
we're
you
all
don't
just
have to feel for us. We're okay.
yeah. We're just looking for the truth, right? And you should also. So don't just ask to be convinced. You need to go out and look when there's a lot of testimonies that you'll hear in here about ways that you can check for yourself, whether through long range observation. You know, it might take a little bit of an investment. You might have to go buy a camera or something. You know, like or or just time is an investment. You know, you'll have to actually travel to somewhere and set up like an observation, like an experiment, a test for you to prove it for yourself. If you're really curious in this, that's what most of us have done. You know, and really, you can make observations just in your day-to-day life, depending on what you do. You know, sometimes maybe you're in a high building, maybe you on a big hill or at an observation tower on vacation or something like that. You know, those are great observations, but what you could really do is actually go and test it against the globe model that you've been given. We're not trying to convince you. We know that nobody can be just convinced by our words over the internet. We're trying to steer you in the direction of proving it for yourself.
I mean, yeah, that's awesome and all, but once I prove that for myself, I just don't really know where I would go from there, I guess.
Well, hey,
let's just start with finding out what the truth is, and then figure it out
that's
after
what I
that.
was saying. I mean, I was just thinking about this, Lou. It's like, have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
I mean, probably.
Wait, no, that's a yes or no question. Yes, no, because you're talking to several now, and we're trying to be patient. So anyway,
Yeah.
have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
That's why I couldn't answer the question yes or no, because I'm talking to flat earthers.
Yeah, you're talking to several flat earthers. So yes, you're talking to flat earthers. Okay, cool. Why was it so hard to answer yes or no? Okay, so next question. Do you understand why we think the earth is flat? Have you is this the first time you've ever talked to a flat earther before?
Well, that was like two questions, so I'm gonna answer the first one. I don't really I'm not really interested in why you guys think it's flat.
If you weren't interested, you wouldn't be here. So that's just a non sequitur. But anyway, so you all right. So why did you come here to talk to people about flat Earth?
I didn't come here to find out why you guys think the Earth is flat. I came.
All right. So have you listened to like previous conversations about people talking about flat Earth?
Yes, I came here to
Actually, Helio, can you explain to me like why you hijacked my conversation? What was I doing wrong that you thought you were doing better?
You guys
know what?
Dude. Anyways, yeah, I came.
I just thought you were doing a shit job. That's why.
Yeah, why? Yeah, why is that?
I just fucking told you.
muted.
But anyway, fuck it. Go ahead, Lou.
You're muted, Helio.
You can't fucking mute me. Whatever. You can mute me, but I don't give a fuck.
You're muted. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Lou.
Yeah, no, I look, anyway, it's just you're rambling on and going in a completely, you're not talking about shit, Helio. You think you're helping, but you're not once again. Anyway, 8th. So what, basically then, what is it that you're missing then? So we're going back a little bit. You said I had touched on it about your needing more proof yourself. What was that? What do you mean about us, for us, not for you? It's for us. Like, why are you worried about our situation and our proof for us if you're not going to relate to it if it doesn't benefit you?
I guess it would benefit me, but I just don't know how. That I guess that's why I'm here. I've been trying to answer. I was gonna answer. I was gonna say why I'm here. I'm not here to find out if Earth is flat or not. I want to find out like what I would do with that information after.
Well, no, but see, I don't. That's all in the realm of speculation. Like none of us know. See, it's not like this is a organization that's trying to take over the flat Earth, right? Like we're not trying to start ruling and say this is the new game plan. Once everybody figures this out, here's how things are going to go. We don't know what's going to happen, but the main thing is we know that we're under a very strict system of control, and the information we're given is false. So it's just really a seek for truth. It's you can't really know what you're gonna do with the truth until you have the truth. I really don't know what to tell you.
Seems kind of cliche to me though. Like once you have the truth, what are you gonna do with that truth? Like how are you gonna make it like to where it would change your life? Like if you're really being controlled that much,
we know that it would
don't you think
definitely
that we
change.
should find a breaking point in the resistance and actually try to do something about it?
I don't think it would actually take that much more. I think there's a lot of pretty woke people out there. Most of them are kind of closet woke. They don't speak out, but they know something's wrong. And I don't think it would take that much more awareness to really get some kind of movement going where we could really change the shape of politics on Earth and, like how governments are run and the fairness, equity, and all that stuff, blah, 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 blah.
Would you say that flat Earth is bigger than the 9/11 conspiracy?
It would sort of have to be. Um, it's kind of like comparing different fruits. I think like they're both huge. Like saying what's the biggest conspiracy? What about this COVID one right now? I think this thing beats the shit out of 9/11. Is it bigger than flat Earth?
Oh hell.
Probably not.
Yeah, I would just think, like there would be a bigger leak. Like I know you guys are over here proving facts and like
There's a lot of deaths
the
to
science.
remember. There's a lot of deaths going on
Yeah, lining
in these situations. Yeah, so they're very big. And then the flat Earth, all the wars that have happened. Again, a lot of deaths fighting for the wrong cause because of the deception and the brainwashing and the indoctrination. So there you go. It's that big. They're all inclusive, all included, if you will.
I'd butt heads with you on that one, lunatic.
Oh, wait. Before you go, I gotta say something about that. Like,
He's always trying to pick something with me. What did I say that you're trying to? I'll let him finish. What did you want to say, real quick?
conspiracy kind of like doesn't like work with the flat Earth conspiracy.
What doesn't work?
because the COVID conspiracy is all about, you know, China gaining power, and if China's trying to gain power, then they would have to be on the flat Earth idea.
That's a misdirection. That's a misdirection. Excuse me, China is Shakespeare. That's all that is. That's Hollywood. That's a perfect distraction. China is not really an
It's a
enemy of.
false dichotomy from the beginning. This isn't a conspiracy theory.
But
Yeah,
China and flat
yeah.
Earth wouldn't be
Flat Earth isn't a
China
conspiracy
is nothing.
theory.
Yeah, China is the psyop, if you will.
And
China
what
is
he's saying
nothing.
is you're now guilty of a false equivalency fallacy.
Non sequitur
Thank you.
also.
Yep.
Thank you.